Chapter 1 Monthly Examination. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? You casually toyed with the small knife in his hand while reclining on the sofa. Are you still going to speak? I have successfully connected to the world. I can depart now. Although I have added an extra zero to the number. With a firm grip on the knife, You rose to his feet. How could the game continue under such circumstances? Had he truly wasted 3 months watching those videos? The eccentric footage and novels, all recommended by the system, were numerous. However, the difficulty of this world is relatively low, making it quite simple for you. Besides, there won't be anyone unexpectedly attacking you, will there? Anyway, the tasks remain unchanged. I have directly extracted skills for you. You instinctively wanted to refuse, but realizing he had come this far, he decided to give it a try and nodded slightly in agreement. Monodrama allows you to draw a specified enemy into a dream, granting you a degree of control over all spectators during the performance. Fool's Thousand Faces, Game of Mortals, possesses multiple avatars simultaneously, can disguise as others, and inherit 50 of their abilities limited to the same realm and below. Simulation utilizes mental energy to simulate various objects, and can also simulate weapon forms based on consciousness, inflicting 100 quantum damage on enemies. Stay tuned. You smirked faintly. How intriguing. Since you have transitioned to a new world, your initial realm has been adjusted to the sea realm. You can accrue pleasure points to enhance your strength. Isn't it the envoy? Over the past few days, you had garnered a fair understanding of that world. The highest tier of combat power was merely the star god, followed by the envoy. Envoys possess at least the strength to extinguish stars. What is there for you to play at? In this world, you might not even meet your demise, but that world is entirely different. Furthermore, in the novice village, the sea realm is considered an invincible existence. Enough of this discussion. As Yu's vision blurred, upon reopening his eyes, he was met with a blank examination paper sprawled across the table. He glanced at the name above and then shut his eyes again. What was this all about? Upon closing and reopening his eyes, he found himself back in the examination hall. It had been a year or two since his university graduation, and he had opted for history as an elective. Now facing physics was akin to a death sentence. Glancing at the multiple-choice questions, he haphazardly selected all CS and rested his chin in contemplation, staring out the window. After enduring until the submission of papers, he finally relievedly rubbed his sore arms and stood up. After completing all subjects, he slung his backpack strap over one shoulder, noting he was the last to leave. The lights in the entire building had been extinguished. As he passed a classroom still illuminated, curiosity compelled him to peek inside. A boy in a school uniform held a scalpel in his hand, with a half-dissected specimen lying on the table. The boy suddenly turned, and their eyes met unexpectedly. You averted his gaze first and continued walking. Checking his watch, he noted the time was 11 o'clock, and he couldn't help but marvel at the diligence of today's youth. Following the information left in the books, upon reaching home, he confidently pushed open the door. Since he had traversed into the original host's body, he might as well make himself at home. After spending an evening meticulously arranging his abode to his liking, he reclined upon the sofa. He felt quite content with having a day off following the monthly examination, although the prospect of facing tests each month was rather disheartening. The next morning, he arrived at class and settled into his seat, raising an eyebrow upon recognizing his deskmate as the boy he had encountered the previous night. And Qingyu, noticing his gaze, adjusted his glasses and offered a shy smile. As the bell rang, the teacher entered the classroom and immediately focused on him. You fell silent for a moment. Without a doubt, he knew he was in trouble. You, the teacher called his name, prompting him to stand and respond, "Present." This is your first time here, so it's understandable if you find the environment and the lessons challenging. Should you have any questions or struggle to keep up, feel free to visit my office at any time, the teacher instructed, gesturing towards himself. Both I and the other subject teachers are more than willing to assist you. If you feel uncomfortable approaching us, you may also seek help from classmate in Qingyu. And Qingyu, haven't you recently completed your project? Please do extend your assistance if he encounters any difficulties. And Qingyu nodded slightly, replying, "Certainly, teacher. You may take your seat," the teacher concluded. Once seated, Qingyu rested his chin on his hand, casting his gaze towards Qingyu, who was equally looking back at him. Ci's initial impression of him was that of a frail scholar, adorned with spectacles and a gentle smile, his physique appearing rather slight, lacking the robustness of someone accustomed to physical training. As the teacher distributed the test papers, he chided, "Ciu, do you perhaps harbor a bias against mathematics? Your score of 21 in math and 121 in language arts suggests that math has wronged you in some manner." Laughter erupted from the classroom as Ciu squeezed his eyes shut, feeling an overwhelming desire to vanish. Scoring so high in language arts was no small feat, at least indicating that he hadn't entirely disappointed his teacher in reading comprehension. Upon receiving his test paper and glancing at the score, Ciu pressed his lips together, recalling the teacher's words about a test card being tossed on the ground, trampled underfoot to yield over 30 points. After class, numerous students gathered around his desk, playfully teasing him. As his popularity began to rise, he found himself uncertain whether to feel pleased. It seemed that others found amusement in his misfortunes, which only contributed to his growing reputation. Finally, as the bell rang once more, the surrounding students returned to their seats. At that moment, Qingyu's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "Did you understand?" Ci's smile faltered instantly, realizing that he was indeed being asked the wrong question. "Sort of," he replied ambiguously, lowering his head to flip through his textbook. After a month of acquaintance, he had become familiar with many classmates, and upon hearing tales of Qingyu, he could only muster a solitary word after a lengthy pause. 6. As the monthly examination approached once again, he managed to perform consistently, showing no signs of change. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses to him. These problems posed little challenge, and despite explaining numerous questions to Ciu, there had been no improvement in his scores. "Sometimes I truly wish to dissect you, to discover what resides within your mind." Upon hearing these words, Ciu's body stiffened, his previously relaxed demeanor vanishing as he straightened up. Over the past few days, he had come to understand, and Qingyu somewhat, he was indeed a man of his word. "It's merely an examination. Qingyu, it's nothing to be overly concerned about," Ciu remarked, shifting his chair to distance himself slightly. After school, he strolled out with a few classmates, their arms linked casually. "Ciu," he halted and turned back to Qingyu. "What is it?" "The teacher suggested that when I have time, I should tutor you fortuitously. I have some time today." Ciu forced a smile, then released his grip, chuckling awkwardly before waving his hand. "You all go ahead." Chapter 2, Magic. Returning to his seat with a sense of resignation, he retrieved the test paper from his desk. After listening for a good 10 minutes, he was uncertain whether Qingyu had grown weary of teaching regardless. He himself was exhausted from listening. After stifling a yawn, he stood and placed his palm upon the test. "It's getting late. Qingyu ought to head home soon. It would be unfortunate to encounter any mishap on the way." And Qingyu raised his gaze slightly. "All right, we'll continue tomorrow." The smile that had just graced Ciu's face faded in an instant as he watched Qingyu gather his belongings and depart. Leaning over his desk, he closed his eyes, only to be interrupted by 3 sharp knocks at the door. He turned to see Qingyu standing there, stating flatly, "I'm leaving." Ciu, momentarily taken aback, rose with a hint of a smile. "Coming." Initially surprised by their coinciding routes, Ciu soon realized that Qingyu always arrived before him in the mornings, and they only returned together occasionally in the evenings. As was customary, Ciu trailed closely behind him that day, sensing an unusual disturbance ahead. He came to a halt. Being from the sea realm, his senses were notably acute, yet he was disinclined to intervene. He preferred to leave professional matters to those who were competent. "Qingyu, little fish, are you hungry? I recall a barbecue place down that street. Would you like to go?" And Qingyu paused, shaking his head slightly, stating he had matters to attend to upon returning. Ciu grasped his wrist, reluctant to let go of his desk mate, fearing he might not find a better companion next time. "Don't be so heartless in treating. So let's eat freely," he insisted, coaxing Qingyu to the side while casting a glance toward the restaurant. Initially wishing to break free, Qingyu noticed Ciu's lingering gaze and narrowed his eyes, eventually following his lead. Behind them, a crimson barrier silently rose. After ordering a few skewers, Ciu took out his phone, glancing up at Qingyu, who was engrossed in his book. He blinked. "Isn't the end of the semester approaching soon? Little fish? Next term, I wish to switch to the art stream." And Qingyu paused in turning the pages, setting the book aside. Isn't science preferable? Yu quickly waved his hands. No, it's just that I feel I might be more suited for the art. Science requires too much mental effort and doesn't suit me. Yu languidly slumped in his chair, embracing a sense of resignation. And Qingyu shook his head gently. That won't do, it seems you actually enjoy it. Listening to his unwavering tone, Yu fell momentarily silent. Perhaps the dissections he had conducted alongside Qingyu in recent days had led him astray at times. He found it rather intriguing. However, upon witnessing the rapturous expression on Qingyu's face during the dissections, his interest waned instantly. He feared that if Qingyu's enthusiasm peaked, he might become the next specimen. Yet, hearing Qingyu's refusal, he leaned in with the curiosity of a discoverer. Little fish, are you reluctant to part with me? Observing Qingyu's tranquil gaze, he felt disenchanted and returned to his previous position. Why the lack of reaction? Yu sighed. I prefer history over biology. Are you planning to major in history in the future? After a brief moment of contemplation, he dismissed the idea, realizing that studying two subjects would only make him seem idle. No. And Qingyu looked at him as if he were foolish. Yu silently turned his head away. Science is science. Please refrain from looking at me with that expression. Thank you. The following morning, listening to the discussions about magic at the front of the classroom, Yu raised an eyebrow. What's so difficult about magic? Can you perform it? Su Yuqing turned to face him. Yu nodded slightly. Although he did not know magic, he possessed the ability to wield spells, and finding amusement among his peers was rather delightful. He snapped his fingers, and a rose materialized in his hand. Gasps echoed around him as he extended the flower forward. For you. Su Yuqing looked up at him, then lowered his gaze to take the rose, which transformed into a small bird, soaring through the window's crevice into the sky. What do you think? Su Yuqing fell silent for a moment before managing to utter, impressive. As the class bell rang, the students surrounding them scattered like startled birds. Yu observed the flower above Su Yuqing's head, desperately suppressing a smile. How did you do that? Upon hearing Qingyu's inquiry, Yu cleared his throat. It's a secret. Even if he wished to teach, he could not, for Qingyu was merely an ordinary individual. Time flew by, and soon the end of the final exams arrived. The students sat in the classroom, awaiting their summer assignments. Su Yuqing turned to Yu. Are you coming to the gathering tomorrow night? After pondering, Yu realized he had no plans for the evening and nodded slightly. Sure. Who else will be there? Me, the class monitor, Li Zixuan, Chun Mingming, Zhang Zixuan, Yu Mengting, and Su Zixin. Sounds good. Su Yuqing then shifted his gaze to Qingyu. Scholar, will you join us? And Qingyu shook his head gently. Come on, let's go together. It's not like you'll be doing anything at home. Su Yuqing eagerly chimed in. Exactly. Summer vacation is so long. A day or two doesn't matter. And Qingyu let out a sigh, then nodded slightly. Seeing this, Su Yuqing took out his phone to report in their small group chat. On the way home after school, students carried large bags filled with various items, some even requiring their parents' assistance to manage their loads. Chen Mingming looked enviously at the backpack in Ciyu's hand. By the way, Ciyu, why do you have so few things? I return my belongings home since I commute, Ciyu replied, extending his hand. Chen Mingming shook her head. No need, this little backpack is manageable. Ciyu gently shook his head and leaned closer to Qingyu. Do you need assistance, little fish? And Qingyu handed him her bag, and after he took it, he caught up with Su Yuqing ahead. Are we playing Honor of Kings tonight? Ciyu nodded. Sure, I'll take you. I wouldn't recommend bringing another one, Li Zixuan said, resting his hand on his shoulder. Of course. I've heard about the recent supernatural occurrences in Songnan, he added. In such a small place like Songnan? Over the past few months, Ciyu had learned quite a bit about Songnan. It was a remote, inconspicuous little city. Since it served as the protagonist's starting village, it surely posed no real danger. Seeing his skepticism, Li Zixuan grew a bit anxious. I'm telling the truth. My neighbor said he saw something resembling a blue octopus yesterday. Then that afternoon, he was taken away by the police. Ciyu raised an eyebrow at this revelation. He could easily surmise that the blue octopus was likely real. However, he found it perplexing that the protagonist had yet to appear, yet bizarre occurrences were already underway. Ironically, he encountered supporting characters before the main one. Moreover, I heard from neighbors that a child once claimed to have seen an angel on the moon. Chang'e? Ciu instinctively blurted out. Probably not. I think what you all are saying is nonsense. We should trust science, Su Yuchan interjected, shaking his head in disbelief. Li Zixuan retorted. Haven't you heard the saying? The end of science is metaphysics. Chapter 3. There's a reason they stick together. This conversation will continue tomorrow. My father is going to pick me up. Goodbye. Su Yuchen waved to the group and swiftly ran toward a sleek black sedan parked by the roadside. Once Li Zixuan departed, Ciu turned to catch a glimpse of Qingyu's figure. Alas, the throng of students hurrying home was overwhelming. Heads bobbed to the left and right, and he craned his neck for quite some time without spotting him. He has left, and Qingyu's voice drifted softly to his ear. Ciu turned to look at him. Little fish, when did you get ahead of us? You all were simply too slow, and Qingyu replied, bypassing him and moving onward. Ciu hurried to keep pace. Do you believe in angels? And Qingyu nodded, yes. Ciu regarded him with the curious gaze one might reserve for a rare specimen. I thought you would assert that there were no spirits in this world. I did not expect you to believe in such things. Not having seen something does not equate to its non-existence. Indeed, Qingyu nodded doubtfully. Human perspectives vary greatly. Before that incident, he had been a staunch materialist. Will you be doing your homework when you return? Could I perhaps borrow it to copy? Ciu asked, turning with an expectant expression. He truly loathed contemplating summer assignments. And Qingyu seemed to see through his thoughts at a glance. It's quite simple. Write it yourself. Ah. Upon returning home, Ciu began to assess his gains from the past few days. Joy value, 1376110000000 realm. Mid-stage of the C realm, counting the zeros trailing behind the number. Ciu promptly abandoned the tasks. If one could complete the assignments obediently, it would hardly be termed joy. At the White Knight restaurant, when Ciu arrived, nearly every other table was occupied. Li Zixuan placed several dice and a stack of paper on the table. Everyone except the academic overachiever is here. Since the dishes haven't arrived yet, shall we engage in a game? Come on, I brought some drinks. Su Yuchen exclaimed, retrieving a case of beer from beneath the table. Chen Mengmeng rummaged through her handbag and produced a compact device. Perfect timing. I have a lie detector. Ciu raised an eyebrow at the well-prepared setup on the table. You all must have conspired. Li Zixuan grasped the 3 dice in his hand and tossed them onto the table. The dice spun several times before settling. 3, 2, 6, 11. Class monitor, it's you. Truth or dare? Truth. With which of us present would you feel the most upset if you were to argue? Qingyu. Ciu. Resting his chin on one hand, suddenly looked up at her. Why? If the new students think I manage poorly, I would indeed be very upset. Qingyu paused momentarily, then shook his head vigorously. That's not the case. So the class monitor believes that our opinions as old classmates are not particularly significant. Is that right? Chen Mengmeng said, feigning injury as she clutched her heart. Li Zixuan interjected. Naturally, the suggestions of new classmates hold greater value. All right, I shall continue, Li Zixuan said, picking up the dice once more and tossing them. 9. Ciu, truth or dare? Choose one. Truth. What do you like? Little fish. Others bore expressions akin to having stumbled upon a remarkable secret, their gazes flitting between the lie detector and Ciu. Is it genuine or not? Observing their astonished faces, Ciu could not help but chuckle. Haha, I was just teasing you. You actually believed it. It didn't even beep. How could it be false? The lie detector measures your heartbeat to determine whether you are lying. Given my fondness for someone, it was only natural that it would ring true. Are you just here to amuse us? Ciu then glanced at his phone, noting the time, and swiftly changed the subject. Strange, why hasn't T. Xiaoyu arrived yet? Aren't T-top students always punctual? He nodded thoughtfully, then turned his gaze towards the entrance. At 7 o'clock, when all the dishes had been served, Ciu rested his chin on his hands, observing them. It seemed that, over time, their inquiries had grown increasingly intricate. They had consumed 4 boxes of liquor, embodying the notion that if he cannot enjoy himself, he shall not allow others to either. Shaking off a slight dizziness, he rose and walked towards the door. I'm going to wash my face. The cold breeze in the corridor invigorated him, and as he stood at the sink, he gazed at his reflection. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to touch his face, only to quickly retract his hand, inhaling deeply before retracing his steps. Just as he reached the door, he encountered Qingyu approaching. Xiaoyu, you're so slow. I thought you weren't coming. You've been drinking, Qingyu remarked, his brow slightly furrowed, prompting Xiaoyu to assume he disdained alcohol. Don't you like drinking? Upon pushing open the door to the private room, he called inside. Xiaoyu doesn't tea like drinking. Put the alcohol away. As the sounds of clinking bottles echoed from within, Xiaoyu yawned and leaned against the doorframe. I drank the least, only 3 bottles. Impressive, right? He said, gesturing with his chin. Noticing Qingyu's slightly tipsy demeanor, Xiaoyu sighed lightly. Since you don't enjoy drinking, if you had come earlier wound tea, you have been able to answer any question posed to you? Qingyu replied with a silence that spoke volumes, the initial pleasantries giving way to ulterior motives. Xiaoyu straightened up and placed a hand on his shoulder. Xiaoyu, why are you ignoring me? You used to be quite talkative when we first met. Why have you become increasingly reticent? Seeing Qingyu merely gaze at him in silence, Xiaoyu leaned closer, reaching out to touch the mole beneath his eye. From this angle, you resemble several other individuals I know. He pondered aloud. Perhaps the handsome ones all look somewhat alike? Releasing his hand, Qingyu adjusted his glasses. After waiting a minute or two, sensing the atmosphere had sufficiently lightened, Xiaoyu pulled him inside. The others seated in the room exchanged glances at their intertwined fingers, before simultaneously lowering their heads to send messages on their phones. Chen Mingming, after all this time, doesn't T the teacher think something is amiss with them? Su Yuqing, what is amiss? I think it seems quite normal. Yu Mingting, what we girls discuss is beyond your comprehension, boys. Li Zixuan. Su Zixin, are you suggesting that Qingyu has been led astray? Chen Mingming, take a moment to ponder. Yu Mingting, there is a reason they are intertwined. Chen Mingming, indeed, there is a reason they are intertwined. Class monitor, there is a reason they are intertwined. The incessant stream of messages left Li Zixuan momentarily dazed. Xiaoyu noticed that they were all engrossed in their phones and tapped the table with her finger. Why do you all keep playing on your phones? Chen Mingming turned her phone face down on the table, chuckling awkwardly. Aha, it's nothing, really. Xiaoyu gave her a curious glance, then poured herself a glass of juice. Who among you has completed the summer homework? Isn't it universally accepted that it gets done on the last night? 1 pen, 1 lamp, 1 night, a miracle. Chapter 4. A life of socializing for the people of Huaxia during the summer vacation. He was compelled by Qingyu's threats and enticements to complete his work on the eve of the school year. The following morning, after tidying himself and donning his school uniform, Xiaoyu slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way to the school gates. Observing the throng of students around him, he hesitated, stepping back slightly to gaze at the large characters above the entrance. Along the way, he noticed that a significant majority of the students wore expressions that were rather blank, their movements stiff and mechanical, with his hands tucked into his pockets. He quickened his pace towards the classroom. Upon entering, he scanned the room and, seeing that everyone appeared relatively normal, he let out a small sigh of relief. He had barely rested his head on the desk when the sound of a chair scraping against the floor broke the silence. He lifted his gaze slightly to find Qingyu with a rather displeased expression. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquired, "What's wrong? Did someone owe you money?" Ignoring his jest, Qingyu spoke earnestly, "It's not safe outside lately. Don't wander around during breaks." Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to convey this message once Qingyu arrived, yet now the roles were reversed. Why? Qingyu fell silent for a moment. He could only discern that something was amiss with the students outside, but the reasons eluded him. "Just don't go outside," he reiterated. Hearing his terse response, Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. All right. During the break, Xiaoyu leaned on his desk, idly pressing the button of his automatic pen, when Su Yuqing turned around and gestured towards the door. "Shall we take a stroll? There are quite a few people playing ball on the playground." Just as Xiaoyu was about to decline, he stood up and said, "Sure." As he passed by Qingyu, he felt a tug on his clothing, which threw him off balance and caused him to stumble onto Qingyu. "What are you doing? I told you not to go out." It then dawned on Xiaoyu that he had forgotten his earlier promise. With a resigned smile directed at Su Yuqing, he said, "It's only a 10-minute break. Let us skip it." Su Yuqing sighed and nodded, returning to his seat. Xiaoyu followed suit, resuming his position and striking up a conversation with Su Yuqing. Throughout their dialogue, Yu's gaze frequently darted towards Qingyu. After Su Yuqing finished speaking, he took out a water bottle to drink. What's wrong? And Qingyu couldn't help but ask. Yu cleared his throat and subtly inquired, do you exercise often? Remembering the earlier incident wherein Qingyu's hand had roamed over him. A faint blush crept onto Qingyu's face. Not really. Yu playfully pinched Qingyu's cheek, teasing, why are you so shy, little fish? And Qingyu turned his head away. Have you finished the test? Qingyu replied. It's a newly assigned test. How could I finish it so quickly? As he spoke, his eyes drifted towards Qingyu's paper, which was already completed. Yu widened his eyes in disbelief, while Qingyu adjusted his glasses and offered a shy smile. I did. With a resigned sigh, Yu picked up his pen and began to write. The next morning, as Yu surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the number of sluggish individuals had noticeably increased compared to the previous day. He was quite curious about what the person behind the scenes intended to do. Assimilating others within the school had not stirred any commotion outside its walls. Hearing the bustling noise of the crowd behind him, Yu glanced back with intrigue. A group of students surrounded a boy at the center, whose eyes were covered with a black cloth, holding a white cane. The protagonist, a blind person? Qingyu said silently. What are they looking at? He slightly tilted his head towards Qingyu behind him. Isn't it interesting, the new student? And Qingyu pulled him towards the classroom. Class is about to start. Yu shot him a puzzled look. If you remember correctly, there was still at least half an hour before class began. Upon entering the classroom, he was drawn in by the lively commotion and quickened his pace to join in their chatter. It was lunchtime. Remembering the teacher's discourse on the mist, Yu propped his chin on one hand and gazed at Qingyu. Little fish, would you like to know what lies beyond the mist? And Qingyu's eyes sparkled with interest. Yes. If there's a chance, I'll take some photos for you. Yu initially intended to suggest taking him inside, but reconsidered, knowing he was an ordinary person. And Qingyu furrowed his brow slightly. You want to go in? Let us see how it goes. I'm curious too about what's within the mist. Su Yuqing interjected, unable to restrain himself. Perhaps not. There are many rumors about the mist. They say there are things in there that eat people. At the mention, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yu's eyes. Then we must see it for ourselves. Su Yuqing. That evening, the cool breeze of the night enveloped him, and Yu tightened his clothing. The streetlights, perhaps due to prolonged neglect, flickered intermittently. Why does little fish choose this route? It's clearly longer, and the streetlights are poor. I need to buy something. Qingyu sighed softly. Ever since witnessing a certain fortunate individual being slain by something resembling a vine, he had clung to Qingyu every evening on his way home from school. Sensing some unusual sense in the air, he furrowed his brows slightly, releasing a hint of spiritual energy until the strange odors dissipated, at which point he withdrew his energy. Hearing faint footsteps in the distance, Yu pulled Qingyu into a side alley. He placed a hand over his mouth, signaling for silence, as the footsteps grew closer. I wonder if those two ghost-faced individuals can handle it. Once we clear the nearby ghost-faced beings, we'll investigate. A girl's voice was slightly hurried. Okay, another girl replied. Once the footsteps faded away, Yu turned his attention back to Qingyu. Seeing him staring intently, Yu instinctively withdrew his hand. Ghost-faced beings? Yu murmured, then glanced toward the direction the two had vanished. It sounds like some mythical creature. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, which had been slightly askew. It resembles creatures from Western mythology. Yu raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. Looking at him, you know about these things? And Qingyu shook her head gently, expressing her lack of understanding, having only glimpsed a fraction of it. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light surged into the sky from a distance, illuminating nearly half of Songnan. The two turned their gazes towards the source of the light until it vanished, exchanging a knowing glance. As a quintessentially sociable individual from Huaxia, Yu took a step forward towards that direction. However, after only a few paces, someone grasped his collar, prompting Yu to turn around in confusion. What are you doing? Little fish? He inquired. We should go back. Just a quick look, Yu replied, gesturing with his hand to indicate one moment. No way. And Qingyu insisted, pulling him forward. Yu's expression immediately soured, resembling a fish out of water, bereft of its aspirations. Chapter 5. The forceful abduction of a civilian male until he was dragged upstairs. Qingyu stared at him in bewilderment and asked, "What are you doing? Surely you are not attempting to forcibly abduct a civilian male." Upon hearing this, Qingyu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows in irritation, noticing his truly vigilant demeanor, and playfully tapped him on the head. "Speak properly." Qingyu Bao did. "Then why did you pull me here? What else could it be?" He mumbled the last part under his breath. Upon hearing this, Qingyu felt a twinge of mischief. "Did you see that figure on the moon?" Qingyu Bao was it. His expression shifting as he recalled that he had been too preoccupied with the beam of light to notice what was on the moon. However, he believed that most people, like him, were always focused on the source of the commotion, paying little mind to their surroundings. "You seem observant. Do you remember? Li Zixuan once mentioned that a child from a neighboring house claimed to have seen an angel on the moon." Qingyu thought carefully and indeed recalled such an incident. Although it had been a month or two ago, it seems like he began his thoughts racing. "Are you suggesting that these two occurrences might involve the same individual?" And Qingyu shook her head slightly, uncertain. "They both occurred in the old town. It's merely a conjecture." Qingyu responded affirmatively, settling comfortably on the sofa. "Is there only you at home?" "Yes," and Qingyu replied, taking a seat beside him. "Little fish, let us discuss something." "Absolutely not. Come on," Qingyu said, draping an arm across her shoulder. "I beg you, little fish." And Qingyu shifted uncomfortably away from him. "No discussions regarding homework. And can I borrow your phone? You can't just copy the answers. Surely you can search for them yourself." Seeing her silence, Qingyu bit his lip, contemplating his 4 exams, and decided to plead, "Save my life." And Qingyu nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Qingyu!" startled by her outburst. Qingyu sprang up and bolted away. In his school days, the first person to finish the exam was considered the champion. As he pondered in Qingyu's earlier remark, he realized he hadn't considered it before. Indeed, a top student's mind works in wondrous ways. After walking for a short while, he sensed something amiss. The streets were noticeably quieter than before, and even the lights in the neighboring houses had dimmed. Qingyu furrowed his brow and quickened his pace until he spotted a few individuals huddled together, discussing something, and then slowed down. Hearing their trivial conversation, Qingyu sighed inwardly, expecting to learn about the recent events. Upon returning home, he placed his backpack on the table and began browsing short videos on his phone. If he couldn't finish the exams, he would simply take a sick leave tomorrow. After all, he wasn't overly concerned about his grades. The next day, the teacher initially refused his request for leave, but Qingyu's knack for fabrication proved effective, ultimately securing him half a day off. Although brief, that half day was sufficient for him to complete all his assignments. At noon, when he arrived at the classroom, he noticed Qingyu sprawled over the desk. Qingyu took his seat and then grasped the hand that hung beside him. "Have you finished?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Not sleepy," came the reply. "Oh, little fish, your hand is so cold." Qingyu enveloped it with both of his, despite the sweltering heat of the summer classroom, where only a few fans circulated the air. Even with the windows open, the midday sun bore down, causing perspiration to bead on their foreheads. "What are you two up to?" A voice suddenly interrupted from behind, prompting Qingyu to turn and look at Li Zixuan. "Can't you tell? We're holding hands," he replied. Li Zixuan paused, contemplating before muttering, "Aren't you hot?" Qingyu smiled broadly. "Not at all. It feels refreshing." "I encountered something strange today," Li Zixuan remarked as he leaned against the desk beside him. Qingyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What happened?" "When I went to the cafeteria at noon, right after I picked up my tray, someone bumped into me. The tray fell to the ground, and I called out to him, but he ignored me. When I tried to grab him, he brushed me off." Li Zixuan continued, grinding his teeth in frustration. "That's not all. Everyone around me acted as if they hadn't seen a thing," continuing on their way. "Some even stepped on the food. Not only did they refuse to help, but they also made things worse." Qingyu lowered his head, deep in thought, recalling those he had encountered at the start of the semester. "I've had similar experiences," he admitted. Li Zixuan looked at him curiously. "When?" "Back at the beginning of the semester," Qingyu whispered. "I initially thought it was related to some sort of hypnosis, but they didn't seem to be alive." "What?" Li Zixuan's eyes widened in shock. and he nearly raised his voice, but Yu swiftly stood, covering his mouth. Shoo! After Li Zishuan nodded, indicating he understood. Yu released him. What is all the fuss about? Yu shot him a bemused glance. Li Zishuan returned the look, questioning how one should react upon discovering that those living alongside them were, in fact, a throng of the deceased. After a moment of contemplation, Yu advised, "It's been a while now. We're not the only ones noticing the oddities. For now, it's best to keep quiet." Li Zishuan nodded slightly. "All right, I'll follow your lead." A series of knocks resounded at the door, prompting nearly everyone to instinctively turn their heads. "The teacher wants a few of you to come to their office after class." Some students attempted to inquire further, but the girl delivering the message had already left. "Why speak halfway? How many are supposed to go?" The class monitor eagerly raised his hand. "I'm the monitor. I'll go." "Is anyone joining me?" Li Zishuan pondered for a moment before raising his hand. "I'll go too." Yu, after a fleeting frown of concern for their earlier conversation, added, "I'll join as well." The monitor nodded. "All right, then it will be the three of us. That should suffice." The other students resumed their activities, some chattering while others returned to their assignments. "Why are you going too?" Li Zishuan asked, surprised by Ciu's decision. In his recollection, Yu hardly engaged with the teacher beyond the routine of daily duties and attending classes. The student just now seemed somewhat peculiar. With many present, it felt safer. Li Zishuan, bewildered, pointed at himself, asking, "Are you counting on me?" "Yu." And Qingyu responded, "I will join you all then." Upon hearing this, Li Zishuan exhaled in relief. Yet before he could fully relax, he was struck by the realization that they still played basketball and ran around the playground during breaks. However, Qingyu devoted herself to her studies, both in class and during recess. "This one do. You probably haven't surpassed my abilities yet." And Qingyu. Chapter 6. The Serpent Demon hearing the laughter nearby, and Qingyu let out a resigned sigh. After school in the evening, students gradually left the classroom in small groups. Yu, after organizing his backpack, departed with a few others. Upon reaching the teacher's office, the class monitor politely approached and knocked on the door. Inside the office were 4 teachers and 3 students, and Yu's gaze swiftly swept over them. "Teachers, have you summoned us for something? Please take a seat." The group exchanged glances and proceeded to occupy the available chairs. As Yu noticed their scrutinizing stares, he furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. He grasped Qingyu's hand and inscribed in his palm, "You go first in a while." And Qingyu slightly shook his head. Yu clicked his tongue in frustration. They were reluctant to act, and he was uncertain of his own capabilities. Taking a deep breath, he patiently wrote 2 words in his palm, "Don't fuss." And Qingyu frowned and still shook his head, causing Yu to feel a wave of darkness wash over him. Reluctantly, he shifted his attention to the other 2 individuals. Li Zishuan blinked, his eyes reflecting a sense of foolishness, while the class monitor sat beside him, embodying the image of a model student. After approximately 10 minutes, the laughter and footsteps outside gradually subsided. A few students and teachers approached them, and Li Zishuan swallowed hard, rising from his seat and moving beside the 2. "Why do I feel they are acting strangely?" Li Zishuan leaned down, lowering his voice. Yu narrowed his eyes. "They are not human." Li Zishuan licked his lips nervously. "No way, bro, don't scare me." Suddenly, one of the teachers transformed into a creature that was half human, half snake, lunging towards him. Yu stood, but before he could react, someone stood in front of him, and Qingyu pulled a scalpel from his uniform pocket and plunged it into the serpent demon's neck. Warm blood splattered onto his face, which he calmly wiped away. Only when the serpent demon collapsed with a thud did Yu regain his composure and look at the fallen creature. "Qingyu." Hearing Qingyu call his name, he promptly responded, "Yes." And Qingyu placed another scalpel into his hand, adjusting his glasses as he glanced at the other individuals who had transformed into serpent demons. Yu inhaled deeply, pivoting towards the nearest serpent demon, swiftly slicing its neck, causing its head to roll on the ground. Raising an eyebrow, he began to believe the system's assertion about the invincibility of the novice village. He had not even exerted full force, and the head had already fallen in the street, effortlessly dispatching the remaining 4 serpent demons. Yu turned back to find that Qingyu had already dealt with the one before him. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, Yu's expression darkened. He seized Qingyu and hurried outside, noticing that the two of them still stood there in a daze, seemingly not fully aware of their surroundings. Yu reached out and tapped Li Zixuan on the shoulder. "What are you two doing standing there? Hurry up and leave." Li Zixuan snapped back to reality and quickly followed, though his mind was filled with questions. However, with their lives in jeopardy, there was no time for inquiries. As he stepped into the corridor, Yu attentively listened to the footsteps echoing from both sides, then opted to move towards the left, where the sounds appeared to be fewer. Fortunately, their classroom was on the second floor, making it relatively simple to traverse this level of the corridor to escape. Initially, he contemplated jumping down directly, but remembering his 3 teammates, he abandoned the idea. In the corridor, a swarm of students clad in uniforms surged towards them. Yu adjusted his wrist into a more comfortable position. After dispatching a few, he began to feel a throbbing ache in his wrist. The surgical knife was too short. Swinging it required an extension of his arm and considerable effort. Tucking the scalpel into his pocket, Yu brandished a gun instead. He fired several shots, but alas, his aim was lacking, striking only the body of a serpent demon. "Damn, where did you get that gun?" Li Zixuan exclaimed. Qingyu approached from behind and seized his hand, pulling the trigger, gazing at the bullet that struck the demon's forehead. Yu paused momentarily before turning to face him. As several students charged back towards them, he inhaled deeply and exchanged the gun for a sword. The long blade glided through the air, leaving a translucent blue afterimage, crackling with electricity. Thankfully, there were not many serpent demons at the staircase, and it did not take long for them to descend. Having fled the school, they ran far away and, confirming that no one was pursuing them, leaned against a wall, panting heavily. "I've never run 1,000 meters that quickly," Yu remarked. After catching his breath, Li Zixuan straightened up and asked, "Where did you get that gun? And how did it turn into a sword? What was that spectacular move?" Listening to his barrage of questions, Yu rubbed his temples in exasperation. "It's a kind of forbidden space that belongs to me. As for anything further, if you ask me, I have no idea." Li Zixuan blinked. "So what exactly are those serpent demons?" Yu shrugged. "I don't know." Li Zixuan opened his mouth, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "What do we do now? Do we still have to go to school tomorrow?" The class monitor wore a worried expression. "We must inform the other students. They are still in the dark." Yu smirked slightly. "Aren't you afraid you might not return after you go?" The class monitor hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely replied, "We cannot let the other students encounter danger as well." Li Zixuan fell silent for a while, before slowly responding, "You're quite impressive. Do as you wish," Yu said, pulling Qingyu forward. "Then we shall head home first." On the way, feeling his gaze fixed upon him, Yu turned his head. "What is the matter?" Qingyu offered a shy smile. "May I dissect you?" Yu fell silent for a moment before retorting, "What do you think?" Qingyu let out a regretful sigh. "Very well." Yu instantly felt relieved, but upon noticing the head in Qingyu's hand, he froze in shock. He had been oblivious to what Qingyu was carrying all along. "Not you," Yu stammered, struck dumb by astonishment. "You're not afraid. But carrying someone else's head around, what does that even mean?" He remarked on why Li Zixuan's expression was always one of hesitation upon seeing Qingyu, as if it were related to the object in his hand. Qingyu's face displayed a fervent yet slightly infatuated expression, contemplating the exquisite cellular structure of the object. Yu opened his mouth, then slowly raised a thumb in approval, "Wishing you success." After speaking, he turned and walked ahead, while Qingyu quickened his pace to walk beside him. Noticing a red plastic bag in the trash bin, Yu paused for a brief moment before approaching to retrieve it. "It would be unfortunate to frighten someone with this," he said, opening the bag to glance at Qingyu. Qingyu nodded slightly and stepped forward to place the item inside. Chapter 7. This world is ultimately turned upside down. I shall take my leave. It would be prudent for you not to attend school tomorrow, said Yu, waving his hand at him. The following morning, Yu retrieved his phone to call the class monitor, but after several attempts, he was met with silence on the other end. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he cursed under his breath, shouldered his backpack, and stepped outside. After taking a few paces, he paused to grab his phone again. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found, as anticipated, the class monitor, Li Xinya, standing at the podium, addressing the class. Everyone, listen to me, our school. Hearing his voice, Li Xinya turned in surprise, her expression shifting as she exclaimed, "Qiyu, what are you doing?" Qiyu approached her and pulled her down from the podium. Once they reached a secluded corner at the back of the room, he spoke slowly. They may not act during the day, but should you utter a word, the situation could change. By doing this, you are merely hastening everyone's demise. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Li Xinya opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss. Her intentions were simple. She merely wished for everyone to survive. "Qingyu, monitor. You both are here," exclaimed Li Zixuan, who had just entered through the back door of the classroom and spotted the two. Qiyu's eyes widened slightly upon seeing him. Given Li Zixuan's demeanor yesterday, he had assumed he would not show up. "I called you, but you both didn't answer, so I came to see what was going on," Li Zixuan explained. Su Yuchan approached from his seat, inquiring, "What are you discussing? You both look quite serious this morning. What transpired last night?" Li Zixuan, with a stern expression, recounted the events of the previous night. Su Yuchan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can't be serious. Did you catch a fever last night and lose your mind? Why are you talking such nonsense early in the morning?" Li Zixuan's frustration flared. "It's true. You used to believe me. Why are you suddenly siding with science?" Su Yuchan, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head. "Well, I was just joking." The class monitor interjected, "He is not deceiving you. We all witnessed it." Upon hearing this, Su Yuchan's expression turned grave. "Are you suggesting that you witnessed a student transform from a human into a snake?" "Indeed. This world has ultimately turned upside down." Su Yuchan inhaled deeply, continuing, "What should we do next?" Qiyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Let us proceed as we usually do, trying our best not to reveal anything unusual. I believe it won't be long before someone arrives to address this matter." Agreed. Returning to their seats, Qiyu gazed out at the bustling crowd outside. He heard the sound of a chair scraping against the floor beside him and turned to see Qingyu. Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, raised an eyebrow. "Have you made any discoveries?" "It has a remarkable cellular regeneration capability. One of its original forms should be somewhere in the school." Qiyu nodded, deep in thought, stifling a yawn as he rested his head on the desk. He had spent the entire night researching related information and now felt utterly exhausted. Propping one arm under his head, he reached out to pull in Qingyu closer. "Little fish, I'm feeling a bit drowsy. I shall take a short nap." For reasons unknown, the first lesson of the day began without a teacher's presence, and Qingyu gently placed his hand upon the other, pulling one towards himself in a most equitable manner. As the class came to an end, Su Yuqing turned his head, intending to share some thoughts regarding the serpent demon, only to discover that the two had already succumbed to slumber. With a soft sigh, he resigned himself to solitude in contemplation. Awakening well into the afternoon, Qiyu lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. Students were scattered about, most having departed for their meals. "Awake?" he inquired. "Indeed," Qiyu replied with a yawn. "Shall we dine?" "Very well." As they made their way to the cafeteria, the atmosphere buzzed with chatter, the midday meal proving considerably less constrained than the evenings. Noticing a remarkably handsome young man approaching from a distance, Qiyu halted in his tracks, observing him intently. Lin Chiye, having sensed his gaze, had removed his eye mask, moving along the path with an air of nonchalance that rendered him less conspicuous. Suppressing his curiosity, he feigned indifference as he strolled past. Seeing Qiyu fixated on the direction where the young man had vanished, and Qingyu could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "The crowd has dispersed. Why do you still stare?" Qiyu, momentarily taken aback, turned to him and asked, "Are you envious?" And Qingyu merely responded with silence. With a light chuckle, Qiyu draped his arm over Qingyu's shoulder, teasing, "I jest with you. Do you not find him familiar?" And Qingyu paused, contemplating, before shaking his head slightly. "I find him rather striking." Qiyu continued, "Remember the one with the black silk ribbon tied around his eye? I pointed him out to you not long ago." "Oh, I recall now." I sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him, reminiscent of that golden light from before. However, he appears not to wield any such power. and Qingyu glanced towards the direction Lin Xie had departed. Spiritual energy? Ciyu replied, I shall elucidate further on that later. Let us first attend to our meal. With that, he took in Qingyu's hand and led him towards the cafeteria. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned. Li Zixuan and his companions, who had initially been on high alert, gradually began to relax, yet hesitated to let their guard down completely. In stark contrast, Ciyu had adopted a habit of arriving at the classroom only to collapse into slumber, a far cry from his previously diligent demeanor. Are you not concerned about your grades? One of them queried. Ciyu glanced up, casting a sidelong look with such creatures now in existence. Do you still expect to attend class with peace of mind? Su Yuqing paused, suddenly finding merit in his words. Should we not acquire some survival skills for the wilderness? Ciyu's lips twitched slightly. Attend to your studies properly. Catching in Qingyu's somewhat knowing gaze, Ciyu rubbed the bridge of his nose. What troubles you, little fish? And Qingyu shook his head slightly. The state of those serpent demons this morning was rather unsettling. Ciyu turned his gaze towards the window. The hallway outside was deserted. Furrowing his brow, he rose from his seat. I shall step outside to investigate. And Qingyu reached out, grasping his arm. Do not go. Ciyu patted the back of his hand reassuringly. Do not fret. I will return shortly. Chapter 8. Flag raising, Qingyu furrowed her brow and paused for a moment before finally releasing her grip. Ciyu wandered around the school, and when he heard the bell signaling the start of class, his pace momentarily faltered before he proceeded forward. Along the way, he encountered only a few scattered late students. As he approached a low wall, he heard a rustling sound from outside. Ciyu hesitated, turned his head, and noticed that this wall was relatively low, a favorite spot for tardy students to climb over. Soon, voices drifted in from outside, and before long, a girl clad in a school uniform leaped over from the other side of the wall. She seemed taken aback to see someone else here. Following her, two more individuals followed suit. Ciyu crossed his arms and remarked, You two aren't from this school, are you? Lin Xie narrowed his eyes. He had recognized this person from a couple of previous encounters. It's you. Ciyu raised an eyebrow and turned to walk back. The headmaster is coming soon. Wait a moment. Just as Ciyu had taken a few steps, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. Who was up ahead? Ciyu glanced back, only to find that the three individuals had vanished. Sighing softly, he hurried towards the classroom. Upon his return, he found little had changed. Aside from the additional three individuals, everything seemed as usual. At the classroom door, he knocked lightly before stepping inside. How are you feeling? Is your health better? Although Ciyu was unaware of the illness the class monitor had concocted for him, he maintained a composed demeanor and nodded. Much improved. Thank you. Teacher. All right then, take a seat. Ciyu settled into his seat and retrieved his book. Seizing the opportunity while the teacher was busy writing on the blackboard, Su Yuqin leaned back in his chair and whispered, So, any discoveries? Ciyu nodded slightly. 3 new arrivals today, like me. They're probably here to handle this matter. There are quite a few infected individuals. Those 3-1T arrive anytime soon, so we need to be cautious. Su Yuqin nodded in agreement. All right, let us not go out then. Ciyu turned to Qingyu. I know of a place in the school without surveillance. We can climb out. Qingyu nodded. Okay, those individuals are not very powerful. I'll protect you. Hearing this, Qingyu looked at him, and Ciyu smiled reassuringly, even reaching out to grasp her hand, as if to alleviate any doubts she might have. Through her recent studies, Qingyu had discovered some abilities of the serpent demons. These powers seemed applicable to herself, albeit with less pronounced effects. During the midday flag-raising ceremony, Ciyu feigned illness as an excuse to stay in the classroom with Qingyu. Leaning on the desk, Ciyu twirled a gel pen in his hand, observing Qingyu, who was engrossed in her book. Little fish, Yu Yu. At the sound of his voice, Qingyu closed her book and looked at him. What is it? Ciyu shook his head slightly. Nothing, just wanted to call you since you seemed so focused. Qingyu sighed softly and reached out to hold his hand. Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? Ciyu tilted his head. Are you finding me bothersome? No. Don't you usually take a nap at this hour? The expression on Ciyu's face stiffened for a moment. Then he leaned on his desk, sighing, well, never mind. observing his sorrowful demeanor, and Qingyu fell silent, reflecting on her previous words, which seemed harmless, and resumed her reading. Before long, students returning from the flag-raising ceremony trickled back in. Suyu-chan pulled out a chair and slouched into his seat, exclaiming, "You won't believe it." During the ceremony, a student named Li Yifei ignored the teacher's instructions and just ran off with the national flag. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. 6. You should have seen the principal's bewildered expression. That student ran surprisingly fast, flag in hand, moving like the wind. Xiaoyu responded with a hum. Feeling his phone vibrate slightly, his expression shifting as he stood up. "Let's go." "Where to?" "Anywhere but school," Xiaoyu replied, gently nudging in Qingyu. "Little fish is leaving." "Yu-chan, call Zishuan." Suyu-chan signaled with an okay. "Sure thing." The school bell rang, and the biology teacher entered precisely on time. "What you all doing?" "Oh, Yu-chan has an upset stomach." "Huh?" As Xiaoyu quickened his pace, a faint explosion echoed, causing his expression to change slightly. Suddenly, the sky turned green, and many students rushed outside to gawk. The sound of shattering glass resonated as students from the classroom surged out, filling the hallway, and chaos ensued as they scattered in all directions. Students outside, oblivious to the situation, also joined the throng rushing downstairs. "We should head back," Xiaoyu said, avoiding the crowd and sticking close to the wall. Upon returning to the classroom, he locked the door behind him. Inside, the students exchanged confused glances, their fear escalating upon hearing the shrieks from outside. "Run! We need to get out of here!" A student, leading the charge, pushed open the front door, and the others followed suit. Xiaoyu couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity. He had seen foolishness before, but this was a new level. Venturing outside felt akin to courting death. With a faint sigh, he pulled in Qingyu to a corner, where she produced a book and began to flip through its pages. Seeing this, Xiaoyu leaned in closer, but in Qingyu's height put her a good half a head above him, making it just right from her perspective but slightly too tall for him. He clicked his tongue, tugged her hand down a little, and leaned in closer. As in Qingyu found herself suddenly face to face with him, her breath hitched, the proximity allowing her to see the fine hairs on Xiaoyu's face clearly. Xiaoyu noticed the intricate drawing of a snake demon in Qingyu's notebook and raised an eyebrow. The hand-drawn image bore a striking resemblance to an actual snake. "Are you still practicing sketching?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. And Qingyu lowered her gaze. "Isn't it something you can grasp after just a glance?" Qingyu replied. "The harm is negligible, yet the insult is profound." Yu Yu is real. Why isn't it Yu Yu?" In the distance, two girls were discussing and pointing, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement, leaving Xiaoyu momentarily bewildered. "Yu Yu, it seems they're calling for you," and Qingyu remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu turned to glance in their direction, only to see the two girls feigning disinterest, staring at anything but him. "You must have misheard," Xiaoyu replied, his lips twitching slightly. It seemed they were attempting to fool him into believing their ruse. Before long, the door swung open, and a young man entered, brandishing a knife. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow and straightened his posture. "Shall we step outside?" "Yes," came the response. Among those remaining in the classroom, some opted to follow Lin Xie, while others chose to stay behind. Xiaoyu lingered at the back of the group, keenly observing his surroundings for individuals. Chapter 9, The Soul Solution. As several serpent demons approached, Lin Xie drew his pistol and fired a rapid succession of shots, yet not a single bullet struck its target, all whizzing past them. Seeing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had thought his marksmanship was dismal, yet here was someone even less skilled. Navigating past other students, he reached the forefront and glanced at Lin Xie's firearm. In the next moment, he conjured an identical weapon. The serpent demons were alarmingly close, and Xiaoyu could easily take down one or two with a couple of shots. Lin Xie shot him a glance before charging ahead with his blade. When the approaching Qingyu arrived, Xiaoyu promptly thrust the gun into his hands, saying, "You take over." After clearing the serpents on this floor, Li Yifei led the others downstairs. Lin Xie, having received a new directive, ascended the staircase, while Qingyu adjusted his glasses and followed suit. Xiaoyu, seeing this, had no choice but to accompany them. Serpent demons surged toward them from the stairwell, prompting Xiaoyu to inwardly marvel No wonder the protagonist draws fire so effortlessly. And Qingyu also sensed something amiss. Have you not noticed that the serpent demons are all targeting you? What do you mean? Their focus seemed unnaturally precise. If possible, please recount all that has transpired, and Qingyu said, continuing to fire at the advancing demons. Hearing footsteps from below, Yu manifested a long sword. And then Qingyu turned to fire several shots at the oncoming demons. Yu glanced at him before dispatching the demons trailing behind and shaking off the remnants. Yet, the Nantawa serpent demons possessed formidable camouflage abilities. They could easily remain hidden forever. Why then would they suddenly appear, courting their own demise? Are you suggesting that this event should not have occurred? Qingyu squinted. It seems you are quite the catch. It hasn't been long, and already someone has set their sights on you. Lin Xie. Yu extended his hand. It has been a while. We have yet to introduce ourselves. Qingyu. Lin Xie hesitated momentarily before shaking his hand. I am Lin Xie. Upon reaching the third floor, Yu stepped ahead of Lin Xie. Since they had begun eliminating the serpent demons, he had not been overly concerned, save for the leader of the demons. Observing the foremost serpent demon, Yu raised an eyebrow and caressed its face, tilting its chin upward. This unfortunate creature was none other than his classmate. The serpent demon appeared bewildered by this boldness, staring vacantly at him without a reaction. And Qingyu, frowning slightly, fired a shot at the transformed individual. Yu silently released his grip, turning to cast a reproachful glance at Qingyu before dispatching the demon. The trio halted before the music classroom, and as Yu awaited the other two to enter, they remained unresponsive for a considerable time. He turned to Qingyu, noticing a faint blue glow in his eyes. Blinking, he then looked at Lin Xie, who exhibited a similar golden luminescence in his gaze. Yu inexplicably felt a sense of alienation. After all, their eyes shone with light, while his remained ordinary. Lin Xie forcefully kicked open the door to the music classroom, startling the students within, who shrieked and recoiled in alarm. All but Lu Xiaoyan fled the scene. At that moment, Li Yifei arrived wielding a fire axe, exclaiming, Lu Xiaoyan is the leader of the snake demons, run. The other girls huddled together in fright and quickly sought refuge behind Lin Xie. Lu Xiaoyan, in a flurry, shook her head and attempted to justify herself as she dashed towards the exit. Lin Xie remarked, the exorcism gun is ineffective against ordinary people. Qingyu raised her pistol, aimed at Lu Xiaoyan, and pulled the trigger. Lu Xiaoyan staggered before collapsing to the floor. Observing her lack of response, Lin Xie approached and lifted her from the ground. Heading towards the exit, Yu cast a sidelong glance behind Li Yifei, where a snake demon had unexpectedly appeared, baring its fangs and lunging at him. Producing a dagger in hand, Yu unhesitatingly hurled it at the creature. The dagger severed the demon's arm, embedding itself in the wall behind. Li Yifei yelped, retreating several steps. Qijing, the leader of the snake demons? Yu sensed something amiss, though she couldn't quite articulate it. Lin Xie set Lu Xiaoyan down and brandished a long knife, communicating something into his earpiece. As the snake demon charged, Yu took a step back to evade its attack. Lin Xie swung his blade at it, and, unlike his previous strikes, this time sparks flew as the knife met the demon's flesh. Suddenly, several bullets pierced the window, striking the snake demon. With one arm severed, Lin Xie found it relatively manageable, and, after decapitating the demon, took a deep breath to report back. Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying rushed in from the doorway, exhaling in relief upon seeing the snake demon's dismembered body on the ground. Hong Ying surveyed the group, eventually fixing her gaze on Yu. Would you like to join us, little brother? Yu paused momentarily before gently shaking his head. Are you really not considering it? She pressed. No, I trust this sister wouldn't coerce me, would she? Hong Ying waved her hand dismissively. Kids these days are quite difficult to handle. Yu stepped over to Qingyu, who appeared deep in thought and chose not to disturb him. Once Qingyu comprehended the situation, he raised his hand and shot at Li Yifei. Little fish. Li Yifei groaned in agony for a few moments before transforming into a snake demon. How did you uncover my identity? Qingyu adjusted his glasses. This is the only correct answer. While the others aimed their weapons at Li Yifei, You approached Qingyu, playfully hooking his finger. How did you figure it out? Qingyu reciprocated the gesture. We could discuss it later. Oh, after dealing with the formidable snake demon, a boy approached, jingling a bell in hand. You raised an eyebrow at Hong Ying, who had walked up to him. Is there something else? This is a confidentiality agreement. I hope he can sign it. You accepted the document, inscribing his name and adding a playful gesture at the end. As everyone else busied themselves with various matters, You glanced around in search of Qingyu, only to find him stealthily taking away the head of the Nantua serpent demon. You shut his eyes, suppressing a sigh as he pressed his lips together in resignation. After Qingyu departed, he conjured an identical replica to ensure absolute security before pursuing him. With the school in such disarray, it was evident that classes would be canceled for the next couple of days. He first made his way to the classroom to retrieve his phone before heading outside. At that moment, the sky transitioned from green back to its usual hue. Before long, he caught up with Qingyu, who was merely carrying a backpack. Qingyu tentatively spoke. Surely you haven't lost your mind to the extent of stuffing your head directly into the backpack? And Qingyu slightly shook his head, replying, no, I just put it in a bag. Qingyu. Chapter 10. Your loftiness, your greatness, your experimentation on me, following Qingyu to his abode. He skillfully rummaged through the cabinet for dissection tools, urging me towards the bathroom. Panic enveloped my mind as I clutched the door frame, unwilling to relent. Little fish, let us converse amicably. Must you resort to dissecting me? Qingyu reassured me. I did not imply that I would dissect you. After a brief moment of contemplation, I released my grip and followed him inside. He turned on the faucet, guiding my hand beneath the flowing water for cleansing. What is the matter? I inquired. Dirty, he replied. After a considerable duration of washing, my hands felt as if they might be stripped of their skin. That's enough. They become raw. I withdrew my hand, teasingly questioning, you don't have a cleanliness obsession, do you? I reached out to touch his face, and I noticed his fingertips slightly curl in response. He then stepped past me, and I couldn't help but smirk. I found amusement in teasing him, especially since Qingyu never seemed to take offense. Observing him place the head of the serpent demon onto the apparatus, wielding a knife in each hand. I drew a chair closer, propping my chin on one hand as I watched intently. Before long, the demon's head was meticulously severed into several equal portions. I craned my neck for a closer look before retreating, perceiving it merely as a piece of meat. Having cleaned the blood from his hands, Qingyu turned to me, his expression contemplative. What troubles you? Do you believe its flesh is edible? I queried, and Qingyu appeared taken aback by my question, his demeanor momentarily stunned. Before curiosity flickered in his eyes, theoretically, it should be. Would you like to try? I grimaced. Are you treating me like a lab rat? Adjusting his glasses, he offered a bashful smile. If you wish, you may. Taking a deep breath, I decisively shifted the topic. What is your forbidden domain? Qingyu shook his head slightly. I'm not entirely certain at the moment, but I shall inform you later. Sighing with a hint of disappointment, I noticed the intensity of his gaze remained fixed upon me. I rubbed my arms, feeling the goosebumps rise. Why do you look at me like that? Are you considering it? I could prepare it for you. Why not eat it yourself? As Qingyu turned away, fear gripped me, and I sprang from my chair, grasping his arm. I was jesting. Who would consume such a thing? I tightened my grip on him. I shan't eat it. It will be more convenient for you to observe. I released my hold in exasperation, muttering, your loftiness, your greatness, your experimentation on me. Qingyu retrieved several test tubes and glass jars from the cabinet for a more profound dissection. I stifled a yawn and returned to my seat. By the time he set down the scalpel, the night had deepened and the neon lights outside flickered, illuminating the dark sky. Redirecting my gaze, I found him observing me as I dozed off in the chair. Approaching, he gently lifted me and placed me onto the bed, tucking me in. Little fish. Hearing my name, I paused, glancing up at him. Why aren't you asleep? I asked, reaching out to grasp his hand. Observing Yu's disheveled appearance, Qingyu let out a sigh. I shall step outside. After contemplating Qingyu's arrangement, Yu inquired, are you going to sleep on the floor? Qingyu tugged at him. I have matters to attend to. Yu regarded him with a look of disbelief, pondering the absurdity of dissecting corpses in the dead of night, unperturbed by the possibility of an apparition appearing behind him. Suddenly, the thought struck him, and he sat up abruptly, unable to suppress a grin at the thought of his impending task. "What are you up to?" "Drinking water," he replied, leaping from the bed to open the door, only to be greeted by a plethora of specimens outside, promptly slamming the door shut. And Qingyu observed him with a hint of confusion, and to mask his embarrassment, Yu cleared his throat. "Perhaps we should drink tomorrow. You too, refrain from your research." With that, Yu insistently pushed Qingyu back onto the bed, astonished by the number of corpses he had never encountered before. While viewing a single one usually seemed unremarkable, the sight of so many at once felt unsettlingly macabre. The dim lighting in certain areas, coupled with their open eyes, bizarrely instilled a sense of life. And Qingyu allowed Yu's actions without resistance. "Are you scared?" Yu buried his head against him. "Not at all. You reek of formaldehyde." Inhaling the mingled scents emanating from Qingyu's body, Yu silently criticized. And Qingyu's gaze darkened. "You too? Get up. I need a shower." After lingering for a few seconds, Yu finally got off him. Lifting his sleeve, he caught a whiff of the blood scent lingering on his clothes. When Qingyu emerged from the shower, Yu was obediently seated at the edge of the bed. "Do you have any clothes?" And Qingyu approached the wardrobe, retrieved a set of pajamas, and handed them to him. Yu dashed to the bathroom with the garments. The cold water cascaded over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "You're a daredevil. Taking a cold shower at this hour. It's good for the body." Yu stuttered, recalling having seen a post about this. After finishing his shower and drying his hair, he pulled Qingyu to lie down beside him. "Staying up late is detrimental to health," he murmured, subsequently closing his eyes. "Good night." Only when he heard the steady rhythm of Qingyu's breathing did he softly respond, "Good night." The following morning, since there were no classes, he languished in bed for a while. Upon opening the door and seeing Qingyu organizing his belongings, he raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing? This isn't a suitable place for research." "Then where are you going?" "The sewer." This answer had occupied Qingyu's thoughts throughout the night. Not only did it contain the materials he required, but it was also inconspicuous. "Huh?" Yu tilted his head, displaying a skeptical expression, questioning his own understanding. Once assured of Qingyu's seriousness, he slowly uttered, "Are you sure you're all right?" And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. "I'm perfectly fine." Seeing his unwavering insistence, Yu no longer opposed him, merely assisting with the relocation of items. In the basement, Yu sat on a stool, watching Qingyu in a daze. The basement space exceeded his expectations, its intricate structure serving as an excellent hiding spot. Reflecting on the journey thus far, Yu found himself struggling to recall the details, only remembering the numerous twists and turns along the way. "Little fish, I am feeling quite hungry," he said. And Qingyu, upon hearing this, set aside his tasks and turned to him, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu stroked his chin and replied, "Perhaps some steamed buns. There should be a vendor nearby." And Qingyu nodded slightly. Removing his gloves, "I shall go and procure some." Once he departed, Yu approached the head of the serpent demon, observing it intently. After scrutinizing its structure, he glanced over at the small white mouse that was bound nearby. Bestowing it with a sympathetic gaze, he then retrieved his phone and began to play. After their meal, Qingyu guided him through the area once more. Yu felt he had retained enough information and waved his hand dismissively before heading back. The following day, a notification from the teacher regarding class appeared on his phone. Yu let out a slight sigh, resigned to his fate as he shouldered his backpack and made his way to school. Chapter 11. Alive before death within the classroom. Certain familiar faces were conspicuously absent. Suyu-chan pointed toward Qingyu's seat and inquired, "Where has the academic prodigy gone? I haven't seen him today." Chiyu shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't know. Perhaps he is on leave." Suyu-chan furrowed his brow slightly. "I heard from students in other classes that all the absentees might have met with an accident. It is quite improbable for so many to be absent simultaneously, especially since many of those absent are snake demons." Yu quickly gestured for silence. "Let us not discuss this matter any further. The government has already taken care of it." Suyu-chan widened his eyes in surprise. I don't recall hearing about this. Because they wish to keep you in the dark, Ciyu replied. Su Yu-chan clicked his tongue in response. Well, that is rather considerate of them. Ciyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that treating people like delicate flowers and shielding them from such entities was indeed a benevolent gesture. Do not worry about Xiaoyu. He will likely return in a few days. Su Yu-chan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and once class was dismissed and the coast was clear, he turned back and whispered, Could you elaborate on how the situation was resolved? Ciyu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. The leader of the snake demons seems to be named Li Yifei. Understood. For 3 or 4 consecutive days, and Qingyu's seat remained unoccupied, and Su Yu-chan's initial trust began to give way to a modicum of doubt. Are you certain he is all right? I don't know. All I can say is that he was alive before he disappeared, Ciyu responded, equally baffled by Qingyu's predicament. He had forgotten the path taken the day before, and despite sending messages, there was no reply. Given the short duration, he could not traverse the sewers in search of him. Su Yu-chan wore an expression that questioned Ciyu's sanity. Are you serious? What do you mean by alive before death? I will go see for myself tomorrow, Ciyu declared as he leaned on his desk. As soon as school was over, Ciyu, abandoning his backpack, rushed out with fervor. He located a nearby sewer, ensured no one was around, and lifted the manhole cover to leap inside. Upon reaching a fork in the path, he conjured 2 clones to explore the diverging routes. For hours later, Ciyu sat on the curb, gazing up at the sky in exasperation. After 4 hours and 3 clones, he had thoroughly searched the nearby sewers, yet failed to uncover Qingyu's whereabouts. Squeak! Ciyu turned at the sound, spotting a white mouse nearby and swatted at it. The mouse, nimble and agile, evaded his strike. Ciyu frowned and made another attempt, but the mouse seized the opportunity to scurry into the sewer. Noticing this, Ciyu silently averted his gaze and continued to gaze at the moon, lost in thought. The mouse, realizing he had not pursued it, returned and squeaked a few times at him. Ciyu slightly tilted his head to regard the mouse, and as it approached, he grabbed its tail and hoisted it up before tossing it aside. The bewildered mouse rolled a few times before scampering back to nip at him. Ciyu winced at the unexpected pain and, observing the mouse retreating into the sewer once more, took a deep breath and followed suit. After pursuing for approximately 10 minutes, he finally recognized a familiar place and slowed his pace upon confirming that he had arrived at his intended destination. Compared to his initial visit, the facilities here were evidently much more abundant. He cast a hurried glance around before turning his attention to Qingyu. Noticing the mouse perched on his shoulder, he gestured toward it and inquired, Is this your mouse? Qingyu nodded slightly. Then his gaze shifted to the back of his own hand, which was still bleeding. The look in his eyes turned peculiar as he asked, Did you let the mouse bite me? The mouse, feeling the weight of their simultaneous scrutiny, appeared quite aggrieved. It could hardly comprehend why he wanted to swat it instead of offering kindness. Qingyu sighed and stepped forward to lift his hand, stating, The wound is not deep. It will stop bleeding soon and will heal in a few days. After saying this, he released him and went to a nearby cabinet to fetch some gauze and iodine. Why are you keeping a mouse? And what have you been doing these past few days? Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to narrate vividly. With a contemplative nod, he replied, Shared vision? Qingyu gave a slight nod in affirmation. With a complex gaze directed at the mouse, he asked, Does it have a name? I named it Snowball, Qingyu replied. With a blink, he acknowledged that the mouse, being entirely white, indeed resembled a snowball. However, it would have been even more endearing had it not bitten him upon their first encounter. Stifling a yawn, he remarked, Do you have a place to rest? I've been up all night and am utterly exhausted. Qingyu nodded slightly and led him forward. Once they arrived, he wasted no time lying down. It was nearly dawn. He awoke well into the morning, observing Qingyu busy in the distance. Nonchalantly, he snapped a photograph and sent it to Su Yuqing. Told you he is fine, he texted. Su Yuqing replied, Terrifying. JPG. Wait, dude, what is the thing he is holding in his hand? He followed up. He sent a zoomed-in picture, stating, Can't you tell? It's a snake demon. Su Yuqing responded, Impressive. A smile crept onto his lips. Merely scaring Su Yuqing was no great feat. After all, Good brothers ought to share the experience. What are you discussing? He asked. Yuqing asked what you're doing. I sent a picture to scare him. Hearing this, and Qingyu expressed a hint of helplessness and resumed his studies with his belongings. Glancing at the time and recalling his unfinished assignments, he cast a pleading look at Qingyu. Little fish, I still need to study. With a resigned sigh, he picked up his backpack. All right, I'll take my leave then. Climbing out through the nearest manhole cover, he surveyed the desolate surroundings and clicked his tongue, heading toward the old district. As he drew nearer, he keenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. A quick glance revealed a woman accompanied by a man, which eased his wariness slightly. They seemed unlikely to be criminals, striding boldly in his wake. After walking for a short while, he noticed the pair drawing closer and, sensing that he had remained stationary, halted and turned to face them. Who are you? He inquired. The cult of the ancient gods, the serpent woman, with a raised eyebrow. You remarked that the cult of the ancient gods sounded like a sinister organization. Little brother, would you care to join us? Qingyu blinked, immediately inquiring about his willingness to join, drawing parallels to a pyramid scheme. Noticing his prolonged silence, the serpent woman licked her lips and said, Are you of the aloof type? Come, be my slave, bow before my feet. With my noble and exquisite feet, I shall mercilessly trample upon your flesh and dignity, granting you unparalleled ecstasy. You fell silent for a moment, sensing that he had most likely encountered someone mentally unwell, and it appeared quite serious. Out of goodwill, he slowly replied, If you are ill, seek treatment. The smile on the serpent woman's face instantly froze. Chapter 12. Engaging in pyramid schemes, you bypassed her and moved forward, the serpent woman's gaze gradually turning icy. Are you refusing me? She questioned. You raised an eyebrow. Isn't it obvious enough? Then perish. As the serpent woman lunged with ferocity, you nimbly evaded her attack, retreating several steps with agility. Were it not for the advantage conferred by his realm, he might not have successfully dodged her strike. Casting a discreet glance at the man beside him, he furrowed his brow, pondering. It's challenging to escape when realms are similar. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and let his thoughts race. 3 identical clones materialized beside him. One clone engaged the serpent woman, while the other 3 darted in different directions. Feeling the man's gaze upon him, Ciyu's heart tightened momentarily. Fortunately, the man soon shifted his focus and sprinted in the opposite direction, allowing Ciyu to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon nearing his home, he wandered a few circles in the alley, ensuring no one was around before returning home. The ancient god church, Ciyu muttered, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. He had no desire to engage in perilous endeavors. He simply wished to live a tranquil and unremarkable life, adopting a mindset of keeping a safe distance from such matters. With a slight sigh, he approached the table and completed his homework. After watching videos for a while, he opened a chat window within Qingyu. He typed. After a minute or two, his phone chimed with a message. Replied in Qingyu. Are you aware of the ancient god church? I'm not. Okay. Setting his phone aside, Ciyu turned on the television and tuned into the news broadcast. The next day, Ciyu entered the classroom and raised an eyebrow at Qingyu, who was seated. Aren't you working on your research anymore? Almost done. And Qingyu replied, glancing at him. What was it you mentioned yesterday? Engaging in pyramid schemes. Ciyu offered a perfunctory explanation, easily discerning from Qingyu's expression that the people from the ancient god church had not approached him. And Qingyu frowned slightly. Ciyu gently patted the back of his hand. You don't need to worry about this. Are we going hiking next weekend? We can see all of Songnan from Jinan Mountain. Su Yuqing, holding a pen, watched the two with keen interest. Qiyu nodded. Sure, I have nothing else planned. As night descended, the campus gradually fell silent after a day of study. Ciyu, slinging his backpack over one shoulder and a lollipop leisurely dangling from his lips, strolled along. At that moment, Li Zixuan approached him briskly, casually draping an arm over Ciyu's shoulder. Heard through the grapevine that the principal thinks some classes are too sparsely populated, so they're considering reassigning classes. Ciyu brushed off his arm. When? Li Zixuan rubbed his reddened wrist, but bore no ill will. It seems to be next month. Who knows if we'll end up in the same class? Should be. Qiyu replied. Doesn't team matter if we're not? We can always hang out during the holidays, Su Yuqing remarked nonchalantly. Fine then, wealth and prosperity come and go. Let us just forget each other. As they exited the school gate, a few individuals diverged in various directions, and Qingyu reached out and grasped him, leading him towards the outskirts. Yu furrowed his brow slightly, wishing to return home to rest rather than engage in unnecessary running around. Be obedient, and Qingyu spoke softly, his voice laced with a hint of reassurance. Reluctantly, Yu pursed his lips and followed behind him. In the sewer, Yu surveyed his surroundings. There were noticeably more rats than before. Once Qingyu released him, Yu settled onto a nearby chair, casting his gaze downward, clearly sulking. Observing his disgruntled demeanor, Qingyu exhaled slowly and retrieved a syringe from a nearby drawer. Yu stared incredulously at the syringe in Qingyu's hand, instinctively hiding his hands behind his back. What do you intend to do? He asked. I am researching the differences between individuals with forbidden ruins and ordinary people. Then why not use your own? I have already done so. After a moment of silence, Yu slowly raised his arm. Once the blood was drawn, he slumped in the chair, too lazy to move. In no time, the edge of the chair became uncomfortable. Why not a sofa? That over there doesn't look appealing either. Listening to Yu's complaints, Qingyu responded, It's not for long. Oh, you could sit on the bed. It would be more comfortable. Yu acquiesced, moving to lie on the bed, adhering to his life principle of lying down whenever possible. As he drifted in and out of sleep, Yu felt a cool hand brush against his face. Little fish. The following morning, Yu rubbed his nose, feeling discomfort from his stuffy nose after a night of sleep. The scent of the medicine was still rather pungent to him. Noticing his discomfort, Qingyu approached and inquired, Are you feeling unwell? Don't move. Let me check you. Yu complied fully during the examination. Once it concluded and he saw Qingyu heading out, he casually picked up his phone from the bedside and began to scroll aimlessly. Moments later, Qingyu returned, one hand holding a cup of water and the other cradling several pills. Upon seeing this, Yu set his phone down, and Qingyu raised his hand to Yu's face, saying, Take these. Yu lowered his head to accept the pills from Qingyu's palm and quickly drank from the cup. Qingyu's fingers retracted slightly, the lingering warmth and faint dampness of the touch still present in his palm. If you can't tolerate the smell here, perhaps you should refrain from coming. Qingyu remarked as he prepared to leave. Seeing him about to depart, Yu, disregarding everything else, opened his arms and wrapped them around Qingyu's waist, nuzzling his face against him. I fell ill here. Shouldn't you be responsible for me? Qingyu visibly froze, and once he regained his composure, he gently pushed Yu's head away. I've already arranged for your leave. You should rest for the next few days. Can I let go now? After a moment's contemplation, Yu released his hold. As he observed Qingyu leaving, his retreating figure suggesting a hurried escape, he couldn't help but smile faintly. He is not blind, and naturally, he can discern that Qingyu harbors feelings for him that are quite extraordinary, and coincidentally, he feels the same way. As for their relationship, he believes it is quite satisfactory at present. It is delightful to take advantage of the situation openly without any obligation. Should his shameless actions ever come to light, he has not given it much thought. At worst, he would merely receive a beating, and he could easily refrain from retaliating. During the subsequent period, Yu occasionally found himself close to him. Aside from the initial reaction from Qingyu, he remained largely unresponsive thereafter. Sitting on the bench, Yu supported his chin with one hand, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the table. Reflecting on the excited gaze Qingyu directed toward the serpent demon, Yu let out a soft sigh. Overall, the section seemed far more enticing. If he were to suggest he could dissect Qingyu as well, perhaps Qingyu would feel a similar excitement. Chapter 13. Winking at the blind as he pondered deeply, he noticed a shadow cast by a figure above him. Turning to gaze at Qingyu, he felt his heart race involuntarily as the distance between them diminished. A faint blush spread from his neck to his cheeks. When Qingyu picked up the pen from the table and turned to leave, he took a deep breath to steady his fluttering heart. What had sparked that fleeting sense of anticipation within him? As Qingyu departed, He recalled Qingyu's earlier reaction and adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Though he was not well versed in such matters, he found himself learning a great deal from Qingyu. The promise of Saturday, without homework, brought a sense of relief to Qingyu. On the designated day, Qingyu eagerly pulled Qingyu along early in the morning to keep their appointment. At the foot of the mountain, Su Yuqing waved upon seeing Qingyu. Assessing him from head to toe, Qingyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sight of the heavy bundle he carried. "Are you here for a hike or a picnic?" Su Yuqing scratched his head sheepishly. "I brought all the essentials: water, trekking poles, ropes, adventure lights, and food. Which of these is not necessary for a hike?" Qingyu glanced at the plastic bag in his own hand: several bottles of water, a few biscuits, and some candy. "Moreover, these items are not available for purchase up the mountain. We should ascend quickly. We want to catch the sunset if we linger." With a slight sigh, Qingyu replied, "Let us go." Following the most direct path upward, the ground bore the marks of many footsteps, and even the branches were scattered haphazardly. As he surveyed the surroundings, he squinted. The footprints appeared fresh, likely made within the last 2 days. It seemed the summit might be crowded. Perhaps it's a field trip organized by the teachers. Oh, why bother worrying about that? He chose to tread along the flatter terrain. Autumn had just begun, and the foliage was lush, causing branches to scrape painfully against his arms. Glancing up at the seemingly endless peak, he felt a twinge of regret for joining them. Picking up a branch from the underbrush, he pushed through the dense weeds while focusing on the path ahead. When he lifted his gaze again, he noticed the 2 figures ahead had vanished, instantly heightening his alertness as he assumed a defensive posture, scanning the area. He was not the protagonist of this tale and had no desire to be pursued daily. "Why have you stopped?" came Su Yuqing's voice from ahead. Qingyu frowned slightly. Is it another mystery? Just as he contemplated, a hand suddenly grasped his, followed by Qingyu's voice at his ear, "Follow me." "All right." As he stumbled for the 4th time, Qingyu paused, frowning slightly. "I'll carry you." "No need. We've been walking for a while. We should be emerging soon. The path ahead is treacherous. It's easy to misstep." Qingyu blinked, contemplating the thrill of experiencing free fall from such heights. "Sounds exhilarating. Climb on." Qingyu reached out, cautiously finding Qingyu's position before settling onto his back. Su Yuqing exchanged a glance with Li Zixuan and quickened his pace. With his eyes closed, Qingyu leaned his head against him, feeling the branches brushing against his face. He pinched his companion's cheek and said, "Xiaoyu, I am somewhat of a patient too. Could you not consider the feelings of someone unwell? Please refrain from moving." As the scenery before him shifted once more, Qingyu hastily dismounted from Qingyu. He turned, staring at the forest for a moment, before patting Qingyu's shoulder. "You go ahead with them. I shall join you soon." Without waiting for a reply, Qingyu set off on his own. Focusing his mental energy on the approximate direction, he quickened his pace to catch up, swinging his weapon. The branches before him were effortlessly severed, clearing his path. The surrounding scenery retreated swiftly, trees and underbrush whizzing past. Qingyu's gaze soon settled on a few plants not far away. With a subtle twist of his wrist, a longsword manifested in his hand. He wielded it, systematically clearing the surrounding foliage. Once satisfied with the clearing, he sheathed his sword, ready to depart. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back, plucking a small portion from each plant. Before long, he caught up to Qingyu, stuffing the gathered herbs into his pocket and clapping his hands together. "There should be something mysterious within. You can study it yourself later." Qingyu glanced at the assortment of plants in his hands, quickly extracting the one he needed. Qingyu averted his gaze. "Xiaoyu, I am quite tired." Qingyu paused for a moment, though somewhat perplexed by Qingyu's fatigue after less than half an hour of walking. He complied and stepped aside. "Do you wish to rest?" Qingyu nodded slightly, then buried his head against him. After Qingyu steadied him, he sat down on a nearby stone pedestal. "Xiaoyu, what kind of partner do you wish to find in the future?" At this, Qingyu tightened his embrace, gazing intently at him for a while before slowly responding. "Someone talkative and lively." Qingyu blinked. A vibrant and charming girl seemed rather easy to find. "Is that what you like?" As he spoke, Qingyu lifted his head to look at him. Qingyu reached out, ruffling his fluffy head, and gently replied, I thought you would prefer someone intelligent. And Qingyu offered a shy smile. Being a bit foolish is acceptable. Xiaoyu's lips twitched at this. Then I wish you all the best in your pursuits. Xiaoyu lowered his head in contemplation. Those 3 words were evidently unrelated to him, suggesting that Qingyu's thoughts were not too dissimilar from his own. Observing in Qingyu's troubled expression, he sighed and said softly, "Sometimes being clever is beneficial." Xiaoyu looked up, perplexed, and Qingyu reached out to nudge his lips. Xiaoyu raised his hand to wipe his mouth. "Is there something dirty?" And Qingyu responded with silence, feeling as if he were casting flirtatious glances at a blind person. Chapter 14. Setting fire to the mountain with a soft sigh, and Qingyu remarked, "It is time to depart." Xiaoyu blinked, having only sat for a few moments, yet upon witnessing Qingyu's demeanor, he rose to his feet. Oh, he took a few steps before returning. At this rate, you may find it hard to attract a girlfriend. After several hours of climbing, they had only taken a brief respite. Even the donkeys of the production team would not exert themselves so. And Qingyu, upon hearing his words, lifted his gaze towards him, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes. Xiaoyu's thoughts were too erratic. He could not fathom the connection between the 2 matters. However, seeing the disappointment in his eyes, and Qingyu replied softly, though he had never claimed to be in search of a girlfriend. By the time they reached the summit, dusk had settled in. Xiaoyu, breathless, sat upon the ground. The direct ascent had proven far more exhausting than the steps. They not only had to discern the direction, but also remain vigilant of the precarious path beneath their feet to avoid missteps. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu gazed toward the city. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the sunset cast a golden hue over the city, bestowing it with an ethereal charm. After a brief respite, he rose and sought a tree with sparse foliage, leaping gently onto a branch. Perched there, he rested his chin on one hand, lost in thought as he stared towards the city. It was not until the last ray of sunlight dipped below the horizon that Xiaoyu finally descended from the tree. Where could they be? Have they fallen into a ravine? He pondered. Shouldn't I go look for them? And Qingyu shook his head slightly. It is unsafe at night. We shall wait until dawn. Xiaoyu's lips twitched. By morning, he feared the bodies would be cold. Little fish, stay here while I search for them, he instructed, retrieving a flashlight from his bag. Do not wander off. I will return shortly. Not long down the path, Xiaoyu soon spotted the 2, leaning on one another for support. After a cursory inspection revealed no visible injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you 2 so slow? We were quite swift, considering there are multiple mountains here. The last time I reached the summit, it was already night. Li Zixuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, after such a lengthy trek, I am certain I will top the step count leaderboard today. Spending the night here? Are you mad? Descending at night would be reckless. Xiaoyu retorted, momentarily silent as he recalled they hadn't even brought a tent. Did you bring a tent? He inquired, his tone languid. Su Yuqin scratched his head. No. Tents are not particularly thick. What's the difference from sleeping on the ground? Both Xiaoyu and Li Zixuan turned to him, incredulous. Sleeping outside at night makes you a buffet for mosquitoes. What if a snake bites us? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiaoyu clenched his fists, an urge to lash out bubbling within. Once at the summit, the 3 of them sat down in unison. Su Yuqin's teasing gaze flitted between the 2. When did you 2 get together? Xiaoyu blinked, questioning his own hearing. Who is with whom? Of course, you and the academic achiever. Observing the 2 individuals with identical expressions of bewilderment, Su Yuqin was equally perplexed. You 2 have been so close. Are you not together? Everyone in our class believes you are a couple. And have you not noticed that even those who used to send love letters to the academic prodigy have vanished? Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, dismissing the former statement, for the latter was undeniably true. He had previously noticed such gestures, but recently, none had occurred. He initially thought it was due to the impending graduation, leading individuals to abandon their pursuits in despair. Regaining his composure, he retorted, "Who says being close implies being together? By your logic, wouldn't that mean the 4 of us are in a relationship?" Su Yuqin nodded in agreement. Exactly. I was wondering how the class monitor and others perceive this. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, recalling the monitor's excited gaze directed at them. At that moment, he had been oblivious to the source of their excitement, but now he understood. Oh, by the way, When Yimo mentioned she intends to continue pursuing the academic prodigy, Qingyu, without a second thought, rejected the idea. Absolutely not. Noticing all three of them turning to him in unison, Qingyu scratched his nose. The teacher said we cannot engage in romantic relationships. Even Su Yuqin, though somewhat slow to react, sensed the awkwardness between the two. He realized he had never seen Li Zixuan and Qingyu being particularly affectionate. Reflecting on this, he observed their demeanor, which resembled that of burgeoning affection, playfully teasing one another while also appearing somewhat stubborn. Ah, yes, he said dismissively, before turning to Qingyu you too. Su Yuqin pondered for quite some time, but found himself unable to articulate the remainder of his thought. Never mind. I wish you both the best in becoming a couple soon. Although he found it somewhat incomprehensible, he respected and offered his blessing wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, Qingyu brows involuntarily twitched. Su Yuqin, looking at the ever-silent Qingyu, Qingyu reached out and poked him. Little fish, why are you not speaking? If you remain silent any longer, your innocence will be compromised. And Qingyu slightly lowered his gaze, grasping Qinyu's hand, then lifted his head to meet his eyes. Qingyu felt a bit uneasy and averted his gaze. There's no signal on the mountain. Perhaps we should retire for the night? The two bystanders, prepared to witness the unfolding drama, were momentarily stunned, sensing that the narrative had taken an unexpected turn. Going to bed so early? Rising early allows one to witness the sunrise. And with nothing else to do, are you planning on counting stars? As long as you're happy, came the lackluster response from Qingyu, who rolled his eyes slightly. Let us hurry and rest. Saying this, he moved to sit beneath a nearby tree, bending his knees slightly and resting an arm upon them. Little fish. And Qingyu responded softly, settling beside him. Su Yuqin collected a few dry twigs from the ground, attempting to start a fire. Qingyu cautioned, setting the mountain ablaze will land us in serious trouble. Su Yuqin hesitated momentarily before retracting the lighter. I merely thought it would be nice to warm ourselves. Qingyu shifted his gaze back to Qingyu, leaning against him. Stay composed and let us get some rest. In the latter part of the night, Qingyu felt an increasing weight upon him. Half asleep, he glanced sideways and found Qingyu draped over him. He was somewhat baffled by Qingyu's restless sleeping habits. It had been the same during their previous encounters, and now it was happening once more. He extended his hand to adjust his posture, preventing him from suffering a stiff neck. And Qingyu closed her eyes. In the early hours of the morning, a mosquito landed on her nose. Qingyu could not help but sneeze, raising her hand to rub her nose while glancing around. Noticing that Qingyu was already engrossed in her materials so early in the morning, Qingyu yawned, her voice still raspy and languid from sleep. Little fish, you're up quite early. And Qingyu replied with a soft murmur as she extinguished her phone. It's still early. Do you want to rest a bit longer? No, Qingyu replied, sitting up straight. It's almost morning anyway. Chapter 15. Swordplay you all rise remarkably early, remarked Su Yuqin as he approached Qingyu, intending to sit beside him. However, as if recalling something, he retreated a few steps and seated himself at a distance of about 1 meter. Qingyu gazed at him in confusion. Am I some kind of ferocious beast? Su Yuqin shook his head gently. No. It's simply that I value my life a great deal, that is all. Qingyu let out a soft scoff, then turned to Qingyu. Shall we return after finishing? Qingyu nodded. Yes. The sun ascended from the eastern horizon, its rays piercing through the haze and casting a warm glow across the mountains, while the forest resounded with the melodious calls of birds. Li Zixuan unexpectedly produced a camera. Come, let us take a picture. Despite his endless complaints, Su Yuqin obediently raised his hand in a gesture of peace. After the photograph was taken, he selected the one he was most pleased with and sent it to several people. I intend to print this and hang it on the wall. Let's head back. The path down the mountain proved to be significantly more arduous than the ascent. Qingyu carefully led Qingyu at the forefront. After nearly an hour of walking, he suddenly remembered he possessed a forbidden realm. Inspired by the protagonists of martial arts novels who could fly on swords, he took out a long sword. However, instead of mastering the art of sword flight, he became adept at chopping branches by the time they reached the base of the mountain. Time swiftly passed, and soon the National Day approached. Shall we watch a movie? Visit an internet CAF? Go to KTV? Or perhaps a bar? Su Yuqing enthusiastically listed a string of places. If you wish, we can certainly go to any of them. Ciu's lips twitched slightly. You truly cannot sit still for a day. It's rather dull to play on the phone at home. With time on our hands, we might as well venture outside. Where do you wish to go? I've been yearning to sing at KTV for quite some time. Ciu replied nonchalantly. All right, then let us go to KTV. Nice. I'll gather a few more people, said Su Yuqing, rising to rally the class. His amiable nature quickly amassed a group of over 10 classmates. Xiaoyu, will you join us? And Qingyu slightly shook her head. I will not go. Xiaoyu acknowledged, not surprised. Let us meet again. Let us meet again. On the way back, Xiaoyu turned to Qingyu. Xiaoyu, why aren't you attending? I have matters to attend to. Qingyu nodded regretfully. He found her voice enchanting and believed her singing would be even more delightful. Nightfall arrived. Xiaoyu found himself outside the private room that Su Yuqing had mentioned. Listening to the cacophony of wailing voices emanating from within, his face contorting in dismay. At that moment, he contemplated retreating. Choosing songs at KTV was akin to opening a blind box. One could receive either a gem or a disappointment. As he hesitated outside the door, his phone vibrated with a series of notifications. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door and stepped into the corner of the room, taking a seat. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuqing approached with 2 glasses of wine. Care for a drink? After a brief moment of contemplation, Ciu nodded slightly and raised the glass before him, downing it in one go. Throughout the evening, every classmate came forth to toast him. The wine, though only 13 degrees, can certainly lead to a degree of inebriation if consumed excessively. With a curious gaze, Ciu turned to Su Yuqing, inexplicably sensing that this matter was intricately linked to him. Su Yuqing, feeling the weight of the scrutiny, awkwardly averted his gaze, stating, I'm merely engaged in a bit of promotion. Ciu, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. However, it was too late for words now. Are you truly not considering being with him? Su Yuqing posed the question he had longed to ask. Ciu, feeling a tinge of frustration, replied, He hasn't expressed any affection for me. What can I possibly do? He was unaware of when his own feelings had shifted. At that moment, a passing classmate halted and remarked, It's quite simple. Just ask him when you return. If he declines, kiss him until he consents. Ciu slowly typed out a question mark. Aren't we just friends? The classmate continued. If he agrees, the next morning pretend you've forgotten. Just to spook him a bit. After all, you've been drinking. Regardless of his response, you have nothing to lose. Ciu suddenly found great wisdom in his words. All right, I shall give it a try. Chapter 16. Long planned in the depths of the night, outside a KTV nestled in a remote location. The clock struck 2, rendering it impossible to hail a taxi. Those that were available seemed to preferentially serve others living farther away. After standing at the entrance for 5 or 6 minutes, Ciu took a deep breath and began his walk home. The cool evening breeze invigorated his muddled mind. As he contemplated his impending actions, a wave of hesitation washed over him. Surely, little fish must be asleep by now. Perhaps it would be best not to disturb him. The more he pondered, the more resolute he became. There was no rush to confess his feelings. He could wait a few more days. Buzzing. The vibration of his phone drew Ciu's attention. Qingyu, are you not done yet? Ciu, I'm finished, just about to head home. Qingyu, where are you? I'll come pick you up. Ciu, no need. I'll be there in a few minutes. After sending the message, he reluctantly put his phone away and felt compelled to go. Passing by a 24-hour convenience store, he entered and swiftly purchased a bottle of Bai Xiao Chun, downing it in one go. Upon returning home, he noticed a familiar figure bustling under the warm glow of the lights. Ciu inhaled deeply and took a couple of steps forward. There was a bowl of hangover soup waiting. The words he intended to speak caught in his throat as he lifted the bowl and took a sip. He blinked. The temperature was just right, not too fresh nor overly stale. After finishing a few mouthfuls, he turned to see Qingyu removing his outerwear. Going to bed? As Qingyu headed toward the bedroom, Ciu quietly followed, lifting his foot and closing the door with a soft click behind him. Qingyu, Ciu took a deep breath. Do you like me? When Qingyu remained silent, Qingyu exhaled a deep sigh, possibly under the influence of alcohol or perhaps due to something a classmate had once said. He gently pressed Qingyu's shoulders, pushing him onto the bed. Little fish, why are you silent? Do you not like me? That shouldn't be. Can't you just like me a little? Little fish. After speaking, he fixated on Qingyu, waiting for a reaction. Should he lean in for a kiss? He admitted to lacking the courage, fearful that Qingyu might push him away or dissect him on the spot. Little fish. Before he could utter more, their positions shifted dramatically. Cus' unfinished words were lost amidst soft cries. The taste of alcohol lingered in his mouth, and Qingyu believed he must be intoxicated. Otherwise, why would he desire more? Qingyu shut his eyes, uncertain if Qingyu had consented. After all, they had already kissed, which must imply agreement. Qingyu participated willingly, oblivious to where Qingyu had learned such things, or perhaps those adept in such matters had an innate understanding. Securing the answer he sought, Qingyu drifted into a peaceful slumber. Qingyu gazed at him intently for some time before gently removing his clothing and tucking him under the covers. The next morning, Qingyu awoke with a throbbing headache, his mouth feeling somewhat numb. Last night's memories surged in my mind all at once, leaving Qingyu in a state of disarray as he sat on the bed. Awakening, he pondered whether there were any discomforts lingering. Yesterday and Qingyu smiled shyly. Did you forget everything? Upon hearing this, Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, and his scattered thoughts quickly returned. He wondered why it felt a bit peculiar. First, as he contemplated withdrawing during his journey, and Qingyu timely sent a message, followed by a perfectly warm hangover soup. Clearly, it was a setup for him to walk right into the trap. Did he think she was oblivious? In reality, she had been scheming for quite some time. After all this, he realized that his reluctance to leave was merely an illusion. It was the mouse that would flee, not the cat. If you've forgotten, I can help you remember, and Qingyu offered. Just as Qingyu was about to nod in determination, his body abruptly froze. No, I remember. He lunged forward to seize the phone from her hands, opening the album filled with videos and sounds, effectively preventing any denial. Struggling to rise, he found himself firmly held down. Xiaoyu and Qingyu, rolling over, a sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, prompting him to grasp in Qingyu's clothing. Once he settled back onto the bed, she released her grip. Qingyu averted his gaze awkwardly, attempting to shift the topic. Xiaoyu, when did you first start liking me? I forgot, it was a long time ago. Qingyu blinked. A long time ago implied that in Qingyu's affections had blossomed even before his own. Thus, his recent feelings were indeed not misplaced, and recalling in Qingyu's words, his expression grew peculiar. Xiaoyu, does that mean the clumsy, silly, and talkative person you mentioned is me? And Qingyu, although she was unsure how he connected those descriptors to himself, she knew that remaining silent would only lead to further commotion. It's not that you're foolish. It's just that you possess the boundless energy of a child, so lively. Observing in Qingyu's desperate attempts at clarification, Qingyu let out a cold snort. Chapter 17. Praising oneself for being handsome, the holiday vanished as swiftly as water poured from a bottle. On the day of school reopening, Su Yuqing arrived at the classroom early, confident that he was the first to rise and the first to arrive. Upon seeing Qingyu yawning as he entered, Su Yuqing, disapproving of his languid pace, playfully shoved him into a seat. So, are you not furious, academic prodigy? Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Did he hit you? Tell me if he did, and I shall help you teach him a lesson. Qingyu blinked, having spent the entire previous night catching up on homework, still struggling to recover. His early arrival was intended for a quick nap, but before he could rest, he was bombarded with questions. Taking a deep breath, he patiently explained, "We are together now. This is what I stayed up for." He then placed his backpack down and slumped over the desk. There is just so much homework. Su Yuqing could not help but echo. Indeed, there is an overwhelming amount of homework. Qingyu succumbed to fatigue and soon fell asleep at his desk. When he awoke, it was already afternoon. After a long yawn, sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap, bathing him in warmth, and his movements resembled those of a languorous cat. Hearing the commotion, Su Yuqing turned and remarked, "Qingyu, has anyone ever told you that you are quite handsome?" Qingyu nodded, as if stating the obvious. Who? Qingyu. Me? Qingyu replied without a hint of shame. What was wrong with praising oneself? It is essential to possess self-awareness, and he was well aware of his own appearance. Su Yuqing, momentarily speechless at his audacity, soon found amusement in his response. Well then, I wish you eternal self-admiration. Qingyu acknowledged him with a nod. Thank you. You both are rather peculiar, Su Yuqing commented. Qingyu looked at him in confusion. The academic prodigy takes leave frequently, while you seem to nap incessantly. Between the two of you, you attend less than 2 days of classes in 5. Qinyu's lips twitched slightly, while Qingyu had completed his studies. He simply lacked the desire to learn. Let us not discuss that. Noticing Qinyu's reluctance to elaborate, Su Yuqing conceded. Fine, you two can sort out your issues yourselves. I, as the underachiever, shall refrain from meddling. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to leave school. Qingyu wandered near, ensuring the coast was clear before he adeptly lifted the manhole cover and descended, as familiar as if returning home. The sewers were filled with rats, their incessant squeaks echoing throughout. Qingyu cautiously tiptoed, careful not to step on any rodents, as they were all creations of Qingyu. He vaguely recalled Qingyu mentioning them, referring to them as fish species. The first time he heard that name, he nearly laughed. It was a rather uninspired choice. When he arrived, he found Qingyu still engrossed in his experiments. With a soft sigh, he settled onto a nearby bench, retrieved a few bread rolls from his backpack, and stood up to offer one to Qingyu. Little fish, would you like a snack? Qingyu shook his head slightly. I have concocted a potion that can temporarily replenish the body's essential nutrients. However, its efficacy is rather fleeting, lasting only a day. I wish to extend its duration. Qingyu blinked, momentarily doubting the reliability of his own hearing. Upon realizing Qingyu's earnestness, he was engulfed in disbelief. The last time he encountered such a term was in a fantastical tale, where it referred to a fasting elixir. Indeed, as one traverses the path of life, one encounters all manner of peculiarities. No, I cannot agree to this, Qingyu thought instinctively, rejecting the notion. The concept seemed inherently dubious. Even if the potion were to supply the necessary nutrients, prolonged fasting would inevitably take a toll on the stomach. Qingyu, I warn you to eat properly and refrain from these absurd experiments. Qingyu paused momentarily before nodding slightly. Qingyu grasped his hand and pulled him into the room. Given his already eccentric tendencies, further experimentation could lead to madness. One could never know if he might resort to self-harm in the name of observation. He pressed Qingyu onto the bed and straightened up. You should rest. I shall take a shower. Upon returning from his bath, he found Qingyu reclining on the bed, engrossed in his phone. Qingyu approached and lay down beside him. Little fish, he called. Qingyu responded by putting down his device and embracing him. Will you attend class tomorrow? No. Oh. Half an hour later, in the dimness, Qingyu opened his eyes, having squandered the day in slumber, leaving him restless through the night. He could not make any sudden movements, nor could he engage with his phone. After lying still for mere minutes, he felt the grip of boredom tightening around him. At this moment, he even entertained the absurd notion of conjuring a doppelganger to knock himself unconscious. Chapter 18. The simulation training ground around 3 or 4 o'clock. Drowsiness enveloped Qingyu, and he gradually succumbed to sleep. When Qingyu awakened, he glanced at the time and noticed that class was approaching, so he gently nudged him. Qingyu murmured, tightening his grip on Qingyu's hand. Xiaoyu, I am so sleepy. Can I sleep a little longer? And Qingyu frowned slightly. Class is about to start. Seeing that Qingyu showed no inclination to rise, and Qingyu felt a twinge of helplessness and firmly pried his hand away to sit up. Before long, Qingyu stirred awake, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while before lazily rising like a cat, shuffling off to wash up. By the time Qingyu was ready, he happened to see Qingyu enter with a bag of breakfast. He casually flicked the droplets of water from his hands and walked over to sit across from Qingyu. Xiaoyu, when do you plan to head to school? I'll go once I finish studying that plant. Qingyu nodded slightly. All right. After hastily finishing breakfast, he grabbed his backpack and dashed towards the school. He nearly burst into the classroom just as the bell rang. Ignoring the clamor within, He made a beeline for his seat and rested his head on the desk. Not long after, a strange sensation washed over him, a feeling that he was becoming utterly useless. Sleeping during the day and dozing off at night, his days were consumed by slumber or daydreaming. After school, he passed by a supermarket and recalled that he still needed to purchase a few items, so he stepped inside. "Excuse me, do you have scissors?" "No." "How about tape?" "No." Qingyu's brow twitched involuntarily. "Do you have paper? Pens? Notebooks?" The owner shook his head slowly. "None of those. What kind of supermarket is this?" Qingyu muttered as he turned to leave. When he returned home, he spotted Qingyu waiting at the door. Setting his backpack on a nearby cabinet, Qingyu leaped into his embrace. "Xiao Yu." And Qingyu replied, "I have developed something new." Before he could finish, Qingyu grabbed his backpack and walked inside without looking back. He felt that in Qingyu, rather than treating him as a boyfriend, was more akin to a test subject. Noticing his irritation, Qingyu quickly set down what he was holding and pursued him. "What's wrong? You treat me like a guinea pig." Without hesitation, Qingyu voiced his thoughts, and Qingyu paused, then shook his head gently. "I wouldn't." He always tasted the food he prepared for Qingyu several times before offering it, both to satisfy his curiosity and to observe Qingyu's reactions. Seeing the serious look on his face, Qingyu turned his gaze elsewhere. "Oh." And Qingyu stepped closer and embraced him. "Go to sleep." Around December, Qingyu heard the long-awaited voice of the system. Current realm, pinnacle of the sea realm, unlocking ability, simulation training ground. Simulation training ground. You may choose any character as your teacher and increase the initial affinity to the level of an old friend. Qingyu blinked, suddenly intrigued by this, and brought up the panel displaying a myriad of characters. Finally, his finger hovered over the option named Ho-Ho. It is well known that wherever Ho-Ho appears, the tail is sure to follow, making this a delightful 2-for-1 deal. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly pressed the Ho-Ho option. In the next moment, the scene before him transformed, and he found himself amidst a forest. Not far away, a cautious female voice spoke. "Why we walk for so long without seeing him? There's not a soul around. It feels rather eerie." "Hey!" Almost instantly after her words, another voice chimed in. "Wow. Qingyu fell silent for a moment, taking a few steps forward to fully reveal himself within their sight. Upon seeing him, Ho-Ho's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now he was not the only living soul present. "You, hello." Qingyu nodded slightly. "Hello." Listening to their somewhat cliched greeting, the tail made its appearance. As he gazed at the suddenly manifested green flames, Qingyu blinked, noting that the flames appeared to have a distinct personality. "Why are you staring at me?" "You startled him," the tail remarked. Qingyu waved his hand dismissively. "This is my first encounter with a ghost." "Oh no, my first encounter with Sui-Yong." "How thrilling." The tail seemed somewhat speechless in response. "What is so thrilling about that?" Qingyu examined the tail closely. "Sui-Yong sounds quite intriguing. Perhaps I could present it to Qingyu for a potential dissection." Taking a deep breath, he dismissed the bizarre thoughts swirling in his mind. How could he be thinking of dissecting his friend? "Qingyu, I have nothing to teach you," Ho-Ho said, lowering her head slightly. Qingyu blinked again. He expected Ho-Ho to impart any knowledge. "It's fine. We could just sit down and chat." "All right." Noticing her silence, Qingyu took the initiative to open up the conversation, asking about her daily work and friends. Gradually, Ho-Ho began to relax, and the two, along with the tail, found themselves enjoying a delightful exchange. As time passed, Qingyu stood up to bid farewell. "It's getting late. I should be going." "Kid, if you truly wish to learn something, I can teach you," Ho-Ho declared. Qingyu paused, momentarily taken aback, then cast a skeptical glance at the tail. "You." Observing his doubtful expression, the tail urged him to leave. Go on. See you tomorrow." "Wait a moment." Qingyu halted and turned to her, anticipating her next words. "Here are these paper figures," Ho-Ho said, pulling out a handful of paper figures. "With so many friends around, you won't feel bored." Qingyu blinked, then accepted the paper figures with a smile. "Thank you." Chapter 19. He remained silent upon stepping outside. The dawn light greeted Qingyu, who furrowed his brow slightly. It had been night when he entered. Was time flowing at the same pace? Hearing in Qingyu's voice, Qingyu promptly replied, What's the matter, little fish? What are you thinking about? Qingyu scratched his head. I was lost in thought, and didn't he hear you? And Qingyu nodded thoughtfully, her gaze drifting to the paper figure in his hand. Noticing this, Qingyu raised the paper figure. Would you like this? It can move. As he spoke, he recited the incantation that Hua Hua had taught him, causing the paper figure to struggle briefly before it began to float gently. And Qingyu's eyes lit up with interest. Can I borrow it for some research? Without hesitation, Qingyu nodded. He harbored no doubt that Qingyu would uncover its secrets, as it was merely a piece of ordinary yellow paper. He then handed her 2 more paper figures. With that, Qingyu turned and immersed herself in her studies. During the following days, he would sleep at school during the day and converse with Hua Hua at night, learning some rudimentary spells while training combat techniques with Wei Ba. After Qingyu mastered yet another lesson from him, Hua Hua chuckled, I have little else to teach you. If you ever find yourself in danger, seek out Wei Ba. Turning to the proudly aloof Wei Ba, Qingyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Feeling quite cheerful, Qingyu stepped outside and was momentarily captivated by the snowflakes drifting past the window. Approaching the glass, he pressed his hand against it, murmuring, It's snowing. Su Yuqing joined him. Yes, the new year is in 2 days. Have you purchased your festive goods? Qingyu raised an eyebrow. In previous years, he had only bought couplets, as his parents handled all the other preparations. Now alone, he was at a loss for what to buy. No, he admitted. Since there is still time, perhaps you should go and buy some? After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. All right. Once he returned home, he settled on the sofa and asked, Little fish, with the new year approaching, is there anything you wish to buy? And Qingyu, without lifting her head, replied, No. Qingyu nodded thoughtfully. Her name reminded him that he could purchase a fish. Surely, having fish every year would bring abundance. The next day, he visited the market and selected a lively fish, which not only would serve as a playful companion, but also a meal later on. As he passed by 2 tall, slender figures, he paused momentarily, stealing a glance at them. He had encountered 3 or 4 such individuals on his way. Upon returning home, he casually placed the fish into a basin and then approached Qingyu with a serious expression. Little fish, many individuals of the pool realm and above have come today. And Qingyu nodded slightly. I'm aware. After a brief pause, she added, They're not here for us. Qingyu was taken aback. He certainly knew they were not targeting them. However, he was curious about who possessed such influence to attract so many individuals intending to kill him. Suddenly, thoughts of the male protagonist, whom I had not seen for nearly half a year, crossed my mind. I began to understand. Could it be that his elevation in prowess was as effortless as quenching one's thirst? Presently, he was merely at the pinnacle of the sea realm, with his actual combat capabilities likely only equivalent to that of an early-stage sea realm practitioner. And Qingyu, engrossed in the dissection and study of realms, remained firmly within the lantern realm. It was night. I pulled Qingyu outside. Let us not confine ourselves indoors during this festive season. Let us take a stroll. The snowball, upon noticing, swiftly climbed up Qingyu's trousers to perch upon his shoulder. The streets and alleys were adorned with vibrant red lanterns, fluttering like lively flames in the gentle breeze. A group of children frolicked and laughed upon the streets, their joyous sounds rippling through the air. The kaleidoscopic neon lights intertwined, illuminating the inky night with a brilliance akin to daylight. The sky occasionally echoed with the resounding bursts of fireworks, while familiar faces exchanged New Year-esque greetings as they passed. Amidst this harmonious cacophony, a sudden explosion erupted in the distance, causing me to glance over in mild astonishment. Soon after, a series of explosions sounded from various directions. I let out a long sigh. This new year truly is lively. My eyes twinkled with curiosity as I released Qingyu and headed towards the nearest blast. Little fish, I shall take a look. Unacceptable, Qingyu interjected, reaching out to restrain me. I fell silent for a moment, genuinely wanting to investigate. Perhaps there would be some amusement to be found. I will return swiftly. I'm heading to the park. With my current abilities, you need not worry. Observing Qingyu's silence, merely acquiescing, I opened my mouth. Little fish. With a resigned sigh, I allowed myself to be led away by Qingyu. Upon arriving at a park, I noticed the absence of any nearby individuals, which struck me as odd. It was New Year's, and the lack of residents around the park at such an hour felt somewhat unnatural. My gaze fell upon a high platform in the distance, and I pointed towards it. What do you think about going there? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. He had just utilized shared vision to ascertain that those engaged in combat were still some distance away. Climbing onto the platform, I surveyed the surroundings with a sense of wonder. Since this was the first new year I had spent here, it was only fitting to document it well. With this thought, I retrieved my phone and leaned closer to Qingyu. Little fish, look at the camera. My head nestled closely against his. I raised my hand in a gesture of victory. Just as I was about to review the photo I had taken, I noticed a figure entering the park, one I least wished to see. The serpent woman was enveloped in a green mist that gradually enveloped the entire park, restoring tranquility shortly thereafter. I furrowed my brow and pulled Qingyu back a few steps. Little fish, it appears this has also been designated as a battlefield. Qingyu adjusted his glasses. It would be unwise to venture out now. Perhaps we should wait to see whom she intends to confront. 7 nights. A wave of unease washed over me. Such circumstances should not involve the serpent woman alone. Before long, Lin Xie approached, her head slightly bowed as she walked slowly forward. Qingyu leaned against the railing, propping his chin on one hand, marveling at the adeptness of his concealment technique. Unless one was of a higher realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect him. His expression shifted as he observed several serpents emerging from the hair of the snake woman. If one were to inquire about his most detested creature, it would unquestionably be the serpent. Do you require assistance? Qingyu inquired softly. Qingyu cast a surprised glance in his direction. I thought you would wait until he could no longer endure before offering aid. No sooner had Qingyu's words left his lips than a pistol materialized in his hand, which he promptly extended towards Qingyu. With steady hands, Qingyu accepted the firearm, swiftly aiming it at the snake woman. Just as the snake woman was about to sink her fangs into Lin Xie, he decisively pulled the trigger. The snake woman reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to evade, yet the bullet grazed her cheek, leaving a trail of crimson. She whirled around, her gaze piercing as it locked onto the position of Qingyu and Qingyu. Unfazed, Qingyu adjusted his spectacles with the barrel of the gun, maintaining his composure. Chapter 20. Inner thoughts. Qingyu almost blurted out a single word. Handsome. The serpent woman noticed his pupils momentarily constrict. It's you. Qingyu smiled, propping himself on the railing before vaulting down to the ground. Long time no see, sister. The serpent woman took a slight step back, a sense of hesitation creeping into her mind. The psychic energy emanating from the opposing side far surpassed her own, and moreover, there was more than one person confronting her. Young master, do you truly intend to refrain from joining the ancient god society? Qingyu chuckled lightly, somewhat exasperated. You were contemplating my demise upon our first meeting, and now you inquire about my allegiance. A long sword materialized in his hand as he turned to Lin Xie. Shall we collaborate? Lin Xie nodded slightly. The two launched an assault towards the serpent woman, while Qingyu, utilizing a snowball, keenly searched for the 3 eyes of the serpent woman. Lin Xie watched Qinyu's crude swordplay, devoid of finesse and reliant solely on brute strength, and, unable to bear it any longer, closed his eyes, feeling as though he finally understood how he appeared in the eyes of his instructor. The serpent woman was thoroughly suppressed by the two. Her solitary act of retaliation forced Lin Xie to meet her gaze, only to be repelled in turn. I found it. Qingyu crouched before a massive, glowing green eye, pressing down upon it. The serpent woman covered her eyes and emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Qingyu turned slightly towards Qingyu, noticing the petrified traces on his fingertips, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. You, frustrated and anxious, Qingyu opened his mouth several times to scold him, but ultimately restrained himself. I trust you both. Qingyu furrowed his brow, noting that wherever danger lurked, Qingyu would always impede him. Yet he himself danced perilously close to the edge. Qingyu closed his eyes, perceiving the surroundings with his psychic energy before suddenly opening them and hurling the sword in his hand. The long sword embedded itself firmly in the eye on the ground as Qingyu murmured, the second one, the third one. As he spoke, Qingyu snatched the long sword from Lin Xie's grasp and flung it away. Lin Xie was momentarily stunned by Qiyu's abrupt action. He had been preoccupied with observing the serpent woman, and his grip on the long sword had relaxed, allowing Qiyu to seize the opportunity. Qiyu glanced at Qingyu, who was half petrified, sitting cross-legged on the ground with an expression of surrender, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Lin Xie swung another blade towards the serpent woman. Observing this, Qiyu quickly stepped forward to retrieve the sword lodged in the ground, and then rushed to assist Lin Xie. The serpent woman, having lost her divine power, was defeated in mere moments. Watching her dissipate, Qiyu frowned. It's a decoy clone. Qiyu mentally called out, Tail, 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 are you there? When he received no response, and was about to call out again, a sudden burst of green flames appeared beside him. Stop shouting, I'm here. Qiyu's eyes brightened upon seeing the tail. Tail, can you locate her true form? Do you comprehend the cost of offending a deity? The serpent woman's figure was insubstantial, towering approximately 3 meters in height. What a charade. With that, the tail burrowed itself into Qiyu's body. In an instant, a faint green flame enveloped him, and his tail propelled his body forward. Qiyu was momentarily taken aback. Aren't we even going to discuss this? Observing from a third-person perspective as he vanquished the snake woman, Qiyu's lips parted in shock. It was an angle of himself he had never witnessed, a technique he had never seen before. No wonder his tail constantly berated him. Claiming he only grasped the basics, he finally understood. As the tail sought to pierce the snake woman's true form, a long spear suddenly materialized to deflect the attack. The tail maneuvered Qiyu's body to evade the strike, retreating a few steps to a safe zone before extricating itself. Sui Yong cannot remain within a human body for long. The rest is up to you. Qiyu blinked, pondering. Me? My tail knows my own strength better than I do. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed someone sprinting toward them from a distance. Captain! Lin Xie called out, and Chunmuyi nodded slightly. We can't win. Qiyu murmured to his tail beside him. A small portion of the tail reached forward, seemingly deep in thought. He appears to be under control. Let us delve into his mind. Huh? Qiyu felt perplexed. The notion of being controlled seemed absurd. Without further ado, the tail surged toward Han Xiaoyun. Qiyu opened his mouth to call out a warning, but the words never left his lips. Tail, wait. With a sigh, Qiyu closed his eyes and entered the simulated training ground. Hua, are you there? What's wrong? Hua emerged from the shadows. Qiyu briefly recounted the situation concerning the tail, and Hua reassured him. Rest assured, the tail will be fine. Qiyu exhaled in relief and nodded slightly. All right. This is for you, Hua said, retrieving a yellow talisman from her pocket. This was developed by the 10 Kings Bureau to exorcise spirits. Just keep it on you. Qiyu nodded and accepted it. Thank you. Upon exiting, he turned his gaze toward Han Xiaoyun, his fingers instinctively tightening, betraying the tension within. With his attention fixed upon him, and Qingyu stepped forward to gently grasp his hand. Qiyu took a deep breath, steadying his racing heart. The tail had ventured inside for a brief exploration, gaining a general understanding of his past. When the tail emerged, Qiyu hurried toward it. Are you all right? How could I possibly be in trouble? The tail replied, directing its gaze toward Han Xiaoyun. What did you discern? Whispers. The moment those words escaped, Qiyu noticed a subtle shift in the expressions of those around the tail, furrowing his brow slightly. Tail. His concern was not for Lin Xie and the others, but rather the potential complications if Han Xiaoyun were to escape or send word. I can resolve your matter, the tail declared, glancing at Qiyu. They cannot harm me. Qiyu, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback before softly acknowledging with a nod. Chapter 21. The Wind Disaster. What is your plan? Qiyu inquired with curiosity. Once you bring your teammates over, I can assist you in eliminating that entity. Han Xiaoyun nodded slightly, gripping his spear as he charged forward, continuing to grapple with Chun Mai. The control of the murmurs had yet to be resolved. He remained, after all, a member of the ancient god sect, and even if he were to feign, he must do so convincingly. Qiyu diverted his gaze to the snake woman not far away, reasoning that if he could not contend with the elder, he could surely defeat the younger. The snake woman sensed his stare and shivered involuntarily. Approaching her with a rope, Qiyu bound her securely, ensuring he tied several knots for good measure. Once finished, he clapped his hands and squatted beside her. Aren't you a divine emissary? Why join the ancient god sect? Seeing the snake woman remain silent, Xiaoyu lost interest and turned his gaze away. Lin Xie, standing nearby, asked, Are you not going to lend a hand? Me? Xiaoyu replied, his tone revealing confusion. His recent display had already demonstrated his limited strength. He was no match. Lin Xie paused, opened his mouth, and ultimately took up his knife to assist Chen Mai. Xiaoyu. Hearing his name called, Xiaoyu tilted his head slightly. You could give a try. Encouraged by his tale, Xiaoyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Stability is key. Your strength cannot be improved at this moment. The tale continued. And isn't there still me? Xiaoyu opened his mouth slightly, closed his eyes, and gently exhaled. A long sword materialized in his hand. Go all out, the tale reminded him. Xiaoyu nodded slightly, and a faint blue-purple electric current shimmered along the sword's surface, flickering like a ghostly light. He then flicked his wrist, swinging the long sword with ferocity, unleashing a sharp wave of sword energy that howled through the air. Han Xiaoyan reacted swiftly, immediately positioning his spear in front of him. A thunderous clash echoed, and the residual force of the attack surged forth like a tempest, causing him to stagger back several paces, his spear humming with resonance, bearing a shallow mark from the assault. Witnessing this display of full commitment, the tale's eyes sparkled with astonishment. This was a stark contrast to his usual nonchalant demeanor. On the battlefield, sword energy rampaged, and the sound of clashing weapons filled the air. Before long, Xiaoyu's grip on the sword quivered slightly, nearing exhaustion. Han Xiaoyun's garments were tattered and torn by the sword energy, his body adorned with wounds, presenting a pitiable sight. As Xiaoyu unleashed another wave of sword energy, he retreated a few steps, gazing at Han Xiaoyun, who appeared unfazed, a surge of indignation rising within him. He had initially been pricked by the spear, causing him considerable pain, to the extent that he nearly dropped his sword. In contrast, despite sustaining several cuts, Han Xiaoyan seemed merely to have lost a layer of vitality. Seizing the opportune moment, Chen Mai lunged forward with dual blades. As Han Xiaoyan defended against the assault, he quickly withdrew, leveraging the recoil. He raised his right hand, swiftly forming a vortex of wind. Great wind disaster. Xiaoyu shielded his eyes with his arm, squinting at Han Xiaoyan. Once the eye of a storm begins to take shape, it possesses the potential to obliterate half a city. Thus, it is imperative to halt its formation swiftly. Xiu sheathed his sword, and a ripple of mental energy emanated from him. The scene shifted, and several individuals found themselves in a theater. Han Xiaoyan, bewildered, blinkte in Confusion. The eye of the storm in his hand was on the verge of forming. How did this happen? Xiu lowered his head slightly and then snapped his fingers, causing the theater's curtain to slowly part. Since the atmosphere was one of joy, he decided to play a fireworks promotional video, considering it a means of advertisement for her. As images began to materialize on the screen, all eyes were drawn to it. And Qingyu approached Xiu's side and asked, Are you all right? Hearing in Qingyu's inquiry, Xiu leaned against him, feeling drained, and replied, exhausted. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around in Qingyu's waist, adding, I shall not indulge in such frivolities again. And Qingyu sighed softly, adjusting his head to face forward. This space can be regarded as one created by my mental energy. Fear not, it poses no danger. After speaking, Xiu pulled in Qingyu before Chen Mai, inquiring, Have you called for reinforcements? Or when will they arrive? Soon, Chen Mai replied. Good. If you feel the time has come, then step outside. Chen Mai nodded slightly. Xiu casually selected a row of seats, closed his eyes to rest, while laughter reverberated in his ears. After looping 4 times, the irate voice of the snake woman echoed from the stage. Can you not turn this off? Xiu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the stage. Is it not pleasant? You seem quite mad yourself. The snake woman, feeling exasperated, was on the verge of spitting blood. They were all seated, yet she remained bound to the stage. After such a long interval, Chen Mai sensed that the time was ripe, standing to speak. Let us go. Xiu nodded slightly. Noticing the snake woman's expression of relief, a sudden thought crossed his mind about whether to leave her there to continue watching. Xiu, hearing in Qingyu's voice, Qingyu snapped back to reality, retracting his mental energy as they returned to their original positions. Unlike before, a middle-aged man in military attire now stood in the square. Instructor Yuan. Yuan Gang nodded slightly yes. Qingyu exchanged a glance with Qingyu, realizing that since he had arrived, there was no need to create a commotion. As Qingyu passed by Lin Xie, he whispered, "A group is heading toward your home." Lin Xie's breath faltered momentarily as he rushed in the direction of home. Observing Lin Xie's fleeting figure, Qingyu contemplated for a brief moment before deciding to pursue him. Having already assisted him so much, it would be prudent to forge a friendship. And Qingyu sighed softly. Just a moment ago, he had claimed he would not indulge in such affairs, and now he had cast that thought aside. As he watched the three of them vanish in succession, Yuan Gang's gaze turned towards Chunmai. Meanwhile, Qingyu and Lin Xie arrived almost simultaneously. From a line of vehicles emerged a dozen individuals clad in uniforms, each wielding guns and knives. Qiyu's fingers curled in an imaginary grip, and a gun materialized in his hand. It was unclear who fired the first shot, but chaos ensued immediately. Even with enhanced physical abilities, they remained ordinary individuals at heart. Approximately 2 minutes later, everyone lay scattered upon the ground. At this moment, Lin Xie's phone resonated from his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he beheld the contact name displayed on the screen, and his gaze softened instantly. And Qingyu then redirected his attention to the approaching Qingyu. "Little fish, you have arrived late," he remarked. And Qingyu's eyes fell upon his hand, where blood trickled across his knuckles, cascading drop by drop onto the earth. Noticing her gaze, Qingyu concealed his injured hand behind his back, saying, "Just a minor injury." Chapter 22. The ideas of some netizens, and Qingyu frowned slightly, stepping forward to grasp his wrist. The heavy winter clothing obscured the wound. Qingyu let out a soft sigh. "Shall we take another look when we return?" Happy New Year." Hearing Lin Xie's voice from a distance, Qingyu echoed, "Happy New Year. Happy New Year." With that utterance, fireworks erupted in succession far off, their vibrant colors reflecting in their eyes. Retracting his gaze, Qingyu turned to Lin Xie, who had been fixated on the direction of home. He slowly inquired, "Do you not intend to go back and take a look?" Lin Xie briefly shook his head no. Qingyu quickly deduced the reason behind his reluctance. "You haven't eaten all afternoon, have you? How about we share a meal?" Lin Xie nodded slightly. Qingyu led the two through winding alleys to a noodle shop deep within an old district, the very place he had once searched for Qingyu. Observing the bustling figures within, he greeted the owner with familiarity. "Boss, Happy New Year." The owner paused in his task of wiping tables, then looked up with a smile and a playful scold. "Ah, Happy New Year. What are you doing awake at this hour?" "I only have noodles, no rice." Qingyu forced a smile. It was indeed a bit absurd to ask a noodle shop for rice. Nonetheless, the dishes there were delicious, and since he had no particular fondness for rice, it was a fair compromise. 3 bowls of noodles will suffice, and perhaps a few stir-fried dishes as well. The owner nodded slightly, draping a towel over his shoulder. "All right." Noticing that the shop was empty, Qingyu felt at ease to speak. "Your training camp is quite humane. Taking a break for the new year." Lin Xie shook his head slightly. "In the past, we never had a break. This is the first time." Xiaoyu's expression faltered for a moment as he recalled the series of explosions around Songnan. Nodding in understanding, "Yes, I suppose after this cleanup, it will be considerably quieter." Lin Xie frowned slightly. "Let us hope so." Xiaoyu removed his outer coat and rolled up his sleeves to reveal the wound, which appeared small, yet was quite deep. And Qingyu took a cotton ball to cleanse the blood around the injury before applying medicine. Xiaoyu bit his lip, attempting to divert his attention elsewhere. Despite his efforts to ignore it, the pain from the wound relentlessly assaulted his nerves. He raised his trembling hand to grasp Qingyu's arm. "Gentler, please." And Qingyu's eyes flickered. He had already softened his touch. "If there is." Xiaoyu paused mid-sentence, suddenly recalling Hua's abundance, and withdrew his arm abruptly. "Xiaoyu, I just remembered that I have a friend who can assist me." As he spoke, Xiaoyu fled back to his room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Sitting on the bed, he closed his eyes and quickly succumbed to a trance. "He has arrived." Observing the tail waiting there, Qingyu was somewhat puzzled. Tail, why are you waiting here? I recall you were injured. Qingyu nodded slightly, yes. Huahua stepped forward from the side. Where is it? Show me. At Huahua's request, Qingyu revealed the wound, and Huahua produced a flag from his hand, waving it gently. As soon as Qingyu felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, he noticed that his wounds were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Once fully healed, he curiously touched the area. Even though it was not his first encounter with such a supernatural phenomenon, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Impressive swordsmanship you possess, he remarked. Qingyu, slightly embarrassed by the compliment, replied modestly, it's nothing exceptional. When did you acquire these skills? Came the inquiry, to which Qingyu responded, it was rather sudden. He had wielded the sword almost instinctively, believing that the trigger for the sword energy likely required a measure of mental exertion. Your primary focus now should be on building your stamina, the other urged. Qingyu opened his mouth to protest. The thought of stamina training was more daunting than facing death itself. In the past, he could barely manage 500 meters without feeling utterly exhausted. And now he couldn't fathom how much farther he would need to run. Chuckling nervously, he declined, I believe I'm better suited for explosive combat. Prolonged battles are best avoided. Besides, if I truly cannot cope, I have allies. Seeing his reluctance, the other expressed a mix of frustration and encouragement. Unbelievable. I must be off. My friend is waiting for me, Qingyu said, hastily departing as if fearing his companion might compel him to train further. Upon opening his eyes, he found Qingyu intently staring at him, unblinking. Startled, Qingyu exclaimed, why are you so close? Is that green flame your friend? She inquired. Qingyu shook his head slightly. No, it's another friend of mine. Her name is Huahua. What is your forbidden domain? And Qingyu asked, rubbing his chin in contemplation. Qingyu realized he was unsure of what to call his own domain, or if it could even be classified as such. Joy, he finally offered, settling on a more neutral name. And Qingyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Qingyu yawned and stretched lazily. Time for sleep. He then lay down on the bed, pulling in Qingyu beside him. During the 24-hour day, the moments spent with her were primarily during the night when he could rest. Recently, the school had been stricter, forbidding students from dozing off even if they weren't paying attention. In the evenings, he needed to carve out time to practice with Huahua, leaving him utterly exhausted by day's end, questioning the authenticity of campus narratives that portrayed students as having abundant free time. The following morning, he was roused by the sound of a notification from his phone. Lin Xie, are you there? Qingyu replied, yes. Do you have time to visit the Peace Affairs office? The captain wishes to see you, Lin Xie continued. Qingyu responded, I cannot make it. Please convey my gratitude. But it's merely a small effort. Lin Xie glanced up at Chun Mai, who was seated opposite him, sensing that rather than gratitude, Chun Mai was more keen on uncovering the nature of Qingyu's forbidden domain. 7 nights, what's the verdict? Upon noticing Lin Xie looking up, Hong Ying eagerly interjected. He won't be coming, Lin Xie answered, before returning to his phone. All right, Qingyu added, aren't you about to start school soon? We can gather after your graduation. It's a promise, Lin Xie affirmed. I'll hold you to it. Tossing his phone aside, Qingyu stared blankly at the ceiling, pondering, Qingyu. He finally responded, slowly lifting his head to look at Lin Xie. Am I bothering you? Qingyu shook her head, no. Qingyu silently turned over and picked up her phone from the side. She opened a chat platform seeking assistance. What should I do if my boyfriend finds me annoying? As soon as she posted this query, responses flooded in. Sister, what are you waiting for? You should promptly find another boyfriend. Why linger with such a partner? I'm a guy, thanks. Where's the morality in this? Where's the bottom line? And where's the address? ISNT it? Don't rush to break up just yet. I'll come over and offer some advice. Qingyu furrowed her brow as she read through the responses. Chapter 23. The ideas of certain netizens too. Hey, don't just ask questions. When did you two get together? Qingyu took a deep breath, then slowly typed in reply. About 3 months ago. Logically, it should be the passionate phase. How does he look? Handsome. The most handsome I've ever seen. Then what are you waiting for? Every extra day you wait is a day lost. Upon reading the last sentence, Qingyu nearly choked on his own saliva. Yet upon reflection, it did seem to hold some truth. Indeed, I await further developments. It is worth noting that despite being together for so long, They had only shared a kiss once at the very beginning. On other occasions, they merely shared the same bed. With a sigh, he placed his phone on the bed and proceeded to wash up. As he passed by, and Qingyu stole a glance, instantly captivated. After finishing, Qingyu tucked his phone into his pocket and said, "Little fish, I made plans with someone else. I won't be back until noon." Okay. Upon arriving at the designated meeting spot, the first words spoken by Su Yuqing were, "What do you think of my looks?" Su Yuqing blinked in confusion. "Quite handsome." Qingyu nodded and turned to Li Zixuan. "What about you?" "Handsome." Qingyu sighed softly, then spoke slowly. "Perhaps perceptions differ between individuals. Does the academic elite know how flamboyant you are?" Qingyu replied. "Oh." Su Yuqing patted his shoulder, his gaze holding a hint of sympathy. "Only you could play the lute to a cow and then ask if it sounds good. Don't worry, buddy, we won't mock you." Qingyu felt a surge of irritation. "I'll say it again, it's not playing the lute to a cow." "Understood." The three engaged in playful banter as they walked, when they noticed a figure lying motionless on the ground ahead, while an elderly man knelt beside him, frantically slapping his thigh. A young woman stood nearby, appearing flustered and unsure of what to do. The trio exchanged glances and approached. "What happened?" The young woman pointed at the person on the ground. "I just gently nudged him, and he collapsed. Clearly, he's faking." As she spoke, she stepped back a few paces. The elderly man, seeing her retreat, sprang up from the ground and grabbed the young woman. "You all need to judge this situation for me." Qingyu crouched before the middle-aged man, unsure of where to administer CPR. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned his mental strength. While electric therapy was one thing, quantum therapy, though not quite the same, appeared similar to the naked eye. The principle remained. It was to activate the heart. With this thought, he gently placed his hands on the man's chest. And in the next moment, the man shot upright from the ground. Qingyu quickly reacted, stepping back, while the others were taken aback by the sudden movement, their eyes glinting with uncertainty. A jump of a meter high from a fully capable individual was quite extraordinary. The middle-aged man pointed at him, speechless. "Why you?" Qingyu waved dismissively. "No need to thank me." The middle-aged man ground his teeth, decisively fleeing with the elderly woman. The young woman expressed her gratitude before departing. Su Yuqing decisively raised a thumb, aware that it was inappropriate yet undeniably exhilarating. "Is it truly impossible to teach Qingyu this?" Li Zixuan inquired, tugging at his arm with a hint of pleading in his tone. Qingyu shook his head. "There's no way. This cannot be taught." He too wished to impart assistance, but his efforts would be futile. That uncle from earlier, he wouldn't have any issues, would he? "No, I've regulated the force. An ordinary person can endure it. Why not give it a try?" Qingyu replied, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Li Zixuan retreated several steps, shaking his head vigorously. "No, no, no." Su Yuqing blurted out, "Does this mean we won't have to pay for electricity anymore?" Qingyu shot him a bemused glance. "You are quite the talent." "I was joking. Have you never considered a career as a magician?" Su Yuqing paused before continuing. "One who remains undetected, that is, not interested." After a day of amusement, he returned home to find the sky had completely darkened. As he scanned the living room for any sign of Qingyu, he felt a twinge of confusion. Noticing the light on in the bedroom, he made his way over. Observing the figure lying on the bed, he blinked. "Little fish, you usually sleep late. Why are you up so early today?" And Qingyu propped himself up, extending his arm to pull him closer. Qingyu half knelt on the bed, supporting himself with one hand, his gaze filled with uncertainty. "What are you doing? And why aren't you dressed?" As he spoke, he tugged at the blanket, attempting to cover him. "Did you not say you wanted to?" Before he could finish, Qingyu swiftly covered his mouth. "If you dare utter those last two words, you are finished." The 2 words he had typed online were surely mere bravado. Who hasn't he boasted online at some point? Upon realizing that Qingyu had seen his previous comment, he felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. "This matter shall not be mentioned again," Qingyu declared, hastily exiting the room. And Qingyu's words had genuinely startled him. Remaining there was out of the question. Ultimately, he decided to return to his former residence. Closing the door, he leaned against it, exhaling a heavy sigh. Taking a deep breath, he quietly retrieved his phone and revisited the morning's post. He saw it. "Face him head on." "I dare not." Just as he sent that reply, another message followed. "Why? He enjoys dissection." Is dissection more important than you? Dissection. I implore you to eat something decent. You slowly squatted down, perusing the comments, acknowledging that he felt somewhat cowardly. He could not simply act on impulse. Besides, he was not of this world. Deceiving someone emotionally was one thing, but to mislead him physically was altogether different. Though, perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. Shaking his head, he cast aside his wicked thoughts, feeling content with the current state of affairs, balanced and not too deeply entangled. For several days, he refrained from returning, fearful that Qingyu might utter similarly shocking words as before. Upon reflection, Qingyu found himself pondering whether he had been overly hasty, to the extent of frightening someone away. From the very beginning, he had been awaiting Yu to take the initiative to approach him. Unable to comprehend the situation, he chose to dismiss it altogether. Yu had originally intended to return home, but with the school term commencing in just a few days, he decided to remain indoors and indulge in video games. When the day of school arrived, Yu arrived at the classroom at an early hour. Sitting at his desk and idly twirling a pen in his hand, he waited for a brief moment before catching sight of Qingyu entering through the door. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. "Hi, you're avoiding me," Qingyu asserted. Yu quickly denied it, no. With his gaze slightly lowered, Qingyu had seen and followed the pose Yu had made. He reached out to grasp Yu's hand and said, "I apologize." Yu hastily waved his hand. "No, I should be the one apologizing. It was I who fled first." Upon finishing his sentence, Yu noticed that the attention of others was elsewhere and leaned in to gently brush his lips against Qingyu's. Chapter 24. Coercive Trade. Gazing into the playful eyes of Qingyu, Yu slightly tilted his head towards the window. He sensed a faint ripple of psychic energy nearby, which momentarily surprised him. After exhaling softly, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was a rare occasion to discover a wild mystery, and he needed to act swiftly before the night watchman did. He opened the messaging app and quickly located the chat labeled Old Class. "Yu. Teacher, are you there? Old Class. What's the matter? Yu. Can I take a leave? Old Class. What do you think? Smile. Jipijichiyu. Kat Kreens." Yu put his phone away and ran his fingers through his hair, taking a deep breath. A clone, unnoticed by anyone, swiftly leaped out of the window. Qingyu turned to him, inquiring, "What are you doing?" After a brief pause of several seconds, Yu replied, "I'll explain later." It was challenging for him to control two bodies simultaneously. The clone during battle acted purely on instinct. This was his first attempt at focusing on collecting mysteries while attending class. With his psychic energy fully engaged, he quickly located his target. Upon realizing it was a lizard, he was momentarily astonished by its larger-than-usual size. A small knife appeared in his hand, and he threw it towards the lizard's position. The knife struck its back, causing the lizard to cry out in pain and hasten its escape over the wall. Yu was taken aback. Such vitality? With that thought, he pursued it quickly. Meanwhile, Hong Ying searched the vicinity with keen eyes, stating, "There are no signs of mystery here." Wen Qimo replied, "Neither do I." Chun Mai quickened his pace, declaring, "Expand the search radius. The mystery is close by." Having learned from past experiences, Yu was now wiser and opted to capture it directly. Observing the lizard closely, he was astonished to see that the wound across its back had healed in mere minutes. Sensing the approach of several individuals nearby, he swiftly departed with the lizard. Initially intending to take it home, he reconsidered and decided to return to the sewer where he had previously stayed. Placing the lizard in a glass jar, he propped his chin on his hand and began to observe it. After a long while, curiosity overcame him, and he took the lizard out, using his small knife to make a cut on its back. Watching the wound heal within seconds sparked a flicker of interest in Yu's eyes. He proceeded to conduct numerous experiments on the lizard. By nightfall, he secured the lizard, ensuring it would not escape before his consciousness returned to his original body. Just in time for the end of class, Yu eagerly stood up and pulled Qingyu along, exclaiming, "Come, I want to show you something fun." Su Yuqing turned around, casting a somewhat resentful glance at him. "Yu, do you know that when you were absent, the teacher was about to call on you? But I stopped him?" Yu paused for a moment, slowly raising his thumb in gratitude. Thanks. After expressing his thanks, he dragged Qingyu away. He led him to the sewer, pointing to the lizard confined within the fiberglass with an expression that begged for praise. Upon seeing the lizard, Qingyu hurried forward. Did you catch this today? The lizard, sensing the excitement in Qingyu's eyes, couldn't help but shrink back. It felt as though it had fallen into the depths of misfortune by encountering these two lunatics, one who had slashed at it multiple times, and the other who seemed even more unhinged. Qingyu nodded. Yes, haven't you thoroughly studied those two mysteries? Here's another. After saying this, he yawned. I've chased all day and am utterly exhausted. You can study it at your leisure. The next morning, as expected, Qingyu decided to stay home and delve into the mysteries. Qingyu, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a carton of milk in hand, meandered towards the school. After walking a short distance, he suddenly halted. If you're coming out, then do so. What else with all the hiding? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang emerged from the shadows. Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Are you the instructor? Yuan Gang replied. Yes, the mystery from yesterday was your doing. Qingyu squinted slightly and then nodded. Correct. Do you need something from me? Would you like to join the night watch? Absolutely not. Qingyu shook his head without hesitation. Any moment of indecision would be a disrespect to his life. Yuan Gang slowly began to outline the regulations concerning the supernatural entities among the populace. After hearing this, Qiyu's brow furrowed. Do ordinary people know you operate in such a rogue manner? Coercion? If you were at the light level, we indeed wouldn't interfere as long as you pose no threat to the general public. Unfortunately, you are at the sea level, and should chaos erupt in the forbidden domain before Yuan Gang could finish. Qiyyu raised a hand to halt him. In short, what you're implying is that an ordinary person without specialized training cannot control their forbidden domain. Indeed, Yuan Gang paused before adding. Since you sent the Snake Woman and Han Shaoyan to the retreat center, the ancient god sect has likely set its sights on you. This is my own affair. Besides the two methods you mentioned, are there any alternatives? Yuan Gang lowered his gaze slightly, suggesting that once you step inside, opportunities will abound. You may choose not to join the night watch, but you must participate in this training to control your forbidden domain. Qiyyu regarded him with suspicion. For how long? 1 month. Afterward, you assure me that you won't coerce me into joining the night watch or create trouble for me. Correct. Deal. When do we leave? Now. As Qiyyu sat in the car, his face was a canvas of reluctance. Just moments ago, his tale had suggested he should go and learn. After all, the powers of the two realms ultimately differ. If you join the night watch now, you could also earn a medal. Qiyyu chuckled dryly, a smile devoid of warmth. No need. Thank you. Yuan Gang's words had ignited a rebellious spirit within him. The more he pushed for his inclusion, the less inclined he felt to comply. The vehicle gradually approached the new recruit training base. Yuan Gang led him toward the training grounds, while Qiyyu surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. Soon, they arrived at the training field, bustling with new recruits. Though the atmosphere was not at all as he had imagined, he envisioned the new recruits lined up precisely where they should be for their training. However, on the field, some were executing backflips, while others resembled eccentric performers. Qiyyu cast a peculiar glance at Yuan Gang and said, Please don't tell me this is training. Yuan Gang remained silent as he led him towards the platform. Qiyyu hurriedly scanned each new recruit present, his gaze halting when it landed on Lin Qie. Lin Qie, upon seeing him, was equally taken aback. Chapter 25. The child of an ordinary family. Yuan Gang approached the leading instructor and inquired, Are there any spare wristbands? The instructor promptly nodded and retrieved one from a nearby box. Upon receiving it, Qiyyu stepped back slightly, his face etched with reluctance. Can I exchange it for another? Impossible. With evident dissatisfaction, Qiyyu donned a wristband. The next moment, a surge of electricity coursed through his body, rendering him momentarily uncontrollable. What the? Thankfully, in the following instant, he recalled the methods he had learned from Hua Hua over the past few months. Standing at the edge of the platform, he exhaled in relief. It would be utterly embarrassing to fall in front of so many onlookers. Raising his arm, he waved it at Yuan Gang. This isn't too difficult. There are no extra clothes for now, but I'll get you some in a couple of days. All right. Qiyyu bit his lip and tossed his phone to him. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Wait a moment. I need to send a message. He took the phone back and typed, "Caught. See you in a month, don't worry." After sending the message, he powered off the device and handed it back to Yuan Gang. As Yuan Gang passed by, he remarked, "If you fail the assessment in a month, you'll have to extend for another month." Qingyu froze, disbelief etched across his face. "Are you kidding me?" But when he turned around, Yuan Gang had vanished. Time to eat. With the instructor's command, the new recruits erupted into chaos. Qingyu leaped off the platform and headed towards Lin Xie. "Xie." Qingyu halted before Lin Xie. "Long time no see." Lin Xie nodded slightly. "Indeed. What brings you here?" Qingyu clicked his tongue. "I was brought here by your illustrious instructor." He emphasized the word illustrious with a hint of sarcasm. A plump figure suddenly performed a series of backflips, blocking their path. Qingyu paused, looking on with uncertainty. "Xie, do you two know each other?" Lin Xie nodded. "This is Qingyu." The chubby figure, Bai Li Tu Ming, extended his hand with a tremor. "Hello, I'm Bai Li Tu Ming, but you can call me Fatty." Qingyu hesitated before shaking his hand. "Nice to meet you." Following Lin Xie into the cafeteria, they found it relatively empty, as most recruits were still on their way. They grabbed trays and casually settled at a table. "Weren't you planning to join the Night Watchers?" "Yes." Qingyu nodded, recounting how Yuan Gang had brought him there. Unable to suppress a few curses aimed at him. "You're leaving in a month?" "Yes." As they conversed, Bai Li Tu Ming and Chao Yuan approached from a distance. "I'm exhausted," Bai Li Tu Ming exclaimed, glancing around furtively before pulling a Rolex from his pocket. "Qingyu, don't be shy about this welcome gift." Qingyu stared in bewilderment, his expression turning curious as he asked, "Where did you get this?" "Just some worthless local specialties." Qingyu bowed, contemplating the extravagant watch worth over 100,000. "Do you come from a wealthy family?" Bailey Pang Pang hastily gestured. "Please do not misunderstand. I'm merely a child from an ordinary family." Qingyu opened his mouth, and it was unmistakably not his imagination. Lin Xie across from him indeed rolled his eyes. "No need for thanks," Qingyu said, tugging at the corners of his lips, dismissing it as a quirk of the affluent. "Just accept it. It's not worth much anyway." As Bailey Pang Pang spoke, he placed the watch on the table. "Or is it that you dislike this model?" Lin Xie slowly replied. "Qingyu, you should just take it." Seeing Lin Xie's insistence, Qingyu had no choice but to pick up the watch from the dining table. "Thank you. From now on, we are friends," he nodded. A week later, Qingyu sat on the rooftop, waving an object in his hand. Current realm, boundless. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qiyu's eyes brightened. The amusement found in the training camp was far greater than that in school. For instance, the new recruits often stayed awake at night, collectively practicing backflips in the dormitory. They exchanged tales of their past misadventures and Bailey Pang Pang's quest for love. Among other stories, so many, in fact, that he could hardly keep count. Yet, what intrigued him most was Lin Xie, whose 3 consecutive misses in the training camp were remarkably rare. When he saw that the number of selectable individuals in the simulated training ground had increased, he unhesitatingly chose Jing Lu. Firstly, as a swordsman, seeking Jing Lu was undoubtedly suitable. Secondly, he wished to spar with Yuan Gang. Drawing a deep breath, he leaped off the rooftop and headed towards the dormitory. In comparison to other recruits, the instructors were relatively lenient with him. The dormitory was sparsely populated due to his unexpected addition, leaving him in solitude, which he found quite pleasurable. Taking a deep breath, he eagerly immersed himself in the experience. Deep within the forest, a figure stood with arms crossed. Hearing the sound, the woman turned to face him. Qiyu's breath momentarily caught. It was the first time he had encountered such a detached expression in someone's eyes. "Do you wish to learn my sword?" Qiyu blinked and then nodded slightly, somewhat perplexed as to why she would ask again. 2 days later, he comprehended the reason. Any good person who practiced swordsmanship would not go easy on him. At that moment, the benefits of the simulated training ground became evident. One would not die, and injuries sustained would not carry over into the real world. Conversely, if one were injured in reality, they would heal here and be restored upon exiting. Consequently, when Jing Lu discovered that he had learned a bit and encountered him for the first time, she struck him down without hesitation. However, Qiyu found this extraordinary loophole quite delightful. Observing Lin Xie, who appeared increasingly haggard day by day, he inquired, "Are you all right?" Qiyu shook his head slightly. "No. Just a bit tired. Bailey Pang appraised him from head to toe. Somewhat surprised, you have reached boundless. Yes, I just arrived last night. A nearby recruit could not help but exclaim, at the same age, others are boundless, while I am merely at the pool realm. Is it possible that he is younger than you? As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of laughter erupted around them. Qingyu was soon encircled by an onslaught of questions, leaving him utterly bewildered. He had no idea what to do when faced with a bottleneck in cultivation, as he had never encountered one before. In the past, he felt rather indifferent, but now he finds this situation remarkably impressive. Qingyu, Instructor Yuan requests your presence in his office. Upon hearing the loud cheers from outside, Qiyu's eyes instantly brightened. He had been seeking an excuse to extricate himself, and now it had conveniently presented itself. Excellent. As he stepped outside, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path for him. Soon, he arrived at the door of Yuan Gang's office. After knocking a few times, he pushed the door open and entered. Through these days of interaction, his impression of Yuan Gang had somewhat shifted. Although it was not entirely favorable, it was certainly an improvement from the initial annoyance he had felt during their first encounter. What do you need me for? It's regarding your forbidden ruins. Qingyu pressed his lips together and drew a chair to sit across from him. After several days of study, he had realized that his forbidden ruins did not belong to any single category. While there were many similarities, none were entirely accurate. Does yours belong to the forbidden ruins or the divine ruins? It undoubtedly belongs to the forbidden ruins. Qingyu paused before continuing, yet, I find that this is not documented in my texts. Could you elaborate? Chapter 26. The scene of the incident. Qingyu took a deep breath and slowly recounted the one-man show and simulation related to the forbidden ruins. Yuan Gang nodded slightly after listening. All right, you may leave. Qingyu blinked, feeling as though he was discarded once he had served his purpose. Don't you have anything else to ask? You could stay if you wanted. Who wants to stay? With that remark, Qingyu stood up and walked away. His well-being was paramount. Qingyu paused momentarily and replied softly. Upon stepping outside, he stood still for a moment, stroking his chin, then proceeded toward the classroom. It was the perfect time for students to transition from their meals to their studies. Bai Li, noticing his approach, could not help but inquire. What did Instructor Yuan want to discuss with you? Just some trivial matters, Qingyu replied as he settled into his seat. I wonder how Xiaoyu is faring. After speaking, a pen appeared in his hand. During moments of boredom, especially without his phone, he enjoyed twirling a pen. Since his encounter with Qingyu, this was the first time he had been separated from her for such an extended period. In moments of utter tedium, time seemed to stretch infinitely, passing at an agonizingly slow pace. He had a vague sense that a significant amount of time had elapsed, yet upon closer reflection, it had only been 4 or 5 days. During the daytime drills, he could easily overpower his opponents. However, at night, practicing swordsmanship with Jing Lu left him in a state of disarray, often having to flee in defeat. After half a month, his swordsmanship had improved considerably, evolving from being defeated in mere seconds to holding his ground for 3 minutes. He was uncertain if Jing Lu was satisfied, but he himself was quite pleased. He always thought a month felt excessively long, yet as the departure day approached, he realized how fleeting that time truly was. There remained much knowledge pertaining to the forbidden ruins that he had yet to uncover. Even the combat techniques taught by his instructor were only superficially grasped. One day, to Qiyu's surprise, Yuan Gang took the initiative to seek him out. Qiyu was taken aback upon seeing him. Oh, how does this busy person find time to come to me? Are you going hiking? Not going, Yuan Gang replied, recalling the last hiking trip which had taken nearly an entire day, causing him some discomfort. You're quite weak. Qiyyu slowly typed out a question mark. Who are you insulting? Observing the vexed expression on his face, Yuan Gang calmly asked, So, will you go or not? Qiyyu opened his mouth. Although he desired to redeem himself, he realized that acquiescing to Yuan Gang's wishes might not lead him to victory. If the instructor deemed him weak, so be it. Ultimately, Qiyyu decided to abandon the idea. It was better for one person to be aware than for many to know. Seeing him devoid of ambition, Yuan Gang fell silent, feeling that this was not quite what he had envisioned. Shouldn't instructors show more concern for their students' well-being? Yuan Gang sighed. I'm disappointed. As he spoke, Qiyyu retreated, turning to open the door and dash outside. After some wandering, upon discovering that he was the only one who had not gone, Xiaoyu couldn't help but click his tongue. Instructor, do you have a moment? After contemplating, he ultimately approached Yuan Gang. Wait for me to return. Sure. In the end, Xiaoyu found himself in the kitchen with the elderly son, listening to his captivating tales of former recruits, which he found quite enjoyable. I believe you're the most intriguing one in the training camp, Xiaoyu remarked with a smile, though a hint of uncertainty lingered in his heart about whether they would meet again in the future. If I'm still here next session, will you come? For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Well, some people are best cherished in memory. When Yuan Gang returned, Xiaoyu hurried over. When does the assessment begin? When can I leave? Tomorrow, came the definitive reply, and Xiaoyu's spirits soared as he sought out Lin Chia. At that moment, they were soaking in the hot springs with other recruits. Bai Li, the chubby one, waved at him. Xiaoyu, want to join us for a wash? Xiaoyu shook his head and settled by the edge of the spring. I'll be leaving in a couple of days. Bai Li was incredulous, his eyes wide. So soon? Chiu nodded slightly. Well, after all, I never said I would join the night watch. Oh, I see, Bai Li scratched his head. Will you come back when training ends in September? Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow at the hopeful look in Bai Li's eyes and eventually nodded. Yes, I will be waiting at the foot of the mountain. Bai Li's face broke into a bright smile. Great. The following day, under Yuan Gang's supervision, Xiaoyu completed all the tests. Upon receiving the report that indicated he had passed, his eyes lit up. Can I leave now? Yes, Yuan replied. Except for that initial meeting when I had some reservations about you. The others really liked you. Xiaoyu paused and added, don't get me wrong. I just read online that many instructors care about their students' evaluations. Observing the awkwardness of the young man before him, Yuan Gang chuckled. Pack your things and be on your way. Okay. After taking a few steps forward, he turned back. Where's my phone? Yuan opened a drawer, retrieved the phone, and handed it to him. As Xiaoyu reached the door, he hesitated, glancing back at Yuan Gang, who was engrossed in a book, and raised his hand for a quick selfie. Upon returning to the dormitory, he grabbed the bag he had prepared earlier. A strange sensation washed over him. The bag felt significantly heavier. At the entrance, he took one last look at the new recruit training base before humming a tune as he descended the mountain. After a few minutes, dissatisfied with his pace, he summoned his sword and stepped aboard. Though the sword wobbled during flight, it was undeniably swifter than walking. Reaching the base of the mountain, he approached the roadside and pulled out his phone, where a picture caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he paused, enlarging the image with 2 fingers. Yuan Gang smiled at the camera, flashing a peace sign. Xiaoyu let out a soft snicker before navigating to a ride-hailing app. In the car, he opened his backpack to find it stuffed with boxes, blinking in bewilderment. So that's why it felt so heavy, he mused, realizing Bai Li had stuffed it with numerous watches. No wonder Lin Chia appeared somewhat resigned when he insisted on accepting it. Subsequently, he picked up an open box, revealing a water ghost within. Xiaoyu widened his eyes in disbelief, suspecting that Bai Li Pongpong's family was indeed involved in the watch trade. He had arrived with nothing but a mobile phone, yet he was leaving with a bundle of items, seemingly at a considerable advantage. After alighting from the vehicle, Xiaoyu glanced at the time, noting that it was a day earlier than he had anticipated. Upon reaching the location wherein Qingyu typically conducted his experiments, Xiaoyu treaded lightly, intending to surprise him. However, upon observing the walls splattered with blood, his smile faltered, as it resembled a veritable crime scene. Chapter 27. Is it over? After regaining his composure, Xiaoyu continued to walk forward. He noticed in Qingyu at a distance, diligently recording something on stage. His clothes stained crimson with blood. Xiaoyu, what are you up to? And Qingyu, with a slight movement of his fingers, closed his notebook and turned to face him. You're back. Xiaoyu nodded slightly and approached, curious about the experiment Qingyu was conducting. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and stepped forward, pulling Xiaoyu outside. Things are still disorganized. It's a bit chaotic. Xiaoyu blinked, sensing something amiss, but unable to articulate it. You're not hiding anything from me, are you? No. Observing Qingyu's candid expression, Xiaoyu dismissed his doubts. How has your research been these past few days? It's nearly complete. Great. I brought back a few books from the training camp. Would you like to see them? Xiaoyu gestured to the backpack behind Qingyu. Yes, and Qingyu replied. Taking the bag off Ciyu's back. I could carry it myself, Ciyu said, reaching to reclaim it. And Qingyu gently shook his head. No need. Throughout their journey, Ciyu shared various stories from the training camp, allowing the matters of the laboratory to fade from his mind. Since leaving the training camp, he had noticeably increased his training time. Previously, he could only spare an hour or two to practice swordsmanship with Jing Lu, but now he could dedicate at least 8 hours, finding time to learn magic from Hua Hua during his leisure. His relentless pursuit stemmed from the pressing need for self-defense. Simultaneously, he and Qingyu returned to their previous dynamic. Time slipped away, and before they knew it, summer break had arrived. Ciyu rested his chin on his hand, gazing at Qingyu, who was engrossed in his book. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he stood up, approached Qingyu, and wrapped his arms around his neck. Xiaoyu, it's been a while. How about we go out for a bit? Balancing work and relaxation is crucial. And Qingyu closed his book and looked at him. Where to? Ciyu stroked his chin, unsure of where to go. He thought of finding Su Yuqing. They might have a gathering that evening. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, playing alone. I sent too much fun. Let us find Yuqing. Didn't he say he is free every day? After confirming the meeting place with Su Yuqing, Ciyu pulled Qingyu along as they hurried over. Inside a CF, Su Yuqing stirred his coffee, his reflection in the glass revealing a face clouded with worry. Noticing the two approaching from a distance, he composed himself, stood up, and greeted them with a smile. Scholars, over here. Regaining his composure, he glanced at the nearby server. Those 2 cups are ready. All right. As the two sat down across from him, Su Yuqing spoke softly. I thought you'd wait a bit longer before coming out. Qingyu chuckled. Well, we didn't have anything pressing to do. Indeed, especially with no assignments. You seem troubled. This statement was less a question and more an assertion. Su Yuqing paused momentarily, then nodded slightly. Can you share with us? Perhaps we can offer some advice. Su Yuqing inhaled deeply. Recently, my family encountered some issues. Initially, it was just my father who fell ill, and my mother, in caring for him, also contracted the illness. They feared I might catch it too, so they sent me away. Ciyu raised an eyebrow. What illness? Su Yuqing shook his head slightly. They didn't specify. He paused before continuing. I sense they are concealing something from me. Ciyu pondered, stroking his chin. Since they wish to keep it from you, it must be something difficult to articulate. But I am their child. Why would they guard secrets from me? Moreover, it seems they do not wish to be ill. I have been lingering at the door for several days and have yet to see them fetch medicine or visit a hospital. Ciyu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, having never experienced such a situation himself. After irritably running his fingers through his hair, he suggested, How about I accompany you for a drink? Su Yuqing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Aren't you not fond of alcohol? Fortunately, I do not decline invitations, he retorted. Su Yuqing's expression revealed a hint of grievance as he glanced at him. Ciyu paused before responding. Who drinks every day? I have only invited you 2 or 3 times in a year, and this is the first for this year. He blinked, recalling that the count felt rather high. Shall I reserve a private room? Su Yuqing said, shaking his phone in hand. His thoughts were currently chaotic. A drink seemed quite appealing. All right, let us go, Su Yuqing declared, rising first. Ciyu arched an eyebrow, peering down at the 3 untouched cups of coffee on the table. Surely, they had not come merely to fulfill a formality. Upon arriving at the private room, Su Yuqing immediately took a swig of his drink. My mother recently inquired whether I have a girlfriend. Where am I supposed to find one for her? 2 years ago, she emphasized the importance of my studies, and now, just before graduation, she insists I find someone. It's not that easy. Ciyu propped his chin up with one hand. Do you have someone you like? Su Yuqing shook his head. I'm so busy every day. How could I possibly date? To be honest, I envy you too. Envy? The studious type tends to be rather aloof, while you are the more affable one. Throughout this time, I have yet to witness a quarrel between you two. Su Yuqing surveyed the two of them, his gaze darting back and forth. Qingyu smirked slightly. It's manageable. As the drinks flowed, Su Yuqing and Ciyu sat unsteadily on their chairs, while Qingyu remained poised and upright, having consumed only a small glass. Why do you think they even guard against their closest ones? Ciyu yawned and spoke slowly. Why not? You don't have any secrets, do you? Perhaps. Su Yuqing blinked, realizing that the only person close to Yu was in Qingyu. What secrets might you be keeping from the studious type? Su Yu Qing checked Histine. You can't possibly deceive him about your body, can you? Upon hearing this, and Qingyu directed his gaze towards Su Yu Qing. Perhaps because he was seated farther away and had been silent for quite some time, the two seemed to have momentarily forgotten his presence. Yu raised a finger and shook it. Shallow. What does that mean? At most, it is merely a deception of emotions. To deceive one's body is utterly shameless. Huh? Su Yu Chen appeared somewhat dazed. Had their ship barely begun to sail before it was destined to meet its end? And Qingyu furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing this. Siyu. The sudden utterance of her name startled both of them. Siyu opened his mouth slightly, his mind racing with thoughts, rendered momentarily speechless, and could only choose to feign ignorance. The lively atmosphere that had just prevailed seemed to plummet to an icy silence in an instant. Su Yu Chen reached up to wipe non-existent sweat from his brow. Think quickly, or my brother is doomed. Chapter 28, he began to comprehend why Yu had a disdain for alcohol. It seemed that too much intoxication led to indiscretions being revealed. With this thought, he resolved to curtail his drinking in the future. For if his past misdeeds were ever exposed, it would spell his ruin. Following the recent incident, clarity began to seep into his muddled mind. He rose and pointed towards the doorway, stating, I just remembered that I left the gas on at home. Upon seeing him attempt to leave, Yu reached out to detain him. However, Su Yu Chen nimbly evaded her grasp, casting her a look reminiscent of a scorned lover. Yu clenched her fists. Mente liberating Su Yu Chen. As the two were left alone, and Qingyu approached him, towering over him. For a moment, Yu found herself at a loss for words. No, let me explain, she stammered, instantly regretting her choice of words. What she truly wished to convey was that she had merely been jesting. Noticing her downcast gaze, and Qingyu, dissatisfied, lifted her chin with a gentle hand, prompting Yu to meet her gaze. The words she intended to speak were suddenly lodged in her throat. Though no words were exchanged, Yu inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. Yu hesitated for a moment before continuing. It's just and Qingyu narrowed her eyes. Are you leaving? Yu slightly shook her head and reached out to grasp Qingyu's arm, a position that soon became uncomfortable for her neck. I'm not leaving. Little fish, could you please let go? She thought to herself, cursing the inept system that had failed to elicit more than a handful of sentences over the year, neither indicating her intent to depart nor to stay. And Qingyu's fingers twitched, and she released her grip, leaning down to meet Yu's gaze directly. Let us talk about this. It's a lengthy explanation. Yu pressed her lips together, noticing Qingyu's displeasure. Taking a deep breath, she wrapped her arms around Qingyu's neck and kissed her. And Qingyu paused for a moment, then brushed aside the loose strands of hair from Yu's forehead before pulling her closer. Yu let out a muffled sound, pain shooting through her as tears nearly welled in her eyes. She was certain Qingyu was retaliating. Feeling a cool hand slip beneath her clothing, Yu involuntarily shivered. After a few strategic presses, she sensed a tingling numbness in her legs. For some reason, she felt a hint of menace, as though a threat lingered. If she dared to flee, there would be consequences. This thought sent a wave of dread over her, causing her breath to quicken. After a brief pause, her breathing gradually steadied. After all, Qingyu was not that sort of person. Little fish, Qingyu responded softly. I like you too. This isn't a deception of feelings. Moreover, I would never mislead you regarding my intentions. After saying this, Yu took Qingyu's hand and kissed the palm. So please don't be angry, all right? Very well. Yu was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson once she understood his words. Reflecting on a month prior, she believed Qingyu was indeed capable of such actions. With this in mind, Yu bit her lip, feeling a twinge of anticipation, perhaps influenced by the alcohol. And Qingyu then lifted her from her seat and carried her outside. Little fish, I'm quite thirsty. I'd like some water. Yu reached out and tugged at his collar. And Qingyu slightly lowered her gaze and glanced at him, saying, We're almost home. Yu released his grip and responded with an acknowledgement. He felt a peculiar sensation, as if he were ill. Otherwise, why would he find Qingyu looking so delectable? He shook his head, casting away such thoughts. No matter how appetizing she appeared, she was not for consumption. The warm summer breeze wafted in, carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers. Momentarily leaving Qingyu feeling a bit dizzy. He glanced up at Qingyu's profile and couldn't help but ponder. Surely, this matter must have passed? Upon returning home, Qingyu seated him on the sofa and then turned to pour a glass of water. After gulping it down, Qingyu still felt parched. Little fish, I want more. He raised the empty glass, and Qingyu frowned slightly. He had already consumed quite a bit, and logically, he should not be able to drink much more. With this question lingering in her mind, Qingyu nonetheless turned back to fill another glass. After he finished, Qingyu stared quietly at Qingyu, and after a prolonged silence, he stood up on tiptoe and leaned in for another kiss. It was only natural for a drunken man to act irrationally. Qingyu's eyes flickered, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Little fish, Qingyu murmured, reaching out to tug at her clothing. Why do I feel even thirstier than before? Qingyu said, grasping his hand. Seeing this, he had no choice but to pull with his other hand. Being caught like this would be quite a predicament. Chapter 29. The only one hurt is himself. Is that all right? Qingyu inquired as he lifted his gaze towards him. Qingyu nodded slightly, half embracing him as they made their way to the bedroom. Qingyu blinked, sensing that something was amiss. He merely needed a piece of clothing. Why could he not be given that? It was only when he began to remove his own garments that Qingyu realized he may have misinterpreted his intentions. Little fish. I'm not. Qingyu's words were abruptly interrupted by Qingyu. Qingyu, taken aback by the unwavering actions, felt somewhat foolish. Typically, Qingyu would grasp his meaning even before he completed his sentences, yet today, his mind felt as if it were made of paper. As he opened his eyes to behold the pristine white ceiling, his face flushed with embarrassment. Just a day prior, he had vowed not to deceive him physically, yet here he was, caught in a lie. Although he had initiated the actions, the essence remained unchanged. Propping himself up on the bed, Qingyu felt pain radiate throughout his body. The previous night, he had inadvertently bumped his head against the wall and even struck his foot on the corner of the bed. Gradually, he maneuvered to the edge of the bed, intending to rise and retrieve his phone from the living room to chastise Su Yuqing, who had proven to be utterly unreliable, fleeing at the first sign of trouble. However, as he stood, his legs wobbled dangerously, nearly causing him to collapse. Upon reaching the living room, he cast a glance at Qingyu, who appeared preoccupied, before proceeding forward. Qingyu approached him, extending a hand in an attempt to assist, but Qingyu, in response, hastened his pace to the sofa, where he seized his phone from the coffee table. Qingyu adjusted his glasses. Are you all right? Qingyu pursed his lips, feeling relatively refreshed, aside from some lingering pain. He experienced no discomfort. I'm fine. After speaking, he lowered his gaze to the phone. Su Yuqing. Hey brother, are you up? Su Yuqing. Are you all right, brother? Su Yuqing. Brother, how are you? Are you dead? Do you need me to arrange a funeral? Reading these messages prompted Qingyu to take a deep breath. Qingyu, smiled. JPG. Su Yuqing, you scared me. When you didn't reply for 2 hours, I thought something had happened to you. Qingyu. Su Yuqing, please don't be angry. I had my reasons for leaving. Su Yuqing, the academic genius might hit me, but he would never strike you, right? Besides, you're stronger than him. If he were to hit you, you could retaliate. As the collateral damage, I was afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so I fled. Upon reading this, Qingyu almost laughed in exasperation. To be killed by collateral damage was indeed a ridiculous notion. Qingyu. Su Yuqing, I have good news to share. My parents are better now. Are you free today? Perhaps I could treat you to a meal. Qingyu. No need. After sending the message, Qingyu tossed his phone aside, realizing that he seemed to be the only one suffering. Would you like something to eat? Qingyu spoke softly. Qingyu shook his head slightly. I'm not hungry. I'll just sleep for a while longer. He felt somewhat unwell, questioning why he had risen solely to respond to Su Yuqing's messages. After lying down for approximately an hour, he found himself unable to sleep and decided to visit the training grounds. Jing Lu sat in her seat, delicately sipping from her teacup. Upon noticing him, her gaze momentarily faltered. Please, take a seat and rest, she invited. Qingyu hesitated for a brief moment, adjusting his collar before taking a seat across from her. He realized that ever since arriving here, the tumultuous emotions that had plagued his heart had significantly subsided, akin to having consumed a calming elixir. Is there truly nothing that I, as your disciple, can assist you with? He felt a twinge of embarrassment after all the effort she had expended in teaching him over these past few days, while he felt utterly incapable of reciprocating. Jing Lu gently shook her head. Merely being here is the greatest help. Qingyu was somewhat perplexed, but nonetheless responded with a soft acknowledgement. After a brief interlude, he picked up the iron sword resting nearby and began to practice. Not long into his training, he heard a sound and put down the sword to look towards the entrance of the woods. Hua Hua, Wei Wei. Since Jing Lu's arrival, he had noticed that Hua Hua and Wei Wei had rarely returned. Wei Wei had even remarked, "You possess a natural talent for swordsmanship. Thus, it is essential to practice diligently." At that time, Qingyu had been on the receiving end of a relentless beating and had nearly coughed up blood upon hearing those words. Hua Hua nodded slightly. Indeed. Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Did you not mention that the affairs of the Ten Kings office have been quite hectic lately? How is it that you can find the time to visit? Hua Hua lowered her head, appearing somewhat bashful. Wei Wei, unable to contain herself, interjected. Hua Hua was out exorcising demons alone. Feeling frightened, she came here to hide. Qingyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Hua Hua, anxious, attempted to hush Wei Wei. Would you care to join me for tea? Qingyu inquired with a slight smile. Hua Hua chuckled softly. Very well. Hua Hua pointed her neck and slowly said, Do you require Wei Wei's assistance in dealing with that? Qingyu, feeling a bit awkward, cleared his throat. Oh, no need to trouble yourself, so. However, should you require help, feel free to seek me or Wei Wei at any time. He nodded slightly, recalling the several times he had rubbed his neck while drinking tea earlier, now noticing it had turned quite red, indeed, giving him the sensation of having been struck. After engaging in conversation with Hua Hua and practicing his swordplay for a while longer, he opened his eyes again to find that afternoon had arrived. And Qingyu closed the book in his hands upon seeing Qingyu awaken. Sitting up, Qingyu felt considerably better, prompting his curiosity about wherein Qingyu had procured the medicine. Yet, more pressing was his intrigue regarding how Qingyu had managed to prepare such an abundance of supplies. It was not until his stomach rumbled a few times that he returned to the present and looked towards Qingyu. Little fish, I am quite hungry. Qingyu nodded slightly and served him a bowl of porridge. What have you been up to this past month? Qingyu inquired with curiosity. Qingyu gradually recounted the events of the month. Upon hearing that Qingyu had taken half of the frost vine, Qingyu found himself at a loss for words. To commend him seemed inadequate since he had taken half. Yet to criticize him felt unjust as he had left the other half. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, You are impressive. Qingyu reached out to hold him, and as Qingyu lowered his gaze, he quickly recalled someone. After retrieving his phone from the living room, he located Yuan Gang's chat window and sent a message. Perhaps it was due to Yuan Gang's casual glance at his phone that he responded almost instantaneously. Qingyu inquired, Do you possess a mysterious corpse? Yuan Gang replied with a simple question mark. Qingyu continued, Consider it a peculiar quirk of mine. Yuan Gong answered, No. The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched upon reading the message, yet reflecting on his own understanding, he resolved to inquire further. After all, what if Qingyu's unusual proclivity was somehow related to this? After all, he had tarnished his own reputation for the sake of this very curiosity. Chapter 30. Debris Flow. A week later, upon receiving a message from Yuan Gang, Qingyu raised an eyebrow and opened it. Yuan Gang, I don't have it here, but if you join a night watch, I can help you apply for it. Qingyu, no, thank you. With a sigh, he set down his phone, intending to sleep, when he noticed Qingyu approaching with a grave expression. I've taken off my clothes. What? Qingyu was taken aback by this statement, nearly jumping in surprise. I'll help you check. For the past few days, Qingyu had been resting from dawn till dusk, and Qingyu had conducted a brief examination while he was asleep, but found nothing amiss. Why should I be checked if I'm not ill? After speaking, Qingyu realized he needed to clarify. I believe you may have misunderstood. This is a capability of my Forbidden Realm. Qingyu gradually explained all the abilities related to the Forbidden Realm. A growing Forbidden Realm? Indeed. Upon hearing this, and Qingyu stroked his chin in contemplation. Xiaoyu tugged at him gently. I'm fine. If you really feel uneasy, you may check. As he spoke, Xiaoyu began to remove his clothes. Take your time. Huahua promised to bring me paper figures. Huahua had already given him only a few paper figures, after giving 2 to Qingyu. The remaining 2 had accidentally been soaked. When he entered and saw only Huahua, he was momentarily taken aback. Since Jing Lu arrived here, Xiaoyu had not seen her leave until today. Where has Master gone? Huahua shook her head slightly. I don't know. She wasn't here when I arrived. Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement and began to practice alone. Time passed quietly until the end of August. On one particular day, Su Yuchen sought him out. You might find this hard to believe, but I encountered something extraordinary yesterday. Observing Su Yuchen's cautious demeanor, Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Go on. Do you remember that tavern I frequently visit? The server there has died. Xiaoyu recalled briefly, as he did not drink. He was naturally indifferent to where Su Yuchen frequented. Was it a crime of passion? Murder? Homicide? Noti Qingyu se calme de minor. Su Yuchen pouted. Somewhat bored. Can't you at least react a little? The manner of death in the photo is indeed rather peculiar. Xiaoyu, intrigued by the mention, inquired. For instance, a friend of mine happened to be at the scene, and here is a photo from the site. Su Yuchen produced his phone. Xiaoyu took it. Examining the image closely, a figure was nailed to the wall in a star shape, with 5 nails piercing the heart and limbs respectively. The photo was of high definition, showcasing every detail clearly. Xiaoyu then opened the next video, this time a close-up of a hand. 5 fingers had been severed, and thick blood dripped from the wound. Pooling on the ground, Xiaoyu squinted, returning the phone to Su Yuchen. What is so strange about this? The police will probably solve the case soon. Su Yuchen waggled a finger. No. The key point is what? The focus is that someone claims this was not human-made. Let me see. Upon noticing Qingyu's interest, Su Yuchen promptly handed him his phone. Xiaoyu couldn't help but rub his forehead at the sight. Their curiosity about matters external seemed to eclipse even his own. After reviewing the content, Qingyu returned the phone and inquired, Are there any other videos? Su Yuchen shook his head. The police have sealed all information. At this point, not only are other videos unavailable, but even returning to the crime scene poses a challenge. However, I have a bit of rapport with their superior. Perhaps I could procure some footage. I do wish your curiosity wasn't so insatiable, Xiaoyu remarked, somewhat exasperated. Haven't you considered that bombarding him with messages might attract the police's attention? Su Yuchen scoffed. Well, as long as they don't investigate us, we're in the clear, right? Xiaoyu chuckled. If you two end up getting caught, it would indeed be amusing. As long as one conducts themselves with integrity, there's nothing to fear, Su Yuchen replied, flashing a bright smile. Xiaoyu, observing Qingyu's eager anticipation, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was he the only one behaving unusually? No, it seemed that everyone else was equally unconventional. In comparison, he felt almost like the epitome of normalcy. I advise you both against reckless behavior, particularly you little fish, Xiaoyu warned, casting a look of caution toward Qingyu. Qingyu responded with a shy smile. All right. Xiaoyu stood up. I have an appointment today. Please don't cause any trouble. I shall return shortly. As he departed, he glanced back at the two, relieved to see them seated obediently, standing on the street. He looked up at the sky, where thick clouds obscured the sun, threatening rain at any moment. After a brief moment of contemplation, he retraced his steps to retrieve an umbrella. The vehicle journeyed towards the foot of Jinan Mountain, where Xiaoyu leaned against the car, waiting. He had only promised to come. The duration of his wait was entirely dependent on his mood. The taxi driver stepped aside to smoke, and his presence here was, of course, motivated by financial necessity. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Large raindrops pelted the ground, creating splashes of water. Trees along the roadside swayed in the storm, their leaves rustling under the relentless rain. The driver hurriedly extinguished his cigarette and returned to the car. Xiaoyu leisurely retrieved his umbrella from his pocket. Feeling the ground tremble slightly, his expression shifted, and he quickly folded the umbrella and jumped into the car, drive. It's unsafe here. There's a risk of a mudslide. The driver's face paled slightly as he pressed the accelerator. Upon realizing they were heading uphill, Qiyu looked bewildered. Why are we going up the mountain? There was a village 200 meters from their location. Perhaps they could evacuate the residents before the mudslide arrived. Qiyu raised an eyebrow and softly acquiesced. After all, it was a matter of saving lives. Upon reaching the village, the driver parked in a relatively wooded area and retrieved a megaphone from the trunk, beginning to shout for attention. Qiyu exited the vehicle, relieved to see numerous men, women, and children emerging from their homes. He exhaled, fearing the worst, that some might refuse to leave. The ground beneath trembled with increasing intensity. Qiyu slightly turned his head towards the mountain peak, where torrents of water carried mud, trees, and stones cascading downwards. Noticing that they remained rooted in place, Qiyu shouted, waving his arms, "Hey, over here, quickly come." Observing a small boy lagging behind, Qiyu dashed forward, grasped the collar of his shirt, and pulled him back. Almost as soon as he had taken off, a mudslide swept through the village, leveling everything in its path. The men instinctively stood at the forefront, bracing themselves against the vehicles, their foreheads beaded with sweat and veins bulging, clearly exerting every ounce of strength they possessed. The vehicles slowly began to slide downwards, and with a loud crash, the glass shattered, and mud and debris swiftly filled the interior. Qiyu furrowed his brow and stepped forward, extending his hand. Although he lacked defensive skills, he believed he could protect these individuals, as the mudslide would only last a mere few seconds at most. Chapter 31. Suffering for Others. Not oneself. As the sound surrounding them gradually faded, the tension in everyone's nerves began to ease. Qiyu spoke slowly, urging, "Do not linger here. Seek refuge elsewhere." One by one, the others departed, leaving only him, the driver, and 3 middle-aged men in a standoff. "We are deeply grateful for your rescue, but how can we let you take the risk of departing last?" The middle-aged man, seeing that he could not persuade the driver, turned to Qiyu in resignation. "Child, you should leave first. We'll handle things here." Qiyu shook his head gently. "You should go. After all, I am a soldier." He felt helpless, fabricating a layer of identity. If he continued to be so deferential, they would be stuck here until nightfall. The other 4 exchanged glances, slowly retracting their hands and retreating to safety. Observing this, Qiyu stepped back, swiftly evading the ensuing chaos. A vehicle crashed with a resounding thud, toppling over and splashing water everywhere. Qiyu flicked the water from his head and moved aside, embracing himself against a tree trunk. "Big brother, thank you," he heard a small, dirt-smeared boy say. "It's nothing," Qiyu replied, lowering his gaze toward the child. At that moment, a cry echoed from afar, capturing everyone's attention. Upon seeing them, the man broke into a smile. Qiyu redirected his gaze, ruffling the boy's hair gently. "Go find your parents." The boy nodded, "Okay." The driver approached him, an apologetic expression on his face. "I won't take your money. I've called for a vehicle that is on its way. You can find it on the main road. I've decided to join the others in the mountain rescue. Would you like to come along?" Qiyu shook his head slightly. "No need. Assistance will arrive shortly." In the distance, vehicles began to approach slowly, prompting Qiyu to avert his gaze. A dark umbrella was tilted low, nearly obscuring half of his face as he descended the hill step by step. The headlights of several cars pierced through the rain, causing him to squint instinctively and raise his arm to shield his eyes. One vehicle halted beside him, and Qiyu paused, turning to inquire, "What is it?" Yuan Gang stepped out and stood before him. "I recall you possess the ability to wield a sword. How is your practice coming along?" Qingyu sighed, his expression tinged with helplessness. It was evident Yuan Gang intended to enlist his aid for the mountain rescue. "It's going well. Our people will require at least 10 hours to reach the summit. How long do you think it would take you?" Qiyu pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I cannot say for certain, but it will definitely be less than 10 hours. Could you assist? Upon completion, I promise to grant you a mysterious corpse." At the mention of this, Ciyu's eyes sparkled. He had been troubled about how to find other mysteries in recent days, and now it felt like a dream come true. "Very well, where is it?" "Never mind. I will find someone to accompany me." After speaking, Qiyu summoned a long sword, stepping onto it before waving to Yuan Gang as he sought out Lin Xie. Scanning the crowd, he quickly spotted Lin Chia. Chia, he called, extending his hand. Lin Chia hesitated for a moment before placing his hand upon Ciu's. With a gentle pull, Ciu drew him closer and quickened his pace. Originally, Ciu intended for him to stand at the back, but considering the likelihood of him falling, he decided to place him in front for protection. The height difference between the two was negligible, and with a sigh, Ciu turned his head away, questioning, "Why grow so tall?" Lin Chi, taken aback by this remark, was puzzled, for were they not of the same stature? 2 hours later, as they hovered above the village, Ciu skillfully controlled their descent. The surrounding houses lay in ruins, each brick and tile smeared with mud. Faint cries for help reached their ears, prompting the two to exchange glances before heading in different directions. After approximately an hour, they had rescued all the villagers in the vicinity. Utilizing his abilities, Ciu swiftly erected a tent to shelter everyone. After tending to their wounds, he stepped outside to find Lin Chi standing amidst the rubble, lost in thought. Ciu approached and set up a sunshade, settling down cross-legged. "Jie, stop staring and take a seat," he suggested, producing a cup of warm water, an item gifted to him by Jing Lu, reminiscent of the spatial freedom they enjoyed here. Noticing Lin Chi was soaked, Ciu offered him a towel and then retrieved a set of pajamas, as he had not packed any other clothing. "Dry off and change. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold." With that, he opened an umbrella and stepped outside, feeling quite uncomfortable in his sticky attire. Upon his return, he found Lin Chi had already changed. Seated opposite him, Lin Chi wore a serious expression. "There are 3 from the river realm and 1 from the sea realm." Ciu nodded slightly. "Yes, we shall wait for their arrival. They lack the strength to detect me." Pausing for a moment, he reassured, "Rest assured, I will protect you. How about we have something to eat now?" As he spoke, Ciu produced 2 cups of instant noodles, deftly tearing them open, boiling water, and adding the seasoning in one fluid motion. Once prepared, he pushed 1 cup toward Lin Chi. "Rather than stepping into their traps, let's wait for them to come to us." He smiled. After all, who is the prey and who is the hunter remains uncertain. Lin Chi nodded slightly in agreement. After finishing their meal, Ciu rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the sky. Noticing the troubled look on Lin Chi's face, he reached out and grasped his hand. "Why the long face? This matter does not concern you, and natural disasters are inherently unpredictable." As he spoke the last part, he nearly convinced himself. "At worst, we can capture them, and you can vent your frustrations on them." Lin Chi tilted his head slightly to look at him, and Ciu smiled back. Reflecting on his own youth, he recalled spending his time either studying or exploring the great outdoors. This thought stirred an unrecognized tenderness within him as he gazed at Lin Chi. "Enough of this. You must have expended considerable mental energy earlier. Get some rest and don't overthink. I am here with you." Lin Chi opened his mouth, poised to speak. But Ciu interrupted, "Emo brother." This remark shattered the moment, leaving Lin Chi's intended words stuck in his throat. Seeing him lie down, Ciu finally exhaled in relief. The weather outside was far from pleasant, and after a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a thin blanket to cover Lin Chi. "Thank you." Within the confines of the quilt, the muffled echoes of Lin Chi reverberated. Out of boredom, Ciu retrieved his phone to pass the time. After an indeterminate interval, the sound of Lin Chi's voice pierced the silence. "Do you wish to take a rest?" Ciu gently shook his head and then produced 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot. The instant noodles had nearly been digested, and a pang of hunger now stirred within him. Observing this, Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly. "Why do you carry so many items?" Ciu met his gaze for a brief moment. "Have you never heard the saying that one should not suffer while others do?" Suddenly, Ciu's attention was drawn to a nearby movement. It was Instructor Hong and his team, albeit a tad sluggish in their arrival. 8 hours had already elapsed since they first set out. What could they possibly be waiting for after such a golden opportunity? As he spoke, Ciu glanced toward the concealed location of the few individuals in the distance. During his journey, he had not detected any signs of their presence. It was only after their search and rescue efforts that the aura of those individuals had become apparent, as if it were established that only Lin Chia harbored intentions against him. Chapter 32. The Earth Dragon behind them, a group led by Qingyu, arrived, breathless. Bali Pang Pang quickened his pace upon spotting the two and plopped down into an empty seat, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted. You two have already started feasting." Lin Xie turned to Instructor Hong, stating, "The survivors are in the tent. Qingyu has provided them with basic first aid." "They're here," Qingyu added, tilting his head slightly to look over. Although Instructor Hong had just arrived and was unaware of the circumstances, he assumed a protective stance at the forefront. Bai Li Peng Pan, having just relaxed, immediately tensed up again and moved closer to Qingyu, asking, "Who has arrived?" Qingyu shook his head slightly. "I don't know, but I suspect it's that pyramid scheme operator." "The ancient god church," Lin Xie supplemented. From the depths of the forest, 3 figures slowly emerged. Qingyu yawned and stood up, taking a few steps forward before wielding his sword. The 3 individuals collapsed as soon as they made eye contact. Qingyu approached them, crouching down slowly, having just controlled his strength enough to avoid killing them. "Why are they so weak?" "Do not underestimate the disparity between 2 realms," Instructor Hong remarked, positioning himself beside Qingyu to prevent any sudden retaliation from the fallen trio. "Look, I've caught 3 for you. Can I have an additional mystery in return?" Qingyu asked eagerly, gazing at him. "You must inquire with the Grand Instructor about that," Qingyu replied, securing the captives before returning. Under the tent, Bali Pang Pang was pestering Lin Xie for food. "It just soaked. How can it be cooked so quickly?" Qingyu remarked, glancing at Instructor Hong. "Instructor, would you like something to eat?" "No, thank you." Bali Pang Pang, filled with curiosity, asked, "What about the mystery you mentioned, Qingyu?" "The reward for my invitation from Instructor Yuan is a mysterious corpse." As soon as he spoke, he noticed the peculiar looks directed at him by everyone. Qingyu opened his mouth. "It's merely mysterious. What is so strange about that?" "Xie, where is that sea realm you mentioned?" Lin Xie shook his head slightly. "I'm not sure. He has already left the bounds of my forbidden domain." Qingyu brushed off the dust from his clothing. "All right, ISNT Instructor Yuan here as well. Since there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." Just as Qingyu took a step forward, Bali Pang Pang tugged at his pant leg. "Wait, let us leave together." Qingyu sighed, reluctantly folding his arms and sitting down. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and added Su Yuchen and Qingyu into a group chat. "Qingyu, are you two together right now?" Su Yuchen, "No." And Qingyu, "Yes." "Qingyu, Su Yuchen, what I mean is I'm in my room and he's in the living room. We're not in the same place." "Qingyu, what are you both up to at this hour?" Su Yuchen, "We are model youths of society. What else can we do besides play on our phones?" "Qingyu, you're not getting into trouble, are you?" Su Yuchen, "Of course not." "Qingyu, I hope that's the case." Putting his phone away, Qingyu felt a surge of irritation as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Ever since experiencing their insatiable curiosity, he found it hard to believe that these two could remain peacefully at home. "What's wrong?" Noticing his agitation, Lin Xie inquired softly. "It's nothing, just some issues at home," Qingyu replied with a slight sigh. 2 restless individuals. With his hands clasped behind his head, he gazed at the night sky, observing Bali Pang Pang and several others gathered around enjoying their self-heating hot pot. "Qingyu, do you truly have nothing extra?" Bali Pang Pang asked while slurping on wide noodles. Qingyu rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. "There are only 5 boxes, all on the table. Who has the time to carry so much?" They had agreed not to eat, yet he was the only one who adhered to that promise. Hearing faint movements from below, Qingyu abruptly opened his eyes. "There's something beneath us." Bali Pang Pang maintained his eating posture when the ground suddenly shifted, and in the next moment, they were plummeting along with their meal. Qingyu grasped Lin Xie with one hand and held on to Qingyu with the other, securely standing on his sword. Instructor Hong clutched 2 individuals as they rapidly descended, while Bali Pang Pang used his Yao Guang to ensnare the remaining solitary person along with himself. Qingyu felt relieved that the tents of the survivors had been set up 50 meters away on a relatively gentle slope. Otherwise, they would have fallen together. Controlling the sword to descend, the underground was shrouded in utter darkness. It wasn't until he confirmed his footing on solid ground that Qingyu retracted his sword and took out his phone to illuminate the area. Bali Pang Pang surveyed his surroundings. "Where are we?" Qingyu shook his head slightly. It seems like we're underground. Everyone stay close. Don't get separated. Instructeur en urged. Rallying everyone to move forward. Half an hour later, Qingyu raked his fingers through his hair, his face etched with irritation. Why is this earth dragon so idle? Creating such a vast cavern? Since learning from instructor Hong that it was the work of an earth dragon, 9 out of 10 of Qingyu's comments expressed his exasperation towards it. Don't you seek mystery? Isn't this precisely an opportunity? Instructeur Hong spoke slowly. Qingyu paused. Although true, such a skill should hardly be employed against a person. One couldn't simply roll over in the midst of a battle and crush someone underground. The mere thought of such an occurrence was amusing enough. Chia, can you locate its exact position? Lin Chia nodded slightly. Yes, it should be nearby. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding magma became increasingly evident. Chia, Qingyu began earnestly. Lin Chia tilted his head towards him. Yes? I've noticed that since I met you, we're either fighting or on our way to a fight. First at school, then during the new year, and now here. Lin Chia. Bali Pang Pang interjected. That proves you two are fated. Chiyu remarked. Undoubtedly a cursed fate. Ahead, sounds of combat and the roars of some creature echoed. Instructor Hong halted, looking at the others. You all wait here while I check with Qingyu. Qingyu shook his head slightly. Actually, I can go alone. What combat experience does a kid like you have? Qingyu. You think you're so impressive. Upon reaching a corner, Qingyu peeked out, spotting 2 men standing before the earth dragon. Murmurs. Instructor Hong spoke with a grave expression. Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Quickly recalling the name, it was him. As Qingyu stepped out of the shadows, he inquired, Do you have a moment, Tails? I could use your assistance. No sooner had he spoken than Tails appeared beside him, declaring, One for each of us. Leave it to me. Upon witnessing this, Qingyu retracted his hand and turned to face the two. The earth dragon roared, sending several fireballs hurtling toward them. Qingyu deftly evaded the onslaught and surged forward. Ever since leaving the simulation training ground, he had encountered only those of inferior realms. At times, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that it truly felt like a novice village. With the advantage of his superior realm, he swiftly dealt with one of them. As fireballs rained down, he retreated while skillfully wielding his sword. Chapter 33. A true man retreating to the corner. Qingyu sidestepped and concealed himself behind the wall. Bai Li, looking bewildered, stared at him and asked, How did you get over here? Qingyu shrugged. There was no choice. The enemy's assault was too relentless. He gave a thumbs up, a true man. Noticing Bai Li's slightly speechless expression, Qingyu cleared his throat. Let me think. He lowered his gaze, contemplating the techniques Mirror Stream had employed against him. The attack during their first encounter had been the most formidable. Could he concentrate all his spiritual energy into a single strike? It seemed a feasible option. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint blue glow emanated from the sword in his hand. When the attacks became less frequent, Qingyu stepped out and swung his sword at the earth dragon. Upon seeing it collapse, he took a moment to steady his breath before sheathing his sword and advancing. Spotting Lin Qi peering out, Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Are you looking to join in? Why not deliver the final blow? Lin Qi's eyes brightened at the suggestion, his face radiating excitement at this unexpected opportunity. The two approached the earth dragon, and after Lin Qi dealt the finishing strike, Qingyu shifted his gaze to the side, observing Yu. Once the tail emerged, Qingyu remained poised, ready to strike as he swung his sword. Thanks. After the tail retreated, he knelt before the earth dragon and sliced off a piece of meat. It's too hot here. Let's find another place to stay. All right. As Qingyu took a step forward, he noticed Lin Qi still standing in place, prompting him to halt as well. A minute passed, and they exchanged puzzled glances. Why aren't you moving? They both spoke simultaneously. Qingyu replied, I'm waiting for you. Lin Qi opened his mouth, realizing that Qingyu was content to stall, and reluctantly approached the earth dragon to kneel beside it. If they continued to wait, their instructors would likely return soon. Watching as Lin Qi slowly gathered his magic into a circle, Qingyu felt a sense of awe as he witnessed the earth dragon's corpse vanish. He took a whole piece, and Lin Qi took a whole piece as well. Let us depart. Qingyu nodded slightly, choosing not to comment. After all, everyone has their secrets. The two quickened their pace and soon rejoined the others. Bailey, upon seeing them, shuffled over. What have you two been up to? Why so slow? We were dividing the spoils. Do you want to join? Bailey hurriedly waved his hands. No, no. After leaning against the wall for a short while, sounds echoed from above, prompting Yu to open his eyes and rise. In his line of sight, Yuan Gang descended, enveloped in golden light. Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. If we continue up this way, we can exit. Without hesitation, Yu stepped onto his sword. Then I shall go first. Don't forget the mystery you promised me. It was now nighttime, and he made his way along the edge of the city, quickly finding himself near the sewers. Upon entering, he spotted Qingyu motionless, sprawled across the table. Yu raised an eyebrow. Typically, Qingyu was brimming with energy, often engrossed in research, frequently sacrificing sleep for his studies. With a faint sigh, he lifted Qingyu into his arms and walked towards the bedroom. Noticing the pallor on Qingyu's face, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Had he not felt the steady and strong pulse, he might have feared something was amiss. After gently placing him on the bed, Yu turned to take a shower. Upon emerging and drying his hair, he retrieved his phone. Yu, where did you go? Su Yuqing. I went home. Su Yuqing. Such a good boy. After drying his hair, Yu switched off his phone and lay beside Qingyu. The following morning, when he awoke to find Qingyu still asleep, he curiously poked his face. I'm back, Qingyu said weakly. Detecting the frailty in his tone, Yu's brow knitted slightly. Are you unwell? No, just a bit tired. Yu regarded him intently for a moment before turning away. Well, you should rest properly. With that, he strode outside. He wasn't Navi. He could tell that the two were concealing something from him. Yet one was his dear friend, and the other, his boyfriend. What could he do? After a simple breakfast purchase, he returned home, only to find Qingyu already dressed. Yu set the breakfast down. Why not sleep a little longer? No need. I plan to visit the school this afternoon. All right, I will accompany you. At such moments, he couldn't help but envy Qingyu's intellect. At the same age, one was nearing a doctorate, while the other was merely an undergraduate. Little fish, I can't do it. You must teach me. Okay. Yu buried his head against Qingyu's neck, nuzzling slightly. I love you. In the afternoon, Yu encountered Su Yuqing at the school entrance. Su Yuqing waved at them. I knew you would return this afternoon. Yu crossed his arms. Today is the last day for registration. Wouldn't you agree? Su Yuqing rubbed his nose. Let us go in while there aren't too many people. After registering their information, the two of them headed towards the dormitory with their room key. Being from the same major and among the last to register, it was only natural they were assigned to the same room. Yet, to their surprise, it was just the two of them in the dormitory. This isn't bad, is it? Fewer people means more peace. Why are both of you studying biology? Just find it interesting. And you? My dream is to become a forensic doctor. May your dream come true. On their way, they ignored a couple of individuals promoting campus cards, well aware of the complexities involved. After settling into the dormitory, Yu logged onto the campus forum. Contrary to his expectations, it was filled with complaints about stolen takeout. I thought they would be judging the campus beauties and handsome boys, but it seems contemporary college students are more concerned about their meals. Qingyu chuckled softly, discussing this pales in comparison to the importance of dining. It's a pity Zixuan is studying at another university. Otherwise, we could still be together. Su Yuqing sighed lightly. What do you plan to do with the next couple of days? Of course, I intend to explore. Staying here would be terribly dull. Let us first locate the cafeteria. Yu responded affirmatively at this suggestion. He remained at the school until evening before finally returning. Upon discovering that Qingyu was absent, he casually selected a chair to sit upon. After a brief wait, he heard sounds emanating from outside and lifted his gaze, only to see Qingyu approaching while pushing a stretcher. He was momentarily taken aback, and Qingyu, upon noticing him, was equally surprised. The outline of a person was faintly discernible on the stretcher, and he, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered, "What have you been doing?" Just as Qingyu was about to provide an explanation, a series of footsteps echoed from behind. Upon seeing Lin Xie, Yuy's expression grew even more perplexed. What are you two doing together? Lin Xie, upon spotting him, withdrew the knife from his hand, and Yuy's gaze flitted uneasily between the two. Chapter 34. The greater good over family ties you two are conspiring. Qingyu remarked, his gaze contemplative as he glanced at the figure on the stretcher. How intriguing. When he raised his eyes again, his look carried a hint of reproach towards the duo. Following the wall, he intended to depart first, lest he succumb to the temptation of enacting a righteous betrayal. As he passed by Qingyu, he was seized by the arm. It wasn't us. Perceiving the underlying thoughts, Yu cleared his throat awkwardly. So, you are indeed colluding to steal a corpse? Lin Xie interjected from the side. He is the thief. I am merely pursuing him. Qiyu blinked in surprise. That is audacious. I can comprehend stealing something mystical, but stealing a person is beyond my understanding. Turning to Lin Xie, he added, you are equally audacious. Not only did you fail to catch him, but you also followed him into his lair. Releasing in Qingyu, he stepped before Lin Xie. There must be a misunderstanding here. Are you friends? Lin Xie tentatively inquired. Boyfriend. And Qingyu interjected, a hint of pride lacing his tone. Lin Xie blinked in bewilderment at this revelation. Yu remarked, that is of little consequence. What matters is why you are stealing his corpse. For research, I will return it to you once my study is complete. Yu fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. Perhaps I could craft another for you. Seeing both of them gaze at him in surprise, Yu snapped his fingers and a duplicate stretcher appeared beside him. How did you accomplish that? Just a minor trick. You cannot discern any difference, especially since your mental prowess is significantly inferior to mine. As a thought struck him, Yu began to retreat. Never mind. You may converse amongst yourselves. From the perspective of fate, the bond between the two seemed strong. Presently, it appeared that the plot had only recently commenced, and it should not be in dire straits yet. Upon reaching the laboratory, he donned a pair of gloves and took out a piece of earth dragon meat, meticulously examining a small section. Sometimes, one could find unexpected amusement in such endeavors. Not long after, upon hearing the two approach, engaged in conversation, Yu set down his scalpel. Have you reached an agreement? Lin Xie nodded slightly. I suppose so. Observing them continue forward, Yu rose to follow. Arriving at a clearing, he scrutinized the artwork on the wall, narrowing his eyes. If memory served him correctly, this piece had not been present recently. I noticed the bloodstains at the scene seemed somewhat sparse. Thus, I simulated the scenario of the incident. The cup in my left hand contains the estimated blood loss I calculated, while the one in my right hand represents the blood volume I reconstructed from the photographs. Yu pondered this carefully. Indeed, the blood loss appeared minimal. It seems quite scarce. Has someone tampered with the evidence? Or is it related to that tool? As if suddenly recalling something, Yu inquired, how did you simulate it? And Qingyu subtly shifted the topic. It is evident that the blood loss from that corpse is significantly less than that of an average individual. Yu remained silent, reflecting on the first time he had cut vegetables. Even a small piece of flesh had caused him considerable pain, let alone severing an entire finger, a thought too horrifying to entertain. Observing in Qingyu's slightly bowed head, Yu let out a soft sigh, mentally noting Su Yuchen's shortcomings. Ultimately, the greatest error lay with him. What comes next? A visit to the tavern to inspect the body, and Qingyu stated, her gaze fervently fixed on Lin Kinney. You cannot enter, but you can take me with you. I'm already letting you go unrestrained. Kinney, please, do me this favor, Yu interjected, adding, little fish might discern details that elude you. And Qingyu nodded slightly in agreement. With my assistance, you shall unravel this case more swiftly. Although you possess considerable intelligence, there remains a slight disparity when compared to my own. Lin Kinney's expression stiffened. What did you just say? And Qingyu coughed delicately. What I mean is, when it comes to handling the deceased, my skills surpass yours. Once the two reached an accord, Yu turned to leave. You both may proceed to investigate. I shall take my rest. Upon awakening again, he found Qingyu engrossed in studying the earth dragon. Yu approached, sitting beside her, resting his chin on one hand while silently observing her research. After an indeterminate time, as she set her materials aside, Yu finally spoke. How is the investigation faring? And Qingyu shook her head slightly. Not much progress. We must visit the scene. Contemplating, Yu nodded. In that case, let us set that aside for now. I wish to visit the tavern tonight. Yu instinctively wanted to refuse, but Recalling her determination, he sighed in resignation. Very well, I will accompany you. Noticing her hesitation, he smiled. It would be discourteous to decline again. Agreed. Under the silent, moonlit streets, two figures walked slowly, one following the other. The surrounding shops had closed, and the dim light of the street lamps cast shadows of yellow caution tape. They halted before the caution line. Qingyu surveyed the surroundings, raising an eyebrow at a vehicle in the distance. Crossing the caution tape, they entered the tavern, wherein Qingyu meticulously examined every corner. Utilizing the faint moonlight, Qingyu navigated the premises without disturbing the scene. Observing Qingyu heading towards the backyard, he rose to follow her. Noticing her hesitance, Qingyu blinked and softly inquired, "What troubles you?" Qingyu shook her head slightly. "Do you have the video?" Upon hearing this, Qingyu handed her phone to him. Qingyu opened the album and soon found the video. After watching it once, he contemplated his hands, then replayed it. Moments later. A faint smile graced his lips as he returned the phone to Qingyu. "Little fish, do you not find this reminiscent of a reverse playback? If growth occurs rapidly, it could indeed match the video's speed." Qingyu paused, her expression momentarily stunned, before her eyes brightened. She looked up at him. "How did you ascertain that?" Feeling a tad awkward, Qingyu hesitated. He couldn't possibly disclose that it stemmed from numerous encounters. "That is of no concern to you. Just know that you understand." After speaking, he lowered his head in thought, then glanced at the street from the tavern's entrance. There are surveillance cameras. When he returned, he found Qingyu on the phone. Qingyu walked to the backyard to continue observing the wall. Before long, he heard footsteps approaching from behind and turned to look at him. "What are you pondering?" "I felt that he should have perished when he was nailed to the wall." The area is under surveillance, which indicates that this is indeed the primary crime scene. It would be nearly impossible for anyone in the tavern to act without drawing attention. Indeed, hearing Qingyu's affirming response, Qingyu contemplated briefly. It couldn't possibly be the owner, could it? If someone were to die in the establishment, it would not only deter patrons, but also negatively impact property values. He wouldn't be so foolish, would he? Observing Qingyu's indifferent gaze, Qingyu found himself harboring doubts. Should it be so? Chapter 35. The disparity among individuals. The tavern's layout was distinctly different. Qingyu stood in the backyard, surveying the neighboring establishments, then shifted his gaze back to the tavern. It was almost indistinguishable. The difference was perhaps only a few square meters. Noticing Qingyu searching around, Qingyu idly followed suit. After a brief wander, Qingyu's voice echoed from a distance. "Here." At the sound, Qingyu hurried over, only to find a narrow, pitch-black tunnel before him. "This seems to be adjacent." Qingyu nodded slightly and stepped inside, prompting Qingyu to follow closely behind. At the tunnel's end stood a rusty iron door. Qingyu placed his hand upon it, frost emanating from his palm. Qingyu intrigued. It was the first time he had witnessed Qingyu utilizing abilities acquired from other mysteries. The moment the iron door creaked open, a foul stench assaulted their senses, and Qingyu took a step back, his brow furrowed. It was unbearable. In response, Qingyu retrieved a mask from his pocket and offered it to him. "You've wore it before." Qingyu paused, momentarily taken aback. What I mean is there might be bacteria." Noticing his silence, Qingyu took the mask from his hands and donned it. "Well, honestly, the presence of bacteria is of little concern." Qingyu rubbed his fingers together, then turned to enter the tunnel. Through the mask, Qingyu touched his nose. The mask significantly mitigated the odor, and upon wearing it, he detected a faint scent that belonged to Qingyu. There was a fundamental difference between wearing a mask and not. One was snug, the other loose. And this particular mask had likely been worn by Qingyu only briefly. With this thought, he glanced up at Qingyu. The walls of the storage room were shrouded in cobwebs, suggesting it had been abandoned for quite some time. On the far wall, two gruesome bloodstains marred the surface, surrounded by several nail holes. Noticing that Qingyu was still conversing with Lin Qie, Qingyu quietly moved closer. After absorbing all the information, he scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable itch in his brain as if it were about to expand. He considered himself not foolish, yet in their company, he felt his intellect was nearly crushed. Qingyu ended the call and observed Qingyu's contemplative expression, stepping forward to grasp his arm. Are you pondering the case? Qingyu shook his head slightly. No. I'm contemplating why the disparity among individuals is so vast. He gazed deeply at Qingyu before making his way outside, with Qingyu trailing closely behind. Qingyu tilted his head slightly to regard him. Perhaps due to his obsession with dissection and neglecting proper nourishment, Qingyu appeared somewhat frail. Once outside, Qingyu removed the mask and regarded him earnestly. Little fish. And Qingyu replied, his gaze lowered. Qingyu cradled his face in both hands and kissed him, his mind absurdly recalling a method once shared by online acquaintances. Since sleep was elusive, a kiss would suffice. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air, startling Qingyu, who immediately released his hold and took a step back. Lowering his gaze, he wiped his lips with the back of his hand, and upon looking up, he noticed Qingyu's troubled expression. Qingyu furrowed his brow slightly. What's wrong? We need to go to the airport. With a slight nod, Qingyu swiftly seized him and hurried towards the nearest airport. As they arrived, the time capsule's door was gradually closing. Qingyu quickened his pace while discreetly employing the forbidden technique to shield their figures. Once aboard the aircraft, he exhaled a sigh of relief. A mishap would have been utterly embarrassing. Listening to the joyous laughter resonating within the cabin, Qingyu gestured towards the restroom, to which Qingyu nodded slightly in understanding. Upon reaching the restroom, he finally had the opportunity to inquire about the situation, and Qingyu began to recount the events in a measured manner. Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Weren't they supposed to be in a novice village? Yet they were all playing such a grand game. After a prolonged silence, he cautiously posed a question. The plane has taken off, but how did Qi manage to board? Surely he wouldn't. Sensing the mental energy fluctuations around them, Qingyu pulled Qingyu back a few steps to lean against the wall. In the next instant, a figure materialized exactly where they had just stood. The once spacious area now felt exceedingly cramped with 3 individuals. And Qingyu's gaze towards Lin Qiyi was filled with astonishment. You can also manipulate space? Is this the ability of the forbidden item you possess? Noticing Lin Qiyi murmuring to someone on the other end of his earpiece, Qingyu leaned closer to Qingyu and remarked, "That cube in his hand, doesn't he appear to be a forbidden item? It seems rather enigmatic." He had initially considered asking his tail for assistance, as it would excel in dealing with such supernatural entities, but the potential panic it might incite made him reconsider. By the way, I never had the chance to mention this to you. I graduated from the training camp as the top student. Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this a clear indication of the protagonist's innate talent? Additionally, the boastful tone was indeed fitting for a youth of 18 or 19. Lin Qiyi, noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, looked at them in confusion. What's the matter? Do you often enjoy showing off like this? To be honest, it came off as somewhat forced. At this, Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Qiyi, slightly annoyed, pushed open the restroom door and strode out, with the 2 trailing behind him, aware of the complex gazes directed at them from a few nearby passengers. Qingyu licked his lips, sensing an unsettling vibe in their thoughts. To the cockpit? That seems likely. Lin Qiyi nodded slightly as he proceeded towards the front of the aircraft. After walking several meters, noticing that no crew members were present in the aisle, Qingyu slowly spoke. Are the attendants all controlled? Or did the flight depart early? And they haven't boarded yet? Seeing both of them turn their attention towards him, Qingyu scratched his nose. Please continue. The trio soon reached the front of the plane. The attendants had indeed been subdued just behind this curtain. However, the situation inside the cockpit was somewhat unexpected. In addition to the tavern owner, there were 2 mysteries by his side, one resembling Eishuji Guotong, and the other encased in crystal, teetering on the brink of death. What do you plan to do next? Lin Qiyi pondered for a moment. I have a plan, but before that, we need to deal with the individuals in this first-class cabin. Deal with them? And Qingyu raised an eyebrow. You guardians engage in such activities as well? What I mean is to have them temporarily close their eyes and mouths to avoid unnecessary noise. Ah, this is quite manageable. Once all the passengers have succumbed to slumber, Qingyu approached him, playfully poking his waist. You're not contemplating any nefarious deeds, are you? And Qingyu fell silent for a moment, then grasped his hand. Stop fooling around. Upon hearing this, Qingyu subdued the expression on his face. He walked to the cabin door, and then Qingyu began deciphering the code. In less than a minute, he raised his hand to input the password. With the sound of a prompt indicating password correct, the door swung open. Chapter 36. A stroll outside at the moment the door swung open. The fleeting shadows that lunged toward them remained indistinct. With a swift stroke of his blade, Qingyu sent the dark figure hurtling backward, crashing into the glass behind. As the tavern owner posed a question, Lin Qingyu began to narrate the unfolding events. After listening intently, Qingyu clicked his tongue. The more acquaintances he recognized, the more he felt his normativity. How divide the three? Noticing the 10 cuts ghost child's gaze fixated on him, Qingyu charged forward, sword in hand. Lin Qingyu took a step forward, engaging in combat with the tavern owner. Accompanied by the shattering of glass, a formidable suction force surged forth, causing Qingyu to stagger momentarily, nearly swept away. The number of 10 cuts ghost children suddenly multiplied, prompting Qingyu to tighten his grip on the sword. The oppressive aura of his realm bore down upon the ghost children, sending one that was previously airborne crashing to the ground. Pleased with this outcome, Qingyu smiled, and after dispatching the ghost children, he turned his attention to the cockpit. The original glass had been replaced by a layer of ice. Qingyu glided over and rapped his knuckles against it, causing the ice to shatter instantly. Soaring out, he noticed the tavern owner lunging toward Lin Qingyu. Qingyu swung his blade in response. Just as the owner's head seemed poised to fall, countless threads reattached it. Qingyu, momentarily stunned, managed to utter 6. Observing the marks on the aircraft, Lin Qingyu advised him, "Be gentler." "I was already quite gentle," Qingyu replied, a hint of grievance in his expression. Was it easy to control one's strength while striking someone? Taking a deep breath, he swung his sword, simultaneously delivering a kick to the owner. In midair, Qingyu unleashed a full-force strike. Only after confirming the owner was beyond recovery did he return. Having resolved that, let's head back. Reaching the glass, he watched as the ice he'd just shattered reformed, compelling him to knock it open once more. Meeting in Qingyu's gaze, Qingyu allowed a smile to tug at the corners of his lips. Both of those are taken care of. Now only the insect remains. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings. Lin Qingyu approached the cockpit and retrieved a shard of ice crystal from beneath the seat, causing all three to pause in surprise upon its revelation. The insect that had been inside was nowhere to be seen, and even the crystal bore a crack. And Qingyu analyzed the ice crystal, stating it was broken from the inside. If I am not mistaken, it has likely escaped. Qingyu furrowed his brow slightly. So, I have still failed? The sacrifice wouldn't he? As he spoke, he looked up toward the cabin, and Lin Qingyu stepped forward to force the door open. Inside the first-class cabin, all the passengers lay in pools of blood. Qingyu frowned. Such a gruesome scene was unprecedented for him, and he instinctively turned his head to avoid the sight. Spotting the pilot with eyes glowing red, hands gripping the control stick, Qingyu cursed inwardly and rushed forward. As the pilot yanked on the control stick, the plane lurched downward. Qingyu struck the pilot's neck with the hilt of his sword, and the pilot collapsed. Watching Qingyu bypass him to operate the controls, Qingyu inhaled sharply. Although he was aware that Qingyu was quick to learn, mastering something in mere seconds seemed implausible. "Can you fly a plane?" Lin Qingyu inquired. "Yes," came the reply. "What did you learn?" 3 seconds ago." Qingyu felt a wave of relief as the plane's descent gradually leveled off, glancing down. He thought he had just glimpsed something extraordinary for a fleeting moment. Even after the aircraft landed smoothly, Qingyu remained preoccupied with this thought. As he disembarked with the other passengers, he heard someone calling his name from afar. "Qingyu." He slightly turned his head to acknowledge the newcomer. "What's the matter?" "Captain Shun." Yuan Gang mentioned that the items he promised you will arrive in a few days. Qingyu nodded slightly. "Thank him for me. And by the way, could he not send just one more? After all, I did most of the work, which was both time-consuming and laborious. I shall convey your message." With that, Qingyu waved goodbye. Upon returning home, Qingyu sat by the window, lost in thought. "What are you pondering?" And Qingyu approached from behind. "What sort of power is it? Is there a range?" Qingyu shook his head slightly. "No, never mind that. I have a premonition that the coming days in Sangnan may not be peaceful." He regarded Qingyu, contemplating whether to take their group for an outing, perhaps to return after 10 days. And Qingyu gently ruffled his hair. Didn't you say you were tired when you just got back? Go take a nap. You paused before nodding slightly. All right. Have you heard? There might be a typhoon soon. At this, You tilted his head to look at him. When? Su Yuqing stroked his chin, recalling, in the next couple of days, the weather forecaster even advised against going to coastal areas. You rested his chin thoughtfully on one hand. Shall we visit another province? Perhaps Beijing? Su Yuqing raised an eyebrow. What made you think of going to Beijing? It would be feasible during summer vacation, but now that school has just started, it's definitely not possible. Qingyu sighed. Indeed. The coast lies in that direction, right? He pointed eastward. Correct. You narrowed his eyes and stood up. You stay at school and don't wander off. Watching You rush out, Su Yuqing quickly asked, Where are you going? To find someone. He hurried to the sewer, wherein Qingyu was still fiddling with some items. You tugged at him, pulling him outside. And Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. What is going on? Something has happened. I need to take you to a safe place. You couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Damn it. Who said this place was safe? It's too safe here. He cursed the system repeatedly, fearing that this novice village was merely another form of peril. Stepping outside, You looked up at the sky, where a dark night was slowly enveloping the horizon. You looked up, sensing that this was no ordinary mystery. At this pace, they would soon arrive in Songnan. Let's go, Qingyu declared, dashing ahead of him. You responded and followed closely behind. Noticing that he was heading towards the location of Team 136, Yu swiftly caught up and grasped his arm, saying, I'll take you there. It will be quicker this way. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the peace office, which stood firmly closed. There was no one in sight. After a brief pause, Yu continued, They must have gone to address the recent calamity. Following the direction of his pointed finger towards the city's outskirts, Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating, yet decided to lead him there nonetheless. Meanwhile, a horse-drawn carriage sped past them. Yu watched the retreating figure of the carriage, his eyes widening in surprise. What? Chapter 37 The Great Catastrophe of Songnan. Yu slowed his pace and inquired, Shall we proceed? Indeed. Resigned to his fate, Yu let out a faint sigh. All he wished for was a fleeting moment of respite. Yet his situation was far from easy. As he approached, he beheld a throng of frost giants upon the ground, and he gradually came to a halt. Perhaps. Yu's words trailed off as he observed Qingyu leap into the fray. In the distance, two whirlpools relentlessly spewed forth a continuous stream of frost giants. In the brief moment of their conversation, 5 or 6 giants had already emerged from the vortex. With a slight elevation of his hand, 3 flying swords began to circle around him. Go! Just as the swords were about to strike the whirlpool, an unseen force surged from afar, deflecting them. Yu's expression momentarily stiffened. He raised his hand once more to direct the swords at the whirlpool, and simultaneously, 3 identical doppelgangers appeared beside him. The 3 clones launched their assaults on the vortex from different angles. With a thunderous crash, one of the whirlpools was utterly shattered, releasing a powerful gust of wind that forced Yu to stagger back a few steps. Amidst the cacophony, he looked up to see an aircraft hovering in the air, followed by the opening of its hatch, from which an individual leaped down. Sensing the newcomer's aura, Yu commanded his swords to return. You're quite impressive, he remarked to the newly arrived Yu, momentarily taken aback by the compliment, before clearing his throat and replying, It's nothing remarkable. As Yu lifted his gaze, 2 colossal figures slowly approached. Climb. He turned to Chunmai, seeking confirmation. Are we truly out of allies? Chunmai shook his head slightly. All who could come have arrived. Its target is me. I possess something it desires. As long as I remain away from the city, this place will be safe. No, Yu declared, taking to the skies atop his sword towards the enormous squid. Yu. Qingyu reached out in an attempt to restrain him. Yu flashed a smile. Perhaps a miracle is indeed possible? 3 flying swords circled around the squid, momentarily halting its advance. Seizing this opportunity, Yu called upon his companion, Tail. Tail, momentarily taken aback by the formidable adversary before him, remarked, It seems your enemies have grown significantly stronger in the months since we last met. Yu nodded. a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Indeed, Tail, do you possess any means to counter this? If not, we may be in grave peril. With your physique, I can only temporarily hold it off. If you were an immortal being, perhaps I could vanquish it. So you took a deep breath, gesturing towards the 8 individuals engaged in combat with the wolf dogs. I alone am insufficient. But what if we were to add them into the mix? Tail contemplated the feasibility of this proposition. That should be possible. Excellent. A subtle smile graced Qingyu's lips. Was this not the arrival of a miracle? As the green flames enveloped his body, Qingyu clenched his fist, immediately feeling a surge of power. When he looked up once more at the 3 individuals standing before him, he was momentarily startled. Though it was their first encounter, their cooperation was remarkably seamless. Determined, Qingyu extended his hand towards a mysterious figure, and they vanished from sight. On the stage above, faced with the abrupt change of surroundings, the octopus experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. However, it quickly surveyed its surroundings, locking onto the individual below, and launched an attack. Qingyu, seated beneath the stage with one hand propping up his chin, raised his hand nonchalantly. Although he was not invincible in this realm, the octopus, having sustained injuries, found it no difficult task to contend with him, especially with the advantage of his own territory. After deflecting the assault, Qingyu tilted his head slightly and said, "Perform a dance." On stage, the octopus began to sway its body, its tentacles flailing wildly. Qingyu couldn't help but smirk as he stepped forward, sword in hand. With a single stroke, he dispatched the creature. Just as he returned to the real world, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being targeted. After that last move, his mental energy had nearly been depleted. Applying slight pressure with his feet, he retreated a few steps to where Qingyu and the others were located. Noticing the unexpected presence of Lin Qie, Qingyu raised an eyebrow. "I thought he would pull you along until this calamity concluded." "It was my own decision to come," Lin Qie replied, approaching him slowly. "Do you still want the corpse?" Qingyu shot him a reproachful glance. "I saved your teammate. I expected you would express gratitude, or at least inquire about my well-being. Yet you immediately asked this." As he spoke, he took a few steps back and joined in Qingyu. Lin Qie remarked, "Aren't you fine?" Qingyu replied with a sigh, "If you wish to return, it's yours." It seemed that the Phoenix squad was at a disadvantage. Qingyu turned his gaze toward the battlefield, without the assistance of its tail. They could barely hold off the hellhound. The tail drifted to his side, stating, "This is all I can do." Qingyu pressed his lips together. That is already commendable. His mental energy was nearly exhausted. Any further involvement would only complicate matters. Something was approaching. Qingyu turned to look behind him, and in no time, a dog rushed toward them, seemingly traversing the void. The others immediately became alert, while Lin Qie stood there, dumbfounded. The dog leaped over them, sinking its teeth into the hellhound, tearing at it before spitting out the flesh it had bitten, declaring, "The flesh of this foreign god is so vile. Even dogs refuse to consume it." As soon as those words escaped, a large question mark appeared above everyone's heads. This dog bore an uncanny resemblance to the little black rascal. Lin Qie murmured, observing the scene. "They might belong to the same breed." Qingyu blinked. The dogs chosen by the ancestor are generally quite similar. Lin Qie shook his head slightly, noting that it was not just the appearance. The wrinkles on its face and the scar on its forehead were identical. Watching the hellhound being pinned to the ground, Qiyu's eyes gleamed with admiration. What a magnificent, divine dog. He felt that referring to it merely as a dog might be disrespectful. Hence he added the term divine in front of it. Lin Qie couldn't help but grimace, another one with a naming deficiency. Qingyu cleared his throat. "If it dies, would that mark the end of it?" Chunmai shook his head slightly. "The wrath of Shiva still lingers upon me. They will not relent easily." Yu lifted his gaze towards the distant forest, where the intermittent sounds of explosions echoed and a fleeting yellow figure darted past. "Lin Qie, will you join us?" Xia Simeng approached her sister. Lin Qie shook her head in refusal. "No." "What about you?" Xia Simeng turned her attention to Yu. "One of you must join." Qingyu hesitated. He was not a night watchman, so why was this matter of concern to him? The abrupt inquiry felt somewhat dubious. "I am not a night watchman." "That is of little consequence." "Well, the battle rages on over there. Are you not considering lending a hand? As Yu spoke, he pointed towards the distant conflict. Xia Simin cast a glance in that direction, where a human was handling the situation effectively without her assistance. Yet, in an effort to make a favorable impression in front of the new recruits, she nodded, very well. Chapter 38. Enraged by shame, it was only after their figures had completely vanished that Yu exhaled in relief. In the next moment, a suffocating pressure descended upon him from behind, rendering his body immobile. The faint remnants of his mental energy dissipated entirely. Gazing at the distant forest, he felt a pang of regret for having driven them all away with a single remark. Otherwise, he would not have been ensnared so easily. Xiao Nan? Hong Ying's voice was tinged with disbelief. Chun Mai, Xiao Nan, is this mental control? Fool, Wu Xiangnan interjected sternly. Mental control would not suddenly grant someone the power of the Klein realm. He was right. Si Xiao and stepped forward slowly. From the very beginning, I was never a night watchman. All the documents from 2 years ago, when I joined the team, were fabricated. Si Xiao Nan does not exist. I am an agent. The agent of the trickster god, Loki. Ciu's fingers twitched slightly as the residual power from his tail struggled against the oppressive force. A wave of dizziness washed over him, as if something had struck his head. I'm sorry. I must take away the grievances of Shiva. No sooner had he spoken than darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. After a moment, he squinted and noticed an unfamiliar figure standing in front of Lin Xie. Gritting his teeth, Yu rose to his feet. Who are you? Is there anyone still awake? As he watched the figure raise a hand, a chill ran down Yu's spine. He sensed that the being before him was a complete deity. He pondered how to confront such an entity, feeling it wiser to simply lie down and surrender. Seeing the figure grasping Lin Xie, Yu rushed forward in alarm to intervene. In the next instant, the space around them warped, and the three found themselves several kilometers away. Yu tightened his grip on Lin Xie's arm. Lin Xie, you are quite peculiar, Loki remarked, releasing Lin Xie. Yu quickly retreated a few steps, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he feigned ignorance. What do you mean? You seem as though you do not belong to this world, Loki observed. Yu fell silent, mentally cursing the system once more. I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Loki advanced toward him step by step. What is that beside you? Yu furrowed his brow, realizing it was not the system that was unreliable, but rather himself. Yu. Hearing Lin Xie's voice, Yu lowered his head slightly. Yes. He hesitated, feeling it necessary to explain their current predicament. We are finished. No, I should say I am finished. Lin Xie, as the protagonist, is unlikely to perish, but my fate is uncertain. Noticing Lin Xie fall silent once more, Yu took a deep breath and looked up, seeing Loki's gaze directed toward Songnan. An ominous premonition stirred within him. Turning around, he was struck dumb as he witnessed Songnan transform into starlight and slowly fade away. The protagonist has left the novice village, and the novice village has vanished entirely. What kind of narrative is this? Loki observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Yes, this is how this city should be, a splendid miracle destined to perish. Such is the fate of all things. What does it matter if the gods of Daxia return? You can accomplish nothing. As thoughts swirled in Yu's mind, his eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Damn you, he exclaimed, throwing a punch at Loki's face. Loki was admiring the vanishing scenery of Songnan when, in an instant, a fist appeared before him, catching him off guard and landing squarely on his face. Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected to actually hit him, considering the evident disparity in their strengths. A wave of pressure descended upon him, causing Yu to stifle a groan and spit out a mouthful of blood. What are you, a mere god? He retorted. A god should arise from the faith of the people and cherish them. Hence, you are unworthy of such a title. Seeing the anger clearly reflected on Loki's face, Yu couldn't help but smile, relishing the opportunity to express himself before his demise. As he sensed the pressure around him intensifying, his smile widened. Are you angry now? He taunted. When Loki reached for him, Yu closed his eyes, and in the next moment, a surge of power erupted from Lin Xie. Both were knocked back a few steps, and Yu pressed his hand against his chest, suppressing the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Chia? He murmured. Indeed. Yu slightly lowered his gaze to his hand, feeling a force mending his injuries. Was this the residual divine power of Mikhail? Do you truly believe that with this, you can kill me? Yu lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, pondering that in the battle between these two celestial beings, he was likely to be the first to perish. When gods clash, mortals suffer. Sensing that the force was still aiding in his recovery, Yu closed his eyes, contemplating that perhaps it would be better to simply succumb to death. He could not recall how he lost consciousness, most likely overwhelmed by the aftermath of their confrontation. When he opened his eyes again, he found Hua, with a face full of concern, gazing at him. Instinctively, he surveyed his surroundings before sitting up and rubbing his head. How'd I end up here? Hua spoke. Your body has sustained significant injuries, and I have done my utmost to treat you. Yu nodded slightly. Thank you. Surviving such grave injuries was truly miraculous. As Tale remarked, when will I awaken? Yu had many questions. He wished to seize the moment and venture outside. You still need to wait a bit longer. Indeed. As Yu opened his eyes again, spotting the person before him made his heart ache. He reached out and embraced the figure, tears flowing uncontrollably. Xiaoyu. And Qingyu was momentarily stunned, then gently patted his back. Have you forgotten? I told you I studied in the neighboring city 10 years ago. Qingyu sneered, pondering how he could possibly remember such a distant event. Xiaoyu. Yes. How long have I been asleep? 5 days. Yu had thought it would only be 1 or 2 days at most, but 5 days had passed. Has it really been that long? Everything had settled now. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he asked, what has become of Chia? And Qingyu shook his head slightly. When I found you, you were alone. Yu exhaled, reassured that as long as he was alive, Lin Xie would likely be safe. Songnan is currently preparing for post-disaster reconstruction. Yu nodded slightly. With most buildings having been destroyed, rebuilding was indeed necessary. Little fish, is Yuchen still alive? And Qingyu, upon hearing this, took out his phone. He had been by Yu's side for days, oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. Yu, noticing this, twitched his lips before leaning closer. And Qingyu replied, I'm here. Yu-chun immediately sent a voice message. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Why did it take you so long to call? I thought you were like them. You know, I was afraid to call you, fearing it would show as a disconnected number. Yu-chin continued, I'm so relieved you're okay. You scare me to death. Yu-chin, Karain. JPG. Chapter 39. The fasting place Yu-chin. I'm still at school. Are you coming? Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he took the phone from Qingyu's hand. The school is still operational? Yu-chin. Interestingly, our college, along with several others, was renovated last year. Yu-chin. The most crucial aspect is that both the instructor and the professors are unharmed. And Qingyu. Thumbs up. JPG Yu-chin. If all goes well, classes will resume in a couple of days. And Qingyu. After putting down the phone, he turned to Qingyu, feeling a twinge of regret for not bringing him along. Little fish, Yu said as he reached out to embrace him, resting his head on his shoulder. Where's my phone? And Qingyu inquired, looking puzzled. He had found the person, but the phone was nowhere to be seen. I don't know. Yu released him, disbelief evident in his eyes. Not only did he face an incident when he stepped outside, but now his phone had vanished as well, truly unjust. With a slight sigh, he slowly stood up. Accompany me to buy a phone. Sure. After purchasing a phone and obtaining a new SIM card, he was bombarded with a flurry of messages as soon as he powered it on. 99. When did he become this popular? Yu scrolled through the messages. 5 were from Yuan Gang, 4 from Hong Ying, and 70 from Yu-chin. The remaining were all friend requests. He found it rather absurd that Xia Siming had sent him friend requests 17 times over 5 days, even utilizing different accounts. After some contemplation, he decided to accept Xia Siming's request. Yu here. Xia Siming, what are your thoughts? Would you like to join us? Yu, do you know where Lin Xie is? Considering Qingyu was unaware of Lin Xie's whereabouts, Yu felt compelled to ask. Xia Siming, the fasting place. Qingyu. Although he was unfamiliar with the location of the fasting place, the name alone suggested it was not a favorable place. With this thought, he pivoted and pulled Qingyu towards the Peace Affairs office. Peace Affairs office. When Qimao, who had been leisurely seated, was startled by their sudden intrusion. "What brings you here?" "We wish to inquire about a few matters." Hong Ing approached from his side. "What?" Xiaoyu began slowly. "Why is Qi at the fasting place?" When Qima was taken aback. "Who informed you?" "Xia Simeng." "So why is he confined there?" "He has encountered some mental health issues and is undergoing treatment." Qingyu, olfacina kefaloculino. And Qingyu furrowed his brows slightly. Mental issues, being treated in a prison? In any case, he is not here at the moment. If you seek him, it will likely be a while before you find him. Xiaoyu nodded slightly and led Qingyu outside, realizing they could extract no further information from Qima. It would be more beneficial to consult Xia Simeng. Taking out his phone, he briefly reviewed the messages Xia Simeng had just sent. "Xiaoyu, apologies Captain Xia, but I currently have no intentions of joining the Night Watchers." "Xiaoyu, may I ask you a few questions?" "Xia Simeng, what?" "Xiaoyu, how is Chia doing now?" "Xia Simeng, I don't know. I haven't heard any news about him. He probably hasn't woken up yet." "Xiaoyu, all right, thank you." "Xia Simeng, if you plan to join the Night Watch, remember to consider us first." "Qingyu, resta surd." Xiaoyu slipped his phone into his pocket and let out a gentle sigh. "Should I go in?" "Huh. If he truly has a mental illness, I should be able to help him. After all, I am quite skilled at performing craniotomies. If he is not ill, but merely detained there, we could attempt to aid him in escaping." Xiaoyu cast a glance at Qingyu, and in comparison, he felt that Qingyu was more inclined towards the first option. What mental illness would require craniotomy? He had never heard of such a thing. "It wouldn't be of any use for you to go. He still hasn't awakened." Xiaoyu reached out and patted Qingyu's shoulder. "We should at least wait until he wakes up before going." In the classroom, only a few scattered students were present. Xiaoyu slightly lowered his head, his gaze intently fixed on his phone. Su Yuchen curiously leaned over to look at the content on his phone, slightly taken aback. "Why are you watching escape videos?" Xiaoyu, without lifting his head, replied, "To accumulate experience." "Not that. What experience are you accumulating?" Su Yuchen slowly typed a question mark. "Are you actually planning a crime?" Xiaoyu rubbed his neck. "Not to that extent." Upon seeing the teacher enter through the front door, Xiaoyu instinctively tossed his phone into the desk compartment. It wasn't just him. A series of thuds echoed around him. The teacher paused for a moment, then looked at them. "I'm not collecting phones." Xiaoyu took out his phone and examined it carefully. Fortunately, he had a phone case, or with the force he just used, he feared the screen would have cracked. "Have you considered asking on a forum?" Xiaoyu tilted his head slightly to look at him. You can never underestimate how idle contemporary college students can be. Xiaoyu blinked. Judging by Su Yuchen's demeanor, he indeed seemed quite free. After applying to live off campus, Xiaoyu walked home with his backpack. The original owner had arrived in Songnan 5 years ago, and newly constructed properties are generally cheaper than the surrounding ones. Conveniently, the one he purchased was not built 10 years ago. The health maintenance methods he had seen on the forum intrigued him, and he thought he could give them a try. After searching for a long time without finding a basin, he had no choice but to go to the living room to ask Qingyu, "Little fish, where did the basin go?" "In the storage room." Xiaoyu acknowledged and went to the storage room. Glancing at the plump fish in the basin, he blinked. He vaguely remembered buying this during the New Year, and to his surprise, it hadn't been eaten yet. However, judging by its plump appearance, Qingyu seemed to feed it regularly. Xiaoyu crouched down and poked the fish. It was the only basin used for keeping fish, so what would he use? With this thought, he stood up and leaned against the door frame. "Little fish, why don't you just eat it?" "I don't like eating fish." And Qingyu replied, looking up at him, "Do you want to eat it? I can cook it for you." Xiaoyu's expression immediately shifted to one of guilt. He didn't like eating fish, but had been taking care of it for over half a year. He felt quite inconsiderate. "No need, I can manage on my own." As Xiu expressed his intention to scoop the fish out of the basin, the fish executed a smooth turn, splashing water onto his face. He carried the basin to the kitchen and, retrieving his phone, began to search for a recipe for braised fish. After perusing the instructions online, he felt a surge of confidence. Brandishing a mallet, he struck the fish on the head, lifting his hand to observe the dent forming in its skull, prompting Xiu to blink in surprise. Anqing stepped forward and placed the fish in the sink, saying, "Let me handle this." Xiu, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and stepped aside. Typically, he helped his mother purchase only dead fish, making this his first encounter with a live one. Chapter 40. Cheating the system. As he savored the fish in his mouth, he absently scrolled through his phone. How do you usually elevate your realm? Upon hearing Qingyu's question, Yu nearly choked on his food. How was he to know how to cultivate? He had solely relied on shortcuts. He certainly could not confess to using cheats. While others diligently honed their skills, he simply bypassed the arduous journey, which would surely incite public outrage. After a moment of mental deliberation, Yu reluctantly replied, "It comes naturally. Just consider it as if I achieved it through cheats." To his surprise, Qingyu was momentarily taken aback by his response. "You don't even know?" Observing the subtle disappointment on her face, Yu silently shifted the topic. "What prompted your curiosity about enhancing your realm?" Qingyu shook her head slightly. "I just felt like asking." Yu replied in acknowledgement. Ever since his return, he had sensed something amiss within Qingyu. Hearing this question only solidified his suspicions. As he gazed at her averted eyes, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Elevating strength? Could it be that she desired to escape more swiftly? He shook his head slightly. He trusted more in Qingyu's intellect to facilitate her escape than in brute strength. Why the urgency regarding realm advancement? Perhaps it would naturally ascend one day. Yu set down his chopsticks and continued. Haven Tea, they mentioned that there won't be any mysteries in Songnan for 3 years. So, you need not worry. Qingyu responded softly in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Yu recalled something and placed a bundle of white threads on the table. "I acquired this from the tavern owner. I believe it could be useful to you." Upon hearing this, Qingyu picked up the eerie threads. Noticing the spark of interest in her eyes, Yu felt a sense of relief. Since the departure of a significant number of students from the school, the daily enjoyment had diminished considerably. With fewer students around, naturally, the teachers dwindled as well, leading to increased opportunities to attend lectures at other institutions. Despite the teacher's unwavering invitations, he consistently declined. "Teacher, could you kindly postpone this for a couple of years? Why spend 2 or 3 days just to attend a class?" Before he could finish, his phone rang from his pocket. He stood up and gestured towards the door. "Teacher, I have something to attend to. I must take my leave." Outside, he adeptly silenced the ringtone. In the dormitory, Su Yuqing lounged in his chair, engrossed in a video game. "Why, Haven T, I seen you watching escape videos today. Didn't T used to watch them all the time?" Yu set down his book, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "How many episodes are there, really?" "Ah, right, I brought you some food," Su Yuqing said, nodding towards the takeout box on the table. Yu pulled out a chair and sat down. "Is it almost a new year?" "Yes," came the response. Yu glanced out the window. With Lin Chia absent, this year was undoubtedly quieter than the last. Su Yuqing set his phone down. "Shall we have a meal together for the new year? You didn't come last year." Detecting the faint hint of disappointment in his tone, Yu nodded slightly. "All right. By the way, why haven't we seen the top student around lately? He has been engrossed in his studies at home, with no indication of when he might finish. Recently, I stumbled upon a rather amusing post. Would you care to hear it?" With a raised eyebrow, Yu noted that if Su Yuchen deemed it somewhat amusing, it must indeed be quite humorous. "Do tell," urged Su Yuchen as he picked up his phone and began to read aloud. "Life is rather dull. Would you like to add a little spice to it? Send a message to your partner and inquire whether they wish to experience the sensation of being cheated on or perhaps the thrill of juggling multiple relationships." Yu paused for a moment, bewildered. "Has Xiaoyu offended you?" "Not at all," replied Su Yuchen. Yu smirked slightly. "Then why treat him like a foreigner?" Su Yuchen scratched his nose. "The post lacked a follow-up, and I was merely curious." Yu gave him a quizzical look. "If you're that curious, find yourself a partner instead of fixating on mine. My Xiaoyu is simply the best." Su Yuchen, he was just inquisitive, yet somehow ended up with a mouthful of dog food. Upon returning home, Yu reclined on the sofa, observing Qingyu, who was engrossed in studying earthworms. Reflecting on Su Yuchen's words, he decided to share the amusing tidbit with him. "Xiaoyu, would you like to experience the feeling of being cheated on? Or perhaps the excitement of juggling several affairs?" Yu chuckled lightly. Yuchen mentioned it, noting that there were no follow-ups online, and suggested I ask you. Qingyu hesitated momentarily, then approached him, leaning slightly forward. And what about you? Would you like to experience it? Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment before wrapping his arms around Qingyu's neck. Xiaoyu, do you not believe in your own allure? I noticed you the moment I started school. Not only are you handsome, but you are also intelligent. Many admire you at school, so what are you worried about? As he spoke, Xiaoyu smiled brightly. He had worked hard to win him over, and there was no way he would let go. Later that night, as he lay in bed, he snapped a photo of Qingyu. Just as he was about to send it to Su Yuchen, his finger hesitated, and he began to type. Xiaoyu, no reaction. Su Yuchen, no way, you actually went for it. Su Yuchen, you're such a dork. Xiaoyu, pack it up. Su Yuchen, you've got me considering finding a boyfriend. Qingyu. Su Yuchen retracted a message. Su Yuchen, my mistake, I meant girlfriend. Xiaoyu 6. Su Yuchen, I heard Zishuan is dating too. It seems I'm the only one left, a solitary old man. Su Yuchen, Krain. JPG. Xiaoyu. ISNT being single quite nice? You can do whatever you wish. Su Yuchen, then why are you dating? Xiaoyu, you can still do what you want while in a relationship, and even more. Su Yuchen, goodbye. JPG. Frustrated, Su Yuchen threw his phone aside and pounded his pillow several times. Why were they all finding amusement at his expense? What had he done to deserve this? Time swiftly passed, and New Year's Eve arrived. At the airport, Su Yuchen leaned against the car, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Qingyu, Yuning, leaned against Qingyu, contemplating the 1 a.m. flight that Su Yuchen had so cleverly suggested. Initially, when Li Zishuan mentioned the time, Xiaoyu assumed it was 1 p.m. and had confidently promised to pick him up. After a long wait, it was already 1 in the morning. If you're feeling tired, perhaps you should take a nap. Ah, thankfully they have arrived, Su Yuchen said, sitting up straight. Xiaoyu suddenly opened his eyes and glanced out the window. Li Zishuan, wearing a mask and pushing a suitcase, slowly emerged from the airport, scanning the surroundings until he spotted them and hurried over. Upon reaching them, Li Zishuan removed his mask, exclaiming, I thought that at 1 in the morning, you wouldn't come. I can't believe you actually did. Su Yuchen wrapped his arm around Li Zishuan's shoulders, teasing. That sounds rather formal. Do you not consider us brothers? Li Zishuan chuckled helplessly. How could that be? Now, let's hurry and get in the car. It's time to go home. Chapter 41. My home is gone. Li Zishuan's expression froze. My home is gone. Su Yucheng's fingers paused slightly. After all, his home was also no longer intact, as his parents rented a place outside, and he had been residing at the school. Their gazes simultaneously shifted to Xiaoyu, who was seated in the car. Receiving the attention of both, Xiaoyu lifted his head, contemplating the 1 bedroom, 1 laboratory, 1 room for documents, and another for various miscellaneous items. They indeed had little extra space. Tentatively, he ventured, so, will you sleep on the sofa? Li Zishuan nodded. I can sleep anywhere. I'm not picky. Get in the car, Su Yucheng said as he opened the driver's side door. On the way, Su Yucheng couldn't help but inquire. Why haven't you brought your girlfriend back? Li Zishuan sighed. She said Songnan is too remote, and besides, with all the recent disappearances, she is unwilling to come. Qingyu, somewhat surprised, looked up and accidentally met the bewildered expression of Su Yucheng in the mirror. Then how did you come? Li Zishuan gazed out the window, his demeanor gradually softening. Because this is my home. Su Yucheng nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. No matter what happens, this will always be our home. Xiaoyu tightened his grip on Qingyu's hand, sensing that Li Zishuan's girlfriend seemed a bit unreliable. Xiaoyu, do you think she might be a tad untrustworthy? Xiaoyu raised his eyes to observe Li Zishuan, who rested his chin on his hand. A sorrowful expression etched across his face, appearing somewhat foolish and easily deceived. It's fine. If she doesn't want to come, then let it be. I can manage on my own. Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment, realizing that this perspective made him appear even more naive. After returning home, Xiaoyu quickly freshened up and then lay down on the bed. The car ride always made him drowsy. Even if he wasn't initially tired, a stroll would soon make him want to sleep. The next morning, upon seeing the mountain of breakfast on the table, Xiaoyu looked at Li Zishuan in surprise. Thank you for your hospitality. Xiaoyu's lips twitched. I don't believe it, but you really didn't need to buy so much. Can you finish all this? Li Zishuan scratched his head. I wasn't sure what you two usually eat, so I bought a bit of everything. Xiaoyu sighed softly, then took out his phone to call Su Yuqing over. Morning party, where is it? Su Yuqing, eager, looked around. Ciu pointed to the table. Look there. Su Yuqing slowly typed a question mark. Dumpling party? Ciu nodded slightly. Yes. Su Yuqing. After finishing their meal, Su Yuqing slumped in his chair. I'm so full. I never knew dumplings could have so much filling. It's like everything can be a dumpling. Ciu nodded in deep agreement. Where shall we go today? The restaurant I often visit is gone. Su Yuqing lamented, on the verge of tears. Why did this happen to us? Ciu patted his shoulder. All right, stop wailing. Su Yuqing closed his mouth and rested his head on the table. Shall we go to an internet CAF? We could enjoy some chicken. Li Zixuan suggested from his side. I concur. Su Yuqing swiftly raised his hand. It just so happens that we have nothing to do. Xiaoyu, are you going? As he spoke, he glanced at Qingyu. Qingyu nodded slightly. Let's go. It was New Year's Eve, a time when households were engrossed in thorough cleaning. The younger crowd had been enlisted for the laborious tasks, leaving the internet CAF nearly deserted. Upon arriving at a corner table, Ciu returned from the counter with several bottles of beverages. There are also snacks in front. Feel free to help yourselves if you wish, he said, placing a bottle of drink before each person. Let us indulge. Before long, nightfall arrived. Compared to last year, noticeably fewer people were setting off fireworks. Every household had their doors and windows tightly shut, and the festive atmosphere seemed to have diminished slightly from the previous year. Most of those remaining at home were children, oblivious to the essence of traditional festivities. If only I had taken more pictures. Now, there isn't a single photo on my phone, Li Zixuan sighed. Indeed, I used to find taking pictures bothersome, and even if I did, I would delete them. My storage isn't large, yet I can never seem to keep them. I wonder why, Su Yuqing echoed, sighing as well. Ciu, listening in, remarked with a hint of exasperation. To put it bluntly, you two have some issues. Li Zixuan and Su Yuqing exchanged glances, unknowingly reaching a silent consensus. Drink more, Su Yuqing urged. Pour more, Li Zixuan added. Bring in the fortune, Ciu chimed in. Why is there still mine? And Qingyu inquired, as the others clearly began to feel the effects of their drinking. Ciu was eventually escorted home by Qingyu, who, with half-closed eyes, could barely discern the figure before him based on scent and silhouette. Yu, why do you seem unaffected by the alcohol? And Qingyu turned to him at his words, causing Ciu's heart to skip a beat. The intensity of her gaze made him feel as though he were being scrutinized. Shall you? Ciu blinked, then placed a hand on her shoulder. Shall we? Why you always seek my approval? I've told you. And Qingyu said, her expression earnest, I am waiting for you. At her words, Ciu's eyes involuntarily quivered. The following morning, Ciu rubbed his temples, initially intending to wish Hua and the others a happy new year. Yet the alcohol had hindered his plans. Thinking it was not too late, he closed his eyes again, letting his consciousness drift. Spotting Hua and Wei Ba, he quickened his pace. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hua smiled and nodded. This is for you. Ciu took the peculiar object handed to him, resembling a bracelet yet with buttons. What is this? Yu Zhao, you asked me about calligraphy books last time, didn't you? Everything you need is inside. Ciu's eyes brightened. How do you use it? Just press here. Hua instructed, pointing to a button. Ciu sat down to experiment with the device. It was not much different from a phone and was quite user-friendly. Compared to a smartphone, Yu Zhao offered additional functionalities, such as the ability to project and access knowledge about alternate realms. After a while, after putting away the jade talisman, Ciu turned to Hua and asked, Do you have any wishes for the new year? Hua shook his head slightly, none. Ciu then focused his gaze on the tail. What about you, tail? The tail replied, Just learn more about the academic arts. Ciu paused for a moment and then slowly shook his head. Tail, perhaps you should consider a different wish. The tail, somewhat speechless, responded, I'm a loss here. Ciu cleared his throat awkwardly. Why bring this up during the festive season? It's a pity the space here is too limited. Otherwise, we could engage in other activities. With a sigh, Ciu continued, Isn't there a bamboo grove behind us? If we cut down some bamboo, you could do what you wish. Ciu quickly shook his head. No, my favorite part of this place is that grove. The tail gradually floated away. I'll go explore other areas. All right, but don't drift too far, Qingyu cautioned as he sat on a stone stool, continuing to fiddle with the jade talisman, thinking that Qingyu might find it intriguing. Before long, the tale floated back. This forest is quite expansive. I could choose a section and shape it to my liking. Qingyu nodded at this. No need to go to such lengths. Too much could lead to complications. Stretching lazily, Qingyu remarked, if there's nothing else, I think I'll head back. Once outside, Qingyu climbed from his bed to the living room. Little fish. Take a look at this. What is it? The jade talisman. It has quite a few functions. As he handed it to Qingyu, he asked, would you like to see? Qingyu nodded slightly. An hour later, having conducted a thorough examination, Qingyu returned the jade talisman. Where did you acquire this? A gift from a friend. The materials are quite rare. Some don't seem to be from here. Qingyu chuckled awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Is that so? How would he know? By the way, how is your research progressing? Qingyu cast a fleeting glance at him before withdrawing his gaze. Nearly there. Qingyu observed the fireball in Qingyu's hand, his thoughts racing. Over this time, the abilities he had gained from the mysterious source seemed to surpass his own. Little fish, would you be interested in dissecting me? Qingyu shook his head slightly. No. Qingyu responded with a hint of disappointment. Chapter 42. The troublemaker after the summer vacation. Su Yuqing rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the newly revitalized school. How could so many buildings have appeared in just over a month? Qingyu stroked his chin, pondering, it must be related to the forbidden ruins. Remember the Nantua serpent demon? The school was dilapidated one day and pristine the next. The government truly values education. Qingyu nodded in agreement, indeed. He had expected Songnan to flourish, but to his surprise, the crowd had dwindled. It will improve, given enough time. The number of street vendors had also significantly decreased. Su Yuqing Said deeply. Qingyu, momentarily at a loss for words, noted the shift in the conversation. With the atmosphere being what it is, you suddenly pivot to food. When the holiday extends, go to the neighboring province and buy something. With that, Qingyu quickened his pace. Su Yuqing intended to respond, but watched him dash off. Hey, wait for me. Time passed like tearing through a calendar, and soon summer break arrived. While stuffing items into his suitcase, Su Yuqing made a phone call. Are we heading to the neighboring city? I have my itinerary all set. Qingyu, lounging at home, lazily rolled over, not going. You must come with me. I've packed everything. All I need is you. I'll be your driver. What more could you want? After the call ended, Qingyu sighed, faintly hearing the sound of the suitcase rolling. He sat up, about to take action, then lay back down. Why go to the neighboring city just to wander around with clothes? Out of boredom. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed from the door, and Qingyu walked over to open it. Qingyu emerged from his room. Do you remember the question I asked you last year? Su Yuqing posed momentarily, feeling inexplicably that it was not a pleasant inquiry. What? If you have nothing to do, why not find a job? Su Yuqing retorted. No way. I don't need the money. Why would I go to work? How about just one visit? I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the itinerary. Qingyu cast a helpless glance at Qingyu, who showed no signs of refusal, and nodded slightly. Fine. Are you not bringing anything for the top student? No need. Why do you always call him the top student? It is the highest honor we mere mortals can bestow upon a genius. Qingyu couldn't help but facepalm, struggling to comprehend how he had befriended someone with such a peculiar mindset. Enough with the banter. Let us go. Later that night, the three strolled back to their hotel. I told you, I've prepared the itinerary. I hope today's excursion meets your expectations. Qingyu tilted his head slightly to glance at him. Despite a few missteps that marred the mood, the overall experience had been quite enjoyable. Not bad. Great. Tomorrow we should visit a few more places before heading back. Should we bring back some souvenirs? No need. How far is the hotel you booked? Su Yuqing checked the map. Almost there, just 500 or 600 meters to go. Do you not feel that this year has been remarkably tranquil? In previous years, there would have been various incidents to recount. Qingyu paused momentarily, then slowly turned to him, confirming his words before playfully striking his head. You insufferable fellow, why so quiet? Are you not content? Su Yuqing rubbed his head, wearing an expression of innocent bewilderment. I was merely inquiring. Qingyu massaged his temples. Indeed, this year had been quite comfortable, to the extent that he felt he had forgotten something important. Be cautious. They might come looking for you along the internet cables in the dead of night. Su Yuqing shivered at the thought. I was only joking. Yu patted his shoulder. You should keep one eye open while you sleep at night. Su Yuqing, unable to suppress a shudder, gazed at Yu's somewhat smug smile and ground his teeth. Yu, without a hint of guilt, Yu responded and, upon seeing Su Yuqing's fist coming toward him, promptly turned and fled. Why are you chasing me? I'm merely trying to create an atmosphere of suspense. Surely you desire that? Stop right there. I promise I won't hit you. Watching the two of them laugh and run off. And Qingyu let out a slight sigh and quickened his pace to catch up. The streetlights elongated their shadows, and unbeknownst to them, a dark figure silently followed. In the deep of night, as Yu lay with his hands resting on Qingyu, half asleep, he suddenly felt a nudge. Little fish, what? Yu abruptly turned to the side, realizing that his earlier jest was taken seriously, as someone had indeed come to find him at such an hour. The two exchanged glances before they both dashed next door. At the moment Yu kicked open the door, the mysterious aura within the room vanished, and he approached the still soundly sleeping Su Yuqing, irritation evident on his face as he lightly slapped him. Wake up, it's your turn. And Qingyu stepped aside and turned on the room light. Su Yuqing raised his head, looking bewildered at the two. What brings you here? As you wished. The mysterious entity has arrived, Yu replied, arms crossed. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing sprang from his bed. What is wrong with him? Why is he looking for me? Needless to say, to fulfill your wish. After saying this, Yu turned to Qingyu. Little fish, have you made any discoveries? And Qingyu slightly shook his head. None. It excels at concealment. Su Yuqing felt a lump in his throat and slumped back onto the bed. With such talk, you make me feel as though I should just give up. Yu lightly tapped his head. Enough, this place is not safe. We should relocate. And Qingyu subtly shook his head. It is far too quiet here. What can such silence signify? Su Yuqing muttered, his voice growing softer. As he glanced at the door that had been kicked open, he blinked in surprise. With such a commotion, the staff would undoubtedly have come. If they had not, there could only be one reason. It can't be what I'm thinking, right? Su Yuqing shrank back, speaking in a hushed tone. Yes. It seems we're the only three left here. You nodded slightly. Its realm is likely boundless, comparable to mine, and I cannot be certain of defeating it. With a slight bow of his head, you felt that the southern expanse resembled a novice village. Upon leaving the village, he discovered that the outside world was filled with formidable adversaries. What then? Surely, one cannot simply await demise. Pondering while stroking his chin, he mused that such a commotion must have alerted the sentinels stationed here. As long as they managed to survive, there was hope. Su Yuqing exhaled in relief, remarking that as long as there was a chance of salvation, he would never venture to other places again. I had thought you would confront the challenges head-on. I possess but one life and cannot endure such turmoil. Yu yawned and turned to leave. I shall return to rest for a while. Don't be like that. My brother, Su Yuqing exclaimed, executing a swift maneuver to cling to his thigh. Chapter 43. What could be more embarrassing than being caught sneaking a glance? Feeling a pair of piercing eyes fixed upon him, Su Yuqing was startled and hastily released his grip. Ha! I didn't do it on purpose, he chuckled awkwardly. Yu raised his gaze toward Qingyu. Little fish, you frightened him. And Qingyu replied, something is approaching. As he spoke, Yu swiftly grabbed something and jumped toward the window. During the descent, he glanced at the object hurtling towards him and furrowed his brow. Then, stepping onto his sword, he soared toward the outskirts. He turned his head to glance behind, wondering if it was yet another pyramid scheme, suddenly confronted by a vortex that materialized before him. Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly maneuvered his sword to evade it. Before he could catch his breath, two more figures emerged in front of him. Why are there so many people? Su Yuqing remarked, unable to suppress a gulp. After leaving behind two clones, Yu continued his flight. If it were just him, he might have attempted to fight. However, he was burdened with two companions, one of whom, Su Yuqing, was merely an ordinary person. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness and pressure enveloped him. Yu gritted his teeth, diverting his focus to safeguard the two. With two companions in tow, his speed was already diminished, rendering his efforts akin to running. Yu released his hold. I'll buy us some time. By the way, help me out too. You can move faster alone. Perhaps I can delay them, Su Yuqing suggested. Upon hearing their words, Qiyu's brow twitched in disbelief. What absurdity is this? Their prowess may even surpass mine. Together, you would likely be no match for them. Perhaps not? Su Yuqing countered, struggling for hope. Qiyu felt speechless at his words. The ringtone of his phone interrupted the moment, prompting him to click his tongue and control a paper figure to retrieve it. Upon seeing the contact name, he hesitated briefly before answering. Hello, can you hear me? What are you doing? It sounds a bit chaotic. Don't mention it. A bunch of guys has been chasing us from who knows where. A vortex appeared several dozen meters ahead, and a masked figure sprang forth. Damn, Qiyu muttered under his breath. Why are there so many? Are you still in Songnan? I'll find someone to assist you. They can reach you in half an hour at the fastest. I'm right next door. After a brief pause, the voice on the other end continued. Are the ones chasing you a group of young people? How do you know? Are there 5 men and 2 women? I'm not sure. I didn't look. But there is one particularly bothersome purple vortex. Qiyu planted his feet firmly on the ground, a long sword manifesting in his hand. It seems to appear before me every time. That's a night watcher. Qiyu was startled by Yuan Gang's exclamation, even halting his motion to swing the sword. Huh? Is the vortex with you? Instructor Yuan? The vortex responded, uncertainty evident in its voice. It's me. Qiyu. Didn't you often claim to dislike fighting? How did you end up in a confrontation? Qiyu immediately defended himself. They attacked first, and I've been running the whole time. You were the one who ran first. As if momentarily stifled. Qiyu found it peculiar that none of his own had ever directly leaped from a window. What do you want from me? Haven't you often complained that I have yet to deliver what I promised? Qiyu paused, taken aback. You can't possibly expect me to come alone, can you? With the mass team assisting you. Don't you possess an array of peculiar items that could be put to good use? Qingyu, why have you all stopped fighting? Startled by the sudden voice beside him, Qiyu quickly retreated a few paces. The spot where he had just stood flickered, and a figure wielding a small knife materialized. Soon, several others appeared around him. The group made their way to a restaurant. Although Qiyu was uncertain how the conversation had shifted from the mysterious to dining, he noticed their willingness to partake. Thus he acquiesced. It seemed this meal had indeed been suggested by them. How did you discover me? Yu inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he regarded him. A secret. No wonder Instructor Yuan remarked on the abundance of your curious items. Qiyu smirked slightly, tilting his head. Noticing in Qingyu's inquisitive gaze, he promptly called out, little fish. And Qingyu turned his head slightly towards him. Qiyu reached out, grasping his hand. What is that paper figure of yours? A secret. As he spoke, Qiyu controlled the paper figure to pour tea for everyone. Be careful, it's hot, he said, offering a smile to little fish. After a modest meal, Qiyu gazed thoughtfully out the window. So many had failed to capture a single mystery. Yet the one across the way fled with such swiftness. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how, in the face of such overwhelming odds, he might contribute. Suddenly, he turned to Su Yuchen. Su Yuchen, meeting his gaze, couldn't help but shiver. Please don't look at me like that. It's rather frightening. That mystery has already set its sights on you, and it will undoubtedly return. Su Yuchen quickly grasped his implication. You don't mean for me to serve as bait, do you? We're friends, after all. Just a little assistance, or else we may never even catch a glimpse of it, and we won't be able to return. Su Yuchen. He regretted coming here, and recalling Ciyu's words, he felt inclined to find a class to join. If you agree to go, we shall do everything in our power to ensure your safety. Hearing this, Qiyu turned to the silent figure who had maintained his quietude from the outset. Wang Mian presented a striking contrast, tall yet possessing an unexpectedly youthful appearance and voice, radiating an inexplicable aloofness. With 9 pairs of eyes fixated upon him, Su Yuchen sighed dramatically, adopting a heroic demeanor. Fine, I shall be the bait. Qiyu, witnessing this, felt a hint of exasperation. Do not look so gallant as if you were marching to your demise. Rest assured, I will ensure a tail follows you. I trust you. Su Yuchen muttered under his breath. They likely won't come tonight, so it would be best to rest well. Agreed. Qiyu took in Qingyu's hand, leading him outside. Sensing the gaze upon him from behind, Qiyu turned to inquire. What is it? Rosie cleared her throat awkwardly. What could be more embarrassing than being caught in the act of sneaking a glance? Qingyu responded softly. Upon returning to the room, Su Yuqing gazed at Qingyu with a hint of confusion. Do you truly trust them? Don't you have faith in the police? Qingyu countered. Su Yuqing scratched his head. It's just that I have little understanding of these night watchmen. In all my years, this is the first time I've ever heard of such an organization. At his words, Qingyu's eyes flickered slightly, for this was indeed a matter of utter obscurity within a household. Chapter 44. Speak as one should. Early the next morning, Qingyu was initially apprehensive that Su Yuqing, perhaps targeted by a mysterious entity, would not find peace in slumber. However, seeing his carefree demeanor, Qingyu found it a bit difficult to bear. You seem remarkably untroubled, she remarked. Su Yuqing shrugged nonchalantly, replying, I realized last night that death is inevitable. Whether it comes early or late, we all must face it. Qingyu retorted. Didn't you say you wouldn't be coming this morning? We might as well explore the surroundings. Turning to the others, Su Yuqing asked, Qingyu, you will protect me, right? Qingyu nodded slightly, of course. As the trio stepped outside, they encountered Nian Nian Yu, who was also heading out. Where are you all going? I thought there was nothing happening? He inquired. I want to wander around, Su Yuqing replied. Perfect. I have nothing to do either. Let us go together. On the road, observing Su Yuqing, who ambled along with his hands behind his head, Qingyu fell in his silence, beginning to understand the sentiment of the emperor's impatience contrasted with the eunuch's. Oh, don't be so tense. He can't possibly appear before us at any moment, she said. Qingyu halted in her tracks, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. It seemed that Su Yuqing's words were eerily prophetic. Silence doesn't mean you're mute, he chuckled awkwardly. Are you from the same school? Nian Nian asked, breaking the silence. Su Yuqing nodded slightly. Yes, we attended the same institution from high school through university. And this one here is preparing for a doctoral examination. He gestured towards Qingyu, a proud expression on his face. Qingyu adjusted her glasses and offered a shy smile. The four engaged in casual conversation as they made their way. That night, Su Yuqing entered his room, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he lay down. The hotel was eerily quiet, with him being the sole occupant, and despite his preparations, the oppressive stillness heightened his unease. Just as he settled onto the bed, a swirl of green flames appeared before him, causing him to scream and scramble away. How ungrateful, the entity scolded. I'm here to assist you. You're a tail, Su Yuqing replied. Indeed, I am, the flame retorted. Relieved, Su Yuqing recalled Qingyu mentioning the tail, but had not anticipated it to manifest as a sentient flame with eyes and a mouth. Is there anything I need to do? He inquired. Just lie there and relax, the tail advised. Su Yuqing nodded and reclined once more. The surroundings enveloped in silence, so profound that he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. As time ticked by, just when he thought the visitor would not arrive, a resounding bang echoed from the door. Instantly, Su Yuqing sat upright, having not even heard the footsteps approaching. The tail darted back to deliver the message. Retreating to the window, Su Yuqing fixed his gaze on the entrance. A shadow, adorned in yellow and black, slowly entered the room. What a formidable leopard, Su Yuqing marveled, his eyes widening. Suddenly, he felt his collar being tugged, and in an instant, he was flung out of the window. Outside, Qingyu narrowed her eyes before commanding her sword to fly forth. With a resounding clang, the sword was forcefully dislodged, and in the brief moment of distraction, the shadow had already darted over 10 meters away. How swift! With a soft click of his tongue, Qingyu hastily pursued. As he landed on the ground, watching the fading figures of Qingyu and the vortex, Su Yuqing blinked in surprise. Would they be able to catch up? And Qingyu nodded slightly, affirming yes. With this reassurance, Su Yuqing exhaled in relief, for he had incurred considerable losses for this operation. If it were to fail, he would truly shed tears. On the other side, a seemingly insurmountable chasm lay between Qingyu and the shadow, a distance that felt impossible to bridge. His fingers curled slightly, and in the next moment, a gun materialized in his grasp. He swiftly took aim and decisively pulled the trigger, firing at the dark figure. Attendre explosion érupted instantanéously. Qingyu's pupils constricted sharply. The chance of evading was alarmingly slim. In a moment of peril, a purple vortex unexpectedly appeared before him, and a figure sprang forth. tackling him to the ground. His back struck the earth, causing him to grunt in pain. "Why did you blow it up?" Qingyu exclaimed, feeling a mix of frustration and despair. "Am I not busy enough? Why would I blow myself up?" The vortex furrowed its brow slightly at his words. Could it be attempting to divert our attention? With this thought, Qingyu's expression turned serious. The two waited for 2 or 3 minutes, and seeing that no one approached, Qingyu sheathed his sword. "Should we head back?" "All right." Remembering he had left behind 2 clones, Qingyu commanded one of them to move forward. "Little fish, Yuqing." Su Yuqing's eyes brightened upon seeing him. "You're back. Did you find anything?" "No. That mysterious figure must have attracted the attention of others," Qingyu replied as he stepped closer, and Qingyu scrutinized him from head to toe. "You're not injured, are you?" Qingyu chuckled. "No. It was just me and the vortex." Noticing a flash of yellow darting around the corner, Qingyu instinctively positioned himself in front of Su Yuqing. "Qingyu!" A claw swiped through him, leaving Su Yuqing momentarily stunned, instinctively raising his hand to touch. At that moment, a cross-shaped sword energy shot forth from the corner, striking the leopard with precision. The leopard, unable to react, was forcefully slammed against the wall behind it. "Finally caught you," Qingyu smirked, stepping out from the shadows with his sword in hand. As the leopard struggled to rise, Qingyu swung his sword a few times in its direction. Once he confirmed its demise, he finally sheathed his weapon. "Qingyu." Su Yuqing rushed forward, embracing him, nearly overwhelmed with emotion, fearing Qingyu had sacrificed himself to save him. "Qingyu se lips, tuiche the Nian. Why are you crying? It was merely a clone." "How was I to know it was a clone?" Su Yuqing retorted, tears streaming down his face. Seeing him in such a state, Qingyu intended to offer words of comfort, but they turned into irritation instead. "Ugh, your snot is all over me." Thankfully, that too was just a clone. As Qingyu spoke of retracting his doppelganger, Su Yuqing unexpectedly stumbled, his feet faltering, causing even his tears to waver. "How did I never realize you were so sentimental?" Upon hearing the voice, Su Yuqing lifted his gaze. In the distance, Vortex and Qingyu were approaching. "You deceived me with tears." Su Yuqing could not help but accuse. Qingyu shrugged, an expression of innocence crossing his face. "How could you think so of me? I was the first to rush to your aid." As he spoke, Qingyu bypassed him, crouching before the corpse of the cheetah. "The sea realm is not just the one we encountered, is it?" Qingyu stood and turned to face Vortex. "Was that just now, Wu Yang?" "Indeed." Chapter 45. "I prefer you over this. What about Wang Mian and the others?" The captain remarked that they encountered similar circumstances as we did. It is indeed a matter of the river flowing to the sea, not waiting. Surely, they cannot all be its progeny? There must be offspring of the mysterious entity, Qingyu tentatively added. "Forget it. It is somewhat relevant. We shall discuss it when the captain arrives." Qingyu nodded slightly, observing his tears continued to cascade down Su Yuqing's face. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "My friend, you seem to be a leaky faucet, still dripping." Su Yuqing replied, "Is it not permissible to weep?" He turned away, hastily wiping his face. Qingyu was indeed steadfast in his promise. His commitment to protection was unwavering. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but smile slightly, realizing he had truly gained a commendable brother. Feeling a gentle pat on his shoulder, Su Yuqing turned his head toward the newcomer. Qingyu handed him a packet of tissues, saying, "Wipe your face, it's rather unsightly." He regretfully retracted his previous comment. Once again, they found themselves in that familiar restaurant, in a well-known private room. Qingyu gazed vacantly out the window, contemplating the oddity of dining at such a late hour. A new mission awaited. Should they fail to resolve it within 2 days, they would return after completing their task. "Qingyu, if you leave and it pursues you, can you handle alone?" Qingyu nodded slightly, "Yes. While I may not match its speed, its offensive capability does not exceed mine." They briefly discussed their plan before everyone retreated to their respective rooms for rest. "Your doppelganger." Qingyu raised his head to look at Qingyu. "You cannot discern it, can you?" And Qingyu responded softly. "That signifies my success," Qingyu remarked, brushing against him. "I believe it will not return, at least not to confront us directly. Indeed, it possesses considerable intelligence. It may not even be in this city anymore. Perhaps, in any case, we must remain vigilant. What if it attempts a surprise attack? Qingyu adjusted himself into a comfortable position. Less sleep. 2 days passed. Half of the group remained on standby, while the other half dispersed throughout the city in search of leads. All efforts proved fruitless. We must depart, Qingyu affirmed with a slight nod. As the mass team prepared to leave, Su Yu-chan approached the wardrobe, hastily stuffing clothes into his suitcase. Let's go. Qingyu, arms crossed. Lean against the wall. There's no rush. We might still wait another 2 days. Why? Su Yu-chan looked at him, bewildered. There are not many people in Songnan. If you draw its attention, the populace will dwindle even further. Upon hearing this, Su Yu-chan's spirit sagged. There are few people nearby. There's no need to worry about casualties. We can leave once we confirm that it no longer pursues you. Very well. After this, should you wish to venture elsewhere, we can accompany you. Su Yu-chan shook his head vigorously. No. Songnan is quite pleasant. Then we shall depart, Qingyu said, pulling in Qingyu along as they made their way outside. Where are you headed? I have grown weary of the nearby restaurant and shall seek sustenance elsewhere. Fear not. I have left you 3 clones. With that, Yu waved his hand dismissively while turning his back. Isn't that so? Su Yucheng fastidiously followed, expressing. I too wish to dine. Without hesitation, Yu declined his request, stating, You should remain where you are. I shall bring you whatever you desire. Su Yucheng, feeling defective, thought, staying in a hotel is making me feel like I'm growing mold. The power is completely out as the wires have been severed. I dare not even glance at the time with the remaining scant battery on my phone, reserved solely for awaiting news. Helpless, he began to rummage through the hotel, nearly dismantling it in his search. It was only when the two returned that he greeted his food with a beaming smile, exclaiming, At last, you have returned. Please, hurry. I am on the verge of starvation. We spent considerable time getting here. It was indeed quite swift. Will we be able to depart the day after tomorrow? Indeed. The following day, having procured sufficient provisions the day prior, Yu settled into the hotel, awaiting their return. By day's end, he felt as though his ears might sprout calluses, exclaiming, Su Yucheng, you talk excessively. I have nothing else to do, came the retort. So this is your justification for pestering me. Growing weary of his incessant chatter, Yu closed his eyes in search of Hua and the others. What is the news? Upon hearing Hua's inquiry, Yu shook his head slightly. Nothing yet. Do not fret too much. I understand that what is meant to come will arrive in due time. What purpose does urgency serve? With that, Yu made his way to a nearby stone pedestal to pour himself a cup of tea. Su Yucheng, having spoken for quite some time without receiving a response, could not help but turn to observe him, finding Yu with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, his expression one of disbelief. Is it truly possible to sleep here? And Qingyu, overhearing, set aside the leopard skull he was examining and approached, glancing at Yu before directing his gaze towards Su Yucheng. He could discern that Yu was ignoring him due to Su Yucheng's incessant chatter. Even he had contemplated sealing Su Yucheng's lips. The next day, wishing to engage in Qingyu in conversation, he was startled to see him brandishing a scalpel. Su Yucheng swallowed hard, the cold glint reflecting off his face, causing him to abruptly veer away. Time swiftly passed to the day after tomorrow. Upon receiving the news that they could leave, Su Yucheng nearly burst into tears of joy. Once seated in the vehicle, he pressed the accelerator towards Songnan. Half an hour later, Su Yucheng, bowing and scraping before a traffic officer by the window, assured him that he would never err again. In the back seat, Yu closed his eyes. It was only when the vehicle resumed its journey that Su Yucheng spoke slowly. It was truly not intentional. Remember to repay me upon our return. Of course. However, it is quite rare to encounter a traffic officer on this road. I have lived in Songnan for so long and have yet to see one. Yu raised an eyebrow. Do you enjoy being penalized? Not at all. I merely express a mild sentiment. You are aware of my driving skills. They are exceptionally steady. All right, focus on driving. Indeed. Songnan, may I stay at your home? Yu paused momentarily. With what I have given you, he will not find you. There is no need to go to my home, especially since I have lent you my doppelganger. I prefer you over that. Qingyu. After casting him out, she brushed her hands together. Aren't you going to follow him? Yu shook her head. There's no need. I recall that last year around this time, there was something quite significant I needed to attend to, but I seem to have forgotten what it was. Are you referring to Qi? Xiaoyu patted her head. I almost forgot. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. I wonder if he has awakened yet? It has been nearly a year, so he should be. Opening the chat window with Xia Simong, Xiaoyu typed a line. Captain Xia, I apologize for the intrusion, but I am curious about Lin Qi's current condition. Has he awakened? Chapter 46. The Eve Xia Simong. He has yet to awaken. Xiaoyu. Is he truly still unconscious? Xia Simong, indeed. Xiaoyu, stroking his chin, gazed thoughtfully at Qingyu. Could it be that Qi has genuinely been cured by Xiaoyu? The notion of a surgical awakening seems fantastical, yet it indeed aligns with the protagonist's peculiar characteristics. By the end, Xiaoyu managed to convince himself. The thought that Lin Qiyi had been delayed for a year because of him made him eager to present Qingyu before Lin Qiyi. Xiaoyu, let us seek out Qiyi. As he spoke, Xiaoyu turned to gather his belongings. Qi is not yet awakened. Perhaps you could assist him. And Qingyu slightly shook his head. Let me finish this research first. Xiaoyu, somewhat regretful, replied. Very well, we shall wait until you are done. After a week of waiting, and once certain that the leopard would not come knocking, he finally retracted his doppelganger. Qingyu, Qingyu. Su Yuqing called his name twice, leaning closer. I've nearly perished from boredom staying at home this past week. How about we take a stroll around? Without hesitation, Xiaoyu shook his head. Absurd. He relished the comfort of his home. Playing on his phone, indulging in games, and browsing videos was sheer delight. Su Yuqing, unditerif. Leaning closer. Come on, just a short walk nearby, we won't venture far. Unable to endure Su Yuqing's persistent antics, Xiaoyu relented. Fine, just this once. Excellent. Let's go then. The streets were sweltering in the peak of summer, with few pedestrians weaving about. Why don't you seek out your parents? Oh, you mean them? They abandoned me to enjoy their honeymoon. Su Yuqing gritted his teeth. I must have been adopted. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Is it possible they find you somewhat bothersome? My parents used to feel the same. Su Yuqing paused momentarily, then shifted the topic. I recall their essay shop nearby that's rather good. Let's check it out. Xiaoyu responded with a low murmur of agreement. Time swiftly passed to the end of September. Xiaoyu, why don't you engage with me? Xiaoyu lounged on the sofa, legs crossed. In the realm of the pond, victory or defeat remains uncertain. Xiaoyu felt vexed at Qingyu's reluctance to spar with him. Although his forbidden techniques were diverse, his skills were self-taught and derived from books. Having a master to guide him, he shouldn't necessarily lose to Qingyu. Qingyu gently shook his head. Neither possessed healing techniques, and while he could manage, Xiaoyu could not. With a soft sigh, he pinched Xiaoyu's arm. Xiaoyu rolled over, sitting up and clutching his arm. Why did you pinch me? That hurts. Still want to fight? Xiaoyu opened his mouth, pondering how Qingyu could remain unfazed after sustaining a blow. He bit his lip, then nodded slightly. To be overpowered by someone of the pond realm, while he was in the boundless realm, would be utterly humiliating. Why not fight? In an open area, Xiaoyu found himself ensnared by frost vines, his expression rife with helplessness. Should there be customer service here, he would undoubtedly report Qingyu for cheating. Qingyu possesses an uncanny ability to accurately predict his movements, effectively sealing off any potential avenues of retreat. He believes his strategy is meticulously crafted, devoid of flaws. It pales in comparison to Qingyu's prowess. Gritting his teeth, he maneuvers two swords, one to engage Qingyu, while the other cleaves the vines, ensnaring him. With his mental energy nearly depleted, he can only focus on controlling these two blades. After a strenuous effort, he finally severs the vines and takes a step forward, only to feel his body sway involuntarily. Having been ensnared for approximately a minute, he shivers from the cold, unable to suppress a sneeze. The early autumn temperature hovers around 27 degrees Celsius, and the notion of catching a chill outdoors feels foreign to him. This is enough, he mutters, feeling a tinge of frustration as he turns to retreat. With the perspective of a mouse, the frost-laden vines, the icy grip, and the fiery earth dragon conspire against him. And despite his relentless efforts, he is yet to graze even the hem of his opponent's attire. After a lengthy bout, he nearly succumbs to despair. Qingyu swiftly catches up to him. See you, he responds softly. Qingyu reaches out to grasp his arm, seemingly more incensed than before. You're injured. Xiyu shakes his head slightly. asserting that it was merely a minor bump. He is not incapacitated. I'm fine. We can fight again next time. And Qingyu remains silent. Upon returning home, he applies some ointment to his knee and lies on his bed, gazing at the ceiling with a sigh. After another deep breath, he comes to terms with the reality that he cannot surpass his opponent's realm, though he acknowledges that he possesses a higher level. Undoubtedly, in a situation devoid of realm suppression, he would emerge victorious. Does it still hurt? Qingyu tilts his head slightly, mumbling, I didn't say it hurt. Observing him, and Qingyu exhales softly, as if the one who had cried out in pain while tending to his bruise was someone else entirely. You'll feel better by tomorrow. Oh. As night falls, he seeks out his companion tale to reflect on his experiences, learning from his setbacks, for his practical combat experience has been woefully scant. Throughout this time, he has only truly sparred with Qingyu. The following morning, having distilled his insights from the previous night, he eagerly sets out to find Qingyu, who has completed his experiments and is ready to engage in combat before seeking Lin Xie. Upon hearing his phone ring, he pauses momentarily, glancing at the caller ID. He sees it as a call from Captain Xia Simeng and swipes to answer. Captain Xia, is there something you need? Weren't you inquiring about Lin Xie? Qingyu is taken aback, realizing that Qingyu is also seeking Lin Xie at this very moment. This implies that he has overthought the situation. There is no such remedy to be found. Are you listening? Returning to his senses, Qingyu quickly responds, Yes, I am. I understand, Captain Xia. Thank you. Thank you for what? If you truly wish to express gratitude, how about joining my team? Qingyu hesitates for a moment. That's a different matter. I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. After ending the call, he quickens his pace to find Qingyu. Little fish, Xie has awakened. Qingyu nods slightly. Shall we go? Yes, let us go now. We are headed to the Peace Affairs office. As he speaks, Qingyu opens the door and steps outside. The streets are alive with the incessant chirping of cicadas, their incessant chatter ringing in his ears. Qingyu rubbed his ears. Who could comprehend the feeling of being awakened by the incessant chirping of cicadas outside during the day? One day, he would catch them all and blow them up. Just then his phone rang again. Qingyu raised an eyebrow. He didn't know many people, and receiving 2 calls in one day was indeed a first. He reached into his pocket to retrieve his phone, glancing at the contact name displayed above, and raised an eyebrow once more. It had been a year since he last saw Bai Li Pang Pang. Hello. Hello. Qingyu, do you have a moment? Qingyu blinked. This inquiry was likely a prelude to a request for assistance. You may speak of the matter first, and then I shall consider whether I have the time. It concerns the 7 Knights. I would like to ask for your help. Chapter 47. A desperate instructor with a subtle arch of his brow. Qingyu is precisely engaged with a matter concerning Lin Xie. What? Are we going to break into a prison? Will you join us? Bai Li Pang Pang swiftly added. And Chao Yuan, the bro. Well, I'm already en route, Qingyu replied. Bai Li Pang Pang paused momentarily. Where did you get the news? How could you be so swift? Captain Xia informed me. Captain Xia Simeng of the Special Forces? Do you know her? We've met a few times, merely during the fasting sessions. With that, Qingyu ended the call, and Qingyu turned to him. Who? A friend from the training camp, quite familiar with Xie, also wishes to assist in the prison break. With the heir of the Bai family on our side, it should become considerably easier. At the Peace Affairs office, Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the two approach. Is there something you need? Qingyu wasted no time, stating directly, we wish to enter the fasting chamber. Hong Ying was momentarily stunned by his declaration. Standing nearby, Wen Qima furrowed his brow slightly. That is a prison. Once you enter, you may never return. Qingyu blinked. He could hardly articulate that their intention was to break out. Clearing his throat, he spoke slowly. We wish to visit Xie within the prison. If the opportunity arises, we can offer our assistance. Hong Ying's eyes widened slightly. Are you planning to break into the prison? Qingyu coughed lightly. You could interpret that way. Why do you wish to aid him? He owes me a debt of gratitude. Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback, doubting her own hearing. Isn't it you who owes him? Qingyu shook his head. You heard correctly. He owes me. If he were to remain there for eternity, how could he ever repay me? Hong Ying and Wen Qima exchanged glances. Moreover, we possess ample justification. Qingyu indicated in Qingyu. He was once a grave robber. Was he not? And I, he pointed to himself, am an accomplice. Hong Ying inhaled deeply. Have you considered the consequences? If unsuccessful, you may never emerge. Ciu smiled faintly. That would be our own concern. Hong Ying nodded slightly. Adopting a serious demeanor, I hereby announce your arrest. As she approached the cabinet to retrieve 2 pairs of handcuffs, Ciu accepted them, turning to Cuff and Qingyu. These are surprisingly smooth to use. After securing himself, they both took a seat on the chairs. Entering a prison for the first time, Ciu licked his lips, feeling an inexplicable thrill at the thought of their impending escape. Throughout his life, he had yet to engage in such reckless folly. Remembering he had not requested leave, he controlled the paper figure to retrieve his phone, subsequently messaging the instructor. Ciu, instructor, I would like to request a leave of absence. Instructor, for how many days? What is the purpose? When will you return? Ciu, the specific duration is uncertain, but it shall not be brief. Instructor, what is the purpose? Ciu, this matter is of great importance. If handled poorly, I may never return. Controlling the paper figure, Ciu took a photograph and sent it to the instructor. Ciu, await my favorable news. After a brief pause, the instructor sent a voice message, and Ciu hesitated before tapping to open it. The next moment, a voice filled with despair echoed. Where is the address? Quickly, tell me where it is. And what on earth have you done? The instructor exclaimed. Vuchi Y blinked. And in that instant, he envisioned a despondent instructor. His student had encountered trouble during the school vacation, and as the instructor, he undoubtedly bore some responsibility. Ciu composed himself. Let us discuss this later. When the personnel responsible for escorting arrived, they appeared bewildered upon seeing the two, who seemed no different from students, entirely unlike the grievous criminals described over the phone. Moreover, one of them was at the infinite realm, which seemed somewhat unreasonable. As the escorting personnel approached, the two instinctively followed. At the entrance of the fasting hall, Ciu discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Just then, a person approached them. The master is looking for you. Ciu paused for a moment. Me? Yes, follow me. Ciu furrowed his brow slightly, unsure of why Master Chen sought him. He was led to a door, where the attendant halted. The master is waiting for you inside. Taking a deep breath, Ciu pushed the door open and stepped inside. His gaze was immediately drawn to an elderly man in the center, his head crowned with white hair. Have a seat. Ciu glanced at the chair opposite him, clearly prepared for him. Exhaling a breath of anxiety, he stepped forward. Seated, Ciu initiated the conversation. Are you the esteemed master among humanity's elite? Just call me Master Chen. Titles like the elite are rather unappealing. I do not know who coined such a term. Ciu fell silent for a moment. Setting aside the matter of realms, he found the few words exchanged revealed a rather amiable old man. Why have you summoned me, master? I wish to see you and, while at it, enjoy some tea together. Ciu felt a slight relief and lowered his gaze to the cup of tea before him. He could only discern the difference between milk tea and pure tea. The rich aroma and sweet aftertaste that tea connoisseurs spoke of were entirely lost on him. Noting that the handcuffs on him had been removed, he steeled himself to lift the cup and take a sip. Delicious tea. Perhaps feeling guilty for his actions, he was reluctant to remain in the presence of Master Chen. He drained the cup in one go. Master, I have finished. You are unwilling to share a cup of tea with this old man? Ciu chuckled nervously. Oh no, not at all. I simply felt a bit parched on my way here. Watching the cup being refilled, he took small sips. Is it customary for every visitor to drink once? He pondered this and shook his head slightly, recalling that Qingyu had accompanied him but had not made an appearance. Feel free to share your thoughts with this old man. Ciu hesitated, then began. I was just wondering if the food at the fasting hall is satisfactory? I suppose I can take a look at noon. He nodded slightly, and for the next 2 hours, he felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Once informed of his impending departure, Ciu promptly rose to his feet, expressing his gratitude to the master. Thank you for your hospitality, esteemed sir. I shall take my leave now. As he stepped outside, he exhaled a deep breath, pondering the veracity of his words, uncertain of how much Master Chen believed. Fortunately, he had managed to evade scrutiny, and it appeared that he would not be pursued in the near future. Dressed in prison garb, he was escorted by several guards to a designated cell. Number 07294. Ciu, This is your cell." With that, Xiaoyu stepped inside, the door clanging shut behind him. He had anticipated that his cell would not be far from Qingyu's. Yet throughout his journey, he had seen no sign of her. With a slight sigh, he slid down the wall and settled onto the floor. "How did you end up here?" Upon hearing the voice, he could not muster the energy to lift his head. "None of your concern." "Kid, do you even know who I am? Why should I care?" Qingyu retorted, then closed his eyes. Chapter 48. Quotes from NPCs as the hour approached noon. He opened his eyes, sensing a malevolent gaze upon him. Xiaoyu turned his head to look and found a fellow inmate across the cell glaring intently at him. After a brief moment of silence, he leaned against the wall and rose to his feet. It was now free time. Inmates could orderly leave their cells for some activity. Xiaoyu stepped forward and opened the cell door, joining the flow of people heading outdoors. He noticed a man from across the way trailing behind him, prompting a faint sigh of resignation from Xiaoyu. Upon reaching the outdoor activity area, he felt a hand reaching for him from behind and swiftly sidestepped. Just as he was about to speak, an unexpected voice pierced the air beside him. "Little brother, you're here too," the serpent woman said, licking her lips. Noticing the flicker of fear in the man's eyes as he quickly retreated, Xiaoyu sighed again. He had just arrived and had not provoked anyone. Yet troubles seemed to befall him in succession. "Come be my slave, bow down at my feet," she continued. "There are quite a few people here watching someone like you." Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. His knowledge of this place was scant, but the serpent woman had been here for over a year and likely possessed valuable insights. "What type am I?" he inquired. "A pretty boy," she replied. "Xiaoyu, little brother, have you given any thought? Submit to me, and you'll serve only me." Without a word, Xiaoyu turned to leave, pondering his own sanity for even considering gathering information from the serpent woman. Sensing his intention to depart, she nimbly positioned herself in front of him. "Little brother, big sister, I truly have matters to attend to," he replied, continuing forward. "I see there are quite a few snipers around. You wouldn't want to stir up trouble here, would you?" Realizing the underlying threat in his words, the serpent woman's fingers froze in midair, her intention to act stifled. Satisfied with her reaction, Xiaoyu withdrew his gaze and scanned the surroundings, noting the abundance of exercise equipment. The perimeter was fortified, with soldiers guarding every corner, making any escape utterly implausible. After a slight sigh, he began to wander about. His attention was drawn to a figure in the distance, running laps around the playground while carrying an enormous stone. Qingyu approached, sensing that this individual was likely Lin Nian. Not long after, he caught sight of a group approaching him, among them the man who had just fled, prompting a dull ache in his temples as he rubbed his brow. At that moment, two individuals stepped in front of him from an unknown direction. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Since someone had decided to confront him now, he resolved to disregard any concerns. As he passed by, he caught snippets of conversation mentioning Lin Nian, causing him to pause and swiftly approach the two individuals. "Do you know Lin Nian?" he inquired. Lin Nian, having noticed the group approaching, set down the stone and walked toward them. Upon seeing him, Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. "Nian." Lin Nian nodded slightly, his expression somewhat complex. Observing his demeanor, Xiaoyu gestured to the side. "Shall we speak elsewhere?" Lin Nian nodded in agreement. "All right." In the cafeteria, nestled in a secluded corner, two individuals sat facing each other. Xiaoyu scrutinized the attire of the other person before slowly speaking. "Forgive my boldness, but do you suffer from a mental illness?" "I am fine now," he replied. Xiaoyu blinked in surprise. "So you truly do? How did you come to be here?" As he contemplated the purpose of his visit, Xiaoyu's expression turned serious. Lin Nian, after listening to his account, wore a somewhat complex expression. "So you allowed Sister Hongying to have you apprehended?" "Indeed." Lin Nian sighed softly. "Three is better than one. Are you not afraid of never being able to leave again?" Xiaoyu slightly shook his head. "Not at all. Aside from dealing with the teacher, who is rather troublesome, the others are manageable." The two conversed for a while longer until the designated time arrived. Xiaoyu stood and made his way toward the cell. Upon returning, he sat on the ground and sighed softly. There were only a few places he could move about, and having searched them thoroughly, he had yet to find any trace of Qingyu. Recalling the words of the serpent woman, his expression shifted through various emotions. Could it be that what she said was true? that individuals with our appearance are indeed quite popular? Lost in thought, Qingyu's face reflected a moment of existential doubt. And after a brief pause, he rubbed his face. He wasn't particularly concerned for Qingyu's safety. Rather, he worried that in a moment of carelessness, he might inadvertently harm someone across from him, which would complicate matters when it came to disposing of the body. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and focused his consciousness into the training ground. Today, the training area felt exceptionally desolate, with only him present. Since his last encounter with Jing Lu several months ago, he had not seen him again. Even Hua only visited sporadically. Thinking that something significant must have occurred on their end, Qingyu ran his fingers through his hair. After taking a deep breath, he retrieved a jade talisman. After a brief glance, he closed his eyes and lay down on the bed. Hearing a sound nearby, he opened his eyes to see someone squatting a short distance away, seemingly engaged in some activity. Qingyu glanced around, realizing he was in a room. Am I dreaming? Furrowing his brows, he approached the only other person present and gently tapped his shoulder. Can you hear me? You want this, the old man Wu said, raising his right hand, which held a mobile phone. Or perhaps this, he added, lifting the jade talisman. Qingyu examined the individual before him, fully aware that he had never encountered this person, thus dismissing the notion of dreaming. Where is this? My dreamscape, the man replied. Qingyu widened his eyes slightly, realizing he had inadvertently entered someone else's dream. Does this even make sense? Taking a deep breath, he noted that the clothing worn by the old man Wu was similar to Lin Chiye's. Are you mentally ill? As soon as the words left his mouth, darkness enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the cell. Reflecting on the recent dream, Qingyu frowned. What an impressive mental illness. During the activity period, as he passed a corner, he chose to walk in another direction, noticing Qingyu in the distance. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened, and he followed closely behind. Just as they exited the prison, Qingyu was intercepted by a scarred man, prompting Xiaoyu to frown and quicken his pace. From now on, you will be under the leadership of our boss Han. Upon hearing this statement, Xiaoyu's expression darkened involuntarily. The scarred man was momentarily taken aback by the sudden intrusion into his line of sight. However, upon recognizing the newcomer's face, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Another gem, he mused, slightly inferior to that one in the hospital gown, yet still my preferred type. Xiaoyu chose to disregard the latter part of that remark, her mind fixated on the notion of being slightly better than the hospital attire. The thought of him having flirted with the protagonist made her gaze towards him turn peculiarly inquisitive. It was akin to the rhetoric of an NPC, embodying the reckless behaviors of a mere pawn. Observing him raise his hand in her direction, Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Before he could make a move, she felt a tug at the hem of her garment, and suddenly, a figure shielded her from view. It was Qingyu. Xiaoyu gently tugged at Qingyu's sleeve, murmuring, "Never mind. With so many onlookers, there shall be ample opportunity to deal with him later." Chapter 49. He truly deserves it. Can I use the restroom first? In light of your prior cooperation, I shall await you outside. Are you not coming with me? Upon receiving the scarred man's acquiescence, Xiaoyu let out a soft sigh and cast him a sympathetic glance. Though unaware of Qingyu's intentions, he trusted that Qingyu would exercise discretion and refrain from any extreme actions. After lingering at the entrance for 5 or 6 minutes with no sign of movement from within, Xiaoyu clicked his tongue in annoyance. Seeing that the surroundings were deserted, he pushed the door open and entered. He stumbled upon Qingyu meticulously wiping the bloodstains from his glasses, causing Xiaoyu to blink in surprise. "You, After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words. Setting aside the fact that the guards would inevitably investigate, it was only a matter of time before his superior discovered the absence of Qingyu. Little fish. Qingyu shook his head slightly and then pulled him outside. Upon reaching the activity area and taking a few steps, they encountered Snake Woman approaching from a distance. "What have you contemplated?" Qingyu glanced at Xiaoyu before responding. "What? Serve me, bow beneath my feet. Why not come along with him?" Qingyu remained silent. Xiaoyu, pulling him along, remarked, "Never mind." They arrived at a secluded corner devoid of surveillance. Xiaoyu cleared his throat and planted a gentle kiss on the corner of Qingyu's lips. "I ran into 7 nights. Perhaps we can discuss strategies in the dining hall." and Qingyu inclined his head slightly. Shall we go now? Ciyu mentally calculated the time. Let us wait a while longer. And Qingyu lowered his head and captured Ciyu's lips. Taken aback, Ciyu had intended to suggest a visit to the library, but it now seemed unnecessary. In the dining hall, the two settled into a corner. Observing in Qingyu's subtle sigh of relief, Ciyu raised an eyebrow and, recalling the fish from yesterday, smirked. You don't like eating fish? Noticing in Qingyu's mischievous expression, he reached out to grasp his hand, playfully pinching his fingertips. Ciyu cleared his throat, concealing his expression. In prison, wasting food was unthinkable. He could already envision Qingyu pinching his nose while reluctantly consuming fish. Qingyu, yes. I recall you despise celery. The smile that had just begun to form on Ciyu's lips faltered. Typically, Qingyu handled the cooking and food procurement, leaving Ciyu little to worry about. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, he thought, quickly wrapping his arms around Qingyu's. Little fish, I was wrong. Seeing Qingyu remain silent, Ciyu shifted to embrace his neck. I truly did not mean it. Noticing the dwindling number of diners in the hall. Only about 40 remained, all approaching them. Ciyu frowned slightly and gently nudged Qingyu's head aside. The newcomers clearly bore ill intentions. They might be seeking retribution or genuinely looking for Qingyu. Qingyu grasped Ciyu's hand, holding it firmly. What do you want with us? Boss Han slammed his tray against the wall with a resounding crash. Ciyu blinked, realizing that throughout their conversation, he had not taken a single bite of food. As a result, the meal he had queued for vanished just like that. How infuriating! To smash a person's livelihood over a trivial disagreement is utterly unreasonable. The one-eyed man and the scar-faced fellow, were they not your doing? Ciyu narrowed his eyes, having been provoked time and again, and refrained from retaliating, as if he were merely clay to be molded. He lifted his gaze and spoke coolly. What do you intend to do? Today, none of you shall leave here alive. As he observed the approaching figures, Ciyu preemptively rose to his feet, striking a palm toward the chest of the oncoming assailant before Qingyu could react. Boss Han was sent flying, crashing into his subordinates behind him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ciyu retracted his hand and slowly uttered two words. Just this. The henchmen surrounding them, witnessing this scene, instinctively took several steps back. Your forbidden domain is akin to augmentation. Hearing the persistent taunts over the past few days, Ciyu retorted sharply. What business is it of yours? He was momentarily taken aback. Whereas others did not resort to insults, he was subjected to a barrage. From a distance, Lin Jie, seated apart, lifted his head upon hearing the commotion. A vacant spot allowed him to clearly see the two individuals within, prompting him to hastily rise and approach. What are you waiting for? We have so many people. Should we fear them? Boss Han bellowed, and the surrounding henchmen surged forward. Realizing that he was outnumbered even without the forbidden domain, Ciyu extracted a handful of paper figures from his pocket. Though they could not contend with those endowed with forbidden abilities, they would suffice against stronger ordinary foes. The paper figures dispersed, equally delivering blows to every assailant that charged forth. Noticing the droplets of blood emerging from Qingyu's fingertips, Ciyu's brow furrowed involuntarily. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart. Witnessing such agony was painful to behold. He glanced at the individuals sprawled on the ground, his expression darkening. Consumed by the thought, they truly deserve this fate. Controlling two of the paper figures, he directed them to relentlessly pummel the one who was inching backward on the ground. Boss Han seized one of the paper figures, straining to tear it apart. However, he failed to do so. Ciyu raised an eyebrow. He had heard from Huohua that this was her enhanced version of the paper figure, at least resilient enough to withstand a single tear. Upon hearing a chorus of anguished cries from behind, Ciyu was momentarily stunned. Turning around, he saw that all those encircling him had their hands severed and hanging. He could not help but widen his eyes. Little fish, this has gone too far, he exclaimed, regaining his composure. And Qingyu quickly reattached his hand, and Ciyu blinked in astonishment, noticing that their hands hung limply at their sides, showing no signs of the recent severance. Everyone present, including Ciyu and Lin Jie, was left dumbfounded. Ciyu swallowed hard, nearly taking a step back to sever a hand and then reattach it, Was this not akin to a wolf's annihilation? And Qingyu, noticing Ciyu's gaze, offered a shy smile. Ciyu tugged at the corners of his lips, then shook his head, dismissing the earlier scene. What could that moment prove? It merely attested to Qingyu's remarkable medical skills, having performed such numerous surgeries simultaneously. Reflecting on this, Ciyu slowly raised a thumb in commendation. Impressive. Lin Xie advanced toward them, wielding a chopstick as if it were a weapon. Xie. Lin Xie nodded slightly, casting his gaze upon the battered figure of Han Laoda, who was being mercilessly beaten by a throng of paper figures. Initially, he had intended to join the fray to inflict additional harm, but upon witnessing Han's bruised and battered appearance, he reconsidered. With a subtle gesture, he retracted the paper figures, observing as Han Laoda staggered to his feet and launched a punch in his direction. In a swift motion, Lin Xie thrust a chopstick into Han's shoulder, declaring, "I shall render one of your arms useless merely as a lesson. If you dare provoke me or them again, I will take your life. After all, it is not a crime for the mentally ill to commit murder." Chapter 50. 5-1 as Qingyu stood in place, seemingly lost in thought. Ciyu paused and gazed at him, and Qingyu picked up a pair of chopsticks that had fallen to the ground and, with a change of angle, jabbed them into Han Laoda's shoulder. "Apologies, it seems he lacks an understanding of human anatomy. That last blow didn't quite incapacitate you. But fret not, you are entirely incapacitated now." Listening to Qingyu's words, laden with regret, Ciyu could not help but murmur, who would not remark on such politeness? And Qingyu casually pulled Ciyu, who was still watching the spectacle, to follow the departing Lin Xie. Within the activity area, three youths sat on the ground beneath the shade of trees, discussing the circumstances within the fasting refuge. With scant information at hand, their analysis yielded little in the way of useful intelligence. The following day, as Ciyu made his way to the cafeteria, he was intercepted. "Han Sheyun." Ciyu regarded the individual before him with mild curiosity. "May I have a word?" Ciyu nodded slightly. "Very well." He followed Han Shaoyan up to the second-floor library, which was relatively deserted given the mealtime. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Ciyu leaned back against the chair, slowly speaking. "The ancient divine church has been making moves." Ciyu was taken aback. It was improbable for external affairs to infiltrate this place, indicating it must pertain to internal matters within the fasting refuge. "Are they attempting a prison break?" "No, it is to eliminate a particular individual." Ciyu's mouth fell slightly agape in surprise. The person confined here must hold substantial significance, prompting such a considerable risk for their assassination. "Who is it?" "Wu Laogo, another inmate in the asylum, akin to Lin Xie." Ciyu nodded thoughtfully. "You do not intend for me to thwart them, do you? You lack the capability for that." Qingyu responded. "You merely need to keep an eye on the snake woman, ensuring she does not escape amid the chaos. Should she grow stronger, she will bring you considerable trouble." Ciyu nodded slightly. "I shall remain vigilant, for I too do not wish to release my adversary." "Indeed." Then, recalling something, Ciyu inquired, "Did the snake woman not identify you as a traitor? If so, why would they divulge such critical information to you?" Han Shaoyan shook his head faintly. "I cannot fathom what the snake woman is contemplating." Ciyu rose and walked toward the exit. "I understand now. Thank you for this information." Throughout his journey, Ciyu pondered the matter deeply. As he passed a corner and observed a carriage approaching, he halted his steps. The scholar's attendant waved at him. "The master requests your presence." Ciyu hesitated momentarily, then approached the carriage door, recalling scenes from dramas as he imitated a respectful bow. "Might I inquire what the master seeks of me?" "Come aboard and share a cup of tea with this old man." Ciyu pressed his lips together, stepping up into the carriage, feeling as though he were summoned for an interrogation. Upon opening the door, a faint aroma of tea wafted toward him. The interior space appeared far more expansive than it seemed from the outside. Books lined the shelves against the wall in meticulous order, and a low table was set before him, where Chun Fushi sat cross-legged in the center. Ciyu settled into the seat opposite him. "You remain unaffected by the Jinshu monument." Ciyu tightened his grip on the teacup, his fingertips turning pale from the unconscious display of his inner tension. Realizing the inappropriateness of his reaction, he exhaled and relaxed his fingers, stating, "I cannot comprehend what you are saying." Your thoughts are clearly etched upon your face. You cannot deceive an old man. You sighed in resignation. What do you intend to do then? Have you envisioned me as a bloodthirsty individual? He slightly raised his gaze, his expression silently questioning. Are you not? You have come seeking Lin Qingyu. Indeed. What do you require of him? Master, since you were aware from the outset, why did you permit me entry? Are you not concerned that I might muddle this situation? You attempted to divert the conversation. To directly state that they were there to assist Lin Qingyu in his escape would render him no different than a moth drawn to the flame. Since you are in search of Lin Qingyu, I shall grant you a favor in your endeavor. You lifted his teacup and took a sip to calm his nerves, contemplating the irony of being imprisoned while simultaneously accruing a debt of gratitude. He lowered his head, staring blankly into the reflection of his face in the cup, initially intending to inform Master Chun of the actions concerning the ancient god society. However, considering this was an excellent opportunity for escape, he swallowed his words. His gaze wandered, noticing a black stone tablet in the nearby lawn. You pointed, "Is that the Jinshu monument?" "Indeed." You nodded thoughtfully, realizing that his purpose for being there had become somewhat transparent, and he found himself less intimidated by the individual before him. "Master, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Lin Qiyu's voice, you turned his head towards the entrance. "This prison falls under my jurisdiction. Is it not normal for me to be here? Come, let us share a cup of tea." As Lin Qingyu approached, you waved at him slightly and shifted aside. Seeing the two engage in casual conversation, you lowered his head to sip his tea. Once he finished, he gestured towards the teapot, and Master Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. You, seizing the opportunity, poured himself another cup. After refilling 3 times, Master Chen turned his gaze towards him, a hint of laughter in his tone. "It seems you enjoy visiting me for tea." You hesitated before nodding slightly. He had been brought here without having eaten, and with no other sustenance available, he could only rely on tea to stave off hunger. Once the pot was empty, Master Chun replenished it with a new brew. "I have other varieties here. Today we shall indulge in a proper tasting." You nodded in agreement. The following day, in the activity area, Lin Qingyu was training nearby, while You and Qingyu sat beneath the shade of a tree, enjoying the coolness. "What did you do yesterday?" "I went to have tea," You replied, letting out a slight sigh. "Master likely deduced our purpose for being here." And Qingyu furrowed his brow. "What did he say?" "He mentioned granting me a favor." You then leaned against Qingyu's shoulder. Han Xiaoyan indicated that the ancient god society may be planning something. "What?" You proceeded to recount Han Xiaoyan's words. "They intend to kill old Wu?" "Indeed." "Do you know him?" Qingyu narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Qie." Lin Qie, upon hearing her voice, approached. After listening to their accounts, Lin Qie thoughtfully stroked his chin and inquired, "Have you informed the master?" You shook her head gently. "No. Let us not delve into the veracity of this matter just yet. If we were to inform the master, he would heighten his vigilance, making our escape even more improbable." After a moment of silence, she gazed into the distance before continuing, "Moreover, you mentioned it too late. A commotion has already erupted outside. The forbidden items. It must be Fatty and his crew. Fatty Bai has arrived as well." Observing Lin Qie's astonished expression, you nodded affirmatively. "Not just Fatty, but also Chao Yuan and Brother Zhuai have come. We 5 have come to rescue you. How does that make you feel?" Chapter 51. Do not gaze at me so. It frightens me observing Lin Qie lost in thought. You prodded his shoulder with a finger. "What are you daydreaming about? We need to devise a plan." "Thank you all," Lin Qie replied, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden display of emotion. Noticing the earnestness in Lin Qie's eyes, you cleared his throat awkwardly. "What are you thanking for? We are brothers, after all. How did you know that Pang Pang got into a fight with someone else?" "Because my forbidden realm is unrestrained." As both of them turned their gaze towards him, you tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Please do not look at me like that. It terrifies me." Lin Qie gazed into the distance of the towering walls. "As long as the teacher is absent, we can venture out at any time?" Nodded slightly. "Indeed. And even if the teacher were present, I would still have an 80% confidence." 80% is too low. Let us wait until we have 100% assurance before we proceed." Lin Qie and Qingyu exchanged glances, finding the 80% rather inadequate. "I am indifferent," but bringing you both along raises my concerns about unforeseen incidents. As Qingyu spoke, he stretched lazily. I am famished. Let us eat and converse. Upon entering the cafeteria, they were greeted by a group of individuals who bowed in unison, causing Qingyu to step back in astonishment. What are you doing? Greetings, Boss Qingyu, Boss Lin. Bossin, your meals are prepared. Qingyu looked at the bandage-wrapped figures before him, bewildered that even in such a state, they were not strategizing revenge, but rather attempting to appease them. And Qingyu took his hand, whispering softly in his ear, do not mind them. Qingyu shrank his neck slightly, feeling his ears flush as numerous gazes landed upon the two of them. He stepped aside. You are too close. And Qingyu's expression darkened as she surveyed the surrounding crowd. The circle of onlookers promptly dispersed. The trio settled into their seats, and then Qingyu held his hand, gently caressing the back of it. I have heard that the teacher will not remain in the fasting house indefinitely. What if a riot occurs here in his absence? Lin Qie shook his head. Surely, such a coincidence could not occur. Qingyu shrugged, perhaps. If the inmates here decide to revolt and attempt to escape, the soldiers will be incapable of holding them back. So, you intend to intervene in the teacher's absence? Consider it a favor returned to him. Perhaps, in light of our assistance in maintaining order in the fasting house, he might overlook my transgressions. The more Qingyu contemplated this scenario, the more plausible it seemed, for his instincts had never failed him. Let us hope. In the cell, Qingyu sat against the wall with his eyes closed. The light that should have remained illuminated suddenly extinguished with a pop, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Listening to the cacophony and the clanging of the iron door, Qingyu opened his eyes and peered outside. After a moment of silence, he stood up and gently squeezed the lock. With a click, the door unlocked, and Qingyu pushed it open, stepping into the tumultuous environment where his entrance seemed almost insignificant amidst the noise. Following the direction of his memory, he soon arrived at Qingyu's cell door. Excellent. I can utilize my forbidden realm. Accompanied by a series of astonished exclamations, Qingyu furrowed his brow slightly. So soon, the master's tranquility has been disrupted. It must be at a divine level, devoid of such intense fluctuations. This implies that the master is absent. Upon this realization, Qingyu's frown relaxed marginally. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Hearing the voice of Qingyu, Qingyu snapped back to reality and responded, you have emerged. Indeed. And Qingyu affirmed, precisely grasping him in the darkness. Little fish. With the enhancement of their mental prowess, the inmates confined within the cell could no longer restrain themselves and surged forth in a chaotic frenzy. The scene instantly descended into disarray. The two of them moved with the tide of people towards the exit. At the entrance, soldiers stood guard, and several individuals at the forefront collapsed before they could reach the door. Like them, many who had just emerged slowed their pace or remained rooted in place. And Qingyu pulled him to a corner. Qingyu scanned the surroundings for Lin Qie, as the trio had agreed to meet at the entrance. However, the psychiatric facility was not akin to a prison, and it was uncertain when Lin Qie would appear. Once more, his gaze shifted to the entrance. The number of inmates was rapidly depleting. Although the soldiers were not as numerous as the inmates, their casualties were significant. They could not hold the line. Those of greater strength had yet to engage. Qingyu clicked his tongue in irritation. Why hasn't Qie arrived yet? Just as his words fell, Lin Qie's voice resonated from behind. I'm here. Then let us seek out the others. Lin Qie frowned, glancing towards the entrance, clearly perceiving that the soldiers could no longer withstand the pressure. Qingyu raised his hand, revealing three identical figures appearing beside them. Seeing both of them turn their gazes towards him, Qingyu smiled. Now we can leave, right? Suppressing his inner questions, Lin Qie nodded slightly. Shall we find Fatty and the others first? Qingyu shook his head gently. Let us seek out the snake woman first. With Zhuago present, they should be safe. Agreed. After circling the vicinity, they found no trace of the snake woman, prompting Qingyu to furrow his brow. Not only was she absent, but he also failed to see Han Shaoyan. Where could they have gone? Has the ancient divine sect moved so swiftly? Lin Qie shook his head. No. The members of the ancient divine sect are currently with Old Dog Wu. It is improbable that anyone would be dispatched specifically to find the snake woman. Could they still be in the cell? As Qingyu spoke, He looked up towards the prison cells. Let us investigate. The trio moved swiftly, covering a considerable distance through the prison in no time. Found it, Lin Chia announced, guiding them to a cell. Han Xiaoyan looked up at the approaching trio and said, "Now is the optimal time to leave. You must hurry." After a brief pause, Qingyu nodded slightly. Once outside, the situation was largely under control. Among them, the highest rank was merely at the Sea Realm, which still fell short compared to the Boundless. As Qingyu retracted the 3 doppelgangers awaiting at the entrance. The 3 appeared at the tail end of the crowd. Bailey Fatty, observing the trio's disappearance from the sky, paused momentarily before spotting them in the distance. Though somewhat perplexed, he waved his arm energetically. Qingyu. In the dim light of the 7th night, it became apparent that Qingyu possessed a remarkable amount of spiritual energy. Qingyu, slightly tilting her head, glanced toward Lin Qiyi. In comparison, it was evident that Lin Qiyi's utilization of mental strength far exceeded her own. "You are not lacking either," Qingyu remarked, clearing her throat. "One must always retain a reserve for any situation." Noticing in Qingyu's unwavering gaze fixated upon him, Qingyu awkwardly touched her nose, feeling her hands at a loss. "Before the master arrives, we must make haste," she declared, raising her eyes to the sky. With the front entrance blocked, the only option left was to scale the wall. Chapter 52. A polite gesture of peculiar, enchanting laughter echoed in the air, causing Qingyu to momentarily freeze, turning his head to see the Black King, Chao Yuan, recklessly hacking away amidst a throng of prisoners. How does he usually cease this madness? The last time he encountered such a captivating laugh was during the fireworks incident. "I'll take over," Lin Chia declared as he stepped forward, prompting Qiyu's gaze to wander elsewhere, where he spotted a familiar face in the distance. As he approached, the individual nearly collapsed in fear upon noticing him. He was a subordinate of Boss Han, merely at the River Realm, and felt utterly powerless in the presence of the two. "Boss Ci, I was wrong. Please, considering that I've only harassed you twice, spare me." Qiyu's lips twitched. He had certainly grasped the dynamics of bullying the weak. "When I first arrived, I didn't mean to offend you with those words." Circling around him, Qingyu proceeded forward. He had initially thought this man possessed considerable audacity to provoke others upon first meeting, only to find the towering figure of over 6 feet quaking in fear. How perplexing, considering he viewed himself as a kind-hearted university student with no ill intentions. He strolled to the wall, pausing to gaze for a moment before slowly extending his right index finger, from which a small stone materialized. With a gentle flick of his finger, the stone shot toward the wall. In an instant, a current of electricity akin to a silver serpent coursed through, transforming the stone into ash that danced away in the breeze. After standing still for a while, Lin Chia, accompanied by Chao Yuan and the portly Bai Li, sprinted towards him, calling out that the teacher had arrived. Qingyu grasped and Qingyu ascended onto his sword and soared upward. Watching the figure vanish in the blink of an eye, Bai Li blinked in astonishment. So fast? Chao Yuan cast a glance at the sword floating beside him. When it sensed his stillness, it twisted as if to convey a message. Observing this, Chao Yuan took a step forward to mount it, and the sword whisked him before Bai Li. Bai Li hesitated for a moment, preparing to retrieve his flying talisman before stepping onto the sword. Shun Qingyu, seeing the sword hovering before him, stepped on without hesitation. As for Lin Chia, he was already gliding toward the top of the high wall. Upon hearing the commotion, Qingyu turned to see Chao Yuan and Bai Li tugging at the sword, unable to suppress a sigh. What skill could possibly cause these two to fear falling? With a slight smirk, he pressed downwards, causing the end of the sword Bai Li stood on to plunge downward. Bai Li was startled, exclaiming, "Chao thief, don't move." Lin Chia observed the triumphant smile playing on Qiyu's lips and shook his head with a faint smile of his own. Landing gracefully, Qingyu brought his fingers together, conjuring a soft glow above them. In the next moment, a vessel materialized upon the sea's surface, and he beckoned and Qingyu to board with him. Bai Li, retrieving a chair from his spatial pouch, reclined comfortably. "I was still fretting about how to return, but it seems this has resolved itself swiftly. Qingyu, your forbidden realm is truly remarkable." With a slight look of amusement, Qingyu glanced at him before producing a piece of chocolate and offering it to Qingyu, saying, "It's been a while. You must be hungry. Have a bite." And Qingyu bowed his head slightly to nibble on the chocolate. When Yu raised his gaze, he noticed the looks directed at him were laden with unspoken words. Puzzled, he blinked and inquired, "What's the matter?" The four individuals simultaneously shook their heads, their eyes drifting elsewhere, leaving Yu momentarily speechless. He then set up a small table among the six of them, laden with chocolate, spicy strips, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, and an assortment of snacks. "Help yourselves. There's plenty," he offered, having prepared this in anticipation of subpar prison meals and to pass the time. Initially, he had bought a copious amount, fearing it might not suffice, but unexpectedly, he had only spent 3 or 4 days in prison. The boat glided swiftly over the sea, and at this pace, they would likely reach the shore in about 6 hours. Yu tilted his head slightly to observe the fish leaping and flailing in the water. After a moment's thought, a fishing rod materialized in his hand. Li Pang Pang, seeing him cast the hook into the water, mumbled through a mouthful of noodles, "How can we catch fish while the boat is moving?" No sooner had he spoken than Yu flicked the line, and a fish was swiftly hauled onto the deck. Thrashing about. "What did you say?" Li Pang Pang stummath. Yu replied with a grin, "It's fun." Just because he couldn't fish in the conventional sense didn't mean he couldn't use his mental prowess to sense the fish nearby and effortlessly reel one in. In total, he caught 6 fish, and deeming it sufficient, he strung them together and placed them over the fire to grill. The fish were small, making them ideal for barbecuing. 5 hours later, sensing someone approaching rapidly, Yu rose, a sword appearing in his hand. The others immediately fell into a defensive stance. In the distance, a figure walked across the water with deliberate ease. Yu's gaze turned peculiar. He had just sensed the man's swiftness, yet now, he ambled across the surface of the sea, seemingly ostentatious in his demeanor. Shaking his head, Yu cast aside his thoughts, realizing he was overthinking the situation. The newcomer wore a dark red cloak and bore a straight sword at his waist. "Your vigilance is commendable," he remarked. Yu's eyes flicked to the space behind the man, noting he was alone, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. He had initially assumed it was Chun Fuji, the guard of the fasting house, pursuing them, but it appeared he had misjudged the situation. "There's no need to be so tense," Yi Fan said with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Fan, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watch of the Great Xia. How can you prove your identity?" Lin Chia interjected. Yi Fan gestured toward Chao Yuan beside him. "He can vouch for me." The 5 turned to look at Chao Yuan, who, unbeknownst to them, had already laid down his sword and offered them a slight nod. Yi Fan's gaze fell upon the remnants of their meal strewn across the table, along with the 3 grilled fish. Yu tentatively suggested, "Would you care to join us for a meal?" "Sure, let us sit and chat over dinner," Yi Fan replied. Yu's lips twitched as he cleared the table of debris. He was merely being polite, yet Yi Fan displayed no such reservations. Taking out his phone, Yu opened the chat with his advisor, revealing a plethora of over a dozen voice messages, each lasting 60 seconds. He swallowed hard and, with a measured motion, began to type. "Yu, rest assured, advisor, I have emerged and will be able to attend class tomorrow." "Advisor, which prison have you entered?" "I have exhausted all my connections, yet I could not ascertain your whereabouts." Advisor, crushed, pounding the ground. Yu widened his eyes in surprise. He truly did not anticipate this facet of his advisor's identity. "Yu, how should I put this? The situation is rather intricate." "Advisor, I understand. You signed a confidentiality agreement, correct?" "Yu, indeed. Hence I ask for your understanding." Yu bows. After waiting for a few moments, he observed the voice message from the other side and opted to convert it to text. Due to a slight accent, the translation was not entirely accurate. Yu leaned back slightly, gathering the courage to listen to the voice message. The advisor's earnest voice resonated through the speaker. "Yu, I know you are a good student, diligent in your studies, respectful to your teachers, and courteous. However, there is one thing you have mismanaged. As your advisor, you should feel free to communicate with me regarding any difficulties you encounter. You may not realize that my time is exceedingly abundant. I am online 24 hours a day. Therefore, understand this. If you dare to fail, I will certainly make you retake the course. Can you guess whether the person on the other end is alive or not? There is no reward for this. Chapter 53. Thus you come to persecute me. Listening to that final, abrupt remark, Qingyu instinctively recoiled. His mentor, merely around 24 years of age, was not much older than they were, allowing them to bond easily. Sensing the scrutiny, Qingyu stiffly raised his gaze to find 6 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. He slightly tilted his head towards the vast sea behind him, feeling an overwhelming urge to leap into its depths. Lin Xie cleared his throat. Let us continue. Taking a deep breath, Qingyu quickly typed, "Please, can you refrain from sending voice messages?" The instructor replied, "What? Is my voice unpleasant to your ears?" Qingyu responded, "Not at all. It's just that I'm unable to listen properly while in transit." The instructor continued, "Finish your matters and come to class promptly." Initially, I had 31 students assigned to me, but by the beginning of the term, only 5 remained. Now, with 3 out of town, it's just you 2 left. He lamented, while others have 10, I'm left with merely 5. The pain is unbearable. Qingyu couldn't help but smirk at the plight of the newly appointed instructor, who clearly had not been allocated so many students. Almost there, Qingyu reassured, "Please, remain patient." The instructor added, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I do not wish for my failure rate to reach 50%. With a playful tone, he appended, "Hee." Once he fan departed, the atmosphere brightened significantly. Bailey, chubby and cheerful, exclaimed, "I didn't expect us to meet the first requirements so swiftly. We have exactly 6 individuals." Lin Xie turned to Qingyu. "What do you think? Shall we attempt to become the night watchman?" And Qingyu shyly scratched his head. "Will you prevent me from conducting dissection experiments? As long as it poses no threat to societal safety, you may proceed." Lin Xie nodded in affirmation. "I shall join. Following you as a night watchman might lead to a more thrilling and challenging life. If it brings me closer to the truth, I would wager my life on it." Lin Xie then directed his attention to Qingyu. "And you, Qingyu?" Qingyu gently shook his head. "I believe I shall pass." Seeing the collective gaze of 5 individuals upon him, Qingyu slowly began to explain, "I am nearing graduation. After investing so much time and effort, it is time to conclude this chapter. Furthermore, if I were to join now and eventually return at Songnan, given our instructor's temperament, I might very well find myself in dire straits." Upon finishing, Qingyu couldn't suppress a chuckle, convinced that his instructor could indeed be that formidable. When Qingyu declined, Lin Xie swiftly took possession of the form and Qingyu had filled out, assuring himself that as long as Qingyu remained, he need not worry about Qinyu's potential absence in the future. Handing a form to him, Lin Xie stated, "You may keep this form. Whenever you decide to join, simply present it to me, and I shall submit it on your behalf." Qingyu paused momentarily to accept the form before nodding slightly. "Very well, at most 2 years. I will wait for you." Noticing Qingyu gazing at him, Qingyu clasped his hand and leaned against his shoulder. 2 years is a brief span. And Qingyu softly replied, "MHM." In the distance, the silhouette of the city became faintly discernible as the waves rolled rhythmically against the shore, swiftly bringing the boat ashore. A task had arisen. Lin Xie glanced down at his phone. With a faint sigh, Qingyu's multitude of words distilled into 2 simple yet profound characters. "Take care." 2 groups of people moved in opposite directions, one towards the train station, the other towards the airport. En route, he took the opportunity to change into a clean and tidy outfit. It would be quite amusing to be reported to the authorities for wandering the streets in prison garb. By the time he arrived in Songnan, the afternoon had already settled in. Qingyu stifled a yawn as he headed towards the university. Inside the dormitory, Su Yuqing stood up excitedly upon seeing him. "So soon? Didn't you say it would take at least half a month?" Qingyu smiled faintly. "It seems the timing was just right. Now that the last class is over. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be coming tomorrow morning, as per usual?" Qingyu rested his chin on one hand, the other tapping rhythmically on the table. "Little fish isn't around. What is the point of returning? To savor the journey?" Su Yuqing posed, perplexed. "Where did the top student go?" "Oh, he has joined the night watch." "Huh?" Su Yuqing stared at him in bewilderment. How did that happen so suddenly? It was only natural for him to join. Then why aren't you with him? I've told you before, I just want to lead a simple and unremarkable life. Qingyu replied, casting his gaze out the window. And what about you and the top student? Yu sighed softly. We'll see how things unfold. What if it all ends in 2 years? Su Yuqing opened his mouth, a cloud of worry crossing his face as he sat across from Qingyu. Qingyu was also his friend, and hearing about Qingyu joining the night watch raised concerns for his safety. He had witnessed the mysteries that could unfold. One misstep could lead to trouble. If you were me, would you join? Qingyu asked, looking at Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing hesitated for a moment, then shook his head slightly. No, I want to become a forensic doctor or a police officer. To stand before my parents adorned with medals and tell them their son is the best. A glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes. I'm their only child. That line of work is far too perilous for me. Qingyu nodded slightly. Indeed, it's only natural. Everyone has their own aspirations. What a pity that of the 4 of us who promised to stay together forever in high school, only the 2 of us remain. Su Yuqing sighed heavily. Yu opened his mouth, hesitating to express that he too would depart in 2 years. It's all right. As you said, people are free to roam. Even if we are not in the same city. As long as the other is doing well, that is enough. Su Yuqing smiled. Cool. Let me treat you to a meal. We can eat whatever we like in the cafeteria. Yu opened his mouth and then nodded. All right, but I intend to order the most expensive dish. With an air of mystery, Su Yuqing pulled Yu back to the dormitory. Yu observed the tension in his demeanor, the veins on his forehead twitching involuntarily. It was clear that something was amiss. If you have something to say, just say it. Clearing his throat, Su Yuqing paced back and forth in the dormitory. This matter is rather lengthy. Yu shot him a sidelong glance, arms crossed. Go on, I have plenty of time. This story dates back to 2 days ago. You know Mrs. Zhang from next door? She asked me to deliver a letter to her son. Yu nodded slightly. Indeed. Did her son not move to the neighboring province? I had the courier deliver the letter, yet it has been quite some time, and they have yet to respond. Thus, Grandma Zhang entrusted me to check in on her when I have the chance. Yu scrutinized him from head to toe. So, you have agreed. Su Yuqing scratched his head. I was merely thinking there was nothing else to do. Besides, it feels quite lonely for Grandma Zhang to be here all by herself. Yu remarked. So, you have come to torment me then? Chapter 54. Guidance from a mentor. Su Yuqing lunged forward, grasping his brother's clothing. Brother, you are truly my dear brother. Please, lend me a hand. Yu's lips twitched involuntarily, and he reached out to pry away the grasp on his garment. Let go. Su Yuqing inhaled deeply, tears streaming down his face as he lamented. You do not understand. When our parents were absent, Granny Zhang took care of me. How could I possibly refuse her such a modest request? With a deep breath, Su Yuqing resolved. I will take care of your thesis this semester. Qingyu bowed. Taken aback. Such an offer was indeed rare and practical. He found himself with no grounds to refuse. Fine, but this time it's an exception. And let go, he replied, tugging his clothing free from Su Yuqing's grip. Su Yuqing sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, All right, I'll go get the car. Upon reaching the location mentioned in the letter, Su Yuqing approached slowly, knocking on the door intermittently 5 or 6 times. Yet there was no response from within. Strange. It's a holiday. There should be someone here, he pondered. Perhaps they stepped out. Let us wait a little while, Yu suggested as he returned to the car. The two waited until evening, yet no one appeared. The wall over there is quite low. Perhaps we could peek over. Su Yuqing indicated toward a low wall beside the gate. Yu contemplated for a moment before nodding slightly. All right. He walked over to the low wall, lightly tapping his toes before leaping up to grasp the edge securely. Then, with a gentle movement of his arms, he gracefully settled atop the wall. Su Yuqing mimicked his actions, leaping up to seize the edge, using his legs to propel himself beside Yu. The courtyard was barren, the smooth tiles covered with a thin layer of dust. A small pool within was littered with fallen leaves, while a nearby chair was coated in dirt and leaves, suggesting it had been days since anyone had tended to the area. Where is everyone? This is the right address, Su Yuqing muttered. Hey, who are you? What are you doing lurking on the wall? A youthful voice called out from nearby. Turning to look, Yu saw a boy of about 13 or 14, wielding a broom and glaring at them. Yu released his grip and dropped to the ground. We were entrusted by Granny Zhang to deliver a letter to her son. State your names, the boy demanded. Exchanging glances, the two replied almost in unison, CI and Suyu. The boy leaned on the broom. You've come to deliver a letter? Uncle Zhang left 5 days ago. Suyu-chan nodded slightly and stepped forward, pulling the letter from his pocket. Young man, could you kindly deliver this letter to Uncle Zhang for me? I'll buy you some candy. The boy rolled his eyes, seemingly unimpressed. I will deliver the letter, but you can keep the candy. Su Yuqing smiled lightly, unceremoniously placing a strawberry-flavored candy into the palm of his hand. When helping others, one naturally expects some form of recompense. I entrust this to you, little friend, he said, waving his hand as they both returned to the car. Su Yu and Ciyu exchanged a teasing remark. Oh, Cian, Su Yuqing retorted. In the next moment, they both burst into laughter. Are you unwell? Qingyu remarked sarcastically. In Sangnan City, it was surprisingly rare for nothing to occur during their trip. Ciyu cast a bemused glance at him. Are you all right? Not at all, Su Yuqing replied, shaking his finger. It seems we have managed to escape the trope of encountering troubles whenever we venture out. Do you consider yourself the protagonist? Isn't the protagonist merely someone who observes the world from their own perspective? So what is the issue with me being the protagonist of my own story? Ciyu patted him on the shoulder. No problem, 6. Su Yuqing smiled. No wonder when people film campus web series, they only include a few brief scenes. Life here is rather mundane. I think it's fine. Attending classes, acquiring knowledge. Asking in Qingyu when I'm puzzled, and playing games in my spare time makes for quite a fulfilling day. Ever since his instructor learned that he had an extraordinary mentor outside of class, any questions he found difficult were assigned to him as homework. Ciyu found this somewhat exasperating, but refrained from further comment. It's been so long. Why hasn't T, the academic achiever, returned? Well, Chiu pondered it doubtfully. As soon as one task concludes, another begins. It's relentless. Hearing this, Su Yuqing's mouth twitched slightly. Ciyu's description was accurate, explaining why he was reluctant to join. So that means you seldom see each other. Ciyu rested his chin on his hands. Indeed. Su Yuqing paused before walking over and patting his shoulder. Don't worry, brother. If it comes to it, I'll just poach your friend. Huh? Ciyu looked up at him in confusion. Oh no, I misspoke. I meant I would poach his friend. Ciyu pointed at himself. You would poach me? If you're willing, it's not out of the question. Please kindly exit. I was joking. Su Yuqing chuckled as he pulled up a chair to sit opposite him. If they ever find the time, we could go visit him. That afternoon, Bali Pang Pang sent a message. Ciyu, my father's birthday is coming up. Will you be attending? We'll all be there. Staring at the message for a moment, Ciyu glanced up at Su Yuqing. Can I bring a friend? Bali Pang Pang replied, of course, your friend is my friend. All right, Yuqing, Ciyu called out. Su Yuqing, who was lying on his bed playing with his phone, turned upon hearing his voice and propped himself up. What is up? Are we going to Guangzhou and Shenzhen? What prompted this sudden interest in Guangzhou and Shenzhen? Su Yuqing inquired, as if recalling something. I see. The academic achiever is there too. ISNTE? Yes. Let us depart. It is quite fortuitous that we shall coincide with the holiday tomorrow. Ciyu slightly nodded and checked the recent flights. After purchasing 2 tickets, she sent a message to Bali Pang Pang. Ciyu, we might arrive a little late. Bali Pang Pang. No worries, we will wait for you. After putting down her phone, Ciyu tidied up her belongings. She had never been to Guangzhou or Shenzhen and was unaware of what to expect. Su Yuchun remarked as he sat up, it is not much different from here, just a bit more bustling. Wishing everyone a prosperous Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 55. The banquet of Bai Li on the morning following the event, at Guangzhou Shenzhen Airport, 2 individuals made their way through the hall towards the exit. What shall we do next? Ciyu hesitated momentarily before speaking. Fatty, but didn't he mention it? Su Yuqing's expression was one of disbelief, as if he were being teased. Ciyu pressed his lips together, realizing that it was indeed his fault for not inquiring about the location yesterday. It was already past 9 o'clock. The banquet must have commenced, and Fatty by might not even be checking his phone. With this thought, Ciyu ran his fingers through his hair. After contemplating for a brief moment, he took out his phone and searched for the Bai Li group on the navigation app. Upon confirming the location displayed on the screen, his eyes lit up as he summoned a taxi via the map. Su Yuqing pointed toward a line of taxis parked at the roadside. Why not just hail a cab directly? Ciyu shook his head slightly. There are discounts on the platform. Seeing Ciyu's determined expression, Su Yuqing nodded in agreement. The vehicle drove smoothly to the entrance of the Bai Li group and came to a halt. Ciyu looked up, his face grave. Although they were supposed to attend a birthday banquet, he felt an unsettling tension in the air, as if a conflict was brewing, with even a divine presence looming. After exiting the car, Ciyu thoughtfully stroked his chin before addressing Su Yuqing. You wait here. I'll go up and take a look first. Su Yuqing regarded him with confusion. Didn't you say you were here for the banquet? Why so anxious? I'll explain later. You can wander around for a bit. I'll be back soon, Ciyu replied, leaving those words behind as he rushed through the main entrance. A quick glance revealed that the first floor was nearly deserted. Ciyu dashed to the elevator, scanned the floors, and summoned his sword to ascend. Tail, he called out. The familiar figure appeared beside him, surveying the surroundings. What do you need me for? I may need your assistance shortly. Leave it to me. Through the broken window, it appeared that a standoff was occurring inside. Ciyu furrowed his brow, noticing the shattered glass nearby, and flew over on his sword. The sounds filtering through the glass were clear, and coupled with the murderous glares directed at the central figure, he sensed that something dire was unfolding. At this point, Ciyu conjured a doppelganger, donning a mask and a cloak, and directed it to fly towards the opposite side. Tail, I'm counting on you. Got it, Tail replied, seamlessly merging into the doppelganger. With Tail's presence, it effectively concealed Ciyu's aura. As he entered through the broken window, he found all eyes fixated on him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ciyu scratched his head and said, "Sorry for being late." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards a figure outside the window. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was on Ciyu, Tail stealthily slipped through the broken pane, while Ciyu redirected his focus and approached Qingyu, scrutinizing him closely. At this moment, Tail had materialized behind Bai Li Exing, brandishing a dagger, and swiftly plunged it into his heart. Just as they turned to look, Tail vanished into the shadows behind. Upon noticing this, Zuoqing hurriedly chased after him. Ciyu's gaze swept across the faces of the other 6 individuals, who appeared somewhat disheveled, save for the girl clad in blue standing nearby, who seemed relatively unscathed. Lin Xie then spoke up, introducing Ciyu. This is our new member, Zilang. Ciyu nodded slightly and smiled. Hello. Zilang that beheftigan. After a brief pause, Ciyu nodded again, redirecting her attention to Lin Xie. You don't seem well. No sooner had Ciyu's words left her lips than she witnessed Lin Xie sway and nearly collapse, prompting her to rush forward to support him. Xie, who could have known that his casual remark would lead to such a predicament? The lad was fine. He merely fainted from exhaustion. The Tail, floating nearby, observed his condition and quipped, "Didn't you learn a technique to enhance your vitality? Why not employ it?" With a sigh of relief, Ciyu nodded slightly, one hand stabilizing Lin Xie, while the other formed a gesture in the air. Noticing Lin Xie's complexion had improved significantly, Ciyu offered a subtle nod to the Tail. Once assured that everything was under control, the Tail bid farewell to Ciyu and departed. Seeing that the others remained in a state of indecision, Ciyu hoisted Lin Xie on her back and spoke gently. Let us not linger here any longer. We should be on our way. With that, she stepped forward to press the elevator button. As they reached the first floor, Su Yuqing paced anxiously at the entrance, his heart racing until he spotted Ciyu approaching, prompting him to rush forward. However, he was taken aback when a man suddenly blocked his path, blinking in confusion. Ciyu halted, regarding the figure before her. And you are? I am Zuoqing, the director of the Night Watchman's Special Handling Department, came the reply. Ciyu nodded slightly and turned her attention to Qingyu, who, upon receiving her glance, stepped forward to discuss matters with Zuoqing. Su Yuqing waved at Ciyu from behind, prompting her to advance. His gaze shifted to the individuals accompanying Ciyu. Ciyu subtly shook her head, indicating that he should refrain from speaking just yet. At the headquarters of Team 010, Ciyu and Su Yuqing crouched at the entrance. Why don't you go inside? Ciyu tilted her head slightly. Am I to leave you out here in the cold? Su Yuqing opened his mouth. Well, it's not entirely out of the question. Ciyu scoffed lightly. And then you'll take advantage of the situation? That would be quite unfair to me. Veins began to pulse on Su Yuqing's forehead. Ciyu. As he reached out to shove her, he noticed someone opening the door and withdrew his hand. Xiaoyu, noticing this, brushed off the dust from her pants and stepped inside. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy, so she glanced around before moving to stand beside Qingyu. "I am sorry." Bailey Pang Pang murmured softly, lowering his head. Chao Yuan offered comfort. "There's no need for apologies. You're the victim here. Once we drew our swords at the venue, we had already resolved to forsake everything." Xiaoyu replied, "Thank you for avenging me." With a dismissive wave of her hand, Xiaoyu said, "What is there to thank? I didn't contribute to your battle, so let me at least assist with the finishing blow." As Xiaoyu stepped outside, he noticed Su Yuqing squatting on the curb, a faint smile playing on his lips as he approached to lift him up. "What are you pondering while squatting?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing much. Why don't you stay a while longer?" Su Yuqing replied, stamping his slightly numb feet. "I've finished my conversation. There was nothing left to discuss, so I came out." Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to him. "Besides, weren't you waiting for me? Didn't you want to stroll around?" "Let us go," Su Yuqing said, glancing back inside. Indeed, he was also present. Chapter 56. Playing cards, the three of them strolled until nightfall. Inside the hotel, observing Su Yuchan's bed laden with an array of items, Xiaoyu could not help but smirk. "Are you here to stock up?" Su Yuchan scratched his head awkwardly. "I thought I might bring back some local specialties before I leave." He rummaged through the pile and quickly unearthed 4 cat-themed bracelets. "These 2 are for you, and 1 is for Zishuan." Xiaoyu took a closer look. "What prompted you to buy these?" "Isn't the cat a symbol of wealth and fortune? Besides, I simply found them appealing, so I bought 4. Qingyu sighed softly, then took Qingyu by the hand and moved to the next room. Little fish. What you mentioned on your phone wasn't quite accurate. Now that we have time, tell me more, especially about the girl in the coffin." He recalled the girl in the blue dress. Could it be that Jialan is the one who was unearthed? And Qingyu nodded slightly. "Yes." Xiaoyu leaned against his leg, listening intently as he detailed the events of recent days. A peculiar light flickered in Xiaoyu's eyes, and he playfully poked in Qingyu's leg. "That sounds rather intriguing, and it seems you made quite a few discoveries." And Qingyu grasped his arm. "When are you leaving?" Xiaoyu turned to face him. Probably tomorrow. I have to start school the day after." And Qingyu quietly acknowledged, then leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. Xiaoyu tightened his grip on Qingyu's collar. "Little fish. Let's get some rest. What about you two? When will you depart?" "In a while. The night watch's higher-ups are discussing penalties." Xiaoyu ground his teeth. After hearing about the events at the 100-mile birthday banquet, he felt that they were caught in a no-win situation, deserving of their fate. And Qingyu rubbed his head reassuringly. "Don't worry, the punishment won't be too severe." Xiaoyu nodded slightly. "I wonder when we'll meet again." With a sigh, he reflected that if not for today's incident, he would have considered joining the night watch based solely on Qingyu's accounts. It seemed that both in games and novels, the theme of corruption among the elite was ever present. Soon, the next morning arrived. Xiaoyu awoke to find Qingyu missing. After a brief wash, he went next door to find Su Yuchan. When Su Yuchan opened the door, he yawned widely. "Isn't it early for you all to be up?" Xiaoyu, slightly exasperated, glanced at him. "Didn't we rise early back in high school? That's different. Now, I can barely drag myself out of bed for 8 o'clock. Can you help me request a leave?" Su Yuchan posed mid-yawn, then looked at him. "Do you know how long they'll stay?" "Not sure. Any day they can stay is a blessing." "All right." Su Yuchan turned back into the room, picked up his phone from the bedside table, and pondered for a moment before messaging their group chat. "Su Yuchan, wake up, instructor, don't sleep in." "Lao Zhang, what is going on?" The instructor's contact was simply labeled with the first character of his name, Lao Zhang. "Su Yuqing, I have requested a few days off with Xiaoyu." "Lao Zhang, going foot." "JPG, Lao Zhang, both of you are on leave. What am I supposed to do?" "Su Yuqing, just consider a break." "Lao Zhang, I don't care what you two are up to. Even if your legs are broken, you must crawl back to me." "Su Yuqing, don't say that, teacher." "Xiaoyu, the wind on the rooftop is quite strong." "See you, photo." "JPG, Lao Zhang." "Lao Zhang, no, my friend, let's talk this through calmly. You come down first. It's just a leave of absence. Nothing serious." "Xiaoyu, I just wanted to say, please don't send voice messages. I can't hear them." "Lao Zhang, if you request leave again this semester, I will mark you absent." "Xiaoyu, okay, nice. Upon seeing the leave request approved, Su Yuqing couldn't help but cheer. I just happened to buy a deck of playing cards. Let us have some fun together. Qingyu nodded slightly. Knowing he had accumulated quite a fortune in the game of happy landlords, he was confident he could outplay these two. Before long, and Qingyu entered with a bag of breakfast and placed it on the table. You bought all this? Su Yuqing asked as he stood up to wash up in the bathroom. You selected a cup of millet porridge. We plan to leave in a few days. We have already requested leave. Good. Observing the smile on Qingyu's lips, Yu calmly snapped a photo with his phone while sipping his porridge. This level of beauty could be captured effortlessly for a magazine cover. After finishing their meal, they cleared the table. Su Yuqing rolled up his sleeves and took out the playing cards to shuffle them. I've been playing with the old man next door since childhood. I always win. In the first round, and Qingyu won. In the second, the commoners won. In the third, and Qingyu won again. After 10 rounds, every time Qingyu was on a team, they emerged victorious without exception. Su Yuqing and Yu exchanged glances, both sensing a challenge in each other's eyes. In the subsequent rounds, they communicated silently, hoping for luck to favor them, though sometimes they just ended up with a few unfortunate cards. Scholar, I suspect you might be cheating. Su Yuqing pondered over his cards, and Qingyu adjusted his glasses. It's quite easy to calculate. The two exchanged bewildered looks, as knowledge seeped into their minds in a peculiar manner. Su Yuqing pointed at himself. Do you really need to calculate against us? Qingyu. Sensing the glare from beside him, Su Yuqing cleared his throat. What I meant was, playing cards is mainly for relaxation. What else were the calculations? Yu nodded in agreement. After so many rounds, he was nearly on the verge of despair. If it were happy landlords, he would have declared bankruptcy outright. Good. Seeing Qingyu agree, Su Yuqing's eyes instantly brightened. 1 card, 5. 7. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a knock at the door, Su Yuqing glanced over. Since he had just arrived, it was unlikely someone was looking for him, meaning the visitors outside were there for them. Standing up, Su Yuqing peered through the peephole and saw the same group from yesterday, so he opened the door. Bailey Pang Pang squeezed in. I'm Bailey Pang Pang. Don't be shy about the welcome gift. Bailey Pang Pang, with a jovial demeanor, pressed a Rolex into Su Yuqing's hands. Startled, Su Yuqing hastily attempted to return the timepiece, exclaiming, I cannot accept this. Who bestows such extravagant gifts as a mere token of acquaintance? Bailey Pang Pang pausa momentarily, perplexa. Do you not favor this brand? I possess others, he offered. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing found herself at a loss, pondering the origins of such ostentation, wondering if this was the caprice of a wealthy landowner. Ultimately, her gaze shifted towards Yu, who merely shrugged. The watch gifted by Bailey Pang Pang still resided in his home. With a sheepish smile, Su Yuqing tugged at the corner of her lips, gesturing for them to enter. Are you engaged in a game of dodiju? She inquired. Indeed, Pang Pang. Do you partake in such pastimes? Yu asked, casting a slight glance towards Bailey Pang Pang. Bailey Pang Pang waved his hand dismissively, then pointed towards Lin Qi. I shall abstain. Perhaps you might inquire if Qi wishes to join. Chapter 57. Monogamy. Yu slightly shook his head. No. Are you here to find Xiaoyu? As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Su Yuqing, who understood and moved beside him. You all chat first. Yuqing and I will take our leave. As Yu placed a few cards on the table, he declared this round is a draw. And Qingyu glanced at her 2 cards, paused for a moment, and then nodded slightly. The 2 companions made their way toward the door, and once outside, Su Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. Yu stole a sidelong glance at him. If it were just he and Qingyu, he could have lingered for a while longer. Yet, with Su Yuqing present, it was evident from his somewhat flustered expression that he had no desire to stay even a moment longer. I thought you wanted to chat with them, Yu remarked. Turning to him, I used to think you were quite sociable. What happened? Su Yuqing shook his head slightly. It's different. We've known each other for a long time. When the people around you are extraordinary, being ordinary can feel out of place. He was well aware of this truth. Yu regarded him for a moment. All right then. Let's south find another place to explore. Su Yuqing smiled. Sounds good. The night was adorned with countless twinkling stars. In a barbecue shop nestled within a secluded alley, the 3 sat together in a corner. There were only a few other tables occupied in the entire establishment. I found this place online. Trust me, it's absolutely delicious, Su Yuqing said, giving a thumbs up. Ciyu's lips twitched slightly. You can't believe everything you find online. Some places are just traps. I know. And besides, we can help others avoid those traps, right? The main point is that other places are crowded, while this one is relatively empty. Ciyu took a small bite of the barbecue, and the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. How is it? Su Yuqing looked at him expectantly. Ciyu managed a small smile, chuckling softly. Tasty. Hearing this, Su Yuqing quickly tasted it himself, then took a large swig of the nearby drink. Damn, it's so salty. After finishing their meal, Ciyu's gaze was fixed intently on him, as if conveying a silent threat that he would force the food down if he refused. I paid for this. Su Yuqing replied. As he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront Ciyu, he immediately dashed behind Qingyu. Scholar, help me. Xiao Yu, hold him back. Without hesitation. And Qingyu pivoted and restrained him. Su Yuqing exclaimed, Not bro. Don't you hesitate at all? Ciyu was about to take another bite of the barbecue when he suddenly paused, discreetly glancing back. Using his lips, he silently mouthed, Someone's coming. Upon hearing this, and Qingyu released her grip, and Su Yuqing quickly retreated a few steps, creating a safe distance between them. He thought he must have been out of his mind to seek in Qingyu's help. The two were clearly united in their intentions. Su Yuqing was still oblivious to the situation, having been preoccupied with his struggles and completely missed Ciyu's warning. What if we take it home and rinse it with water? He suggested tentatively, noticing Ciyu's displeased expression. Ciyu lifted his gaze to glance at him. You eat it yourself. Su Yuqing mumbled as he lowered his head. Fine, I'll eat it myself. He mentioned going to the boss to request a plastic bag. Gathering the items on the table. Are we heading back now? Ciyu paused momentarily before nodding slightly. Let us go. Team 010. Su Yuqing blinked, somewhat bewildered as he looked at the two. What brings you here? Someone was just watching us closely. As Ciyu spoke, he pushed the door open and entered. Su Yuqing frowned deeply at the thought of someone peeping at others while they ate. That person must be deranged. Coming back to his senses, he noticed both had already gone in and hurriedly followed. After listening to the account, Lin Xie nodded thoughtfully. You all. Lin Xie's words trailed off abruptly. He wanted to advise against walking alone. Yet, Ciyu seemed more formidable alone than the three of them combined. Seeing Lin Xie's sudden silence, Ciyu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Lin Xie slightly nodded. I understand. All right, I just wanted to remind you to be cautious. Since we've broached the subject, we'll take our leave. As Ciyu spoke, he waved goodbye to them. The following morning, Su Yuqing noticed Ciyu sitting on the bed, engrossed in his phone. He approached and nudged his shoulder. Karaoke? Friend. Ciyu glanced up at him, then gently shook his head. Not going. Come on, please, Su Yuqing pleaded, gesturing with his hands. Ciyu rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. You truly haven't had a moment's peace, have you? Su Yuqing lowered his gaze. He understood Ciyu was about to leave, and he just wished to enjoy some time with him before he departed. Perhaps leaving a lasting impression in his memory would ensure he would remember him later. He didn't want to be alone. All right. Ciyu finally relented, just this once. Scholar, are you going? Su Yuqing, having secured one, turned his gaze to Qingyu. Qingyu raised her eyes to glance at the two and then nodded slightly. Inside the bar, the kaleidoscopic lights flashed indiscriminately, causing discomfort to the eyes. The surrounding cacophony rose and fell, painfully assaulting the ears. Weren't we supposed to go to karaoke? Why are we at a bar? Ciyu sat in a corner, massaging his temples. I must have chosen the wrong place. The KTV is next door. Shall we head there? Su Yuqing suggested, kneeling down lightly. Ciyu sighed softly, raised his glass, downed its contents, and then stood. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing quickly finished his drink and followed behind him. Just a few steps out, they were intercepted by two women and a man. Is there something you need? Hey, handsome, do you have a partner? One of the girls spoke to Qingyu, prompting Ciyu to raise an eyebrow, observing the unfolding scene. Su Yuqing leaned forward. He has a partner. I would mind another. You shouldn't either, especially since you're here. Hearing her words, Ciyu chuckled, leaning on Qingyu's shoulder. Little fish, they're asking you. Do you mind? The fact that Qingyu was being flirted with amazed Ciyu. Her striking looks seemed to captivate both men and women alike. Qingyu grasped the hand resting on her shoulder and raised it. You should be asking him. Is it monogamous? Quite intriguing, I like it even more. And it's a buy one, get one free deal. Upon hearing the words, Qingyu's smile faltered slightly, and Qingyu was a gift, having been acquired and presented to him. So how could it be like this? I apologize. My friend is somewhat unhinged. We shall take our leave now. A girl remarked as she stepped forward with a boy beside her, guiding her away. Is this amusing? Qingyu retracted his smile. The notion of monogamy now struck him as somewhat laughable. Are you not concerned that the top student may be whisked away? Su Yuqing observed his delight with a hint of exasperation. Qingyu simply shook his finger, for it is well known that supporting characters often possess profound emotions. What is there to fear? I am quite open-minded. Su Yuqing. Chapter 58. Playing chess within the KTV, Qingyu selected a song he cherished on his phone. As the melody concluded, Su Yuqing erupted into enthusiastic applause, exclaiming, Qingyu, you are incredible. I had never heard you sing before and thought you lacked the talent. Yet you sing remarkably well. Qingyu scratched his head modestly and replied, It's not that impressive. I used to enjoy singing quite a bit in middle school. Hearing this, Su Yuqing speculated, what happened? Why did you stop singing? Qingyu offered a wry smile. What else could it be? They said it would hinder my studies. Su Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the familiar rhetoric of parental advice that he had heard throughout his childhood. After a slight sigh, he placed a reassuring hand on Qingyu's shoulder, saying, It's all right. I understand you. You aren't. Noticing in Qingyu's hesitance, Qingyu's expression momentarily faltered. If memory served him correctly, the original owner had lost both parents at a young age, leaving behind a significant inheritance. Qingyu forced a smile and replied, They are relatives. Seeing Qingyu nod slightly, Qingyu lowered his gaze and resumed, selecting songs on his phone. A perceptive mind could easily detect the inconsistencies in his words. And adhering to the principle of saying less to err less, he opted to sing and drink for the remainder of the evening. Imagine if you showcased this talent at school. You'd undoubtedly be the most dazzling person around. How about performing at the school anniversary? Su Yuqing teased, shaking the dice in his hand to stir excitement. Qingyu rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. Just singing for you is already generous. Why ask for more? Su Yuqing lamented, What a pity there isn't a video recording. As the night grew late, Qingyu yawned and stood up, declaring it's time to head back. In the hotel room, he collapsed onto the bed, burying his face in the pillow. Not going to shower? Qingyu flipped over. You help me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he paused, having intended to say hold me, but instead blurted out help me. I'll manage on my own. And Qingyu approached and lifted him from the bed. All right. That was a slip of the tongue. Indeed, Qingyu remarked. Then you might as well set me down. A few days later, upon hearing that they were heading back to study, Qingyu couldn't help but express his surprise. Not bad. Not bad. We'll surely learn some unexpected things. You Chun and I will take our leave now. Be careful on the way. Qingyu responded with a low acknowledgement. At Songnan University, the instructor hurried to the school upon learning they had returned. Su Yuqing, observing the instructor's irritated demeanor, sheepishly rubbed his nose. Please don't be angry. We were only away for a few days. Write down the reason for your leave. Without a valid excuse, you'll lose credits. Su Yuqing gave an okay gesture, understood. Once he completed the note, the instructor glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. Your father was hit by a car? You took leave to care for him? Su Yuqing rubbed his nose, laughing nervously. Aha, how could that be? I was speaking the truth. Hand it over. Upon hearing this, Qingyu presented the leave request he held to arrange the funeral. After the instructor finished reading, he looked up at him. Has someone in your family passed away? Qingyu slightly nodded. It's a friend's family, somewhat related. The instructor's expression changed as he recalled Qingyu mentioning how cold the wind was on the rooftop. He reached out and patted Qingyu's shoulder, speaking earnestly. It's just an elder in the family who has passed. One must always look forward. Qingyu nodded impassivity. Although he was unsure of what the instructor had concocted in his mind, he had already crafted a justification for him. Go pour me a cup of water, the instructor said, handing him a cup from the table. Qingyu nodded slightly, and, as he left, the instructor turned to Su Yuqing. During these days, do take the time to guide him, and make sure he doesn't do anything foolish. Su Yuqing paused for a moment, then nodded slightly, thinking he should have fabricated a story about an elder's passing too. After leaving the office, Su Yuchen wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Not bad, brother. Why didn't I think of that? Aren't you afraid your dad will find out and get mad? The instructor doesn't have my father's contact information. How would he know? Current realm. Infinite pinnacle. Upon seeing the available characters in the training ground increase by 1, Yu thoughtfully stroked his chin, then placed his finger on the option labeled Jing Yuan. He had learned most of the other skills. It was essential to grasp some military strategy as well. Closing his eyes, he delved into consciousness and soon found himself in a bamboo grove, where he discovered the tall, slender figure. Jing Yuan turned to him upon hearing the sound. Shall we play a game of chess together? There was a hint of a smile at the corners of Jing Yuan's mouth as he spoke. Yu paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. By the time the second game had not yet concluded, the smile on Yu's face was nearly impossible to maintain. He was not particularly skilled at chess, and this was the first time he encountered a complete domination of his opponent. Young people must not be overly impatient. Yu raised his head slightly. It was somewhat disconcerting to hear such mature words from such a young face. What does the general speak of? This is not Mount Lu. The title of general is merely a temporary identity. You may call me Jing Yuan. Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Jing Yuan always spoke with a slight smile, appearing quite serene and amiable. All right, then let us continue. Yu exhaled softly and nodded. After playing a few rounds, he gradually grasped the pattern. The pieces on the board were limited and repetitive. Resting his chin on one hand, Yu's gaze was locked onto the endgame before him, brimming with confidence. He was certain he would win this round. Let us go. I'll take you to train. Jing Yuan stood up, tossing a piece in his hand up and down. Yu instinctively nodded and, inadvertently glancing at the board, noticed a piece was missing. He abruptly looked up at Jing Yuan and exclaimed, Jing Yuan, you stole my piece. After finishing several rounds of chess, their relationship had evidently grown much closer. Jing Yuan inquired about many things concerning his world, and Yu answered almost without reservation. They arrived at an open area. A sword appeared in Yu's hand. Shall we have a duel? Jing Yuan appeared momentarily startled, then nodded. After a few moves, the shadow of an old acquaintance emerged from Jing Yuan. Who is your master? Jing Lu. Observing the shift in Jing Yuan's demeanor, Yu tightened his grip on the sword. Half an hour later, Yu lay on the lawn, gasping for breath and gazing silently at the sky. When sparring with him, Jing Yuan never struck with lethal force. At times, he even seemed to impart lessons. Jing Yuan, are you perhaps holding back? Jing Yuan approached and sat beside him, replying, What do you mean by holding back? Noticing the cheerful expression on his face, Yu let out a faint sigh. Supporting himself with his hands, he sat up and remarked, After all, you are General Luo Fu. A general is not necessarily adept in martial arts. Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was being treated as a child. Chapter 59. Training in Dreams. I still have important matters to attend to at the Rofu, so I shall not disturb you further. After a slight nod in farewell, Yu stood up from the ground and reflected on today as swordplay, replaying it in his mind several times. The next morning, Su Yuchan noticed the dark circles under his eyes and looked at him in confusion. I recall you went to bed quite early last night. What is wrong? Overthinking? Yu cast him a glance, slightly speechless. It was difficult to explain the situation. After yawning and freshening up, he returned to bed. Please take notes for me. Su Yuchan paused, looking at him in bewilderment. Are you going to sleep now? Yu raised a hand, and a clone appeared beside Su Yuchan. Just lead him over. Su Yuchan, gazing at that figure. Su Yuchan couldn't help but bite his lip. Such a skill was so useful that he found himself wanting one as well. Who wouldn't desire a puppet that could attend class on their behalf? After indulging in a deep slumber until the afternoon, he sat up from his bed and stretched his limbs. Glancing at the time on his phone, he quickly got out of bed and rummaged for a packet of instant noodles. While slurping the noodles, he casually opened his phone. It had been over 20 days since he last heard from Qingyu, and curiosity piqued as to how their training was progressing. With a soft sigh, he pulled out his phone and sent in Qingyu a message, reminding himself that even if he couldn't see them now, he would eventually. On the campus forum, discussions about takeout remained a hot topic. After hastily finishing his meal, he returned to bed. The thought of Qingyu returning from training, and the possibility of being unable to match him left him feeling inadequate. At the training ground, you noticed the three of them standing there, and he raised an eyebrow. It was the first time all four had gathered in such numbers. Approaching, he observed the somewhat tense atmosphere between Qingyu and Jinglu. Blinking, he turned to Huahua. What are they doing? Huahua shook his head slightly. They were like this when I arrived. Taking a deep breath, you stepped forward. Since we are all here, let us not just stand around. How about we sit down for some tea? A smile appeared on Jingyuan's face as he looked at Ciyu. Sounds good. With his agreement, Ciyu moved to a nearby stone table to brew tea. After chatting a little, he noticed the atmosphere between them had eased, and he let out a sigh of relief, fearing they might end up breaking something if they fought. Most of the conversation was led by Qingyu, with Ciyu following his lead. Once they had reminisced enough, Ciyu lightly cleared his throat and looked at Qingyu with anticipation. I spent the entire night reviewing. How about we have another match? Qingyu nodded slightly. All right. Over the course of the night, Ciyu was unaware of how the two had aligned their efforts to create an entire training plan for him. Ultimately, he found himself seeking solace in Huahua and the tail, lamenting his plight. For an entire week, Suyu-chan watched in frustration as Ciyu lay in bed for nearly 24 hours a day. Are you unwell? If you're sick, see a doctor instead of pushing yourself, all right? With a fleeting glance, Ciyu raised his eyes to him. During these days, their conversations had been limited to the mornings. Observing the concern in his companion's gaze, Ciyu slowly began to explain, I am fine. I've just been training lately. Upon hearing this, Suyu-chan plopped down beside him, exclaiming, training in your dreams? You're pulling my leg. Ciyu pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head, not quite. It is more like becoming aware of another realm. The more Suyu-chan listened, the deeper his frown became. Is that reliable? Chiyu retorted. Do you find the tale reliable? After a brief pause, Suyu-chan nodded slightly. All right, do as you please, as long as you don't fail. Everything else can be discussed. Ciyu's expression stiffened. He believed his instructor would, out of humanitarian concern, assist him. Ciyu lay on the lawn, a blade of grass between his lips. Ever since Qingyuan's arrival, he had not enjoyed a moment of rest for over a month, perhaps even two. With both of them absent, he relished the tranquility of lying alone on the ground. Yet, after a brief moment, he furrowed his brow, troubled by his thoughts. The tail floated before him, gazing down with an air of authority. Ciyu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly, reasoning that it was nothing of great consequence. I missed the little fish. Who? The tail, usually preoccupied with assisting him in battle, had not paid attention to those around him. The one I fancy. The tail paused, then replied, Why not just go find him? Ciyu's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. I don't know where he is. The tail's curiosity ignited. Shall I assist you in searching? Ciyu shook his head. Never mind. Every gathering must eventually disperse. One must learn to let go. How wonderful it would be if you could go to Luofu. Ciyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be splendid. Luofu must be far more interesting than here. As he noticed the tail's growing gloom, he fell silent, merely wishing to change the topic. Kulme, play a few games of chess with me. Ciyu's expression stiffened. During his breaks, Qingyuan often sought him out for chess. Throughout this time, he had never won a single match. On a few occasions, he had been on the verge of victory, only for Qingyuan to snatch his pieces away. In frustration, he had complained to Jinglu, and seeing Qingyuan's dejected cat-like face instantly lifted his spirits. Fine. With a sigh of resignation, he acquiesced. It was merely a game of chess. He could not surpass Qingyuan, but he could at least best the tail. After winning a game against the tail, the spark in his eyes became visibly brighter. These past few days had been filled with setbacks, nearly extinguishing his confidence. Again, let's play again. The tail, witnessing his renewed vigor, felt a sigh of relief. The resilience against setbacks was a quality that young people should embody. After tiring from the games, Ciyu lay back on the lawn, looking at the tail. Tell me the truth. Are you letting me win? The tail shot him a sideways glance. Initially, he had indeed been somewhat lenient, but later he had played earnestly, only to discover that he truly could not defeat this young man. No. Upon receiving his negative response, Ciyu's lips curled into a faint smile. You might want to peruse those books on the Jade tablet. You never know when they might come in handy. Ciyu nodded indifferently, for there were no entities akin to the sun god or spirits here. This led him to instinctively believe that such things held little significance. I shall go seek out Huohua. After his departure, Qingyu lingered momentarily before also choosing to leave. Upon seeing him awake, Su Yuchen eagerly rushed forward. Qingyu, my father has purchased a house for me. Shall we go take a look? It's not far from the school, only about a 10-minute walk. Qingyu paused for a moment before nodding slightly. In the span of a year and a half, the reconstruction efforts in Songnan had largely been completed, though the population had diminished significantly compared to before. One silver lining, perhaps, was that property prices had fallen and entertainment venues had increased. Chapter 60. Peking University in the sparse concrete room. Qingyu fell silent for a moment before shifting his gaze to Su Yuchen. What is there to admire in a bare shell of a house? Su Yuchen scratched his head. They said the house was purchased, and I assumed it was already renovated, which is why I brought you here. As he spoke, his voice dwindled to a whisper. Noticing Qingyu's silence, Su Yuchen awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth. There are quite a few malls and squares nearby. Perhaps we could wander through one of them. Qingyu cast him a somewhat exasperated glance, then nodded slightly. Upon returning to campus, Qingyu had not been there long when he heard from his instructor that two individuals were seeking him. He felt somewhat bewildered. With Qingyu and the others gone, he was unfamiliar with anyone else. Apart from a sense of foreboding, he could think of nothing else. As he approached the instructor's office, his hidden apprehension began to ease. He had prepared himself to incapacitate the instructor and swiftly resolve whatever trouble was brought by these two visitors. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sight of Hong Ying and Wen Qima. The instructor calmly sipped his tea. They have already arranged for your leave. You may go. Qingyu paused momentarily before nodding slightly. Be sure to have a good conversation with your cousins. Qingyu's expression stiffened. He was unaware that he had any cousins. He glanced at the two of them, then nodded slightly. Shall we take our leave then? At the Peace Affairs office. Qingyu crossed his arms and leaned back in his seat. What brings Captain Hong Ying to seek me? Hong Ying smiled, if you don't mind. You can call me Sister Hong Ying, just like Chia does. Qingyu was taken aback momentarily before nodding slightly. All right, Sister Hong Ying. We have discovered what appears to be the traces of the mysterious Wuyang in the eastern part of the city, and we would like to request your assistance. Qingyu was taken aback for a brief moment. The Wuyang was not expected to appear within 3 years, and it had only been a year and a half. Such an illogical occurrence should not transpire among their marginalized ranks. Are you certain? Qingyu's voice bore a hint of skepticism. Hong Ying nodded with a degree of seriousness. Yes, it seems to be from a neighboring city. We do not know why it has suddenly appeared in Songnan. Qingyu's expression stiffened. The familiar neighboring city was associated with the known Wuyang. Could have been drawn here by some scent? The thought intensified his suspicions. Shall we head there now? Hong Ying nodded slightly, yes. In the eastern part of the city. Upon disembarking, Qingyu's complexion was pale as he leaned against the car door. He felt neither the speed of his sword nor its steadiness. He questioned his own sanity for having boarded the vehicle at all. Observing Wen Qima, who also emerged with a pale face, they exchanged glances that spoke of mutual understanding in their plight. The final trace of the mysterious entity was to be found here. Qingyu nodded slightly and took the lead with his sword in hand. After thoroughly scanning the entire floor, the three of them found no sign of the mystery they sought. Surely it hasn't fled back? Qingyu inquired, his expression peculiar. Hong Ying shook her head slightly. The trace of this mysterious entity was discovered yesterday. With his chin resting thoughtfully on his hand, Qingyu nodded. All right, I shall linger here for a few days. He added, apologies, Wen Qima will accompany you. Qingyu replied nonchalantly and settled himself on a nearby stone. Wen Qima leaned against the wall beside him. The wind swept through, carrying sand that struck their faces. Qingyu furrowed his brow slightly, his mental energy rippling outward to form a barrier that kept the sand at bay. This place is truly dilapidated. Hearing Qingyu's complaint, Wen Qima surveyed their surroundings. Noting the construction was in shambles, the walls crumbling, and the area overgrown with weeds. The entire scene was indeed in disarray, evoking a sense that a stronger gust could bring the structure crashing down. Closing his eyes, Qingyu sought a comfortable position against the wall. After 2 or 3 days of waiting, the elusive figure had yet to appear, and a flicker of impatience crossed Ciyu's features. Though remaining here was not much different from being at school, sitting alone on a stone for days on end was quite tiresome. Moreover, the environment was atrocious and, most crucially, there was no internet. After ruffling his hair, he stood up. If he doesn't come out, we could just go find him. It's not that simple. When Qingyu replied, shaking his head slightly. If he wreaks havoc in the city, there's no one but you who can stop him. Ciyu fell silent for a moment, pondering whether this was the essence of the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. He sighed softly. Having watched the city of Tsong Nin grow from the ground up, it felt rather unfortunate to see it destroyed again. Let us wait a few more days then. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. He had forgotten his own abilities in his state of mental fog. A clone appeared beside him, and he strode out confidently. What is this? A forbidden ruins, Ciyu replied, leaping into the air on his sword, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Upon returning to school, Suyu-chun rushed over eagerly. When did you get a cousin? Ciyu shrugged. What cousin? They're merely using that excuse to seek me out. Suyu-chun raised an eyebrow. What do they want with you? Ciyu fixed his serious gaze upon him. Do you remember what happened that summer years ago? Suyu-chun paused momentarily, memories flooding back, as he had nearly lost his life then, leaving a lasting impression. What about it? Ciyu spoke slowly. It has returned. Suyu-chun's body tensed, shock evident on his face. When? Just a few days ago. Since he hasn't sought you out, it means you are safe. Ciyu added after a moment. Perhaps he simply overindulged there and is looking for a change of pace here. Suyu-chun's lips twitched at this flimsy excuse, lacking even a hint of persuasiveness. With me around, what could possibly happen to you? Ciyu said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. By the way, the instructor has been invited to attend a lecture at Beijing University. Are you going? Ciyu furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his eyes. What purpose would I serve at his lecture? The instructor mentioned that the educational resources there are abundant. Attending would be beneficial to us. Came the response. Suyu-chun spoke, pressing his lips together, his gaze somewhat intricate. He also mentioned that it was an opportunity he had painstakingly fought for. If we did not attend, he would ensure we were compelled to go. Ciyu's lips involuntarily twitched. Wasn't this just creating a ruckus? When exactly? 3 days from now. Ciyu nodded slightly, approached the bed, and climbed onto it, letting out a contented sigh. Well, I've informed the instructor, so do make sure not to be late. After all, the instructor is quite strict in this regard. Understood, Qingyu replied. Chapter 61. A good place. East of the city, when Shima's senses were acutely attuned to the subtle movements of the surroundings, and he noticed someone approaching rapidly. He turned to look. They had arrived. After a few moments of silence, he glanced again, only to find Ciyu with his eyes closed, evidently in a state of slumber. When Shima gently approached and tapped Ciyu's shoulder, urging him, do not sleep, awaken. Ciyu opened his eyes and regarded him before rising to his feet, advising, keep your distance shortly. When Shima hesitated momentarily, then gave a slight nod. In a battle of immeasurable magnitude, even if he intervened, his impact would likely be negligible. With the experience of their initial confrontation in mind, Ciyu summoned 3 clones, surrounding the monstrous entity from all directions. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly past the staircase. Ciyu narrowed his eyes, focusing intently. Before him stood a sleek black leopard, approximately 3 meters in length. Taking a deep breath, Ciyu unleashed a torrent of sword energy, akin to a surging wave, directed towards the leopard. The creature roared in defiance, extending its forepaws to collide fiercely with the incoming energy. Its claws effortlessly tore through the sword chi, charging towards Ciyu with alarming speed. Ciyu furrowed his brow slightly, retreating rapidly while simultaneously launching several more strikes. The sharp sword energy marked the leopard's form, leaving deep gashes upon its sleek hide. Typically known for its speed and ferocity, the leopard's defensive capabilities were evidently lacking in this instance. Upon this realization, Ciyu's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, both he and the leopard found themselves on a grand stage. The sudden shift to an unfamiliar environment caused the leopard to instinctively take a step back. Its eyes filled with wariness as it fixated on Ciyu. Ciu raised his hand with a flourish, 5 flying swords swirling around him like agile dragons. Pressing his fingers together, he pointed delicately at the leopard, and with his gesture, the 5 swords shot forth in unison towards the beast. The leopard, perceiving the threat, nimbly dodged 3 of the swords, but the remaining 2 grazed its fur, leaving behind crimson streaks. With a ferocious roar, its hackles raised. It lunged at Ciu at breakneck speed, stirring a fierce gust of wind. Ciu remained rooted, his expression composed. As the leopard approached, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leaped into the air like a graceful swallow. Mid-flight, he transformed into the likeness of Lin Qiye. After their previous encounter at the fasting site, he found Lin Qiye's divine manifestation quite useful. Although the cultivation level was somewhat lacking, its versatility could momentarily ensnare the creature. As he prepared to employ a tactic, Ciu's expression stiffened. He found himself at a loss for a suitable verse at a critical moment. Wisteria hangs from the clouded trees, its blossoms revel in the spring. In an instant, several vines of wisteria appeared on stage, ensnaring the leopard like a dumpling. Seizing the opportunity, Ciu directed the 5 flying swords once more towards the trapped beast. The swords, whistling sharply, struck at the leopard from various angles. After a brief confinement, the leopard regained its mobility, twisting its body in an attempt to evade the onslaught of the swords. However, due to that fleeting moment of hesitation, the 5 swords converged upon it in unison. The flying sword pierced its body from various angles, one strike penetrating the brain and ending its life. Ciu took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Retrieving the sword from his hand, he stepped outside. As he passed a corner, he glanced at Wen Qimo and, leaving behind a remark, continued on his way. It's dead. Wen Qimo peered inside, only to find that there was not even a trace of battle, let alone a corpse. Where did the enigmatic body go? Wen Qimo turned around and hurried to catch up. Ciu, with a smile that held no warmth, looked at him. When requesting assistance, should one not offer some form of compensation? Wen Qimo paused slightly. Are you suggesting that you desire the body as payment? Ciu nodded ever so slightly. Indeed, is there a problem with that? Wen Qimo remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Even if Ciu did not want it, they would still dispose of the body. Thank you. Ciu waved his hand dismissively. What is there to thank? It's merely a matter of mutual benefit. I have matters at school to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Having said that, Ciu swiftly mounted his flying sword and sped towards the school. With an hour remaining until the gathering, he certainly did not wish to be the only one tardy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ciu hastily donned some clothes and dashed downstairs. When Su Yuqin saw him, he waved his hand, and as Ciu approached, Su Yuqin spoke. Where have you been? Your sudden disappearance startled me. I had some matters to attend to. I thought you might not come. I even considered asking the instructor for leave. Ciu chuckled. Let us go. Su Yuqin responded affirmatively, placing a hand on his shoulder. I wonder how many days we can stay in the capital. Ciu tilted his head slightly. The capital is not like Songnan. There are surely more peculiar occurrences there. Upon finishing his words, he gave Su Yuqin an assuring glance. Su Yuqin exclaimed in surprise. When the 2 arrived, 3 others had already gathered. The instructor cleared his throat and stepped forward. Let me introduce my students, Su Yuqin and Ciu. Su Yuqin stepped forward and greeted. Hello, teachers. In the capital city, after disembarking from the plane, Ciu pushed his suitcase towards the airport exit. Shall we head directly to the school? The instructor shook his head slightly. First, we need to find your classmates. Su Yuqin raised an eyebrow in surprise. You have other students? The instructor, somewhat exasperated, replied, I have 5. Su Yuqin nodded nonchalantly. All right. At the night market, pedestrians thronged, making it challenging for one to navigate through the crowd, let alone push a suitcase. Su Yuqin gritted his teeth. Is this what you call a good place? The instructor cleared his throat awkwardly. This was the location he provided me. I didn't expect it to be this. Su Yuqin silently rolled his eyes. Now that they had arrived, it was too late to complain. Ciu cast a glance at him and calmly remarked, You could have just called him over. The key point is that he has already confirmed it. Ciu fell silent for a moment, then solemnly handed the suitcase over to him. Then I shall trouble you with this suitcase. Su Yuchin, mimicking the gesture, handed it back. Instructor, good luck. I believe in you. As they plunged into the throng, the instructor hurriedly rushed forward, calling out, "Hey, wait for me." Upon reaching a beverage shop, Yu quickly glanced around and ordered 3 cups of lemonade. With a straw clamped between his lips, he was nearly propelled forward by the crowd. Leaning against the wall, the instructor, struggling with 2 heavy suitcases, puffed along in pursuit of the 2. Upon arriving at a familiar establishment, he urgently shouted into the crowd, "Yu, Su Yuchin." Noticing that they continued to advance, he set down his suitcases and squeezed through the crowd. At a nearby table by Li, who was about to enjoy his meal, paused in surprise. "I think I just heard Yu's name." Chapter 62. You consumed it as they drew closer. The instructor called out to the 2, waving his hand. "Yu, Su Yuqing." Upon hearing his voice, Yu paused momentarily and turned his head. The instructor, noticing his attention, beckoned him over, and Yu shifted his steps to approach. As they neared, the instructor began to jest. "I've been calling for you both for ages, and you haven't acknowledged me at all." Yu smirked slightly. "Have you found the person?" The instructor nodded slightly. "Yes, follow me." Yu bit his tongue and glanced into the distance. "Is there someone? Or is it just my imagination?" Su Yuqing leaned closer. "What's wrong?" Yu shook his head slightly. "It's nothing." The 3 of them halted at a wall where a girl in a school uniform sat. Upon seeing them, the girl greeted with a smile. "Instructor, it's been a while." The instructor nodded slightly and took a seat beside her. The girl smiled at them. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Lin Jining." Su Yuqing nodded. "I'm Su Yuqing, and this is Yu. You go ahead and eat. I'll get something else." The instructor stood, leaving the table. Once he departed, the girl looked at them and inquired, "Does our instructor have a girlfriend?" Su Yuqing looked at her with a complex expression. "Give it up. Teacher-student romances seldom end well." Yu nearly spat out the water he was drinking. "What are you thinking? I'm merely inquiring on behalf of someone else." Lin Jining gave him a slightly exasperated look. Su Yuqing coughed lightly. "Haha, I was just joking. I also don't know if the instructor has a girlfriend. That's his personal privacy. I heard the instructor has a master's in biology." Indeed, at this moment, a piece of gossip came to mind. Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. After all, who doesn't enjoy a tale that doesn't involve themselves? Lin Jining waved them closer. "Come here." The 2 leaned in simultaneously, and the next moment, laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha, you fell for it, didn't you?" Yu and Su Yuqing exchanged glances, speechless. Yu took a sip of the lemonade on the table. "It's not that I want to tell you. The instructor forbids it." Su Yuqing leaned closer to Yu's ear and whispered, "She can't possibly think we believe her, right?" Observing her demeanor, Yu nodded slightly. Su Yuqing raised an eyebrow, amused by her social prowess. "What's your major?" "Biology," Lin Jining replied. "I'm in vehicle engineering." Yu handed her the milk tea he intended for the instructor. "What does that mainly involve?" Lin Jining set the milk tea aside and began to explain. When the instructor returned and saw the 3 engaged in lively conversation, he nodded with satisfaction. "It seems you're all getting along quite well." Su Yuqing nodded slightly. "Why did it take you so long to order?" "There were too many people. After all, Beijing is Beijing." "I'll go buy some drinks," Yu said, rising. He had noticed several gazes directed towards them during their conversation. When he looked over, he was surprised to see Qingyu and her companions. "Should I go? I can manage on my own." After exchanging a few words, I turned and swiftly walked forward. As I approached, I listened attentively to Lin Qiye recounting tales about the various team members, pausing to absorb his words. Once he finished, I stepped forward and generously offered my praise. "Well said." Yuan Gang noticed a flicker of irritation cross his brow. During training camp, regardless of the matter, my interventions always seemed to target him specifically. Thus, seeing me now brought him considerable exasperation. "What are you interjecting for? Can't I say a word?" I moved to stand behind Qingyu, placing my arm around his shoulder. And Qingyu glanced up at me slightly, then firmly grasped my hand. "Do you have any idea how perilous it is there? And you would send someone alone?" I regarded him with a look of incredulity. "Yongong, are you already approaching Klein?" He gazed at me in surprise. 3 years ago, I had barely reached the threshold of Wuyong, and now I was nearly at Klein's level. Although not an exceptionally rare talent, it was certainly commendable. I nodded slightly. Indeed, is there a problem? Yuan Gang's expression grew complex as he looked at me, and then at Lin Chia. Never mind. I heard you mention Zhang Er is a new team member. Yet I don't see her around. I scanned the faces present, all familiar. Sizzle, I'm right here. A celestial feminine voice emerged from Qingyu, causing me to flinch back and release my grip. Remembering Lin Chia's mention of a ghost, combined with Qingyu's curiosity about dissection, I regarded him with a peculiar expression. Did you consume her? And Qingyu, Bali Pang Pang, was the first to succumb to laughter. Huh? What kind of thought process is that, Ciu? Ha ha ha. Realizing my assumption was likely erroneous, I felt a wave of embarrassment as Qingyu looked at me, and I awkwardly tugged at the corners of my lips. I was merely jesting. Not at all. Sizzle, senior. After a brief moment of contemplation, I slowly inquired, do you need assistance? Can you truly help her? Jialan inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon me. After a moment's reflection, I nodded slightly. I should be able to, though I will need to consult with someone more specialized. A tale? Upon hearing Qingyu's response, I smiled at him. Clever. So what are we waiting for? Let us inquire now. Bali Pang Pang eagerly stood up. I nodded slightly, then glanced at the two unopened bottles of wine on the table. Shall we still drink this? Yuan Gang shook his head. No, thank you. I acknowledged him with a nod, taking the two bottles of wine back with me. Your drinks, I said, placing the beer bottles before the instructor. Did you not go to buy refreshments? They are all gone, I replied calmly. The instructor pointed at the few individuals following behind me. Are those your relatives? I shook my head slightly, friends. The instructor nodded, his expression complex. In the capital, hotel costs were exorbitant, and fewer people meant less expense. Upon this thought, a smile blossomed on her face. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, at the entrance of Beijing University. Qingyu responded affirmatively. Understood. Remember to bring your student ID. I will. In the car, Ciu sat in the back seat, gazing out the window. What brings you to Beijing City? To challenge the 007 team. Ciu turned her head, somewhat surprised by their boldness. It hadn't been long since they began to take on others. I wish you success. Lin Chia nodded slightly. Thank you. We certainly will. Ciu yawned and leaned against Qingyu, little fish. When does your training conclude? Soon. This should be the final phase. Chapter 63. The struggles of life, the vehicle came to a halt. Jialan and Qingyu collaborated to carefully place a coffin at the very center of the room. Upon witnessing this, Ciu raised an eyebrow slightly and then leisurely approached. As he drew nearer to the coffin, the chilling aura emanating from it became increasingly palpable. At that moment, a young girl clad in a pristine white dress floated serenely beside the coffin. A flicker of surprise crossed Ciu's eyes. Yet he composed himself and walked confidently to stand before her. Tail. Ciu spoke softly. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, Tail suddenly appeared beside him, glancing at the situation and surmising his intent. Are you seeking to find her a vessel? Ciu, taken aback for a moment, nodded slightly. Yes, Tail. Can you assist? Tail pondered for a moment. This matter will be relayed to Huahua. At the very least, it will take a month for approval. Ciu nodded gently. We are not in haste. Zhang Er expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. As Tail entered his body, Ciu momentarily froze. Realizing Tail might have more to convey, he stepped outside, passing by Qingyu, and casually mentioned, I have some matters to attend to. Qingyu obediently placed the MP3 player from his waist onto the table and followed him closely. After searching for the nearest hotel, Ciu booked a room. Once seated on the bed, he finally spoke. Tail? Tail floated out from within him and drifted slowly to the window. Noticing Tail's melancholic demeanor, Ciu couldn't help but smirk. Little fish, do you think he quarreled with Huahua? Ciu leaned closer to Qingyu and whispered. Tail replied with a somber tone. I can hear you, you know. Ciu, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his nose. Tail, what troubles you? I plan to stay here for a while. Huh? Why? Am I not welcome? Ciu waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? I would be delighted, seeing Tail continue to linger by the window in a daze. Ciu shook his head in resignation, then stood to take a shower before lying on the bed. He had contemplated Yuan Gang's words, but after all, it was the protagonist leading the charge, a guaranteed responsibility. Little fish, How many days do you anticipate being away in a mist? And Qingyu shook his head slightly, uncertain. Exercise caution. Qingyu paused before adding, and I shall wait for you. The following morning, after they had departed, Qingyu sent a message to Su Yuchen. Qingyu, where are you now? Su Yuchen, having breakfast, do you wish to join? Su Yuchen, here is the location. Qingyu opened the location on his phone. Saw it wasn't too far from him, and after sending an OK emoji, he made his way there. Upon arrival, he found only Su Yuchen present. Qingyu sat across from him. Where did they go? Su Yuchen shrugged. No idea. When I awoke this morning, they were already gone. Anyway, they mentioned a rendezvous point, so let us not concern ourselves with them. They are grown individuals, and one tea get lost. Qingyu nodded gently, his gaze shifting to the bowl of vibrant green food before him. He slightly sniffed, a faint tang of acidity wafting through the air. Qingyu frowned, skeptical, and took another whiff. What is this? The noodle soup. The proprietor claimed it to be the signature dish of their establishment. Qingyu, filled with curiosity, urged him, you must try it. Su Yuchen licked his lips, instinctively swallowing. I suddenly feel full. Qingyu replied. Su Yuchen touched his nose. This concoction won't cause me to expire on the spot, will it? Qingyu lowered his gaze to the noodle soup. We'll find out if you give it a try. Su Yuchen hastily finished the flatbread he had purchased. Have the academic elites departed so soon? Qingyu nodded slightly. Yes. They will return. After all, the scholar is quite remarkable. Qingyu smiled, then nodded slightly. Drink yours. Su Yuchen sighed and, steeling himself, drained the bowl. Though it is green, the tartness is rather pleasant. Would you care for a taste? Qingyu shook his head gently. I've already had some. On the airplane, having completed his lecture. The instructor busily typed notes on his computer. Meanwhile, Qingyu and Su Yuchen sat in a disheveled manner. Why is the instructor taking so many notes? Chances are he will never refer to them again. Qingyu shrugged nonchalantly. Your failure to review your notes does not imply he will do the same. Su Yuchen chuckled. Haha, true enough. Doesn't he often claim he has ample time? Upon hearing this, the instructor let out a few chuckles. You too. Write me a 1,000-word summary of the lecture. Su Yuchen recoiled slightly. That's rather unfair. Qingyu tilted his head to gaze out the window, reflecting on the 5 or 6 days that had passed since their departure. Yet they had received no news. Observing the worried expression on Su Yuchen's face, he patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't fret about them. Regardless of the circumstances, there are many to look out for one another. Qingyu responded softly. In Songnan City, the two pondered, scratching their heads for a while, before finally submitting their assignments in the last half hour. Life was challenging. Writing papers felt nauseating. Leaning back in his chair, Qingyu sighed resignedly. There's no choice. Our major has dwindled. However, there are quite a few newcomers. Su Yuchen remarked, resting his hands behind his head. The school has become lively again. Qingyu nodded slightly. It seems that internships are on the horizon this year. Indeed. Half a month later, observing the freshly crafted body on the lawn, Qingyu approached and crouched down for closer inspection. After a lengthy examination, he gently prodded it and then widened his eyes. What a remarkably lifelike mannequin. Hua, you are impressive. Qingyu exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Hua, slightly bashful, scratch her head. It's not that great. Qingyu stood up and smiled at her. Why the modesty? Spotting Jing Yuan approaching from the nearby bamboo grove, Qingyu waved at him. General. Hua quickly finished her greetings and made her exit. Jing Yuan paused momentarily before turning his gaze to Qingyu. Noticing his penetrating stare, Qingyu furrowed his brow in confusion. Is there something on my face? Jing Yuan shook his head with a smile. Not at all. How about we enjoy some tea and engage in a game of chess? Qingyu paused for a moment and nodded slightly. All right. But let me make it clear that no one is allowed to act dishonestly. When have I ever acted dishonestly? Looking at his calm demeanor, Qingyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. Did he not feel any pangs of conscience when he said that? Ah, right, you didn't act dishonestly. It was the pieces that moved on their own, Qingyu replied with a notable lack of enthusiasm. Jing Yuan raised an eyebrow and proceeded to set up the chessboard at the table, brewing 2 cups of tea as the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Qingyu took a seat opposite him and sipped his tea delicately. Isn't it said that generals are burdened with endless responsibilities? I find that the general seems to have quite a bit of leisure time. Perhaps the rumors are somewhat exaggerated. Qingyu cast a resigned glance at him. I sacrificed my evening rest specifically to teach you. Yu blinked in confusion, realizing that for them, this gathering counted as rest, while he, on the other hand, still needed to adhere to his own sleep schedule. Chapter 64. The recluse at the mere thought of being treated differently, he tightened his grip on the chess piece. After a moment of distraction, Yu waved his hand, saying, "General, you are truly kind." Once outside the training ground, Yu eagerly messaged in Qingyu. After sending several messages without receiving a reply, Yu furrowed his brow in confusion and subsequently sent a message to Lin Xie. Noticing his troubled expression, Su Yuchen approached and patted his shoulder, inquiring, "What's wrong?" After a brief silence, Yu slowly replied, "They haven't responded yet." Su Yuchen paused for a moment, then suggested, "Perhaps the mist obstructed the signal." Yu pressed his lips together, contemplating momentarily before messaging Yuan Gang. "Yu, do you know where Xiao Yu and the others have gone?" "Yuan Gang, they're missing." "Qingyu, what?" "Yuan Gang. They encountered an old man with a boat and then disappeared." Yu stared at the message in silence for a moment, pondering the mention of an old man with a boat. It seemed even the reclusive masters were involved. Yuan Gang cautioned, "Do not do anything foolish. The mist is vast, and even if you go, you may not find them." "Yu, do you think I am foolish in your eyes?" "Yuan Gang, not at all." "Yu, is that old man a deity?" "Yuan Gang, I do not know." Setting down his phone, Yu stroked his chin in contemplation. He was determined to go. Yet his current state was too weak, making it difficult to navigate through the mist alone. "What is happening?" "They are missing." "Missing?" Su Yuchen was taken aback by the news. The term missing carries a nearly 50% chance of implying death, especially in such perilous circumstances. Yu nodded slightly, affirming yes. Seated across from him, Su Yuchen was momentarily at a loss for words. Yu sighed gently. Chia possesses many peculiar items. They might be trapped on a deserted island. Hearing his articulate reasoning, Su Yuchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. During mealtime, observing Yu's distracted demeanor, Su Yuchen fell silent for a moment, genuinely believing him when he claimed not to care. A little voice in his head gnawed at him, making him feel rather foolish. As thoughts raced through Su Yuchen's mind, he could think of no other way to lighten the mood apart from relaxing. Winter break is approaching. Shall we go out? No, don't reject so swiftly. Consider it a chance to unwind. Yu shook his head slightly, replying, "I have matters to attend to." With a deep sigh, Su Yuchen momentarily pondered which of the two would succumb first. One missing, the other appearing perpetually exhausted from sleepless nights. A proper balance of work and rest can yield better results. Do not push yourself too hard. Yu looked up at him, speechless. If only you could create less noise during the day, I might actually get a good night's sleep. Su Yuchen was taken aback. "So your sleepless nights are due to my daytime clamor? What else could it be? Am I to believe you train from dawn until dusk? Neglecting rest?" As Yu spoke, his expression conveyed more disbelief, truly amusing. "Su Yuchen, if I could traverse time, I would undoubtedly give my past self a resounding slap. What was I so worried about day after day, even feeling moved for nothing? Rest assured, I have plenty of time. No matter how hard I strive in the short term, I cannot fail to ascend." Su Yuchen nodded in a daze beside him. "So, you should indulge less in those unwholesome novels. Do you regard me as a typical protagonist, rapidly rising in power and wreaking havoc?" At this remark, Su Yuchen nearly choked on his own saliva. The idea of a typical protagonist had emerged. "Yu, please speak properly." Yu rolled his eyes slightly, somewhat speechless. "You're the one who indulges in wild fantasies." Su Yuchen deleted the words he had originally typed. He was on the verge of executing Plan B. Seeing him still able to smile, Su Yuchen breathed a sigh of relief. Current realm, Klein, in a state of confusion, will not be detected by enemies, at the same realm or below. Upon seeing this skill, Yu's mouth twitched. What use is it not to be discovered at the same realm? Is it not more crucial to be able to counterattack those of higher realms or to escape from under their noses? During the spring festival, Yu sat alone in the laboratory, lost in thought. He realized that, at some point, there wasn't a single mouse left here. He furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze shifting to the specimens still immersed in formalin. He was the only living creature in this place, and he found himself missing that pure white mouse. Standing still in contemplation for a moment, he began to search around. A completely white mouse should be easy to find in the sewer. After a fruitless search, Qingyu sat in a chair and ground his teeth, beginning to suspect that Qingyu had taken Snowball with him when he left. With a faint sigh, he picked up his phone. The Xianzhou side was also celebrating the new year, and it had been 3 or 4 days since he last saw the three of them. Until the numbers on his phone screen reached 0, Qingyu silently wished, "Happy New Year." At that moment, a message from Su Yuqing suddenly popped up, "Happy New Year." Following closely was a "Happy New Year" from Li Zixuan. "Su Yuqing, how about that? We haven't forgotten about you during the new year. Aren't you very happy?" Xiaoyu hurriedly retracted a message expressing his gratitude. "Su Yuqing, where are you? We have prepared fireworks. Would you like to watch them together? We forgot to buy them last year, but we must make up for it this year." Xiaoyu slipped on his shoes and dashed out towards the sewer. "Where are you? I'm coming to find you." Arriving at the designated place, Xiaoyu saw them waving at him. Li Zixuan looked him up and down. "I feel like you've changed." Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. He didn't feel he had changed, except perhaps for his realm. What has changed? He was uncertain, but something had indeed shifted. Su Yuqing placed his hand on his shoulder. "I think he hasn't changed at all. Yes, just the same as before." Li Zixuan was somewhat speechless. "You two spend all day together, so it's strange that you notice any changes. Aren't we supposed to set off the fireworks? If we don't, it will be dawn soon." Su Yuqing nudged the two of them forward. "Then what are we waiting for?" The colorful fireworks bloomed in the sky above the city, and Xiaoyu took out his phone to snap a photo and send it to Qingyu. At the outset, he would occasionally send messages to Qingyu, but after 2 months of silence, he began to share only photographs and school announcements, treating him as a mere notebook. The pinned first message remained easily accessible, allowing for future correspondence. Should any discrepancies arise, and Qingyu could readily address them at any time. Chapter 65. The mist on the following morning, the three gathered to sift through information. Li Zixuan rested his chin on one hand. Deeply engrossed in the material regarding the mist, his expression solemn. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing reclined on the sofa, remote control in hand. His eyes fixated on the broadcast concerning the mist, unable to suppress his frustration. The information about the mist is scant, after scouring for hours. All I've managed to uncover is when it first appeared. The Great Xia has imposed a blockade on information beyond the mist, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover anything. He lamented, lazily turning over. Being dragged out early in the morning by these two to seek intelligence left him utterly fatigued. Su Yuqing cast aside the remote control. "If all else fails, we could at least have a world map. How is it that we don't even possess a world map?" Xiaoyu paused momentarily, then set down the book he was holding. Although he lacked a world map, he distinctly remembered the general locations of the various tectonic plates. He intended to sketch one on his computer when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the jade tablet beside him. Frowning slightly, he remained silent for a moment before reaching for the jade tablet. Comparatively, its functionality was evidently far more extensive. The 7 continents and 4 oceans Xiaoyu silently recited in his mind, methodically arranging them. After labeling their sizes and positions, he nodded to himself in satisfaction. The other two noticed his actions and leaned in closer. Su Yuqing regarded the jade tablet's depiction, which resembled a chick with several circles, and furrowed his brow. "What is this?" Xiaoyu replied without lifting his gaze, "A world map." Li Zixuan remained silent for a moment before finally managing to utter, "It's quite well drawn. Perhaps next time, you might refrain from illustrating." Xiaoyu. He continued to gaze at it for a few more seconds, feeling quite pleased. It was rather simple and comprehensible. Su Yuqing pointed to the nearest small circle to Great Xia. "I would say they must have drifted to Japan." Li Zixuan pondered for a moment, then pointed to a more distant large circle. "I believe it should be here. After all, they've been adrift for months. How could they have drifted so close? What if they, like Robinson Crusoe, encountered a Saturday?" Li Zixuan burst into laughter at the remark. "You're quite something." Su Yuqing rubbed his nose, then turned to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, Do you not find this reasoning quite compelling? As both their gazes fixated on him, Xiaoyu stood up silently. Please don't regard me as a person. Treat me as air instead. Li Zixuan fell silent for a brief moment, feeling a heavy sense of responsibility weighing upon him. Ever since in Qingyu's absence, he sensed that the minds of these two had grown increasingly erratic. With just a year and a half until graduation, you all must wait for me. In response to his sudden emotional outburst, Su Yuqing wore a face of perplexity. Are you unwell? Why are you getting all sentimental? Observing Xiaoyu's similarly disdainful expression, Li Zixuan sighed. Su Yuqing cautiously leaned closer to Xiaoyu. Is he unwell? Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Perhaps. The three deliberated over a map composed of several lines throughout the day. How wonderful it would be if ordinary people could venture into the mist, Su Yuqing said with a heavy sigh. Cast a momentary glance at him, slightly at a loss for words. Even if the mist harbors no danger, can you truly contend with the mysteries within it alone? Su Yuqing shook his head gently. No, I am aware that you will venture into the mist after a certain period, but you cannot even prepare a meal by yourself. What will you do once you are in the mist? The corners of his mouth twitched, although he could not cook. He could procure ready-made food to stow away in his backpack. What was there to be melancholic about? A man in his 20s, stepping out into the world only to have his friends worry he might starve. If this were spread, he might as well dash his head against a block of tofu. After a soft sigh, reached out and tapped him lightly. I am going, not you. Besides, there is still time. Who knows, they might drift back in a few days. Su Yuqing rubbed his head. True enough. As June approached the following year, the cicadas began to chirp softly. Sat on the steps, propping his chin on one hand, his gaze drifting past the mottled shadows of the trees and landing on a group in graduation attire, joyously capturing memories with laughter and photographs. The number of graduates in their program was few, making it easy to snap a picture that would serve as their graduation photo. After taking photos for others, Isu Yuxing Santil O Watsu seat beside. He casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water resting on the steps, twisted off the cap, and took a hearty gulp, droplets trickling down his chin, which he wiped away nonchalantly with the back of his hand. Are you not going to take a few more pictures? Su Yuqing inquired, tilting his head with a smile. Shook his head slightly, never mind. Su Yuqing paused in surprise, then slowly extended his hand to gently pat his shoulder. You are leaving, aren't you? Looked at him in astonishment. Why do you say that? Su Yuqing lowered his gaze and spoke slowly. You have graduated, settled your affairs, and there is nothing left for you to be nostalgic about. Moreover, you began preparing several days ago, did you not? Waggled a finger. How many years have we been friends? About 6 years, I suppose, Su Yuqing responded, pausing as if suddenly realizing something. Are you suggesting that what you cherish here includes me? Smiled. What could be more nostalgic than a brother? Su Yuqing's eyes brightened at his words, rose and moved toward the exit. Let us go. Before leaving, I'll accompany you for some fun. All right, I get to decide what we play, Su Yuqing declared, rising to match his pace. The two walked side by side out of the school gates. The afternoon sunlight cascading over the street. Squinted up at the sun. Where to? Su Yuqing grinned. Let us start with a few games. Walking in the midday sun will surely wear us out. Nodded slightly. Sounds good. As the sun began to set, the two strolled through a bustling alley, the aromas of various snack stalls mingling enticingly. Spotting a stall selling colorful sugar figurines, Su Yuqing approached and bought 2, handing one to try it. It would be a pity not to indulge in something sweet. Accepted the sugar figurine, gingerly taking a bite. The sugary flavor burst on his tongue. It's quite sweet. Su Yuqing shrugged. There are so many sweet treats. It's a waste not to enjoy them. Xiu slightly tilted his head, casting a bemused glance at him. On the street, Su Yuqing seemed determined to procure a portion of every delectable item, presenting Xiu with an abundance of bags. Finally, unable to contain his frustration any longer, he exclaimed, I'm here to find someone, not to court disaster. Su Yuqing, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his nose and replied, Why are you angry over my expenditure? At this remark, Xiu felt a twitch in his brow. Some of the items he glanced at appeared utterly unappetizing, leaving him bewildered at Su Yuqing's ability to speak such nonsense with a straight face. He surmised that Su Yuqing was merely attempting to play a trick on him before their parting. As dusk settled, The streetlights flickered to life, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. Qingyu yawned, burdened with more items than he could comfortably carry. Noticing Su Yuqing still brimming with enthusiasm, he sighed softly and fell in a step beside him. Having reached the secondary divine realm a month prior, Qingyu couldn't help but feel that he lacked the same vigor as Su Yuqing. He began to understand how Qingyuan could doze off at any moment. Walking side by side, the moonlight bathed them, casting elongated shadows on the ground. "Shall we head back?" Qiyu's eyes instantly brightened at the suggestion. He had been awaiting those words for 3 or 4 hours. Chapter 66 Official Complaints. On the morning of the second day, Su Yuqing gently rubbed his slightly sore back. Since entering university, he had never endured such intense training. The back-and-forth trek lasted a full 5 or 6 hours, leaving him utterly exhausted. Upon exiting his room, he spotted Qingyu seated on the living room sofa, massaging his wrist, which struck Su Yuqing as rather amusing. "I mean, you've reached the point of cultivation, and yet after just one round, you seem quite worn out yourself." Qingyu silently rolled his eyes. Throughout 4 years of university, he had spent most of his time lounging in bed, relying solely on mental training to enhance his abilities. Although his physical condition was commendable, he remained undeniably lacking in stamina. Su Yuqing continued to jest by your logic with your high level of cultivation if word gets out about your poor endurance. "Won't you be the laughingstock?" Qingyu retorted. "Official mockery is the most lethal. No worries, I can dispatch a few moves to take down the opponent." He spoke nonchalantly. Besides, one does not necessarily need to be present to engage in a fight. Su Yuqing was momentarily speechless, uncharacteristically finding wisdom in Qiyu's words. "As long as you're happy." Qiyyu produced a set of keys and placed them on the table. "Isn't Zishuan returning? If he has nowhere to go, he can stay at my place." After rummaging through his backpack, he pulled out a few items. "Songnan City is quite safe. Haven't you often mentioned that we inevitably encounter monsters when we venture out? So, do try to avoid leaving Songnan in the coming days." "Understood," Qiyyu added. "This talisman, crafted by Huahua, is effective in warding off malevolent spirits. If you're afraid of ghosts, you might want to take this with you." He placed a yellow talisman on the table. "Got it. This should suffice for you all," Qiyyu remarked, then glanced up to see Su Yuqing's eyes glistening, on the verge of tears, causing him to involuntarily twitch his lips. "As I've said, I'm going to find someone, not to seek death." "Su Yuqing is niflit. Then why mention your final arrangements?" Qiyyu smirked, "With my tail by my side, how could anything happen to me? I just fear that if I don't return in time, you might be the first to go." "Damn you." Qiyyu chuckled, "Just teasing you. Let us go have one last meal." Su Yuqing stood up. "Let us go. I'm off now." He waved his hand. "Travel safely. I'll be waiting for you in Songnan." Qiyyu nodded slightly. "Rest assured, I'll bring him home." Arriving at the nearest stretch of land, Qiyyu leapt down from his sword. "Based on my calculations, I should be near North Korea." With that thought, he stepped into the mist before him. Having not ventured far, Qiyyu paused, momentarily astonished by the sight of the buildings before him. They had not completely vanished. Sensing something approaching from surroundings, he furrowed his brow, his mental energy quietly circulating around his body. He conceded that his earlier voice had indeed been excessively loud. The skill of miming could certainly alleviate most troubles in the mist. As Qiyyu briskly walked, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The buildings before him lay in disarray, appearing as though they had been pillaged, though one could not dismiss the possibility of mysterious destruction. At that moment, footsteps echoed from behind, prompting Qiyyu to furrow his brow and leap onto a nearby structure. At the end of the fog, a girl, backpack slung over her shoulder, sprinted forward. Frequently glancing back, Qiyyu was momentarily astonished. How could there be a living person here? Observing the multitude of enigmatic entities trailing behind her, he raised an eyebrow, realizing that the mysterious presence initially approaching was not directed at him. After a brief contemplation, he rose and followed in the girl's wake. As they approached a taller building, the girl halted, her hands exploring the wall until a mechanism clicked open, allowing her to slip inside. Qiyyu, slightly taken aback, raised an eyebrow. Once the surrounding mysteries dissipated, he descended to the ground and approached the wall for a closer inspection. Hearing another sound behind him, he instinctively glanced back and then paused, waiting. At that moment, a disheveled young man, around 20 years of age, rushed towards him. Upon seeing Qingyu, the young man seemed momentarily stunned. Without further ado, he seized Qingyu, pulling him inside. Darkness swiftly enveloped their vision. Qingyu blinked and surveyed his surroundings. The tunnel was exceedingly narrow, approximately 80 centimeters wide. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, a glimmer of light emerged from the opening ahead. Qingyu squinted. The underground space was not expansive, roughly 80 square meters. A solitary dim lamp stood in the center, insufficient to illuminate every corner. At that moment, 17 individuals were gathered there. "What is your name, and where are you from?" Qingyu's expression froze momentarily. He had studied some English, but after all these years, it felt fragmented. Not to mention, he had only seen a few snippets of Korean on television. "Are you mute?" As a thought crossed his mind, he retrieved his earphones, turned his back to connect to the device, selected the language option, and turned around to find the person before him staring blankly. Qingyu opened his mouth. "Are you all right?" The translation flowed smoothly into his ears, prompting a smile from Qingyu as he waved his hand. "What is your name?" "Qingyu. You are not mute." Noticing several individuals approaching with a menacing demeanor, Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Various sounds filled his ears, and he felt overwhelmed, as if his eardrums were aching from a noise. Rubbing his temples, he glanced toward the path he had come from. He only wished to confirm one last detail before departing. The air was thin, various scents mingled, flooding his nostrils and causing him a slight headache. After a while, as the young man approached him, Qingyu turned to look at him. "Don't worry, you won't be driven away. Have you seen 7 people?" After uttering these words, Qingyu lowered his head, fiddling with the jade pendant in his hand. Upon translating it in real time, he recited the words he heard through the earpiece. Noticing the astonished expression on the boy beside him, Qingyu raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to remain silent. With a slight furrow of his brow, he paused in contemplation before making a gesture across his throat. "I have not seen anyone like you before," he finally acknowledged with a subtle nod. "Are you from another country?" Qingyu then proceeded towards the staircase. The boy reached out to grasp his arm, saying, "You cannot leave." Qingyu turned to look at him, and upon seeing the troubled look in his eyes, the boy promptly released his grip. "The outside is filled with those creatures. At the very least, you should wait a few days before departing." Qingyu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before giving a slight nod. "Do you have a map?" Chapter 67. The cat's subtle promotion. After a moment of hesitation, the young man nodded slightly. "Yes, do you need it now?" Qingyu affirmed with a nod. The young man rummaged through his clothing and produced a map from an inner pocket. Qingyu accepted it, snapped a few photos, and returned it, expressing gratitude. Following this, he closed his eyes, having observed 4 individuals here with mental acuity, the most capable being merely at the ocean realm. In the pavilion, Qingyu sat languidly on a bench, half reclining on the table while sipping tea, his eyes half closed, appearing as if he had just awakened. Upon noticing Qingyu's arrival, a flicker of vitality returned to his gaze. "How have you been lately?" Qingyu took a seat across from him and began recounting recent events. Qingyu listened attentively, nodding slightly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table before pouring him a cup of tea. "Lin Yuan-chun, give it a try." Qingyu glanced down briefly, then lifted the teacup to take a sip. "Delicious," he remarked. Qingyu then placed a cup of milk tea on the table. After a moment's hesitation, Qingyu picked up the milk tea, but ultimately chose the one he deemed more palatable. "If you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek my assistance." Observing Qingyu's almost cat-like self-promotion, Qingyu felt a slight headache and nodded. Ever since Qingyu learned of the opportunity to visit his world, he had been incessantly advocating for it. Qingyu could only respond with a perfunctory nod, recognizing he could only use this chance once. Thus it was prudent to save it for a critical moment. Sensing an unfamiliar presence drawing closer from outside, Qingyu abruptly opened his eyes and grasped the hand reaching towards him. "Hiss, let go." Noticing the girl's pained expression, Qingyu squinted and released his grip. "Sister, are you all right?" The girl shook her head slightly, rubbing her wrist. "I'm fine, just follow me." Yu lowered his gaze and took out a piece of chocolate, placing it in his mouth. Keep your distance from him. The voice came through the earpiece clearly. Yu glanced at them before looking down to consume another piece. You should eat something. Yu glanced at the items on the plate in his hand, a dark mass that smelled unappetizing, furrowing his brow in silence for a moment. He shook his head slightly. I don't know what you've eaten before, but this is all we have now. I'll set it aside for you. Eat if you're hungry. Yu opened his mouth to inquire about what it was, but held back, aware of the presence beside him. My name is Han Dongyu. Yu nodded again. As night swiftly approached, the lights extinguished, instantly engulfing the surroundings in dense darkness. Leaning in a corner, Yu languidly propped his chin on one hand, sinking into tranquility. The atmosphere around him was eerily quiet. Although he was not afraid of the dark, instinctively, he remained vigilant due to the environmental factors. At that moment, the soft sound of footsteps broke the night stillness. Yu tilted his head slightly, straining to discern the source of the sound through the darkness. In the night, Han Dongyu cautiously approached, his hands exploring the wall as he made his way over. In this serene and enclosed space, even the faintest footsteps resonated distinctly in the silence. With a furrowed brow, Yu fixed his gaze intently on him. Han Dongyu finally managed to lean closer, poised to speak, when he suddenly felt a cold object pressed against his neck, causing the words he had intended to utter to vanish in an instant. He made an effort to quell his rising anxiety, preparing to speak once more, only to find something thrust into his mouth. Han Dongyu quickly realized that Yu wished to silence him, so he quietly crouched to the side and removed the object from his mouth. Throughout the night, Yu learned a few simple greetings. At dawn the following day, Han Dongyu held out a piece of cloth before him. Yu tilted his head slightly and cast a glance at him, replying simply, lost. Han Dongyu hesitated before stuffing the cloth into his pocket. Do you want to eat? Yu shook his head, uncertain whether Han Dongyu was genuinely naive or had ulterior motives, but it was prudent to remain cautious. Time flowed quietly, and 5 days passed. Yu gradually rose and walked outside, followed closely by 2 figures, one tall and one short, a boy and a girl. During these 5 days, aside from Han Dongyu occasionally exchanging a few words with him, a lively little girl would also come by to pester him. Yu continued onward until he reached the end of the staircase. He slightly tilted his head, casting a meaningful glance back at the two. At that moment, Han Dongyu hurried forward, skillfully operating a mechanism, and the door creaked open. Stepping out, Yu found himself surrounded by a dense fog that seemed capable of swallowing him whole, thicker than when he had first arrived. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, gripping a small knife tightly as he ventured deeper into the mist. Noticing that the 2 figures were still closely trailing him, he paused, turned to face them, and spoke in a calm tone laced with inquiry. Is there something you need? The little girl tilted her head. This place isn't safe. I have the power to protect you, brother. Yu's brow furrowed slightly before he averted his gaze. No need. I am quite capable. I brought back all that meat myself. The girl, bouncing with energy, stepped forward and patted her chest. Yu hesitated for a moment, his expression complex as he regarded her. He had wondered why the meat looked so peculiar, but the mysterious meat did seem intriguing enough to sample. Holding a map, Yu navigated through the bustling streets with agility. After a short while, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixated ahead. Within the fog, several shadowy figures emerged, their outlines resembling spiders. Leading the pack was a sea-bound creature, accompanied by a few from the river realm. The little girl's face turned pale in an instant. She quickly grasped the sleeves of the 2, her voice tinged with panic. I can't fight them. We need to run. Yu shook his head slightly, observing as the spiders rushed toward them. He lowered his voice and spoke slowly. There's not enough time. The little girl pressed her lips tightly together, her slender frame shielding the 2. You go first. As the girl activated her power, Yu widened his eyes and suddenly looked down at her. She drew a dagger from her waist and boldly charged forward, her hand guiding the blade as it sliced through the air, leaving a crescent-shaped mark in its wake. At the forefront, the spider fell heavily to the ground after having its first 2 legs severed, its balance disrupted, and emitted a series of ferocious growls. Yu widened his eyes slightly, He had never encountered such a fierce little girl before. Although he was unaware of the specific number of the forbidden sequence before him, he could ascertain its formidable lethality. He retrieved a small knife from his pocket, noticing a spider lunging toward the girl. With a subtle exertion of force, he hurled the knife, which pierced the spider's head and was firmly embedded in the wall behind it, causing the creature to crash heavily to the ground. Qingyu then formed a virtual grip in his hand, summoning a long sword, and unleashed several sword energies, dispatching the remaining spiders. He maintained his realm at a level of boundlessness, not too high, yet not too low. Once all the spiders were vanquished, the little girl rushed to Qingyu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Brother, you are so amazing." Qingyu sheathed his sword and continued onward, while the girl clasped her hands behind her back and hurried to keep up with him. Han Dongyu followed closely behind, observing the two, as visibility around them gradually diminished. Qingyu glanced at his wrist to check the time. They had been walking for approximately 8 hours since their departure. He slightly turned his head to glance back at the two companions. His lips were chapped and his steps somewhat unsteady, yet his gaze remained clear and spirited. He had discreetly sipped water a few times when they weren't looking, and his complexion appeared relatively normal. Qingyu returned his focus ahead, unable to help but admire the girl's boundless energy. They had encountered no fewer than 50 mysterious beings along the way, and he had dealt with all those above the river realm. Those below it were often swiftly dispatched by the little girl before he could intervene. "It's getting late. We should head back," Han Dongyu remarked, scanning their surroundings with a vigilant gaze. Chapter 68. Little Grass, I had no intention of going. As soon as Qiyu's words fell, he sensed two astonished gazes fixed upon him from behind. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired, "Is there a problem?" Observing Han Dongyu's helpless demeanor, Qiyu redirected his gaze, searching for a relatively intact building, and strode towards it. He ascended the stairs to the topmost floor and settled into a corner. With a complex expression, he glanced at the little girl opposite him and sighed softly. "What is your name?" The girl tilted her head with a smile. "I have no name. My sister often calls me Little Grass." Qiyu's expression momentarily faltered. "Why is that?" "Because she says that little grass can grow anywhere." Qiyu fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly, leaning against the wall in silence. He retrieved a lollipop from his pocket. "Would you like some?" Little Grass accepted it with both hands, curiously examining the object. "What is this?" "It's candy." As he spoke, Qiyu unwrapped another one and popped it into his mouth. Noticing Han Dongyu's gaze, he tossed one to him. After yawning, he leaned back against the wall and fell asleep. Having spent several days on someone else's territory, he had scarcely rested, primarily coping with the training grounds, remaining vigilant in the presence of others. Early the next morning, Qiyu sat up with a yawn, the sweetness of the previous day still lingering in his mouth, and his mood considerably lifted. After taking a few steps, he noticed the two still trailing behind him. "Why are you following me instead of going back?" Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, he manually activated the translation and repeated his question. Little Grass lowered her head slightly, nervously clutching her skirt. "Brother, can I stay with you?" Qiyu frowned slightly. He had exchanged only a handful of sentences with Little Grass. "Why do you want to follow me?" "Because you will protect me," she replied, looking up at him with sparkling eyes. "And they said I should follow you." Qiyu's expression stiffened slightly. "Do as you wish." With that, he turned and continued walking forward. Han Dongyu, feeling somewhat awkward, realized that even if he wanted to return, he could not do so alone and reluctantly followed behind the two. Qiyu took out a map, marking their current position as well as the route they had traversed. After leaving a mark at their location, he pressed on. Han Dongyu stood in front of the mark in silence for a while, then reached out to erase it. Little Grass tilted her head in confusion. "Brother, why did you erase what you just drew?" Han Dongyu quickly gestured for silence. "Keep your voice down. If you don't want to go back, just do as I say." Qiyu glanced back. He wasn't merely marking a spot. He was signaling to certain individuals. Since they could survive and live here, it implied that there were others supporting them from behind, which was also the reason for allowing the two to follow. Little Grass quickened her pace to catch up with him. "Brother, where are we going?" "To find someone." "Who are you looking for? How do you navigate through the fog?" Qiyu tilted his head slightly to look at her, having always been curious about this question. We have this. The little grass spoke as she took out the necklace from her neck. Forbidden. You murmured softly before continuing forward. For some time thereafter, he accepted the presence of the two following him. He observed Han Dongyo's every little movement, as long as it posed no threat to him. You chose to turn a blind eye. Most streets on the map were marked, and You sat on the terrace, lost in thought as he stared at the map in his hands. The little grass approached him from behind, her eyes wide with curiosity. Brother, if we can't find it, do we have to go back and try again? You slightly shook his head. I must leave. Where are you going, brother? To the other side of the sea. To Daxia? You paused for a moment, turning to look at her. You know about Daxia? The little grass nodded. Yes, our ancestors once spoke of conquering that land. Yu's lips twitched. What a reversal of fortunes. You have it backwards. The little grass blinked. That is how the ancestors told it. With a faint sigh, You realized it was futile to argue with an uneducated child. Very well. When you leave, can you take me with you? Why? I want to see the places described by our forebears. Daxia must be a beautiful place. Indeed, but our next destination is Korea. As he spoke, You scrolled through images, reflecting on the nearly 1,000 pictures he had taken over the past 2 months, capturing mysteries and various other subjects. Lowering his head slightly, he deleted some duplicates and summarized them mentally. After creating a PowerPoint presentation, he clicked Save. By merely playing a role, You could discern the general situation of Qingyu. Judging by his steadily increasing mental prowess, he seemed to be faring quite well, certainly better than himself. Although he was unsure where he was confined, the world was vast, and he would eventually find it. Retrieving his belongings, You sat on the ground, gazing at the meat on his plate. After hesitating for a moment, he finally picked it up and took a bite, only to spit out violently the next instant. It was tough, with a sour taste reminiscent of something that had spoiled for months. After rinsing his mouth several times, he finally rid himself of the lingering flavor. Brother, why did you spit it out? This meat tastes the best. You opened his mouth, realizing that for days he had subsisted on compressed biscuits and chocolates to satiate his hunger. With a soft sigh, he took out a box of grilled meat rice and offered it to her. Here, eat. The little grass blinked at the meal box in his hand, then took it, opening it to reveal an enticing aroma that filled her nostrils. Eagerly, she took a bite. Delicious. Thank you, brother. Chapter 69. Indifferent to oil and salt, eat quickly. The strong aroma may attract other mysteries. You withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance. Has Brother Dongyu not arrived yet? Should we go find him? Xiao Chao spoke indistinctly while hastily scooping rice with her spoon. No, Yu replied, his eyes flickering before he decisively shook his head. Xiao Chao lowered her head slightly, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she acknowledged him. Xiao Chao, you haven't had anything particularly special there. What is something special? Seeing the bewildered expression on Xiao Chao's face, Yu approached her and affectionately ruffled her hair. It is something that you eat regularly on your own, something others are unwilling to indulge in. Xiao Chao pondered for a moment. Yes, my sister gave it to me. She said I should have it once a month for my health, and that only I can have it. As she spoke, she rummaged through her small bag and produced 3 bottles of medicine, shaking them slightly. Does brother want some? Yu frowned slightly, scrutinizing the bottles in her hand. Would you be willing to share it with me? Xiao Chao smiled, placing the bottles into his hand. Brother treats Xiao Chao very well and gives her many delicious things. I am the one who has gained. Yu grasped the bottles, then gently patted her head. You are truly obedient, Xiao Chao. Can you keep an eye on the door for me? If he arrives, just let me know, and I will reward you with some chocolate. Yu attempted to coax her, as his parents once did with him at mealtimes. Okay, brother, Xiao Chao replied, carrying her bowl of rice to sit by the door. Yu turned his attention away and sat down, closing his eyes. After bringing the medicine inside, he sought out an open space. Unlike Qingyu, who possessed the ability to analyze objects, he could only grind the medicine into a fine powder for careful examination. He poured a single pill from the bottle, using a small knife to scrape off some powder, which he cautiously poured into a measuring cup beside him. Having majored in biology during university and frequently assisting in Qingyu with dissections, he had indeed learned a great deal over the years. The acquisition of experimental materials was also remarkably convenient. A mere thought would conjure them into his hands. After about 2 hours, upon hearing a commotion outside, he finally ventured out. As he opened his eyes, Xiao Chao scrutinized him. "What is it?" "I see Brother Dong Yu approaching, accompanied by others." At this, Yu's expression immediately turned cold. "How many people?" "Just him and her sister." Recalling the scene of their first encounter, Yu nodded slightly. Retrieving a few pieces of chocolate from his pocket to hand to her, before walking away, his figure quickly vanishing into the mist. Xiao Chao stood in place, blinking in surprise, hesitating for a moment before deciding to follow him. 2 months prior, Yu had begun to don a cloak that, in the fog, nearly concealed his entire form. The cloak perfectly inherited the characteristics of a seemingly bug-like garment from a game, neither soiled nor damaged, and even if its wearer perished, the attire remained pristine. Xiao Chao took off running, but after just a few steps, she lost sight of her target, standing still to call out, "Brother, where are you?" Yu subtly turned his face, casting a hurried glance over his shoulder, and then slowly closed his eyes, finally halting his steps in place. It was not due to his soft-hearted nature. Rather, for the past 2 months, Xiao Chao had been almost entirely obedient to him. Should he abandon her here? A twinge of guilt would inevitably arise within him. As the shouts behind him gradually faded, Yu dispersed his spiritual energy to investigate. Discovering that Han Dongyu was standing beside a woman, guarding Xiao Chao, prompting him to proceed forward. Not far ahead lay the border of North Korea. Over these past 2 months, he had traversed an entire nation. He slightly bowed his head, strolling through the desolate forest, while meticulously sketching a map with his jade pen. Until the path before him was completely engulfed by darkness, he leaped and casually leaned against a tree trunk to rest. In his concealed state, the realm beneath the divine would find it arduous to detect his presence. Thus, he felt no need for constant vigilance. After all, who would expect a deity to venture in such a desolate place to confront him? The following morning, he lazily yawned and straightened up from the tree trunk. Setting aside other matters, the sheer delight of waking naturally each day was undeniable. He resumed his forward journey. In these past 2 months, he had either been pursued by the mysterious or had been chasing the mysterious, and correspondingly, his physical strength had visibly increased at an astonishing rate. Lowering his head slightly, he gently pulled down the brim of his hat, pen in hand, swiftly illustrating on the map. Others might struggle to comprehend the contents of this map, but for him, understanding was sufficient. "Kid, what are you up to?" Upon noticing the sudden appearance of his companion, Yu was taken aback and halted his actions. "What brings you here?" "Worried about you, of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother showing up." Seeing Tail turn his head, casting glances in his direction, Yu could only smile helplessly. "Me fine. Just wandering around a bit. Once I've had my fill of wandering, I'll leave." "I say, you really are something else." Observing Tail's exasperated expression, Yu fell silent once more. 2 years might seem brief to Siyong, but for him, it felt interminable. "Tail, you wouldn't understand. What I mean is, don't hang yourself on a single tree. Strive for greater heights." "See you." "Fine, I'll accompany you for a while." "All right, but you truly are resistant to advice." Tail shot him a sidelong glance before floating ahead. "What you left behind? Ho-ho, and I kept an eye on it. It's more insidious than that group of greedy bastards." "What do you mean by that?" "It can awaken a person's potential, but can also damage their foundation. The medicine contains life-sustaining elements. If she doesn't consume it for a month, she will surely perish." Yu abruptly halted, turning sharply to look back, losing interest in Tail's further ramblings. "What are you stopping for?" Tail floated in front of him. "Was she very young, only 13 or 14? "That I have no knowledge of." Yu nodded slightly, pausing for a moment before turning around to continue onward. His effort to save Xiao Chao would only allow her to live for a month. Conversely, if he did not intervene, she could survive for a longer duration. Su Yuqing sat before his computer, troubled by the daunting task of job hunting. He had scoured countless places, yet none had met his expectations. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair and reached for a bottle of water, gazing into the distance. Li Zixuan had mentioned he would come, but his mentor had summoned him unexpectedly, and he had yet to arrive. As for the other two, They were either missing for 2 months or 2 years. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the desk, culminating in a resigned sigh. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Li Zixuan's expression shifted subtly as he rose and approached the door, peering through the peephole. A middle-aged man stood outside, prompting Li Zixuan to furrow his brow. He felt a vague familiarity with the stranger. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped the doorknob and opened the door. "Who are you?" Li Zixuan inquired, his tone laced with complexity. "Yuangong, is Xiaoyu here?" Li Zixuan instinctively took a step back, his wariness evident. "What do you want with him?" "It's about Qingyu." Hearing Qingyu's name after such a long time momentarily disoriented Li Zixuan. Regaining his composure, he scrutinized the man before him with a complicated expression, then stepped aside. "Please come in." Chapter 70. You are the best Jingyuan. After pouring a cup of water for Yuan Gang, Li Zixuan sat down across from him. "Where's Qingyu?" His voice, somewhat strained, faltered at the mention of Qingyu, inevitably reminding him of Xiaoyu, who had bravely ventured into the fog alone. He had no idea how she was faring. Initially, she promised to write, yet not a single letter had arrived. One by one, they all inspired little confidence. Japan. At this mention, a glimmer of hope flickered in Li Zixuan's eyes. Xiaoyu had headed in that direction, suggesting a likely encounter. Yet, why had she not returned? "We are preparing to rescue them," he continued. After a brief pause, he nodded slightly, contemplating that perhaps it was for the best that they did not cross paths. After all, Xiaoyu was not here. A sense of foreboding grew within Yuan Gang. "Where is she?" In the fog came the reply. The answer made the veins on Yuan Gang's forehead throb with anxiety. Xiaoyu had been one of his students, and it was impossible for him not to worry. That troublesome child. Li Zixuan sighed softly. "Does Xiaoyu know where they are?" "She dares to venture into the fog." He nodded in agreement, echoing Yuan Gang's earlier sentiments. Indeed, if they could return sooner, they would see her. "After rescuing them, we will search for Xiaoyu." Once Yuan Gang departed, Li Zixuan sank into the sofa, gazing vacantly at the picture frame. He did not expect Yuan Gang to keep his word. After all, Xiaoyu was not a night watchman, and there was no need to spend an inordinate amount of time searching for her. At times, he wished he were an ordinary person. At other times, he loathed his own ordinariness. Xiaoyu walked along the path, accompanied by her tail. During her 2-month stay in Korea, aside from her tail prompting her to train, she felt quite content. With her tail by her side, the journey was less tedious. When fatigued, she could engage in a game of chess or casual conversation with Jingyuan, and on days when she felt particularly lazy, she could always find a means of transport. Overall, aside from the hardships of travel, it was not unlike a spring outing. Observing Qingyu reclining in a rocking chair, exuding a relaxed demeanor, her tail drifted closer. "If you had walked faster, we would have completed this journey over 10 days ago." Xiaoyu glanced up mildly, questioning whether she was not moving swiftly enough. After all, her tail floated effortlessly, not requiring the exertion of walking. "Had you allowed me to use my sword, I would have finished long ago." Seizing the opportunity to train further during this time, she retorted, "Look at how feeble you've become." Listening to her tail's teasing, Xiaoyu widened her eyes. It was permissible to criticize her in many ways, but that particular remark was absolutely unacceptable. Who is feeble? The tail rolled its eyes in mild exasperation. "Enough. Get up already." Xiaoyu turned over. "I just finished eating. What is wrong with a short afternoon nap?" The tail, speechless, adjusted its small tuft of hair, observing her stubborn refusal to rise. With no other choice, it floated beside her. Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes slightly, discreetly observing every movement until the tail settled next to her, at which point she gradually closed her eyes. Approximately 2 hours later, Xiaoyu took the map and sought out Jingyuan for discussion. Jingyuan gazed at the map in his hand, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Xiaoyu cleared his throat lightly and pointed out his approximate location. "I should be here." Jingyuan squinted slightly and nodded in response. "So, I'm contemplating whether our next destination should be Japan. It is quite vast, steeped in numerous mythological tales and deities. I wonder how these two places measure up against each other." After a brief pause, Xiaoyu continued, "I wonder if it would be too reckless to venture there without caution." Jingyuan withdrew his hand from his chin, feeling invigorated by the topic. After presenting several options, Qingyu lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip, awaiting Ciyu's decision. Ciyu lowered his gaze slightly. The prejudice in his heart was a significant mountain, leading to an inherent aversion towards that country. Would this be overly polite? Ciyu pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. The options provided by Qingyu were primarily diplomatic, hinting at a desire for friendship. However, the flaw lay in the fact that he had no intention of forging such ties. Qingyu appeared taken aback, a smile flickering across his face. If they dare to strike you, I shall retaliate on your behalf. Ciyu nodded appreciatively. Thank you, General. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's smile faded. Why do you refer to me as General? Ciyu cleared his throat. It is a term of respect. Suddenly remembering something, Ciyu grinned. Just as Hua mentioned, there are many qualities in a general that we can learn from. Qingyu chuckled softly. I am glad to be of assistance. By the way, why haven't I seen Master lately? Noticing Qingyu's prolonged silence, Ciyu grew anxious. Qingyu, do speak. Qingyu exhaled deeply and shook his head slightly. I am uncertain about her current situation. She is not at Luofu. Ciyu nodded quietly, observing Qingyu's expression of melancholy. He subtly shifted the topic. I heard you enjoy drinking goat's milk. Is that true? Qingyu was taken aback. Where did you hear that? Ciyu cleared his throat and elaborated. It is said that your subordinates always bring a bottle of goat's milk to their posts, reportedly for the general. Qingyu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. I have never brought any. That is false. Ciyu raised an eyebrow. So, you do indeed have a fondness for goat's milk. Qingyu shook his head slightly. I drink it occasionally, but I wouldn't say I like it. I have never tasted goat's milk, but I have heard it is less palatable than cow's milk and has a certain gamey flavor. As Ciyu spoke, he glanced at Qingyu's soft white hair, which appeared quite appealing, particularly due to its abundant volume. Qingyu, do you possess any secrets to prevent hair loss? None at all. Just maintain a regular routine of early to bed and early to rise, and you too shall enjoy my luck, Qingyu replied. Qingyu blinked. His life was indeed quite regular, yet his hair still seemed to shed occasionally. Noticing Ciyu's unwavering gaze on his hair, Qingyu lowered his head slightly. Are you tempted to touch it? Ciyu blinked again, his fingers twitching before he finally ruffled Qingyu's hair. It was soft and pleasant to the touch, even better than Qingyu's. Qingyu, you're truly the best, Qingyu. As Ciyu continued to touzle his hair, Qingyu narrowed his eyes contentedly. He regards Ciyu as his own child. Qingyu, if anyone speaks ill of you next time, I will certainly retaliate. Ciyu, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't even scold without touching. Qingyu smiles nonchalantly. Chapter 71. She won't live long. Su Yuqing reclined on the sofa, his expression a portrait of helplessness. Ever since Li Zishuan's return, he had started to ramble incessantly, and Su felt as if his mind were on the brink of explosion. It's one thing for Ciyu to be reckless, but you two? And then you mention sending him off? Li Zishuan pointed at him. You think I want him to leave? What can I do? Can I truly stop him? Su Yuqing Said, Adin. Aren't you concerned about the academic prodigy's disappearance over the past 2 years? Li Zishuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Then he sighed and took a seat on the sofa. You have a significant other. Surely you understand the feeling of uncertainty regarding their fate. If it were you, even knowing the dangers, would you not go? Su Yuqing sat up and looked at him intently, articulating each word. Will you go or not? Li Zishuan opened his mouth, pausing in silence before finally saying, I should. Su Yuqing rolled his eyes silently. Then what are you waiting for? Noticing Li Zishuan's prolonged silence, Su Yuqing changed the subject. Beijing is evidently better than here. Why do you choose to stay? What else can I do? Just like your intention, I'm waiting for them to return home. I've already secured a job, yet you still haven't. Curse it. Where do you plan to head next? Ciyu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before responding, Japan. It's not far, probably just about a day's journey. Then let's set off now. Ciyu shook his head slightly. In a couple of days, I need to plan the route first. That works. How is that improved navigation system coming along? Ciyu looked at him with anticipation. It's ready. You can open Yuzhao and take a look. Upon hearing this, Ciyu opened Yuzhao to locate the map. Observing the red dots on the screen and the varying lengths of streets around, His eyes widened slightly. This was far superior to his expectations. Luo Fu's technology is quite impressive. Indeed. Before I leave, I want to give Xiao Xiao some candies or something. I don't particularly enjoy sweets. What do you think? Qingyu sighed, recalling the little girl who followed him closely. It was evident that Xiao Xiao genuinely regarded him as an older brother. The emotions of children are often pure and devoid of ulterior motives. Just decide for yourself. Ciyu responded softly, then took flight in the direction of his memories. Guided by the sword. 4 months had flown by in an instant, and the details of his memories had faded to a vague outline. The silhouettes of the buildings had become indistinct with the passage of time. He wandered within the area, circling around, but failing to locate the place etched in his memory. Sitting atop a high vantage point, he propped his chin on one hand, gazing blankly through the enveloping mist, murmuring, "I remember it being here. How could it have vanished? I haven't sensed the presence of any living beings here. You must be mistaken." The tale floated beside him. He remained sensitive to the presence of the living. And within a kilometer radius, there wasn't a soul in sight. Ciyu furrowed his brow slightly. He had spent nights on this rooftop and had shared meals here. How could he possibly be mistaken? Could it be that they are no longer here? The more Ciyu pondered, the more he felt this possibility. Expanding the search area, "I shall assist you in your quest." Ciyu responded affirmatively, circling above, and after flying 2 laps around the nation, he finally halted. There in the lower left, he spotted several figures approaching in this direction. He could not ascertain whether one of them was the person he sought. Ciyu gently nodded and descended upon the nearest building. Before long, he observed 4 indistinct silhouettes slowly making their way towards him. Sensing the faint metallic tang of blood in the air, Ciyu couldn't help but furrow his brow as he discerned the general outlines of the figures. He leaped from the rooftop and strode purposefully towards them. Upon reaching them, before he could utter a word, a middle-aged man stepped in front of him, eyes brimming with suspicion. "Who are you?" "I am looking for someone," Ciyu replied coolly, his gaze falling upon a small girl behind the man. The girl's face was smeared with dust, clear lines of blood marking her skin, and her clothes were tattered and stained with large patches of blood. Witnessing this sight, Ciyu's brow furrowed slightly. "Brother," the girl exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with delight as she dashed towards him, throwing herself into his arms. "Did you come to find me?" Ciyu nodded gently. "Yes, but what happened to your injuries?" "A few days ago, we encountered a particularly formidable creature, and we were all scattered," the girl recounted, pouting slightly. "I wasn't able to protect everyone." Ciyu sighed and patted her head. "It is not your fault. Would you like to come with me? Your wounds need to be treated to avoid infection. Can you take my sister as well?" he asked, raising his gaze. "I did mark your trail, but they are not good people. I have witnessed them leaving outsiders behind as bait to lure those things lurking in the fog. There were even..." His unfinished words lingered, provoking one's imagination, yet from these mere fragments, one could surmise the deeds they had committed. Ciyu narrowed his eyes. Since they could stand here, it indicated that these actions were tacitly approved by them. "I have cleared the path ahead. All I ask is that you save my sister." The boy stepped forward and bowed deeply. "My sister has never harmed anyone, so I hope you can save her." Ciyu exhaled deeply, uncertain if this constituted moral coercion. "It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. The language barrier complicates matters, and even if you went, there would be little one could do. Furthermore, I am not a high-ranking official in the Great Xia. I cannot alter their decisions." "Then why?" "She does not have long to live. Is that answer satisfactory?" Ciyu replied, tugging her by the nape of her neck and pulling her aside. He turned and began to walk forward, saying, "I know of a relatively safe place. It is up to you whether you wish to go." The 3 behind exchanged glances and then, as if in unison, followed him. They now had nowhere else to turn. Anything quieter than this place would suffice. After approximately 5 hours of travel, Ciyu observed that Xiao Chao's complexion had grown increasingly pale, prompting a slight furrow of concern on his brow. He conjured several avatars, swiftly gathering everyone and soaring towards the border. Upon reaching an area where the mist was notably lighter, he gently set everyone down. The local resources were sparse, yet considerably better than those found in the heart of the fog. The enigmatic entities wandering nearby were also fewer, making this location far more habitable than the one they had previously chosen. "Thank you," he murmured softly, leaving behind a tent for them. This tent had been something he had hesitated to use for many days, yet now it was to their benefit. Once everyone was settled, Qingyu ascended towards the southern region of Tsang. During his flight, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to switch his navigation to the capital. After all, the medical facilities in the capital were far superior to those in Tsang, and considering he was accompanied by individuals from another nation, it was essential to report to the higher-ups. He freed one hand to retrieve his phone, glancing at the dwindling battery life displayed on the screen. Without pausing to check the messages from others, he quickly navigated to Yuan Gang's chat and sent a brief message. "Come quickly to the barbecue street from last time." After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang, having read the message, made his way towards the barbecue street. Over 2 hours passed without any sign of Qingyu, causing Yuan Gang to frown slightly. Just then, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared before him, leaving Yuan Gang momentarily stunned. "I need a favor," Qingyu said, as he unveiled the cloak to reveal Xiao Chao. Chapter 72. Profession observing her blood-soaked figure. Yuan Gang swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and merely uttered softly, "Follow me." He summoned a healer proficient in the art of treatment, and only then did he have the leisure to glance at Qingyu. Noticing that Qingyu bore no visible wounds, the tension in Yuan Gang's heart finally eased. What transpired? Qingyu gently pressed his lips together and then slowly recounted the events concerning Xiao Chao in a succinct manner. After listening, Yuan Gang nodded slightly. "I shall report this matter to the higher-ups." Qingyu bowed his head in acknowledgement. "If you're seeking the 5th Special Team, they have already departed for Tsangnan." Qingyu experienced a fleeting moment of confusion upon hearing this. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze to Yuan Gang. With no information at hand, he had little hope of locating them in a short term, only to be unexpectedly informed that they had returned. Understood. Over the weekend, Su Yuchen and Li Zixuan sat opposite each other, enthusiastically discussing their respective work at the table. By a stroke of luck, they had been assigned to the same location, one a specialist in his field, the other an artist. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Li Zixuan reached out to gently turn the doorknob, and with a soft click, the door swung open. Leaning back, he gazed at the group standing at the threshold, blinking in surprise. "Don't just stand at the door. Come in and take a seat." Su Yuchen glanced at them before lowering his head slightly. His apartment, with a layout of 2 bedrooms and a living room, was modest in size, approximately 80 square meters. With 5 people squeezed into this limited space and an additional coffin, the room felt exceedingly cramped. Noticing that the individuals across from him remained silent, both he and Li Zixuan tacitly chose to maintain their quietude. "Has Qingyu sought you out?" Adding Qingyu's question, Su Yuchen shook his head slightly. "No, I am waiting for him. He assured me that he would return." Recalling the confident demeanor Qingyu displayed when he spoke, Su Yuchen could not help but believe him. Li Zixuan, seated in the corner, scrutinized the group with keen eyes. One appeared menacing and formidable, while another seemed almost ghostly. As the atmosphere fell into another silence, Li Zixuan approached the table and took a sip of water to calm his nerves. Having encountered a ghost once, he felt that his life had been worth it. "We shall make our way to Jing City. There will surely be a way." Li Pang Pang broke the silence first. Su Yuchen sighed softly. "There is no need." Xiao Chao had just completed her treatment and was swiftly tugged away to another location. "Brother, where are we going?" "Home, and we will also seek someone." "Is that person important to you, brother?" "Yes, my beloved." Xiao Chao blinked, her heart beginning to form a notion. Qingyu made his way directly to Su Yuchen's residence, as there was no one at home, and in Qingyu and the others would not be there either. Upon arriving at the door and finding it ajar, Xiao Chao skipped inside. Seeing several people gathered and staring at her, she timidly took a step back. Observing Qingyu entering behind her, Xiao Chao approached and grasped his clothing, cautiously glancing at the others. "Qingyu?" Qingyu nodded slightly. "It's been a long time." Su Yuchen stepped forward and embraced him. "Is it your brother's lover?" Xiao Chao inquired, pointing toward Jiaolan. Qiyu's lips twitched. If only they understood Korean, he would have been utterly mortified by that question. "No, it's that boy with glasses." Xiao Chao tilted her head to gaze at Qingyu, who instinctively recoiled. And Qingyu, noticing his reaction, was taken aback. Was he truly that frightening? Observing her demeanor, Qingyu blinked, What wrong? Nothing, Su Yuqing replied, perplexed. What are you two talking about? Korean, Qingyu baozid. You might not comprehend it. Su Yuqing looked at him as if he were some sort of oddity. It's only been 4 months. You went away for a short time and learned a whole language. You shook his head slightly. I only know some basics. I'm still unfamiliar with professional terminology. That's impressive in itself. Su Yuqing coughed lightly. You all carry on. Zishuan and I have some matters to attend to. You lowered his gaze toward Xiao Qiao. How about you go play with those 2 older brothers? Xiao Qiao smiled and nodded. All right, brother. Once the living room was left with just the 8 of them, Yu casually took a seat on a stool. Where have you all been these past 2 years? After listening to their tales, Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. One had taken down their hideout, and another had become a gang leader. Both were astonishing revelations. A person who could only speak a few phrases in Japanese had somehow managed to govern a group of thugs. With that thought, Yu looked at Shun Qingyu with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Shun Qingyu, feeling the weight of that gaze, swallowed hard. Why are you staring at me? Bro, teach me. Shun Qingyu was taken aback. It was his first time encountering someone so eager to be a subordinate. I can speak English, Japanese, and Korean. I have quite the status. Upon hearing in Qingyu's voice, Yu smirked. I just wanted to experience being a bit reckless. What is wrong with that? However, upon seeing in Qingyu's expression, he immediately deflated. Yu asked, Did you find that little girl in Korea? He nodded slightly yes. She was one of the first people I encountered upon my arrival. Weren't you afraid of danger going alone? At Bailey Pang's question, Yu chuckled. If I dared to go, I naturally possessed the ability to return unscathed. He raised his wrist, fingers pressed together, a faint stream of power swirling at his fingertips. Observing the astonished expressions of those across from him, Yu retracted his hand with satisfaction. Sometimes, the thrill of showing off was truly delightful. You become a deity. Yu nodded slightly, looking at the hesitant expressions of the others, blinking in confusion. Why did it seem like, despite becoming a deity, they weren't particularly pleased? It must be an illusion. Chapter 73. The Riddler, is there a problem? Why you all look so perplexed? And Qingyu approached him, grasping his wrist, her gaze shimmering with a cerulean light. In the next instant, her form flickered and a few drops of blood trickled from the corner of her eye. Yu, startled, quickly reached out to steady her. What are you doing? And Qingyu subtly shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Bailey Pang, who was nearby, cautiously inquired, Do you feel unwell? Yu shook his head. What discomfort could I possibly have? Chao Yuan began to recount the events concerning Zhou Ping. After listening, Yu pondered, nodding thoughtfully. So you're concerned I might become one with the Tao? Seeing the others nod in agreement, Yu tugged at the corner of his mouth. Is it possible that my forbidden ruins possess inherent laws? His statement left everyone in a state of shock. Inherent laws in a forbidden realm? Such a privilege was on par with that of a divine agent. Inherent laws? Bailey Pang exclaimed, rising from his seat in astonishment. Yu nodded in affirmation, noting that a destiny brought to its zenith could indeed transform one into a star deity. However, merely being deemed a divine being in this world did not imply the same status in another realm. Observing their increasingly fanciful thoughts, Yu shifted his gaze to Jiang Er. He had still retained the automaton form, which had been untouched for 2 years. He wondered if it had begun to rust. With this thought, he released his hold on Qingyu and approached Jiang Er. It is time to fulfill my promise. Jiang Er blinked in confusion. What? Yu blinked back. Have you forgotten? I promised to help you construct a body. As he spoke, he slightly raised his hand, causing a figure, resembling Jiang Er, to materialize on the ground. Tail! Yu called softly. The tail appeared beside him, gazing at the automaton on the ground. Transferring consciousness into the automaton, is there any difficulty in that? I request your assistance. Dear Tail. The tail dove into Yu's body, skillfully initiating the process. Yu observed from a third-person perspective, bewildered by many of the operations, and inexplicably fell out of touch with the times. Done. At the sound, everyone turned their attention to Jiang Er, who lay on the ground. Jiang Er opened her eyes and propped herself up, then raised her palm and flexed her fingers. Yu squatted before her, extending his hand to indicate the number 3. How do you feel? Can you see? What number is this? Jiang lifted her gaze to his fingers, then looked at him. Thank you, I feel well. Qingyu stood and extended his hand toward her. Jiang hesitated momentarily, then placed her hand in his, rising with his assistance. Qingyu retracted his palm, feeling its coolness. Yet, for an automaton, warmth was already a significant improvement. And what are the forbidden ruins? Jiang inquired. My mental acuity seems to have increased somewhat. And there are no constraints, just as before. As she spoke, she floated out of her body like a specter, then drifted back in. Qingyu widened his eyes slightly, sensing that this automaton was rather impressive. Here, take this, the tail said, gesturing for him to look at the square box on the ground. Qingyu picked up the box, inquiring, what is this? After her body perished, her spirit would be preserved within. Thank you. Consider it a return of your favor. Qingyu blinked in confusion. What favor? You will come to understand this in due time, the tail replied as it vanished from sight. Qingyu muttered under her breath. For the type of people she loathed most in her life were those who spoke in riddles. Why not convey their thoughts in full instead of leaving them half-expressed? You can keep this, Qingyu said, handing the box to Jiang. Let South just place this here. After a moment's contemplation, Qingyu nodded. All right. We shall put it in my home later. Slightly tilting her head, she noticed in Qingyu gazing intently at Jiang, her eyes sparkling with keen interest. Qingyu stepped forward to shield her from view. This cannot be dissected. We cannot afford to damage the material. And Qingyu responded with a hint of regret, then shifted her gaze back to him. Qingyu smiled and turned to Lin Xie and the others. Feel free to ask any questions. We have until this afternoon. Bai Li, the plump one, was the first to rush to him. Inside the room, Su Yuqing and Li Zixuan exchanged bewildered glances, both unable to comprehend what Xiao Qiao was saying. Brother, can you not understand Xiao Cao's words? Su Yuqing hesitated momentarily. How did Qingyu converse with them back then? Li Zixuan shook his head slightly. I do not know. Learning a language is not an easy task. Those days must have been very hard for him. Su Yuqing sat on the bed and sighed deeply. Indeed, he seems to have lost a lot of weight. I also think he looks paler than before. Li Zixuan nodded in agreement. I feel the same. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the mist, and prolonged absence from the sun indeed results in paleness. However, if he were to spend more time outdoors, he would surely darken. Seeing that the two were lost in their discussion, Xiao Qiao approached and tugged at Su Yuqing's shirt. Big brother? Su Yuqing forced a smile that was more grim than cheerful. What are some treats that children enjoy? Treats children like? Su Yuqing stroked his chin in thought, and soon recalled the candies he had bought with Qingyu 4 months ago. I still have a bag of candy that remains uneaten, though it's outside. Li Zixuan was momentarily speechless. Su Yuqing took a deep breath and pulled up Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf on his phone. Seeing her engrossed and watching, he felt a sense of relief. As he noticed the sky outside darkening, Su Yuqing furrowed his brow, stepping to the door and opening it slightly to peer outside, only to be taken aback by the emptiness of the living room. Where are the others? Nightfall arrived. Qingyu lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, nearly ensnared by their words, feeling as though she had been duped out of her very undergarments. When Qingyu emerged after her bath, Qingyu leapt forward to embrace her, little fish. How about I join you all? All right, and Qingyu replied softly. Qingyu slightly lifted her head to plant a kiss on the corner of her lips. The following day, he found himself waking only when the sun was high in the sky. As he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find Qingyu still slumbering. He raised his hand, intending to caress him, but reconsidered and instead buried his head into the crook of Qingyu's neck. Before long, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted the tranquility. The veins on Qingyu's forehead twitched involuntarily. Who would be so inconsiderate as to call this early in the morning? Reaching for the phone on the bedside table, he glanced at the name flashing on the screen, and his expression stiffened. He seemed to have forgotten about Xiao Qiao. After ending the call, he sent a few messages to Su Yuqing before tossing the phone aside. Su Yuqing, feeling irritable, raked his fingers through his hair. It's already past 11, and he's still asleep? Did he sneak out last night? Li Zixuan cleared his throat lightly. They finally got to meet. What is wrong with letting him sleep a little longer? All right. So he leaves the child with us to raise. We should ask for more money. Su Yuqing's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again. If he isn't working, where will the money come from? Qingyu should have some. After all, being a night watchman is still a job. Su Yuqing nodded, realizing that in Qingyu was indeed his. Chapter 74. The Stolen Home. Time swiftly progressed to noon. At the dining table, glancing at Xiao Qiao, who was eating alone, the two exchanged perplexed looks. Why aren't you eating? Li Zixuan was momentarily taken aback by the question. And why aren't you? A silent understanding enveloped them as they both turned their gaze toward Xiao Qiao, who was hurriedly shoveling rice in her mouth with a spoon. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Su Yuqing hastily rose and went to open it. Almost overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the two, he exclaimed, "You finally arrived. If you hadn't shown up soon, I would have had to drag her to find you." Siyu offered an awkward smile, acknowledging that it was indeed his fault for completely forgetting about Xiao Qiao. It's just taking care of a child. It's not like I asked you to do anything strenuous. How could you be so exhausted? Su Yuqing twitched his lips in a slight grimace. Do you want to hear what you just said? Brother, Xiao Qiao called, running up to him. Siyu hesitated for a moment before adding, what do you think of these two brothers? They are both very nice. Siyu chuckled and took out the yuzhao, setting it to communicate. Then in the future he faltered halfway, realizing he couldn't take her along. What's wrong, brother? Her voice was clearly transmitted through the yuzhao. The two languages exchanging without a hitch. So intelligent, Su Yuqing remarked, poking at the virtual screen before him. Siyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has numerous functions, including projection. Su Yuqing's eyes sparkled at this revelation. It was akin to something out of a video game. You mean the projection ISNT, just a simple one, right? Indeed. It's similar to a cyberpunk style that virtually projects a person's form. Wow, that's impressive. Su Yuqing licked his lips. His curiosity about how Tsiyu acquired it momentarily set aside. Is it expensive? Tsiyu provided a rather reasonable answer, as he hadn't purchased it himself. Not too bad. Do you have more? Yes. As Tsiyu spoke, he handed over the additional yuzhao devices, which he had asked Jing Yuan to procure the previous night. In exchange for a few hours of chess. Global high-speed connectivity. You'll have a signal even in outer space. He seized the opportunity to promote the device. Tsiyu slightly turned his head towards Qingyu, who was fiddling with the item in his hands. After a moment, he redirected his gaze, contemplating whether to ask Huahua to buy another. Brother, Xiao Qiao gently tugged at Tsiyu's hand. Tsiyu responded, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. Would you like to have a surname like Da Xia? Can I take my brother's surname? My surname? Tsiyu shook his head slightly. It doesn't sound nice. How about you take the same surname as this brother? Su Xiao Qiao. She repeated the name. I'll listen to my brother. Tsiyu affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, now go eat. Once Xiao Qiao departed, Tsiyu turned off the yuzhao, aware that the upcoming conversation was not suitable for her ears. Are you truly planning to keep her? Su Yuqing inquired, his brow slightly furrowed as he gazed at him. Xiaoyu chuckled softly. Ultimately, it depends on you both. You're keeping her because of us. Li Zixuan stroked his chin, a conjecture swiftly surfacing in his mind. Are you concerned for our safety? Xiaoyu nodded. That is indeed a part of it. Su Yuqing studied him with a furrowed brow. How did I never realize how cunning you are? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu shot him an exasperated glance. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. I was the one who rescued her initially. I ensured her friends and family were settled, and I assisted in developing her medication. Therefore, seeking a little return on my investment is hardly unreasonable. Su Yuqing paused for a moment, recognizing that having saved her 3 times did not seem selfish. With that thought, he nodded slightly, indeed. Since you arrived early, you haven't eaten yet. So let us sit down together for a meal. Li Zixuan added an extra chair. You both eat first. I'll go fetch something. Qingyu replied. I'll accompany you. Li Zixuan waved his hand dismissively. It's just a quick errand. It hardly requires 2 of us. Seeing Li Zixuan's insistence, Xiaoyu ceased to press the matter, nodding and stepping aside. When do you depart? And Qingyu asked, as this year's invited instructors. Our training for the new recruits begins in 2 days, so we must leave today. So soon? Su Yuqing lowered his gaze slightly, feeling wistful that their time together had barely lasted 2 days before their departure. Why be melancholy? You still have Yu Zhao. You can communicate through his projection, albeit as a mere shadow. Besides, when you had him physically, you didn't embrace him either. Su Yuqing's expression turned somewhat bashful. Are you implying that the embraces you mentioned are real? Qingyu paused, then nodded with a complex look in his eyes, yes. As a thought crossed his mind, Su Yuqing waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I fear he might strike me. No worries. I will intervene on your behalf, and Qingyu assured. Su Yuqing nodded slightly, extending his arms and taking a step forward, only to pivot and embrace Qingyu beside him. Qingyu observed, astonished. It seems I have been robbed. And Qingyu inquired, confused. When Li Zixuan returned from his errand, he found the two entwined in an embrace. Upon noticing Qingyu's bewildered expression, Li Zixuan blinked in disbelief. I merely stepped out for a moment. How has the world turned upside down? Su Yuqing released Qingyu and approached Qingyu for a hug, feeling it was only fair. Stopping upon noticing the trio's complex gazes directed at him, Su Yuqing scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Qingyu stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Little fish doesn't eat people, truly. Su Yuqing si vered inexpectedly. You need to emphasize that. Thank you. Qingyu chuckled. What is there to fear? Su Yuqing stepped closer and embraced him, then patted his back. Take care. Qingyu chuckled lightly. I appreciate your kind words. I want a hug too, Xiao Qiao said, stepping in front of Su Yuqing, her face brimming with anticipation. Su Yuqing turned to Qingyu. What did she say? She wanted a hug as well. Su Yuqing fell silent for a moment before stepping forward to embrace her gently. Li Zixuan shook the bag in her hand and said, I just asked the restaurant owner to prepare some additional dishes. It seems you have arrived at the perfect moment. Chapter 75. I am not of this world after dinner. Qingyu assisted in clearing the table of debris. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he momentarily froze. Upon seeing the caller ID was Yuan Gang, he blinked. Hello, Instructor Yuan. What can I do for you? I just got the doctor for you sorted, and you sneak off with that girl without so much as a word? Qingyu felt a tinge of embarrassment and coughed lightly. The situation was urgent, and I momentarily forgot to inform you. Bring that girl to the training camp. She doesn't understand Chinese. You will serve as her instructor. You know the rules of the night watch. Me? An instructor? Are you mistaken? Qingyu's voice brimmed with disbelief. He had yet to grasp the material himself, let alone teach someone else. That would be a recipe for disaster. Yes, and we instructors will be there to assist you. Send me the girl's name. Oh. Qingyu acknowledged and hung up the phone. Since they were unconcerned, why should he be? Setting down his phone, he glanced to Xiao Qiao. Seeing her happily enjoying a lollipop while absorbed in her tablet, he sighed softly and approached her. Xiao Qiao, do you wish to become stronger? Xiao Qiao promptly set her tablet aside and nodded eagerly. Yes. Qingyu smiled. Then how about I take you to the training camp? Will you be going too, brother? Of course. Then I will go as well. Qingyu pulled out his phone, preparing to book a flight, and had already selected a seat when he suddenly remembered Xiao Qiao lacked an identification card. With a slight sigh, he turned to Qingyu. Xiaoyu. She has no ID. I'll take her to the capital first, and we can meet up there later, all right? And Qingyu pushed up her glasses and nodded gently. Okay. Qingyu lifted Xiao Qiao and placed her on his sword, then waved to the others. All right. I shall take my leave. Su Yuqing waved back. Take care on the way. Upon arriving in the capital, he sent a message to Yuan Gang. Exiting the chat interface, he casually glanced at other messages, his gaze landing on the striking red number next to Wang Mian's profile. Qingyu raised an eyebrow and clicked on it. Wang Mian, you've arrived in the capital? Wang Mian, how about we gather for a meal? Qiu frowned slightly. Both Wang Mian and Yuan Gang had mentioned that the special team was exceedingly busy, with hardly any holidays throughout the year. Qingyu, you have a break? Wang Mian, yes. Qingyu, it's not easy. Finally, they treat you like human beings. Wang Mian. Qingyu quickly retracted that message. Qingyu, what I meant to say is, being a night watcher is great. There are holidays. Wang Mian. Qingyu, send me your location. I'll come find you. Looking at the location Wang Mian sent, Qingyu pressed his lips together. It was over 20 kilometers away. Had he known, he would have asked them to come to him. After a brief sigh, he hailed a cab. Xiao Qiao, I will be meeting friends later. Please try not to speak. All right? The little grass nodded obediently. All right, brother. Observing the world around her with a curious gaze, the little grass elicited a gentle sigh from Qingyu. Upon reaching their destination, Qingyu found herself blinking in surprise at the sight of 7 individuals before her. Their visible exhaustion was palpable. as if their very essence had been drained, particularly the man at the center, Wang Mian. Xiaoyu frowned slightly and approached him. Scrutinizing his features, frequent late nights are detrimental to one's health. Not only have you gained white hairs, but wrinkles have also increased. Wang Mian turned to the little grass beside him and inquired, "Who is she?" Xiaoyu smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, she cannot understand you. Is this what you brought from other countries?" Indeed. Noticing the other's attention fixated on the little girl, Xiaoyu leaned closer to Wang Mian and whispered, "I possess a product that not only enhances beauty but also diminishes wrinkles. One could appear as youthful as 20 even at several hundred years old. What do you think? Care to give it a try?" Wang Mian seemed to disregard her earlier statements, pressing on with the question that truly concerned him. Several hundred years? Xiaoyu maintained her composure, nodding. After all, the immortal vessels were of a long-lived breed, making her statement far from a lie. Furthermore, if she could persuade Qingyu or Huahua to procure items, she could profit from the price difference. How could a person possibly live for several hundred years? At this query, Xiaoyu's mind raced, momentarily forgetting the logical inconsistency in her sales pitch. She opted to sidestep the topic, responding, "That is of little significance." Wang Mian gently shook his head. "No, this is quite important to me." Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment, pondering how to address his question. They were from different worlds. Discussing abundance would only confuse him. "I just remembered that Instructor Yuan is looking for me regarding a matter, so I won't be dining," she said, turning to leave. Wang Mian placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's all right. I will speak to Instructor Yuan." "No, no, say you protestive." Inside the room, Xiaoyu found herself encircled by the 7 individuals, appearing small, pitiful, and helpless. "Do you truly have a method to prolong life?" Xiaoyu shook her head. "No." As Wang Mian's gaze remained fixed upon her, she instinctively shrank back. Living for several hundred years means losing all one's friends. What is the point in that? Xian was stepped forward, recounting the side effects related to Wang Mian's immortal vessel. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes widened slightly. Was this not a cruel joke? To utilize one's own immortal vessel at the cost of one's own life? Thus, this is truly significant for us. If you discover anything, you must inform us. Xiaoyu inhaled deeply. Despite having known Wang Mian for only 5 or 6 days, she held a favorable impression of him. Initially aloof when donning his mask, he had proven to be rather amiable upon their first meeting. It would indeed be a pity if such a person were to perish due to their own immortal vessel. With a soft sigh, Xiaoyu finally spoke, "This matter I shall only confide in him." "What is it that we cannot hear?" Yu Gui interjected from his side. "You all may leave for now," Wang Mian instructed, prompting the others to exchange glances before collectively stepping outside. Once everyone had departed, Wang Mian turned his gaze towards him. Inquiring, "Is it time to speak now?" Xiaoyu inhaled deeply and began to recount. Legend has it that an emperor, in his quest for immortality, dispatched 9 celestial vessels to traverse the cosmos in search of the secret to eternal life. I seem to have forgotten parts of the tale, but ultimately, they were bestowed with bountiful blessings and achieved longevity. Wang Mian fell silent for a moment, sensing that Xiaoyu's narrative was entirely implausible. Noticing the unmistakable skepticism etched across Wang Mian's face, Xiaoyu raised a hand to his forehead, acknowledging that had someone recounted such a story to him, he too would likely be incredulous. "Regardless of your belief, the truth remains," he asserted. "So, you wish to claim that you have also received the bountiful blessings?" "No, I am merely in my 20s, and I have yet to witness abundance in any form." "Does true abundance exist in this world?" "No, it belongs to another world." "Pardon?" This statement left Wang Mian momentarily bewildered. "The tale you have seen is not of my forbidden realm. It belongs to the radiant sun of another world," Xiaoyu remarked, gesturing towards himself. "I too hail from another world." Wang Mian nodded, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 76. What's the difference between this and direct robbery? Whether you believe it or not, I hail from another realm, and I have not even mentioned this to Xiaoyu, only confiding in you. Xiaoyu paused for a moment before continuing. While he has somewhat guessed, it is fundamentally different from articulating it himself. Wang Mian pondered for a brief moment. "You come from Xianzhou?" Xiaoyu gently shook his head. "No, I come from the Dragon Kingdom, which is somewhat akin to the Great Xia, except that we lack deities, mystery, and fog. It is merely an ordinary world. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, quickly dimming. Regrettably, it is no longer the case. Why? Because it was so ordinary that it was forsaken by those in power. Qingyu chuckled derisively. Let us not dwell on that. Let us discuss your matters instead. Wang Mian nodded slightly. I do not possess abundant power, nor am I a person of wealth. I merely possess knowledge of Xinzhou's history concerning abundance, and that is all I can offer. Observing Wang Mian lost in thought, Qingyu bit his lip. Perhaps there are other solutions. Once one ascends to godhood, their lifespan naturally extends. You are now at the Klein realm, which is quite close to that goal. Perhaps I can assist you in discovering a method to achieve divinity. Wang Mian looked up at him. You have ascended to godhood? Yes. Qingyu gestured for silence. Do not speak of this to them for now. As for Qi, they too will remain silent. Let them believe I am still at the Klein stage. Seeing Wang Mian furrow his brow in confusion, Qingyu sighed. I promised Qi to join the 5th Special Team, and I have already submitted my report. You have mentioned that the situation in the Great Xia is tense, and there is a severe shortage of personnel. The 5th Special Team's responsibilities are related to the fog. I have joined the Night Watchers, but it remains uncertain if I will accompany them. I do not doubt you. I simply do not trust them. Qingyu raised his gaze to meet Wang Mian's. Do you understand my meaning? Wang Mian fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Yes. Qingyu smiled and nodded. Thank you. I will seek assistance from others regarding your matters. The universe is vast. There will surely be a way. Wang Mian nodded slightly. Qingyu touched his nose. About that item I mentioned earlier, would you like to purchase some? Wang Mian. Qingyu waved his hand to remove the barriers set up in the room. No deception here. Buying means no loss, no tricks. And those who have used it speak highly of it. He had recently acquired quite a few items, including a substantial amount of food, as well as batteries and various survival gear for the wilderness. Altogether, he had spent nearly 1/5 of his assets, though he still had plenty remaining. Who would ever complain about having too much money? All right, how much? I'll give you a discount. 100,000. Wang Mian, about to initiate the transfer, halted. 100,000 for a skincare product? How is that different from outright robbery? Noticing Wang Mian's prolonged inaction, Qingyu waved his hand in front of his eyes. What are you dazed about? A skincare product? Yes. 100,000. Qingyu continued to nod. It's all the same price. Didn't we agree to treat you to a meal? Let us go. After Wang Mian finished speaking, he stood up and walked toward the exit. Qingyu fell silent for a moment before following suit. Upon opening the door, he saw 6 heads leaning against it. Straining to listen, Wang Mian rubbed his forehead. Let's eat later. I just finished my meal not long ago. Wang Mian nodded slightly. All right. Perhaps we should take a stroll around or simply sit down for a chat. Let's chat, Qingyu suggested as he turned back. At that moment, he felt as though he were gravely ill. Rose glanced at Little Grass, assessing her. What is her identity? Qingyu tugged at the corner of his lips. I'm too shallow in knowledge to know. Vortex's lips twitched slightly. I am beginning to doubt your ability to train new recruits. Qingyu rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. I also feel I lack such capability, but Instructor Yuan believes otherwise. He thinks I am capable. By the way, since you are here, are you also special guest instructors? No. We're preparing to travel to Hainan during our break. Can I change my mind and join you? Wang Mian shook his head. No. Actually, you can, Rose interjected. Raising her hand, just don't join the Nightfall. Come with us instead. Qingyu fell silent for a moment, contemplating the audacity of her tactic. That is not impossible, unless you manage to lure little fish over. The vice captain of Nightfall? Yes. Then forget it. Qingyu tilted his head slightly to look at her. I thought you would suggest giving it a try. Mainly, it's unlikely. Time swiftly passed until it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Wang Mian glanced outside at the darkening sky. It's about time. Let us go. Qingyu stretched lazily and waved at Little Grass. Let's go eat. Upon hearing this, Little Grass ran to his side, tugging at his clothes. Why is this child so quiet? Hearing Rose's question, Qingyu lowered his head slightly to look at her. She doesn't understand our conversation, so I told her to refrain from speaking as much as possible. After their meal, Qingyu checked the time. It was past 8. When is your flight? Tomorrow. All right. Enjoy yourselves. I'll take my leave. As he spoke, Xiaoyu took out his phone, reserved a few rooms, and messaged Lin Xie. Xiaoyu, where are you now? You haven't been assigned a task that alters your itinerary, have you? Lin Xie. No, we just arrived in Shangjing. Xiaoyu, why so slow? Delayed? Lin Xie. Took the train. Xiaoyu. Oh, I just booked the hotel. At the restaurant entrance. As they watched Xiaoyu's figure disappear, the others turned to Wang Mian simultaneously. Captain, what did he say to you? I can't disclose specifics. Vortex blinked. We can't know. Correct. Are you really planning to buy that skincare product from him? Wang Mian nodded slightly. If what he said is true, how about one bottle of skincare? Rose asked. If it's true, can we buy a few more bottles? Wang Mian replied. That would be 100,000. We don't have that much money in the short term. We do. Wang Mian hesitated for a moment, then took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan into his bank account. The moment Xiaoyu received the notification of the transaction, he promptly messaged Wang Mian. Qingyu, okay. Xiaoyu, I will definitely deliver it to you before you board the plane. If not, I will personally travel to Hainan to find you. Upon reading this message, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Wang Mian's mouth, as he sensed that Xiaoyu was more eager to visit Hainan. Chapter 77. Blessed within the confines of the hotel, Lin Xie and Xiaoyu conferred about the operational plan for the new recruits on the morrow. Lin Xie turned his gaze towards Xiaoyu, inquiring about his cloak. It has yet to be made, came the reply. I shall bring my own. And the mask. I shall also bring that. Very well, then let us return to rest. Inside the room, Xiaoyu reclined backward, supporting himself with his hands on the bed. His mind swirling with the tasks Lin Xie had entrusted to him. He was to infiltrate the new recruit ranks alongside Qingyu. However, unlike Shun, his responsibility lay in crafting special effects to enhance realism, and when necessary, to instill a sense of terror. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu had no objections, and naturally raised both hands in agreement. In conclusion, he proposed placing a few bombs within the recruit camp, artfully dubbed an exercise in cultivating critical thinking skills, to observe whether one could maintain clarity of mind and thought under pressure. The prospect of witnessing fireworks as a result was simply a twofold benefit. Upon hearing Lin Xie's consent, he was immediately filled with joy. It appeared this cohort of recruits would indeed be fortunate. Noticing Qingyu engrossed in a book nearby, Xiaoyu approached and embraced him from behind. Little fish, what are you reading? Qingyu closed the book and showed him the title. Chiukasta asti glans. Not truly examining the title, recognizing these were merely pretexts. Do you need my assistance in setting up for tomorrow's event? Qingyu nodded slightly. All right. Observing him, still reading, Xiaoyu playfully obstructed his view. No more reading, look at me. Qingyu set the book down and turned to face him. Him. Xiaoyu leaned in slightly and kissed his lips, then retrieved 2 pills from his pocket. Little fish, could you help me determine if there is any difference between these 2 medications? 10 minutes later, seeing Qingyu stroking his chin in contemplation, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow and approached him from behind. Little fish, where did you acquire this medication? Noticing Qingyu's serious expression, Xiaoyu instinctively took a step back. Is there an issue? Have you taken it? Qingyu pressed. Xiaoyu shook his head slightly, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. I have not consumed it. It was given to me by Xiao Chao. What? Are you worried I might take it? Identical. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened at this revelation. Although it was a replica, it was his first attempt at pharmacology, and he had not anticipated success. All right, he said, collecting the pills from Qingyu's hand. I mentioned to Instructor Yuan that Xiao Chao should stay with me. We shall reside together for the time being. After all, she does not understand Chinese, and it would be somewhat troublesome for her to be with others. Qingyu nodded slightly. Good. Then let us forego reading and rest instead. On the airplane, Xiaoyu stood before the window, his gaze penetrating the glass to the expanse below, thick clouds obscuring the ground beneath. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze. What do you suppose is happening down there at this very moment? Bai Li, plump and leaning against the door, peered down. I suspect Instructor Yuan is on stage delivering yet another speech, likely admonishing you all as a bunch of rookies, stating that regardless of your identities outside, here you're mere dregs of society. Are you not aware? The scripts used for the new recruit training each year follow the same template. Qiao Yuan interjected, his tone languid. With a slight click of his tongue, Ciu remarked, the script remains as unyielding as iron, while the newcomers are like flowing water. Pausing for a couple of seconds, he continued, Instructor Yuan truly lacks any creativity. It seems you harbor considerable resentment towards Instructor Yuan. Not at all. Without him, many of my endeavors would have fallen flat. Ciu stroked his chin, reflecting, according to the script, this is the moment someone should leap forth to counter. As he spoke, he turned his head to meet Lin Xie's gaze. Lin Xie took over the conversation to quell these rebellious spirits. Instructor Yuan is about to demonstrate the pinnacle of great Xia's martial prowess. And soon after, a thunderous roar will echo through the sky, heralding my grand entrance. When do we descend? Shouldn't it be more imposing? At the very least, it should outshine the masked hero of yesteryear. Qingyu blinked, reminiscing about the discussions among new recruits during their past training. I heard from the former recruits that when the masked hero leapt from the plane, Xian Yuan greeted everyone with New Year's wishes. Is that true? Bai Li, the rotund one, nodded with a smile. Indeed, he seems to have a fear of heights. It was surprising that after all this time, Xian Yuan would be summoned by unfamiliar juniors for some posthumous commentary. You knew him? What did you meet? Several years ago. It was a fortuitous encounter with a mysterious figure. Ciu paused, adding, speaking of which, he once saved me. It seems you share quite a bond. Fortunately, we had dinner together just yesterday. What did you discuss? Noticing Lin Xie's sudden alertness, Ciu's expression faltered. We just chatted about some matters regarding the Forbidden Ruins. Is there a problem? Lin Xie shook his head slightly. Xia Simeng had shared a few words with him. Upon learning that her roster of recruits had been snatched away by an unexpectedly formidable squad, her expression was quite the sight to behold. It was unfortunate that the new recruits had yet to cultivate a sense of team spirit, only to be whisked away by an unanticipated arrival. It's nothing. The time is almost upon us. We should prepare to descend, Jiang Er remarked, calculating the time. Lin Xie nodded slightly, summoning the Earth Dragon. Ciu observed the familiar creature, blinking in surprise. Was this not the very piece he had claimed years ago? You have enslaved her body. Oh no, it appears you have bound both her soul and body. Chia, you are rather. Ciu frowned slightly, gazing at him with an expression of disbelief. Lin Xie. Stepping forward, Ciu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's quite all right, my brother. It is understandable, after all. Lin Xie, not allowing him to finish, grasped his shoulder and pushed him onto the back of the Earth Dragon. Silence. Ciu stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Not amusing at all. Once everyone had mounted, Ciu leaned in close to Lin Xie. Xie, please keep him in line. Lin Xie turned to glance at Qingyu, only to find the others behind them suppressing laughter. Lin Xie. Ciu tilted his head slightly, raising an eyebrow at the puffed cheeks of Lin Xie. Are you sulking? Sensing a hand resting on his shoulder, Ciu's body stiffened. Then he turned to face Qingyu. Be honest. Suddenly, the night enveloped the surroundings, and Ciu lifted his gaze towards the heavens. The pitch-black sky, adorned with a fiery red dragon, exuded an unparalleled aura of grandeur. Yet again, it seemed to be one of life's greatest pleasures, the art of ostentation. Observing his companions as they donned their respective masks, Ciu slightly lowered his head, gathering a faint essence of spiritual energy in his palm. A half-red fox mask materialized in his grasp, intricately carved with delicate patterns of forbidden hues. For a fleeting moment, Ciu gazed at the mask, lost in thought. It was the first time in ages that he had retrieved the fool's mask. Bai Li, with his eyes narrowed, remarked, "This mask is exquisite. Where did you procure it?" "It comes with me," Ciu answered, gradually lifting his hand. At the instant he held the mask, an insistent voice within urged him, "Hurry, wear it." Chapter 78. Deception and Warfare. As the moment approached, Ciu abruptly released his grip, gasping for breath. For a fleeting instant, he felt as though his thoughts were spiraling out of control. He cast a glance downward at the mask that had fallen onto the ground, and the voices around him drew closer. Ciu slightly parted his lips and raised his gaze towards the group. "Qingyu, Qingyu, Qingyu." After regaining his composure, he responded with a simple, "Yes." "What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Ciu shook his head gently. "I'm fine, but we should move slowly. Instructor Yuan will likely urge us on." After speaking, he picked up the mask and put it away, subsequently donning a mask resembling the Ox King. He found it difficult to recall any characters from Journey to the West aside from the four disciples and the bull. Greetings, we are the Nightfall team. Moments later, murmurs fill the air. Nightfall? What is that? You don't know Nightfall? They're the fifth special team of the Great Xia. Special team? What does that entail? A special team is the elite among the Night Watchmen. They seem to be the new generation of special teams. They were established not long ago and have already earned 2-star C medals. They are exceptionally formidable. That is so impressive. I want to join a special team in the future. Just you? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to gain entry into a special team? The most recent recruit was apparently the top candidate from a training camp several years ago named Qingyu. Your information is outdated. The last person to join a special team should be Qingyu. He reportedly graduated in just a month, alongside Lin Qi and the others. A month? That's incredible. Is the instructor a relative of his? At this remark, the corners of Qiyu's mouth twitched beneath the mask. His instructor being a relative was quite the fanciful notion. The last speaker, a new recruit, shivered slightly and turned his gaze towards the stage, where he noticed a pair of eyes peering intently from beneath the bull mask. Yuan Gang seized the moment to speak. Since you are unconvinced, I shall present you with an opportunity. Before 9 o'clock tonight, if any of you can shatter the mask of a member of the Nightfall team, it will prove your prowess, and you shall not need further training. I will apply for your immediate graduation tomorrow. Of course, should you fail, you must relinquish all pride and dignity, regardless of future training. You will adhere strictly to the requirements. Perhaps you might argue that the Nightfall team operates at an elevated level, which seems unfair. Yuan Gang pointed to the ground beneath him. Beneath this earth lies a town suppression steel. Once activated, it will forcibly suppress the realms of everyone in this training camp, ensuring none exceed the pool realm. I am aware that some of you have already surpassed the pool realm under these circumstances. If the 611 of you cannot even touch the masks of the Nightfall team. As the town suppression steel was activated, Qingyu adjusted his own realm to that of a novice in the lamp stage. To blend in among the new recruits, he knew he must present himself as somewhat ordinary. As the other instructors departed, the playground was left with only a group of new recruits and the 8 individuals standing on stage. Thus, let us commence. A myriad of dazzling forbidden realms surged forth, and with a thunderous explosion, a cloud of dust obscured the vision. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyu removed his mask and mingled among the new recruits alongside Qingyu. By the time the dust settled, the figures on stage had vanished without a trace. The new recruits whispered among themselves, and Qingyu lowered his head slightly, lost in thought as he listened to their conversation. Let's split up and pursue them. They must be hiding somewhere in this training camp. We will unearth them one by one. At Qingyu's rallying call, Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then slowly gave him a thumbs up. The crowd divided into several groups, each pursuing different directions. Qingyu pondered which group to follow while absent-mindedly stroking his chin when he suddenly felt a gentle tug on his clothing. Turning his head slightly, he saw a familiar figure. Xiao Qiao? She nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyu chose a group that seemed more agreeable to join. Inside the dormitory building, as he listened to the recruits break into small groups of 10 from a larger assembly of dozens, Qingyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was it not fast enough to hasten their demise? With 10 members in a special squad, what was the difference from courting death? Following the others, he made his way up to the top floor of the dormitory. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Lu Ji, Forbidden Realm Sequence 217, Shufeng. Upon hearing this, Qingyu raised an eyebrow at him. Over 200, a high-risk Forbidden Realm. After everyone had introduced themselves, Qingyu spoke slowly. N. Forbidden Realm Sequence 083, Minxing Shangyue. This is my sister, Su Xiao Qiao, who is in the same Forbidden Realm as I am. Since his name had already been mentioned, he decided to adopt a different one. Hearing the gasps, Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Are we not leaving? Let's go, Lu Ji repeated thrice. His footsteps light as he walked ahead. The fact that the siblings were in the same Forbidden Realm was exceedingly rare, especially with such a high sequence. Xiao Qiao tilted her head, perplexed, and once the others had moved further away, she spoke, Brother, why deceive them? Qingyu raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. This is called the art of war. We shall surprise them later. After surveying the top floor without discovering anything, the group descended to the first level. Since we Haven T found them here, it means they must be elsewhere. And that puts them in jeopardy. Qingyu nodded slightly. Indeed, it is quite dangerous. Sometimes what appears perilous is not so after all. Upon reaching the first floor, the other groups had mostly gathered. Altogether, along with those who had come from elsewhere, there were over 100 individuals. Hearing from others that instructors had perished, and that all members of the Nightfall team were actually disguised as the Ancient God Society, Qingyu was momentarily astonished. It hadn't been long, yet so many believed Qingju's words. This was akin to an innate undercover saint. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from the rooftop, and the previously noisy atmosphere was abruptly hushed as if the sound had been paused. After a while, someone finally spoke. What was that sound? I am uncertain. It sounds as if some insects are crawling. What sort of insect could ascend the stairs, producing a sound that penetrates the floorboards? Well, let us ascend and investigate. Is that wise? Do we not just express concerns about the situation? What is there to fear? Even if members of an ancient cult were to infiltrate, under the influence of the town's monument, they would only possess the strength of mere novices. With over 100 of us gathered here, should we truly be apprehensive? Noticing the fervent agreement of those around him, his spirit evidently lifted. Qingyu began to prepare with determination. Chapter 79. Delivering performance silently and unobtrusively, Qingyu stealthily positioned explosives in various locations. The shape of these bombs was modeled after a firework doll, ultimately crafted to resemble Nian Nian You Yu, to prevent their hearts from shattering. He deliberately placed the bombs in conspicuous spots, upon windowsills, atop outdoor air conditioning units, on dormitory beds, and even on bathroom floors, among other places. After situating over 100 bombs throughout the entire building, he clapped his hands. At this moment, apart from the new recruits eliminated by the spider silk, only he and Nian Nian You Yu remained in the entire dormitory. Qingyu raised the plush doll in his hand, and Nian Nian You Yu's gaze followed the motion. The doll stood approximately 25 centimeters tall, adorned with a small sun Wukong mask atop its head, with two petite plush swords slung across its back. Draped in a red cape and clad in black trousers, one corner of the cape embroidered with the words Nightfall. Is this me? Nian Nian You Yu inquired. Qingyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Isn't it adorable? Why is it not wearing clothes? Nian Nian You Yu asked. Qingyu, momentarily taken aback, managed to stammer. Of course you are. As Nian Nian You Yu adjusted the collar of his cape, he replied, well, if you say so, I suppose it's fine. Just add clothes to the back for me. I shall take my leave now. With that, Qingyu vanished from sight. Nian Nian You Yu gazed at the doll in his hands, remaining silent for a moment before pulling up his trousers. Qingyu slowly opened his eyes, the cacophony of surrounding chatter reaching his ears. With a slight frown, he made his way towards a quieter area at the back. Upon reaching the outskirts of the crowd, he noticed 3 individuals in a corner whispering conspiratorially. Qingyu raised an eyebrow, discreetly directing his attention to Qingyu at the center of the throng. Upon hearing the words Ancient God Church, Qingyu's mind began to formulate a plan. A chance encounter like this would be too fortuitous to overlook. Brother, are they bad people? Asked Xiao Chao, glancing up at Qingyu with trepidation. Their voices were not particularly hushed, yet with the aid of technology, they were still audible. Qingyu shook his head slightly. No, they are here to deliver performance results. You needn't concern yourself with these matters. Leave them to us, he added. All right. As Qingyu listened to Qingju's speech from the stage, he couldn't help but chuckle, his shoulders shaking with laughter at the naive expressions of the other recruits. It was evident they had never downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so thoroughly deceived. Taking a deep breath, Qingyu approached Jiang Air. They exchanged a glance, each finding reassurance in the other's eyes. Hey. The laughter from beside him prompted Qingyu to subtly add some background music. The ethereal laughter combined with haunting melodies echoed throughout the hall. You are not Li Jinjin. Who are you? Who am I? He. I hail from the Ancient God Church. Jiang Air swaggered off after intimidating them. Have you encountered anyone particularly formidable? Came Nian Nian You Yu's voice through the earpiece. Qingyu gazed at Feng Mo with a contemplative expression. There wasn't one before, but now there is. Who? Ciyu's eyes narrowed, growing increasingly peculiar. It seems he possesses your divine ruins within him. Did you secretly bear a child behind our backs? What a remarkable lad. Listening to Ciyu's words, akin to those of Qingyu, Lin Qia's lips twitched slightly. Not a family, not under one roof. Ciyu. Haha, I am merely jesting. You don't have such a big child. Upon noticing Fong Mo approaching, Ciyu abruptly ended the call. Who are you? Ciyan. After a brief pause, Ciyu continued. Rest assured, I am not from the ancient god cult. I hail from Songnan. Upon hearing this, Fong Mo's expression shifted. You come from Songnan? Ciyu nodded with a smile. Indeed, after hearing of Lin Qia's contributions, I have longed to meet him. Thus, I rushed to participate in the new recruit training as soon as the awakening of the Forbidden Ruins occurred. I never expected the instructor to be Lin Qia himself. I am utterly delighted. Fong Mo, observing the admiration in Ciyu's eyes, found herself believing him to a degree. I too have come in search of Lin Qia. Qingyu nodded slightly. What a coincidence. Shall we introduce ourselves? Yam Qingyu. As they chatted, the two followed the crowd toward the grand playground. We are bound to lose. How can you still smile? Ciyu smirked slightly. During that interval, he had stuffed around 700 dolls. And with those in the dormitory, he had now reached 900, leaving just 100 more. Smiling isn't illegal. The new recruits gathered on the grand playground, anxiously awaiting whether their phones could connect to the outside world. As familiar voices came through the phone, despair was etched on their faces. A bolt of lightning split the sky, and 5 figures emerged from the darkness at the entrance of the playground. They have arrived. Brothers, this is our last chance. Let us fight them. Fight them. We are the most formidable batch of recruits in Daxia. Damn it. Charge. Let us clash with them. With 2 leading the charge, the other recruits surged forward, weapons in hand, heedless of the danger. Ciyu scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted 3 figures huddled together in the distance. Why aren't you going? Ciyu tilted his head slightly, startled by the doubtful look in Fong Mo's eyes. You don't suspect me of being from the ancient god cult, do you? When he fell silent, Ciyu grew agitated, running his fingers through his hair. After a few casual exchanges, he was already being regarded as an adversary. Was this life of his so easy? Just as he contemplated confronting the other party, he suddenly noticed an individual filled with hostility charging toward Lin Qia. As Ciyu was about to take action, he saw Fong Mo transform into a white shadow, racing toward Lin Qia. Ciyu couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, swiftly moving to Lin Qia's side. His mind involuntarily recalled his earlier suspicion. Could it be that Lin Qia truly owed debts to the outside world? Otherwise, why would someone directly come to confront him? Although he found the situation rather implausible, the plot of the novel was invariably melodramatic. As the agent of the Seraphim, I have come to eliminate you. Out of the corner of his eye, Ciyu caught a glimpse of a white figure rushing towards him at an alarming speed. As it drew near, he gently raised his hand. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them collapsed to the ground approximately 5 meters away from Lin Qia. Despite his current realm being the Chuan realm, it was akin to a dimensional strike against them. Lu Baoyu lay sprawled on the ground, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixated intently on Lin Qia. Meanwhile, Fong Mo was merely pinned to the ground, rendered immobile. Ciyu licked his lips, filled with anticipation for the impending spectacle, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he stared directly at Lin Qia. Lin Qia slightly shook his head in response. Ciyu. Ciyu, momentarily taken aback, gradually withdrew his mental energy and silently retreated to the back. Subsequently, he summoned a clone to arrange the final 100 dolls. Noticing that several individuals still stood firmly, he stroked his chin in contemplation, eventually deciding to add another 500 dolls to their predicament. Inside the dormitory, Ciyu surveyed his surroundings before reaching for a brush from a nearby bucket, waving it casually in the air. Blood splattered like raindrops, swiftly coating the entire wall. Observing this, Ciyu nodded to himself in satisfaction. Chapter 80. In the next life, be a good person. Jiang Air, in a spectral form, floated beside him and whispered, add some more elements here. This spot too needs embellishment. Ciyu nodded vigorously from the side, swiftly arranging the blood, decorations, and missed into place. Jiang Er was passionate about deduction. He merely needed to act according to Jiang Er's vision. The dormitory was nearly set up, and Qingyu clapped his hands, saying, "Next, we head to the dining hall. I'll first deal with those members of the ancient god society on the playground." Upon opening his eyes, Qingyu found in Qingyu standing protectively in front of him, facing 3 members of the ancient god society. "What should we do now?" The female recruit, dodging in Qingyu's frost vines, frowned at the gaunt recruit, exclaiming, "If this drags on, we are doomed." "I understand," the gaunt recruit replied, taking a deep breath. He pulled out an ancient-looking ring from his pocket, holding it tightly in his palm. The Breaker-S magic ring, once crushed. It grants the wearer the power to violate a certain order. If I shatter it, I can break free from the constraints of this town's monument and return to my original realm. Qingyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It was the first time he encountered someone so candid, unafraid of others seizing the opportunity. Suddenly, a tail shot out from the side, colliding forcefully with the gaunt man's body. The gaunt man trembled violently and, as if compelled, stepped forward to reverently place the ring in Qingyu's hand. Qingyu accepted the ring, glanced at it casually, and tossed it to Qingyu. "Brother, heed my words. In your next life, strive to be a good person." With that, Qingyu swiftly dispatched the gaunt man. Transforming into the gaunt man's form, he smiled at the other two. "What do you intend to do? You've been allowed to frolic this long because your identities are useful to us. When did you realize our presence? Honestly, if you had all spoken a bit louder, everyone would have heard you." Qingyu retrieved some ropes and securely bound the other two, stuffing cloth into their mouths to prevent them from babbling. After securing himself, Qingyu cleared his throat and shouted, "Let me go." This outcry successfully drew the attention of the other recruits. Qingyu closed his eyes in exasperation, wishing to escape this chaotic scene. "Even if you capture us, what of it? Lord Qima has already planted explosives here. Once the clock strikes midnight, the explosives will detonate, and you will meet your doom." Qingyu threw his head back and let out a raucous laugh. "Huh? We have already set up a forbidden zone around us. None of you will escape. Even if you kill me, I will never reveal the location of the bombs. Abandon all hope." After speaking, Qingyu winked at Qingyu, who snapped his fingers, and flames instantaneously engulfed the 3 captives. Qingyu was momentarily blinded by Qinyu's clumsy theatrics, his mind racing with incredulity. Such painfully awkward lines were hard to believe he had conceived. As the words left his lips, the recruits erupted into chaos. The revelation that bombs lay hidden within the training camp meant that if they detonated, all would perish, under the ominous shadow of death. They found it utterly impossible to maintain their composure. The training camp was vast, making it a daunting task to swiftly locate the bomb. "Listen to me," Jiang Er announced, as he appeared in the center of the training ground. The previously restless recruits fell silent at once. I had overheard their conversations. They had placed 500 bombs in the camp, of which only one was genuine. To confound everyone, they had even crafted them to resemble dolls. "How many?" 500. "How could there be so many?" Jiang Er cleared his throat. "There are 3 hours left until midnight. Everyone, quickly form small groups to search." As if in response to some unseen cue, the remaining 100 or so recruits began to pair off and search. Inside the dormitory building, Qingyu, hiding in the shadows, noticed someone entering and immediately perked up, letting his tail emerge. A sharp-eyed recruit spotted a doll sitting on the ground. Could this be the bomb? He pondered. Shouldn't the bomb be well hidden? Why is it just lying here? As he lowered his head, enlightenment struck him. I understand now. These must be designed to waste our time. Cursed ancient god church. The door behind the two slammed shut with a resounding bang, and in an instant, faint green flames erupted around them. Blood trickled down the walls, pooling into a shocking stain on the floor, while the green flames danced eerily above it. A ghost! A ghost! The two recruits screamed in terror, tossing the doll behind them and fleeing in a panic. Their footsteps echoed through the spacious area. With each step they took, the ghostly green light seemed to grow brighter, like a myriad of eyes fixated on their fleeing figures. A cold hand emerged from the surrounding darkness, firmly grasping one recruit's ankle. He let out a horrified scream, tumbling forward and landing in a heap. The other recruit quickly helped him up, and the hand gripping his ankle had vanished without a trace. They continued their frantic escape. Qiyu stepped out from the shadows, approached the doll, and picked it up, dusting it off. He then cradled it with one arm and followed behind the two. He felt a certain kindness if the doll were to come to life. Wouldn't those two be blown up? The recruits stumbled into a room drenched in blood. Why is there so much blood on the walls? Weren't the members of the ancient god church initially disguised as the Nightfall team? Of course. It was those three from the ancient god church who had delivered the fatal blows. How despicable. Watching them trample all over Jiang Er's meticulously arranged items. Qiyu couldn't help but twitch his lips, wondering if luck had favored these two too much. As they hurriedly dashed downstairs, Qiyu conveniently opened the door for them. The psychological resilience of these new recruits is truly lacking. I never anticipated they would be afraid of ghosts. I had yet to make my entrance or utter a word, and they had already fled, more timid than frightened rabbits. Considering the damage they had done and the dolls they had taken, it should amount to 7 dolls. Let me see what else lies beyond. As I gently closed my eyes to savor the moment, I realized that in just half an hour, 200 individuals had gathered here. It seems that there are quite a number of bold souls among them. Let us venture forth and explore other locales. Chapter 81. A random frightening encounter within the confines of the cafeteria. Qiyu sat alone in a corner, languidly propping his chin with one hand, gazing into the distance. The entrance bustled with the hurried movements of new recruits, some clutching 4 or 5 dolls in their arms, hastening towards the exit. Even more audaciously, a few had scaled the ceiling in search of hidden dolls. Observing this, Qiyu could not help but raise an eyebrow in his effort to lower the difficulty. He had indeed refrained from placing any dolls atop the ceiling. Should he attempt it once more? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but he shook his head slightly. This tactic may have worked the first time, but a second attempt would likely prove futile. Unintentionally, his peripheral vision caught sight of several individuals approaching him, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. Glancing around, he noted the emptiness beside him, save for the makeshift chair he occupied. Could it be that these children sought to shirk their duties? It was not until they stood directly before him, staring intently, that he slowly lifted his head and drawled, "What brings you here instead of searching for bombs?" "We're here to eliminate you," came the reply. As a blade swung towards him, Qiyu's expression briefly registered surprise. He swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a fierce gust of sword energy that effectively countered the attack. Xiao Chao, who had been nearby, immediately abandoned the doll in her grasp and dashed towards him without hesitation. "Wait for me." Lu Ji, witnessing the scene, promptly followed suit. Upon reaching their side, Xiao Chao swiftly drew her dagger and struck fiercely. Lu Ji, not to be outdone, decisively unleashed his own ability. The assailants, having concentrated their attention on Qiyu, were taken by surprise when the attack came from the side, scrambling to raise their weapons in defense. After a flurry of blows, the group staggered back, shaken. "What do you think you're doing? Bullying the few with the many?" Lu Ji pointed his blade at them. "You've certainly picked the wrong target." The surrounding recruits, drawn by the commotion, began to converge towards the scene. Noticing the increasingly peculiar expressions of those encircling them, as if ready to strike at any moment, the assailants hastily gestured to clarify their intentions. "No, we merely saw him sitting here doing nothing, not searching for bombs, and occasionally shaking his head at the new recruits. We thought he wasn't one of us, which is why we acted." "Isn't he holding a doll?" Lu Ji retorted, indicating the toy in Ciyu's grasp. "That's not." Ciyu interjected with a slight click of his tongue, cutting through their argument. "Enough of this noise. Instead of squabbling, you'd be better off searching." He added pointedly, "Being cautious is commendable. Do not be foolishly trusting of others, for you may not even recognize who you're mingling with." After delivering this cryptic remark, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Ji, hinting at his readiness to intervene if necessary, though regrettably, he had arrived too early. Lu Ji, puzzled by the look, scratched his head. "No need to thank me. You're the first people I've met in this recruit camp, so we ought to help one another." Chiu smirked slightly. "Thank you." Once everyone had dispersed, he rose and made his way outside, into the night. Atop the dormitory building stood 6 figures, and Ciyu yawned as he drifted past. Bai Li Peng Peng, noticing him, smiled and sidled up beside him. "How do you feel? You barely sat there before getting hit." Xiaoyu flashed him a grin and retorted, "Keep talking, and I might just kick you off." Upon hearing this, Li Pang smile faded as he swiftly darted behind in Qingyu. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. "How come you have so many? It's made with mental energy, and the craftsmanship in bulk production is lacking," he replied, glancing at Lin Qiyi, who was cradling one in his arms. His expression suddenly peculiar. To ensure fairness in the game, he had indeed hidden a bomb disguised as fireworks within one of them. With the one he held, that made two. "Why do you still have that?" Lin Qiyi asked, momentarily taken aback. "Is it not allowed?" Xiaoyu nodded slightly. "It's fine, of course, as long as you enjoy it." Turning his attention to the new recruits below, he remarked, "Why does it feel like there are more people now?" "Because Instructor Yuan has been kicking them up one by one." "Huh, I'll go check elsewhere." With that, Xiaoyu leapt from the rooftop, landing gracefully. He brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and made his way towards the gathering of new recruits. Along the way, he noticed many of them anxiously searching for dolls, their faces etched with concern. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the dormitory, the only place they had meticulously arranged together. Upon seeing a crowd gathered at the door, he raised an eyebrow. "Why are there so many people here? Don't you know? Someone died in the dormitory." Xiaoyu's expression shifted dramatically. If someone truly had died inside, he would bear the consequences. "Who died?" "Not sure, but I heard there was a lot of blood inside." Those who went in rushed out in a panic. Xiaoyu's lips twitched. It was enough to scare someone senseless. What if it were fake blood? It can't be. The smell is far too pungent, unlike that of pig or chicken blood. It's just a death. It shouldn't be enough to frighten someone from even searching. No, the important thing is that it's haunted inside. Aren't you all afraid of ghosts? What kind of night watchman are you? It's not so much fear of ghosts. It's just that no one has seen its appearance, and we can't engage it. Xiaoyu shot him a glance before striding toward the dormitory. Despite the rampant rumors outside, surely there were some brave souls willing to search thoroughly within. Not long after, he spotted 3 men and 2 women huddled together in discussion from a distance. "I find this a bit strange. This fire is fake, and even the dolls belong to the Nightfall captain. The instructors don't seem anxious either, and even the Nightfall squad hasn't made an appearance. I have a bold hypothesis. This can't be another drill, can it? I think so too otherwise. There is no way so many dolls could be brought in. But isn't that something the ancient God Church would say? They killed them right in front of us. Who knows? For now, let us gather the new recruits and discuss strategies with the instructors." Upon hearing a cough from nearby, the 5 individuals turned to look. Xiaoyu smiled at them, saying, "You can either remain here without going anywhere, or I can expedite your departure." "Who are you?" asked one of them. "I am Xiaoyu, a member of the Nightshade Squad." "I was not mistaken. It truly is you," the boy replied with a hint of excitement as he adjusted his glasses. "All the other members of the Nightshade Squad have made their appearances, yet you have remained conspicuously absent. Hence, I surmise that you have been lurking among us, devising some plan. It was only when you mentioned the presence of explosives buried within the training camp that I dared to believe your motives for infiltrating our ranks were indeed tied to this matter. If the ancient God Church truly had planted bombs, they would have detonated by now, leaving us no time to react, nor would they have created 500 identical devices to confound us." Xiaoyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "That was indeed my oversight. During the incident on the playground, I should have revealed myself to join in the fray. Furthermore, I should not have allowed those 2 from the ancient God Church to be dispatched so swiftly. I should have leveraged their identities to eliminate a few more recruits. A few corpses should have been left here as well." The boy shook his head. "That is still insufficient." Chapter 82. Tearing apart someone else's umbrella. You raise an eyebrow at him. When the playground was deserted, you should have detonated a few bombs to obliterate several floors. Furthermore, there shouldn't have been so many explosives. Placing 2 at each location, one to obscure vision and the other to remain inert, would have sufficed. Moreover, your bombs need not resemble Lin Qiyi. They should simply be ordinary explosives, a point in which you have not performed as well as at the outset. The corner of Ciyu's mouth twitched. "I merely placed so many to toy with you all." The boy chuckled. "You might consider my suggestion. For dealing with the new recruits next year." Ciyu fell into a momentary silence, initially assuming it was merely a reflection on shortcomings, only to realize it was about tearing apart someone else's umbrella. Good lad. What is your name? I am Louis Chen, hailing from Gusu. Qingyu nodded slightly. Is the mask around your waist one belonging to one of your teammates? Yes. Noticing they stood still, Qiyu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to search? Since it's not real, why should we bother searching? Upon hearing this, Qiyu shot a glance at the boy who spoke, causing him to fall silent, promptly being dragged away by several others. Why aren't you going? May I ask you a few questions? Qiyu paused momentarily, then nodded slightly. Follow me. On the rooftop of the dormitory building, Bai Li, the plump one, stood at the edge surveying the scene. Strange, why did Qiyu bring someone to the dorm? To ask questions, Lin Xie glanced over. It's almost midnight, and at least 500 remain unfound. Instructor Yuan stated they would gather the recruits only after all the dolls had been located. Bai Li clicked his tongue and shook his head. It seems they cannot escape a scolding. When Qiyu was called out, he glanced at his phone. It was 2 a.m. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers, and countless fireworks erupted in the night sky. Upon seeing in Qingyu and the others, Qiyu waved in greeting. Senior Qiyu, I'll take my leave. There is no need to call me senior. I feel I have yet to reach the age to be considered one. Louis Chen fell silent for a moment. Then, Qiyu go? Qiyu smiled. That works. As he watched Louis Chen depart, Qiyu approached in Qingyu and grasped his arm. I find that boy rather impressive. He is quite clever, possesses strong anti-fraud awareness, and has plenty of cunning ideas. His age is also quite fitting. Bai Li noticed in Qingyu's expression falter and frantically gestured to him. Bai Li, are you having a spasm? Bai Li closed his eyes in despair. Let it all be destroyed. Little fish, I believe you would have a good rapport with him. Qiyu remarked, tilting his head slightly towards Qingyu. Hearing in Qingyu's response, Qiyu pointed to a fish-shaped firework in the night sky. Little fish. Look over there. What delightful fish, Bai Li cheered from the side. The fireworks blossomed in the sky, lasting for approximately 2 minutes. As the last firework quietly dissipated in the night sky, approximately 10 seconds later, the character's Nightfall emerged above, accompanied by a cartoon avatar of Lin Xie in the upper right corner. Noticing Lin Xie looking at him, Qiyu raised his hand in a thumbs-up gesture, exclaiming, impressive. Bao Shuai. Lin Xie closed his eyes momentarily, pondering whether this could be considered a form of unconventional fame. Let's go. It is time for self-introductions. On stage, as the 8 of them ascended, the new recruits in the audience displayed expressions of confusion and fear. Lin Xie removed the mask from his face, stating, Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lin Xie, the captain of the Nightfall Squad, and I also serve as a special instructor for this new recruit training. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, the recruits in the audience lowered their heads, their expressions varying from indignation to confusion, and some even displayed a sense of shame, while a few others regarded him with defiance. Qiyu furrowed his brow slightly and stepped forward, inquiring, Why do you believe that in a direct confrontation we would lose to you? Is it not the case? I alone could secure victory. As soon as Qiyu's words fell, a chorus of rebuttals erupted from the audience. 600 against 1. Even if each of us spat, we could drown him. Do you still think you are in a training camp and not elsewhere? After Qiyu spoke, he took a step forward, and in an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed, revealing a grand theater. The sounds of argument echoed below, and Qiyu frowned slightly, uttering 2 words, silence. These words seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly quelling the uproar. Satisfied with the sudden quiet, Qiyu surveyed the entire assembly and slowly began. With the town monument present and the suppression of this theater, you cannot even wield the powers of the Forbidden Ruins. And yet you dare to aspire for victory? Are you dreaming? Upon finishing his statement, Qiyu raised his hand, pointing towards the ceiling. The recruits followed his gesture and gazed up, seeing countless arrows suspended above, glinting ominously as if poised to rain down at any moment. The faces of the crowd turned ashen with fear. In a situation where a single strike could obliterate you, choosing the former option is already a display of mercy. Shouldn't you be secretly rejoicing? Qiyu turned around as the curtain slowly drew back, revealing a massive screen behind it. In the time to come, I hope you all train diligently. I will compile videos of your punishments during training and play them on a loop before your graduation. After finishing, Qiyu turned and smiled at them, saying, No need to thank me. As the theater dissipated, Qingyu yawned and made his way toward the dormitory building. Noticing two figures from the group of recruits rushing toward him, Qingyu halted his steps. Lu Ji stopped about 5 meters away, saying, "Qingyu." Upon hearing this, a fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Qingyu's face. "Circumstances forced my hand. Are you implying what you said back then was aimed at me?" Qingyu shook his head slightly. "How could that be? Go get some rest. Starting tomorrow, peaceful days will be a thing of the past." Observing Lu Ji's bewildered expression, Qingyu leaned closer and whispered, "Lin Xie was thoroughly outsmarted by the instructors back then. With that experience, they will handle you all with even greater ease." "Are you insinuating that they are of ill character?" Qingyu was startled by his sudden exclamation, instinctively turning to see Lin Xie regarding her with an enigmatic smile. A blush crept onto Qinyu's cheeks as she awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Surely, there could be no more excruciatingly embarrassing situation than speaking ill of someone only to have that very person overhear her words. Chapter 83. The unfortunate fish. Qingyu Guangzhong observed Lu Ji had already departed, and Qingyu took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Ah, what a coincidence." Lin Xie slightly shook his head, replying, "Not a coincidence. I came to find you." Qiyu's expression faltered, his demeanor turning serious. "What do you need me for?" "It pertains to tomorrow's training." Qingyu blinked. "Speak on." After listening to Lin Xie's training plan, Qingyu fell silent for a moment before uttering. "You're truly bizarre," Lin Xie retorted. "I mean, anyone who dares to label you as bizarre will face my wrath. This training plan is clearly tailored for the new recruits, fostering comprehensive development in morality, intellect, physicality, aesthetics, and labor. How can it be deemed bizarre? Truly lacking in discernment." Qingyu shifted the topic. Lin Xie remained quiet. Qingyu patted his shoulder. "I wholeheartedly support you." After imparting a reassuring glance, he proceeded toward the dormitory. At 6 a.m, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered by a series of knocks on the door. Qiyu's brow involuntarily twitched as he slowly sat up. Little fish, Qingyu, dressed impeccably, turned to him. "Today marks the first day of intensive training. All instructors must be present." Qingyu allowed a faint sigh, reluctantly beginning to dress. Having fallen asleep at 2:30 in the morning, he had scarcely enjoyed 3.5 hours of sleep, precisely when one is immersed in the sweetest slumber. This sensation felt akin to being abruptly jolted awake from a delightful dream by a harsh slap. He could even envision the expressions of the new recruits as they descended shortly. On the playground, Lin Xie, clutching a pocket watch, fixated his gaze on the new recruits arriving in dribs and drabs. Once all the recruits had assembled, Lin Xie finally spoke. "Those who arrive 3 minutes late will automatically step forward." Qingyu stealthily inched closer to the portly Bai Li. "The instructors didn't include this aspect during your training, did they?" Bai Li, recalling something, nodded awkwardly. Qingyu discerned his expression. "You were penalized?" Bai Li remained silent for a moment before subtly nodding. Qingyu clicked his tongue, then patted his shoulder. "No worries, I understand you. I too would struggle to rise within 3 minutes." Bai Li isha lipswisha. Was this truly something to boast about? Understanding his expression, Qingyu gazed at the new recruits below. "You might not comprehend this, but often, those with true talent are the troublemakers of their cohort." Except for that Xie, he turned to Lin Xie, the law-abiding citizen, truly deserving of being the protagonist. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the warehouse nearby. Qingyu shuddered, retracting his earlier statement. "Qingyu." Upon hearing Lin Xie call his name, Qingyu promptly acknowledged him, arranging the scene as Lin Xie had suggested the previous day. Since arriving at the new recruit training camp, he had become a mere tool. As the day wore on, witnessing the new recruits gradually lose their dreams, Qingyu silently offered them incense in his heart, for their journey ahead was still long. That night, as Qingyu stepped into the cafeteria, the pervasive aroma enveloped him, rendering him momentarily speechless. He raised his head skeptically, confirming he had not taken a wrong turn before bravely proceeding further. Before the recruits lay 2 plates. One contained a piece of raw meat, while the other held an object reminiscent of chocolate. Under the stark, white lights of the cafeteria, the chocolate emitted an eerie green glow. Qingyu blinked, peering closely, and was astounded to witness that the dark culinary creation, glowing green in the game, had been flawlessly replicated in reality. Noticing in Qingyu and a few others at the entrance, Qingyu hastened over. What a grotesque food item. Who was the genius that invented this? Qingyu, Qingyu remarked. And Qingyu responded coolly, silence. The bustling cafeteria fell into an immediate hush. Time to eat. Report. Speak. Instructor, and where is our food? The food? Is it not right in front of you? But there's nothing edible at all. This sentiment was echoed by several other recruits. You're mistaken, and Qingyu adjusted his glasses. The raw meat before you, along with the peculiar fish cake that tastes of cement, constitutes your dinner for tonight. Qingyu cast a glance at Qingyu. Resembling a subway elder peering at a mobile device, pondering the notion of a cement-flavored cake, and Qingyu would never have concocted something he could fathom in his lifetime. He leaned closer to Qingyu and whispered, Did you make this yourself? Have you tasted it? And Qingyu shook his head slightly. No. Qingyu nodded, feeling an odd curiosity about the flavor of this peculiar fish cake. As the saying goes, if one person claims it is unpalatable, I might abstain. But if a multitude voices the same sentiment, my desire to sample its taste intensifies. Settling at their designated table, Qingyu retrieved a peculiar fish cake from the side bowl. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took a bite, and immediately his expression shifted dramatically, feeling the weight of all eyes upon him. Struggling to suppress the urge to gag, he forced the fish cake down, managing to muster a strained smile. Not bad. After extricating those two words with great difficulty, Qingyu exhaled a long breath. If he had a health bar above his head, it would surely be plummeting. If only he could cleanse himself of this negative effect. Just then, a spark of clarity ignited within him. Cleansing negative effects, such a simple solution. How had he not thought of it before? Negative effect. Repeating these words in his mind, he suddenly sprang to his feet. What's wrong? Are you unwell? And Qingyu inquired, furrowing his brow and reaching out to grasp him. Seeing the concern in Qingyu's eyes, Qingyu sat back down and shook his head slightly. No, I just recalled something important. At that moment, the cafeteria door burst open with a loud bang. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the commotion. A young boy wearing a blindfold stormed in, swiftly scanning the recruits before striding directly to the nearest table. Coming to a halt, he snatched the raw meat from the plate and began to gnaw at it. After finishing the raw meat, he casually grabbed the peculiar fish cake and took a large bite. After just a brief moment of chewing, his complexion suddenly shifted, and he hastily grabbed a glass of water nearby, gulping it down eagerly. Remarkable. You couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing the formidable potency of the ill-fated fish cake. Thus, he held a deep admiration for one capable of consuming an entire piece. Did he truly devour the ill-fated fish cake in merely 2 bites? This child possesses a fierce disposition. Hearing Qingyu's murmurs, Yu slightly tilted his head to glance at him, realizing he was aware of the horrendous taste of the creation he had made. The thought of being the first to sample it left him somewhat pensive. Bailey Pang, skeptical of the situation, muttered, Can it really be that dreadful? Would you care to try? And Qingyu replied with a subtle smile. After a moment of hesitation, Bailey Pang took a small bite of the ill-fated fish cake, and immediately his frame shuddered, his eyes turning a vivid shade of green. Upon witnessing this, Yu couldn't refrain from chuckling. How does it taste? Are you a devil? How on earth did you concoct such an inhuman delicacy? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. Do not underestimate this piece of fish cake, although it is modest in size. The energy it harbors is sufficient to sustain an adult man without food or water for 3 days. Even with rigorous physical activity, it could last a day and a half. Even if those recruits only consume half a piece, it would undoubtedly suffice for their entire day's exertion. At the very least, it would prevent them from fainting during training, unless they abstain entirely. Yu's expression momentarily faltered, as the words felt strikingly familiar. If memory served him right, and Qingyu had indeed claimed at the outset that he aimed to invent something that would eliminate the need for sustenance for 3 days. Chapter 84. The fishing village. He initially thought it was a jest, for how could anything exist that required no sustenance for 3 consecutive days? To his astonishment, such a marvel had indeed been invented. With a sigh, Yu gazed at the new recruits bustling in and out of the entrance, slowly rising from his seat. He had intended to wait for Wang Mian's return to discuss the matter thoroughly. However, considering the members of the special team were toiling tirelessly, he altered his plans and resolved to head to Hainan to seek them out. Moreover, he had yet to deliver the skincare products he promised Wang Mian, and 3 to 4 days had already elapsed since he made that commitment. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Please inform Instructor Yuan on my behalf, he said. Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly. Where are you going? To find Wang Mian and the others. Rest assured, I shall return promptly. With that, Qingyu vanished in a flash, riding his sword. Upon reaching the outskirts of the new recruit training camp, he transformed into the guise of Lin Qie and soared towards Hainan on a cloud. It must be conceded that the cloud indeed surpassed his sword in speed. A journey of 100,000 miles on a cloud was no mere exaggeration. As he maneuvered the cloud, he retrieved his phone and opened the chat with Wang Mian. Where in Hainan are you? Please send me your location. I am on my way to find you. After a brief wait with no response, he sent several more messages. I'm bringing you the skincare products. I have found a solution. Please respond. Upon landing in Hainan, Qingyu frowned at the continued silence. Could they be so engrossed in their merriment as to neglect responding? Shaking his head, he opted to call instead. Upon hearing, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. His expression momentarily blanked. Undeterred, he proceeded to call each member of the masquerade team one by one, enduring the same voicemail message 6 times, which darkened his countenance. Retrieving his phone, he walked forward, pondering if perhaps there was no signal by the seaside. With a resigned sigh, he leaned towards this theory. For the 5 days had passed. Surely they had not simply vanished in a thin air, for they were not the protagonists of a tale and could not afford to take a vacation while facing peril. 3-day tour of nearby attractions. Individual tickets are 300 each. Group tickets at a discount. Hearing the enthusiastic shouts from a nearby speaker, Qingyu paused, then turned his gaze toward the woman, calling out. After a moment's contemplation, he approached her. Since it was his first visit here, he ought to engage a guide. Otherwise, he would be wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. Stopping before her, he inquired, how many people are required to commence the tour? 12. And how many do we have now? Just you at the moment, but don't worry, more will arrive shortly. Qingyu frowned slightly. Waiting for 11 others could take an eternity. Having traveled before, he was well aware of their notion of soon. With a resolute heart, he pulled out his phone. 3,500. I am ready to depart now. The woman hesitated for a moment. 3,500, shall we go? If not, I will seek another guide. Very well, let's go. The woman, speaking hastily, guided him into the car. As he sat inside, Qingyu gazed out the window at the rapidly passing scenery along the roadside. Do you receive passengers here every day? He inquired. Of course, if you have any travel needs in the future, feel free to contact us, she replied, smiling as she handed him a business card politely. Qingyu accepted it, fiddling with it in his hands. Have you ever encountered any particularly special guests? He asked. The woman's expression momentarily faltered. What do you mean by special guests? Qingyu lowered his gaze, contemplating before responding. For instance, exceptionally handsome individuals or those who, like myself, chartered a vehicle. Recently, there were indeed 7 guests who chartered a bus, the woman recalled. Qingyu's eyes brightened at this information. Where did they end up? He pressed. The woman thought for a moment, picked up a nearby flyer, and circled a spot on it with a pen. The coastal area? Qingyu murmured, nodding to himself. It was typical for signal reception to be poor there. Let us head directly there. With his last shred of doubt dissipated, Qingyu relaxed against the back of the seat. The woman furrowed her brow slightly. You'd best reconsider going there. What? Qingyu opened his eyes to look at her. We visited that attraction the next afternoon, and after they disembarked to explore, they never returned. The location is quite remote. If they didn't take a bus, it would be challenging to return to the city. By the time night fell, they still hadn't come back. Qinyu's expression stiffened. Her words suggested a 99% likelihood of something having gone awry. It had already been 4 or 5 days since their departure. Was he not too late to even recover their remains? What other places did you visit near the coast? Qingyu pondered for a moment before slowly speaking again. The woman lowered her head, circling a few more locations on the flyer. Qingyu took the flyer to examine it closely, then pointed where the guests had vanished. What place is this? It seems to be a fishing village. Upon reaching the coastal area, The bus came to a gradual halt. "We will wait for you here. Remember to return before dark," she reminded Qingyu. He nodded slightly, not taking her words to heart. He didn't need the bus to return, and making her wait was merely to avoid arousing suspicion. Walking along the beach, he casually kicked at the stones beneath his feet, quietly listening to the gentle whispers of the sea breeze. The waves rolled in, carrying sand that splashed against his bare calves, a refreshing chill seeping into his skin, spreading a delightful sensation throughout his body. Before long, he arrived at the circled area. After glancing around and finding nothing unusual, he continued walking. Traversing the entire coastline along the beach, Qingyu furrowed his brow slightly. Not only were there no people, but he hadn't even spotted a single bird. After a moment of contemplation and silence, he retraced his steps. Upon reaching the circled area, he compared it to the somewhat tattered map in his hand, then looked up at the beach. After staring for a moment, he realized something was amiss. Where was the fishing village? Where had such a large village disappeared to? Chapter 85. Time Qingyu gently closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the sensations of his surroundings. Before long, he sensed the subtle ebb and flow of a powerful force of law enveloping him. Frowning slightly, he settled cross-legged onto the beach. After meticulously scanning the area with his mental energy and finding nothing, he couldn't help but mutter a few curses under his breath. "It's excessive. If they don't want me to enter, they should just say so instead of using the laws of time to keep me at bay." Rising to his feet, he brushed the sand from his body, clicked his tongue in irritation, and began to walk towards the bus. However, after taking only a few steps, he abruptly halted. He recalled that Wang Mian had not ascended to divinity. From where did this law of time originate? Furrowing his brow once more, he sat back down on the ground. After a brief moment of contemplation, his thoughts drifted back 2 years to the individuals Lin Qi and the others had encountered. Wang Mian, the god of time. As his thoughts deepened, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. The future version of himself, trapping his present self, seemed utterly absurd. Such a notion, if disclosed, would undoubtedly lead others to deem him insane. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned his gaze toward the sea. He remained there, waiting until nightfall, when suddenly a shout echoed nearby. Qingyu frowned slightly, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. He intended to clarify matters once Wang Mian returned. The following morning, upon observing their continued absence, Qingyu resolved to explore the depths of the ocean. If he could find nothing on land, perhaps something lay beneath the waves. Diving into the water, he swam towards the ocean's depths. After thoroughly searching the underwater expanse, he returned to the shore, where a water-damaged phone lay abandoned. He had been so focused on locating them that he had entirely disregarded the possibility of his phone being submerged. In the capital city, Qingyu gazed at the investigative reports on his desk, his expression darkening. First, the faceless team had gone missing upon entering Hainan, and then members of the Nightfall team had similarly vanished. Both groups had disappeared after venturing into coastal areas. This could no longer be considered mere coincidence. Temporarily suspend the new recruit training for Nightfall. They must come to see me in the capital immediately. Qingyu lay exhausted on the beach, gasping for breath, his gaze vacant as he stared at the sky. He had tried every conceivable approach, yet aside from destroying the space, he could find no way in. The future Wang Mian had deliberately isolated this fragment of time for some reason, and he had no idea what might transpire if he were to obliterate it. "Tail!" Qingyu called softly. Tail emerged, observing him sprawled on the ground in a dejected manner, and chiding him. "Kid, is this just the pain of love?" Qiyu's expression momentarily froze. What pain of love? How was he unaware of this? "What are you talking about? What do you want from me?" Supporting himself on one hand against the sand, Qingyu slowly sat up, one leg slightly bent, his arm casually resting on his knee. He turned his gaze to Tail, asking, "Can you sense the existence of an independent space here?" As he spoke, he unconsciously licked his lips, his eyes filled with anticipation, fixated on Tail. With a slight closing of his eyes, the Tail took a moment to sense before gently nodding. "I can feel it." "What? Do you wish for me to escort you inside?" Qingyu nodded eagerly. "Precisely. Do you possess a method to enter without disrupting the space? Allow me to ponder." The Tail responded affirmatively, falling into contemplation. 3 minutes later, Qingyu witnessed the Tail's figure flicker and vanish from sight. He blinked, then reclined back onto the beach, beginning to restore his energy. After approximately 2 hours, when the tail reappeared before him, Yu swiftly sat up. I have it. I shall take you in now. Suppressing his excitement, Yu stood and followed closely beside the tail. After taking only a few steps forward, he felt a fleeting disorientation, and upon raising his gaze, the scenery around him had transformed. Observing the house before him, Yu furrowed his brow, about to step forward when a cacophony of sharp cries from above pierced the air. Looking up, he saw several birds with crimson eyes clustering together, tearing at something, sending his mind into a whirl. Upon noticing the red moon nearby, his eyes widened in surprise. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again, recalling that the being residing on the moon was Michael, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. Has Michael developed a distaste for yellow and taken a liking to red? The tail rolled its eyes at this remark. Absurd. Yu, slightly embarrassed, scratched his nose. Haha, I was merely jesting. Deep in thought, he rested his chin in one hand, glancing between the moon and the battling flock of birds. Did Wang Mian isolate this phenomenon to prevent the influence of the red moon? The tail observed the moon for a moment before speaking slowly. It can manipulate the thoughts of living beings, reducing them to mere instincts of slaughter. Yu opened his mouth, momentarily speechless, and, after a pause, uttered a few words. Is that so? How utterly absurd. No wonder this area was singled out. Are you truly seeing it as something isolated? Yu blinked in confusion, expanding his mental perception around him. Old houses, nothing but old houses. He could not fathom what was particularly special about these dilapidated structures. Yet the tail's demeanor suggested there was more to uncover. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair, gritting his teeth, enduring yet another day of riddles. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his thoughts anew. The houses he had seen while on the bus were not vastly different from those here, merely appearing more weathered with time. Although these houses seemed quite aged, they appeared remarkably younger compared to their counterparts outside. Wang Mian must have extracted this segment of time, which implies that time here remains frozen several decades back. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion, concluding that the inhabitants from decades ago would not have survived starvation. With a soft sigh, he continued onward, sensing the vibrations of the forbidden ruins not far ahead. Yu's eyes shimmered with anticipation. After a brief walk, he beheld 4 individuals bound and the swirling vortex alongside the scales. We have already contributed enough to the great Xia. Is it so wrong for us to simply desire a moment's respite? Well, it seems that not only did the plan fail, but we also risked our lives in the process. You are indeed correct, but have you ever considered that if we had not arrived, it would have been nightfall sent here instead? Automatically disregarding the words of the balance, Ziyu's focus entirely shifted to the sarcasm of the whirlpool. At this moment, the significance of choosing the right travel destination became apparent. The whirlpool froze at this revelation. Why are you here? Realizing something, he quickly shook his head. Why are you also here? How could you come? If nightfall has arrived as well, then their sacrifices would be utterly in vain. Hearing this, Ziyu was momentarily taken aback. Has he lost his mind? With this thought, he gazed at the whirlpool with a hint of sympathy. It's all right, brother. It's just a matter of mental health. You can still recover outside. The whirlpool took a deep breath, feeling that Ziyu's words had muddled his thoughts. Observing his state, Ziyu stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Steady now. As the crimson in his eyes gradually receded, Ziyu nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. There is nothing. Before Ziyu could finish his sentence, the whirlpool grasped his shoulder. How did you manage that? Watching his excitement, Ziyu discreetly stepped back with his left foot. Are you referring to the fact that I just patted you? Chapter 86. The time loop Yu spoke with disbelief etched across his face. Surely, you can't just kill him with a single slap. Then hurry and strike them. Vortex exclaimed, tugging at his hand to approach the balance scale. Yu, with a look of sheer terror, was dragged along and suddenly sensed a familiar aura behind him. He quickly turned his head. Wang Mian You. Upon seeing Wang Mian's aged appearance, Yu's expression froze instantly. They had been gone for merely 5 or 6 days. How had they all changed so drastically? Captain, Yu remains unaffected by the blood moon and can keep the others alert, Vortex remarked, simultaneously slapping each person. At this, Wang Mian's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, but before he could utter a word, the ground trembled violently. The loop had come to an end. As they looked up, Qingyu followed suit. In the sky, the blood moon had completely emerged from the clouds. A brilliant silver light bursting forth from the depths of the sea, weaving into a circular ring that rapidly expanded outward. Is this the law of time? Qingyu furrowed his brow, realizing he had entered without grasping the situation, only to find it concluding. Qingyu, yes. Can you break the time loop? That should be possible. Qingyu pondered for a moment before continuing. But if the law is shattered, wouldn't that nullify the very purpose of this existence? He pointed to the heavens. This phenomenon won't manifest in reality, will it? Seeing the silver light about to engulf them, Qingyu produced a talisman. Never mind. We could discuss this later. On the bus, Lin Xie presented a photo of the mass team to the woman. Have you seen them? The woman's expression shifted awkwardly for a moment as she glanced at the photo. You don't mean to venture to the places they visited, do you? Also, yes. A couple of days before your arrival, a boy asked me the same question. Where did they go? I cannot disclose that information. The woman had witnessed 2 groups of guests vanish. If this group were to disappear as well, who would dare ride her bus in the future? We are specifically here to find them. That is not permissible. Lin Xie exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Li Pangpang, who stepped forward and presented a stack of cash. Just tell us where they last went, and we will find our own way out. The woman hesitated for a moment as she regarded the money and circled a spot on a nearby flyer. Several clusters of green flames appeared in the air, and, subsequently, 8 individuals were expelled at once. Qingyu felt as if he had ridden a roller coaster, spinning around countless times before being ejected onto the ground. After regaining his composure, he sat up and gazed at the sky. Noticing only a sliver of the blood moon obscured by dark clouds, Xiaoyu's eyes widened slightly. Am I destined to exist solely at the end of the game? Vortex shook his head and glanced at the 4 still lying motionless on ground. Why haven't they awakened yet? It's possible they're simply adjusting after being abruptly cleansed of their spirits. They might need a moment to rest. Upon hearing this, Xuanhua's lips twitched. Yet he could not deny that Ciu's words held a semblance of truth. Now, please enlighten me with your discoveries. After listening to Wang Mian's narration, Ciu found himself momentarily at a loss, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Are we to understand that we cannot remove the blade here, nor can we entirely disrupt the temporal loop? Seeing Wang Mian nod in affirmation, Ciu regarded him with a gaze that questioned his sanity. Are you dreaming? How can we possibly escape? How did you even get in here? Ciu choked momentarily. I could manage alone, but you all cannot. He irritably raked his fingers through his hair. We must devise an alternative plan. After pacing in place a few times, he directed his gaze at Wang Mian. Why don't you traverse to the future, slap your future self, and inquire why he created this contraption? Wang Mian replied with a hint of despondency. My lifespan is dwindling. Observing him bow his head slightly, Ciu felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort at the sight. He found it unbearable. An exuberant young man suddenly transformed into an elder conversing with him. The virtue of respecting the elderly was ingrained in him, and he found himself at a loss for words in the presence of this version of Wang Mian. With this thought in mind, he shook his head. If his current plan proved futile, he would not hesitate to implore Qingyu for a solution. On the off chance, seeking a bountiful item could also suffice. What if Qingyu could extract something from within? With this notion, he patted Wang Mian on the shoulder. Fear not, even for my own sake. I shall ensure you return to your former self. At these words, Wang Mian gazed at him in bewilderment. What did he mean by for him? Not just Wang Mian. Even Xuanhua and Tianping, standing nearby, were equally perplexed. What did for the captain entail? Because I believe you were far more dashing in your youth. Witnessing Wang Mian raise his hand, Ciu hurriedly grasped it, offering a sycophantic smile. I was merely jesting. Do you really think we can evade the erasure of time indefinitely? It would be wiser to eliminate that so-called fish. Wang Mian subtly shook his head. It should not be that simple. Ciu scoffed. Then what do you propose? Allow me to think. Watching Wang Mian in contemplation, Ciu let out a sigh. At that moment, he found himself yearning for Qingyu's intellect. In the distance, A scuffle erupted. Upon hearing Xuanhua's remark, Yu turned his head to look. Spotting a familiar forbidden object, his expression stiffened. I was merely speaking. I never intended for him to come over. They were still at a loss for a solution. Would so many of them merely stare at each other in confusion? Let us head over there and take a look, Yu sighed, rubbing his temples. What shall we do about them? He gestured towards the individuals sprawled on the ground. Do not worry. I will leave a clone behind. There are no other individuals here, and they are not in any immediate danger. As he spoke, a clone appeared beside him. If you are still uneasy, you may knock them on the head. They will not awaken for a while. Xuanhua replied. Chapter 87. I have succeeded after walking for a short distance. I heard the sound of a dispute in the distance. You turned to the vortex beside him. When I found you all, why was there no argument? The vortex shrugged innocently because they were all knocked out and tossed aside. You raised an eyebrow. That's quite fortunate. As we reached a relatively open area, a group of fishermen was tied up in the center, clamoring incessantly. You withdrew his gaze and looked at the few people standing beside him. Apart from Lin Xie and Jia Lan, everyone else was present. However, Chao Yuan and Ba Li Pangpang were bound, and Qingyu and Qingyu appeared to be in poor condition. Seeing someone standing, the vortex greeted, Hi, everyone is here. Qingyu paused, his hand holding a cigarette, and looked sharply at the others. You all. Qingyu responded softly, walking over to pat Qingyu on the shoulder. Where did Xie and the others go? As he spoke, he equally patted each person. And Qingyu suppressed the emotions in his eyes and shook his head slightly. I don't know. Seeing that he could glean nothing further, Yu sighed. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the beach across the way. Initially, he had indeed contemplated dragging this out, hoping Wang Mian would devise a solution. However, as more people gathered around, if he truly waited for Wang Mian to come up with a plan, it was uncertain how long that would take. 3 days here could only be equated to an hour. He could afford to wait, but others could not. In the end, it might be Wang Mian who encountered trouble first. Taking a deep breath, he stepped toward the seaside. Wang Mian furrowed his brow slightly and grasped his wrist. What are you doing? I'm going to draw the knife and kill that fish. Yu replied as he pulled away from his grip. I will bear the consequences alone. Watching Yu disappear from sight, Wang Mian frowned slightly, wanting to chase after him, but at that moment, his tail blocked his path. You all stay here. You can't go anywhere. The suddenly vanished figure prompted the tail to look back and see Wang Mian pursuing him. Time? Noticing in Qingyu and Qingyu also attempting to follow. The tail drifted in front of them. You little brats, stand still. Upon locating Wang Mian and the enormous fish, Yu was just about to dive into its belly when he sensed someone following him. You came too? I'm coming with you. Yu's expression momentarily froze. If the future you couldn't handle it, how can the current you? Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback, but continued to follow him. Rest assured, he is just revived. His strength won't be too formidable. I should be able to handle it alone. As they made their way into the belly of the behemoth, Yu's gaze swept the surroundings. Lin Xie and Jia Lan stood nearby, facing a person pinned to the wall with a knife. Here come 2 more. Chen Yangrong's face twisted with excitement as he froze upon seeing the 2 of them. How can you still be alive? Yu snorted lightly. What else could it be? Your master is simply too incompetent. You, great Cthulhu. Yu interrupted before he could finish, saying, I care not for your Cthulhu or any such nonsense. If he is truly so great, let him descend and save you. As he spoke, a long sword materialized in his hand, and he stepped forward. Chen Yangrong momentarily faltered at Yu's sudden transformation into a formidable being. As Yu passed Lin Xie, he patted him on the shoulder, then swung his sword towards Chen Yangrong. After confirming that the man before him had fallen silent, Yu retracted his sword and exhaled a breath of stale air. Advancing step by step, his thoughts raced. The fate of this world mattered little to him, for it was not his own. The individuals he cared for could be counted on, but 2 hands, not 4. Thus, he felt confident in extinguishing the enemy that had come to him unbidden. As he grasped the hilt of his sword, he took a deep breath, ready to exert force, when another hand suddenly covered his. Yu's expression momentarily froze as he turned slightly to regard Wang Mian, who nodded subtly in return. Lin Xie, witnessing this, stepped forward to grasp the very end of the hilt. Great ones, now that you both grip me, I have ascended, remarked Yuan. Jialan stood by, blinking in astonishment. She too wished to join in grasping the hilt, but found no space left for her. The trio exerted their strength in unison, and the blade gradually withdrew inch by inch until it was entirely liberated, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. Xiaoyu closed his eyes, concentrating for a moment. Upon realizing that the strength of this creature was far inferior to his expectations, even somewhat feeble, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Wang Miao, noticing Xiaoyu's demi-honneur, inquired anxiously, "What is the matter? Are you unable to defeat it?" Xiaoyu shook his head slightly. "Nay, I merely find this creature surprisingly weak, and absurdly so." Furrowing his brow, he began to untangle the thoughts swirling in his mind, casting an increasingly peculiar gaze at Wang Mian. The temporal laws at play here seemed not to seek to ensnare or obliterate this creature. Rather, they must pertain to others trapped in a temporal loop. The future me wishes to annihilate the past me. Your thoughts are quite advanced, indeed, Xiaoyu remarked, giving him a thumbs up. Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback by this statement, struggling to find his words before finally retorting. How could that possibly be? After a brief contemplation, Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Indeed, that does defy logic. Otherwise, the future version of him would not survive. Could it be that your future comrades betrayed you, prompting you to seek their demise? Wang Mian laughed incredulously at the thought. That is even less plausible. Xiaoyu, sensing Wang Mian's denial, found himself perplexed for a moment. If it were not the masked one, it must be the nightfall. With this realization, he swiftly pulled Lin Xie back a few steps. Lin Xie, having reached the same conclusion, regarded him with a similarly strange expression. "So, you intend to eradicate us?" Upon meeting Jialan's gaze, Xiaoyu added, "Or perhaps one among us." Seeing the identical expressions on their faces, as if to say they had not expected such a side to him, Wang Mian hastily shook his head. "You are my juniors whom I have watched grow. How could I ever?" Xiaoyu fell silent once more. Could it be that you have grown weary in your old age, with nothing better to do? Wang Mian paused briefly and nodded slightly. He had often lamented why his older self had chosen to establish a temporal loop here. Thus, compared to the preceding 3 statements he had made, he found this last one to be somewhat reasonable. Xiaoyu mused. How could he possibly select the most illogical option among so many rational choices? Does his conscience not ache? Nevertheless, let him think as he wishes, as long as he is content. As Xiaoyu retracted his gaze, he inquired, "Since all matters here have been resolved, may I take my leave?" Upon finishing his words, he turned to Lin Xie, who was about to speak when a figure suddenly appeared nearby. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. Has he already been discharged? Lord Meilin. Surprise and joy washed over Lin Xie as he exclaimed, "You have left the hospital?" Meilin nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards the knife in Xiaoyu's hand. Its purpose has, for the most part, been fulfilled. Xiaoyu was left in bewilderment by his cryptic words. Yet another enigma had emerged. Chapter 88. Abundance Lin Xie. What is its mission? I will tell you later. After Merlin spoke, he turned to Xiyu. You possess neither past nor future. Xiyu's expression became increasingly perplexed. What does that mean? You bear no karmic burdens. On the contrary, the fates of others are altered because of you. Xiyu fell into silence for a moment, then nodded slightly. He was not of this world, so it was only natural that his karma did not reside here. Moreover, as a traveler from another realm, the destinies of those he encountered subtly transformed. The most vivid manifestation of this was the masked squad. With this thought, he nodded slightly. Lin Xie found himself bewildered by their cryptic conversation. No karma. No past or future. Xiyu released his grip and patted his shoulder. You will come to understand this in due time. Lin Xie. Lord Merlin, have you foreseen something? I have discerned the trajectory of fate to a considerable extent. I am familiar with the beginnings and ends of this matter. However, the master of this blade has altered the timeline, causing fate to waver, and there are still some critical aspects that remain unclear to me. Thus, I intend to personally venture to the very source of all this. The source of the calamity? Where is it? The destination of this colossal beast lies at the heart of the catastrophe. Sir Chia, you must accompany me. Lin Chia gestured towards the three individuals standing nearby. What about them? Merlin's gaze swept over the other two. Then he nodded slightly. They shall go as well. Qingyu approached Wang Mian, tugging at his sleeve, and Wang Mian turned his head slightly to regard him. Qingyu nodded towards the distance, and Wang Mian understood, following closely behind him as they moved to the farthest edge of the stomach. Wang Mian spoke softly. What is it? Do you trust me? Yes. Wang Mian nodded without hesitation. Qingyu produced a gourd and shook it. He had heard from Qingyu that it was crafted by Bai Lu after she listened to his medical history. It was said to contain an exceptionally pure essence of abundance. He opened the gourd's lid, and a rich vitality surged forth. The liquid within the gourd evenly cascaded over Wang Mian. Qingyu closed the lid and fixed his gaze intently upon Wang Mian. As he observed the gradual smoothing of the wrinkles on Wang Mian's face and the transformation of the white strands of hair at the roots back to black, Qingyu's mouth slightly agape and his breath slowed. After several seconds, gazing at the youth before him, Qingyu took a deep breath and reached out to poke his cheek. Receiving no response, he pinched it and then ran his fingers through Wang Mian's hair. Withdrawing his hand, he pinched Wang Mian's fingers and then circled around him. Throughout, Wang Mian allowed him to act, seemingly still dazed from the earlier shock. Qingyu waved his hand before Wang Mian's eyes. Open your mouth. As Wang Mian snapped back to reality and opened his mouth, Qingyu squinted. He was a head taller, was he not? Was he teasing him for his height? Wang Mian sensed the awkwardness and leaned slightly forward, supporting himself on his knees. Observed his oral cavity once more, finding no issues, and finally spoke. Is there any discomfort? Wang Mian gently clenched his palms. No, I feel quite comfortable. With a slight nod, lowered his gaze to the gourd in his hands, admiring its bounty. Noticing Wang Mian's attention also fixated on the gourd, tucked it away, and said, if there is any discomfort, please do not hesitate to mention it. One must adhere to medical advice. What medical advice? S' expression momentarily faltered. He had merely echoed the words of doctors he had previously observed. However, it seemed there was no specific medical counsel to impart. After a brief contemplation, he slowly responded. It is essential to heed the doctor's words. Oh, Wang Mian replied. Listening to the doctor equates to having no established guidelines. Jialan, astonished, stepped forward uncontrollably. How did you manage that? First do this, then do that, replied. Jialan was momentarily speechless. As long as it works, nodded affirmatively at her, reflecting on their impending destination, turned his head towards Wang Mian and nudged him with his elbow. How does it feel to suddenly become younger, Mr. Wang Mian? I am only slightly older than you. Wang Mian replied, coughed awkwardly, then pulled out his phone, sighing upon realizing there was no signal. Thank you, he said. For what? It was merely a small effort. He waved dismissively. Wang Mian shook his head gently. No, it is significant to me. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. It's fine. You are welcome to come as well, remarked with a slight twitch of his lips. Are you aware that your words can easily be misinterpreted? Wang Mian simply responded with silence. Lin Chia, having completed his skill activation, opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, soon spotting three individuals standing together. His gaze halted upon Wang Mian for a moment. Then he strode over briskly. How did you? Wang Mian smiled and pointed at. Thanks to. When Lin Chia's gaze fell upon him, scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. Chia, your team's vice captain, began, but Lin Chia interrupted. No, cannot lend. Will not give. Upon saying this, he pulled behind him, having finally managed to bring him in. Losing him would leave him nowhere to lament. Jialan also stepped in front of, assuming a protective stance. Wang Mian rubbed his nose, pondering whether he should be treated with the same caution as a thief. Tugged at Lin Chia's sleeve. Why do I feel this route resembles one leading to Japan? Lin Chia paused, taken aback. I marked Japan's approximate location on the map. The direction of travel is similar to that of Japan. You must have disappeared there for the past 2 years, right? Indeed. Does this fish have relatives in Japan? Crossing such vast seas to visit them. Lin Chia sighed, slightly exasperated. Perhaps you should speak less. Shall we play mahjong? Suggested. Then recalled that Jiao Lan was an ancient person. Sister Lan, do you know how to play mahjong? Yes. Upon hearing Jiao Lan's affirmative response, eagerly set up the mahjong table. Do you still carry this with you? It merely serves to pass the time during the journey. As I casually arranged the tiles of mahjong, I contemplated the passage of time. It has been approximately half an hour since their departure. Qingyu and the others have likely joined the other sentinels by now. The training camp will soon become a bustling hub for new recruits, leaving no room for leisure. Qingyu and I have essentially organized the curriculum. When will it commence? You were absent on those 2 days.